when this alleged kidnapping happens. We don't know for a fact that Nancy Guthrie returned home, other than what authorities are saying based off their digital forensics or digital. The garage door, 9:48 p.m., 9:50 closes, 9:48, 9:50, pacemaker syncs with Apple Watch, 2:28. We don't know anything else in reference to Nancy actually being at the house. The sheriff is very adamant that she was taken out of her bedroom, kidnapped. Savannah echoed that too. Who in the heck is involved here? Here's the last two people that were with Nancy. A lot of people have a lot to say about them. The sheriff has cleared Annie and Tommaso. The sheriff has cleared them of any involvement whatsoever in the disappearance of Nancy. So we're going to have this conversation going on. By the way, the feds were at the Embassy Suites on Skyline and Campbell. That's an area up there where the CVS is and Starbucks and a bunch of businesses. And they were there recently. I can't get an actual date, but I think it was within the last week. FBI agents at the Embassy Suites on Skyline and Campbell. That has been confirmed to me. So it kind of echoes what other people have been saying about this case in reference to, the FBI authorities, Pima County Sheriff deputies, their Sheriff's Department in that area of Skyline and Campbell up there. We spoke to numerous residents that live along Campbell. Said at one point the FBI was canvassing their neighborhoods, asking them all for surveillance, whatnot. Met somebody the other day at a restaurant who works in a business there in that shopping plaza there across the street from the Starbucks and the CVS and that little shopping center there. Said FBI was there asking for surveillance. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. Or maybe they're just going at all angles because they were to the south, to the north, to the east, to the west. They were everywhere when it came to this case. Good morning. Come on in. Let's bring Nancy home. I got somebody up in the chat. I got a first person up in the chat wants to talk about an Operation Escalating Switch, which it looks like it's part of a vehicle theft ring in Phoenix, Arizona area, because there's some talk, that the perp in this case could be a migrant burglary ring. It could be some sort of ring that this person is involved with, not necessarily just a single person, but working with a ring of people that do crime. Though I'm not so sure about that. Megyn Kelly actually had a broadcast. She had a broadcast yesterday talking about the South American theft groups that we've talked about on the channel. Let me get up Crisps up in the chat. Good morning, sir.
Hey, how's it going, JLR?
It's going great. Thanks for coming in. You're the first person up this morning. You sent me information about Operation Escalating Switch.
Yeah, I came upon it using AI and using different searches. What's odd is the main guy, he seemed to get away when you look at it. They arrested 3 people, and they're out on bond. But the mastermind, they believed he went back to Mexico. This guy was known to use fight lights. He moved potted plants to block cameras. He used a lot of tricky Wi-Fi jamming and the same type of disguise that was at Nancy's. And when you compare it, it's very, very close.
So you're saying it's that same MO that these people did with Operation Escalating Switch, or this operation of stealing what vehicles, or what are they taking?
They were stealing vehicles, and the one guy was swapping the VIN because he worked at the DMV, and they were renting him out. But the mastermind got away. The cops never caught him. And when you look into it, it's really fishy because all of his MO tactics are the same that were used at Nancy's, if the Wi-Fi jamming stuff is true.
Yeah, we don't know if that's true or not. I mean, police have not necessarily confirmed that. It's just by neighbors. But I mean, there was probably about 4 neighbors in that neighborhood that were saying that, their cameras and some activity at their house.
Yeah, and this is the thing. If there were multiple neighbors jammed, that takes a car battery. A handheld jammer is not going to do that. And the guy I'm talking about was very skilled at working on cars. So he easily could have modified a car to be a jammer. And what I think is the Nest Cam might have failed being jammed because of her brick archway. He could have parked too far away close to the house where the dogs were barking. And for whatever reason, the terrain and archway didn't allow the jammer to function. And that's why we got the video of him on the nest.
Yes, so I put up this Operation Escalating Switch. Is the one guy that fled to Mexico in this list here? It says suspects arrested. Dalia Rocha.
His name is unknown when you search about it. I don't know if his crew ratted out on him and the police know who he is, or if they're not talking because there's rumors that he's connected to the cartel. And there's some kind of Middle East connection where the money that was going from their stolen car operation was going overseas.
Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at this list here. It has this Dalia Rocha, Ali Ahmed, and Mario Garcia Rodriguez arrested on multiple charges. But it looks like it's like luxury vehicles more opposed to like a house breaking in. But you're saying they're
right. What I'm saying is it's the Wi-Fi jamming. He always used a bite light, move potted plants, the same type of disguise. When you look up, he used the same type of disguise. And I believe the guy in the mask has military face paint around his eyes and lips, whether or not it's a real mustache or not, because at the certain angles, it looks like military face paint. And what that does is it throws off facial recognition software.
No, I got you on that aspect. That's interesting. So it is a good theory, but it seems like though what they're, going back towards the neighborhood, investigating workers or, at construction sites and people previously live in the neighborhood. But this group seems like that you're mentioning is from the Phoenix area.
Yeah, it's not them though. It's the guy that got away. You got to look through like AI because the reports are weird. I don't know if they aren't really releasing it on Fox News because they're still looking for this guy. But when you search through like AI, ChatGPT, Grok, you get all the old reports, and it's all this stuff about him using bite lights, and they've got him on camera swapping VINs. There's one time he used a tablet with a military grade software to program a fob, and he got right into a Lamborghini and drove off. So I was thinking, this guy's on the run. They don't know who he is. He's looking for money because he needs to get away. And possibly, if he did work for the cartel, they don't like people that got caught. So maybe he can't go back there because he's afraid they're going to stick him in a hole. So he's looking for money, and the TMZ ransom was real.
Well, it's an interesting theory. It is interesting to say the least, because we still don't know what the motive here was. But I mean, who kidnaps women though? Like an 84-year-old grandma who would do that?
A very sick person, but maybe he thought they were just going to pay and he was going to take the money. See, that's the Bitcoin angle. The guy that I'm talking about, if he's really hacking into Lamborghinis, he might have been a guy that could actually make Bitcoin disappear. Because I think they would have traced the Bitcoin if it was just some, idiot. They would have found the guy would have never got his hands on the money. But this guy sounds like he's good enough to have been able to pull it off.
Yeah, it's crazy here. I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting theory, though. It's an interesting theory. There's also talk about the South American theft group. I guess it was a similar. I mean, you're saying the ringleader here is from Mexico? It
was believed to be a Mexican national. And somehow there's some kind of connection to the Middle East. That might be the Ali Ahmed guy in the ring. But it's very odd when you Google the comparisons and really like deep search it, because like almost everything that went on in Nancy's, this guy did multiple times stealing cars. Yeah. Now, again, that's if the military level Wi-Fi jamming is real. If multiple homes that were like, say, 200, 300 yards away from each other were all jammed at the same time, that takes a car battery. And the whole car would be the jammer.
No, I mean, it's definitely possible considering, the talk with these organized groups, whether it's that group or there was a South American theft group that got arrested in Scottsdale, Arizona. So they're in the state. Right. With these like groups of individuals and stuff like that. We still don't know if this guy acted with someone or this was alone, but most of the consensus in the chat is this is a group of people. One person couldn't pull this off. See,
my theory is everybody thinks that it's weird that he uses the plants. I don't. I think he walked up, and when he holds up his hands, he sees the indicator light on the camera and knows that his jammer's not working and that it's transmitting. But he's not worried. He turns around, he just grabs the plants, rams them in the camera so it can't see. Then he pulls the car up. Nobody sees the car.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's I get it. I get it. Anything else you'd like to add on this?
That should do it.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you. Have a good day, JLR.
Operation Escalating Switch. Possible theory here.
Look into it.
Yeah, thank you. I want to put up Megyn Kelly because she had a report about the South American theft group that she actually put out yesterday. And it's a report saying basically is that, you know, could transnational criminal group be behind Nancy Guthrie's disappearance? And it's, you know, we talked about that, but I don't think it fits the MO, but they're having a discussion about it. But it doesn't seem like that's the angle that authorities are working on with this at all.
There's a place I'm going with this, and it has to do with your theory, James, about this being potentially a South American, like B&E crew breaking. See, I'm like in the biz now, a B&E breaking and entering crew, because you've been saying on this program for a couple of weeks now that you'd seen video of like these South American criminals who were breaking into homes. So we finally went and pulled what you were talking about. And this is my new number one theory. You've got me. Now that I see the video of these guys, I totally get it. Will, you've got to look at this. We pulled video of what James is talking about. We have a few different episodes. Here's one. This is in, hold on a second. This is video 4, which is San Diego. Okay. For the listening audience, they look a lot like our perp. They have a hoodie sweatshirt on. They have black masks. They have gloves. They are pretty much covered head to toe. They're clearly not wanting to be recognized and potentially not wanting DNA. Now, here's another guy. He's got like it looks like a balaclava that you'd wear skiing over your head. You can only see the guy's eyes. Now, here's another group sneaking onto somebody's back porch. There's 3 or 4 of them in each of these videos, except, yeah, there's like, they're together. Now, here, this guy, look, the backpack, the face covering, and there's another one we're going to show. But I'm going to start with you on it, Will, because it's not your theory. But look at this guy. This is in Tennessee. Yeah. He's got the backpack. He's got the reflective thing on the front of the backpack, or a light. I can't tell which. This almost looks like the actual guy who broke into Nancy's. So your thoughts on it, Will?
Okay, so my initial thoughts, and James and we've discussed this at some length, and I think we're going to continue to argue the toss on this one. My gut feeling is it isn't a B&E. The simple reason being is the value of the contents of the house, and secondly, the actual disappearance of Nancy's body itself, you know, her person, it's vanished. And without wishing to sound flippant, in terms of the outfits that these individuals are wearing, it looks like a standard day in London, if I'm absolutely honest with you. We get a lot of people walking around dressed like this. So it's really about the fact that the disappearance of Nancy, which sort of conflicts me to fully buying into the B&E theory.
You're on the Fitz program of victimology is where you start. Like, look at the victim, what happened to her, who would have the motive to hurt her. That's how you solve the crime, as opposed to
why remove her and why take her away.
See, that's the thing about it is, let me just time. I mean, people are talking about the theft, the South American theft group here, but I don't think so, because it's just not their MO of taking a human being. Though the ones in Scottsdale out of Arizona took a pit bull, and they have taken dogs from homes before. But I mean, it just makes me wonder here if the South American theft group is involved with this case. But it just doesn't show like they're leaning towards that angle, though. Remember Nano saying that we already have a theory from the beginning and we're sticking with it.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Well, I was going to ask Susanna, not having a DNA match so far, and they might have one. Again, they're keeping this very close to the vest, what they do have, what they don't have. But if you came in here on a tourist visa, you flew in from another country, and you came in, through a port of entry, we're not going to have your DNA. If you haven't been
No.
arrested in the U.S., we're not going to have your fingerprints. So all this DNA, if they're coming up blank, again, to me, that might point toward this theory of, it was a transnational criminal group, and that's why we're not getting any DNA hits. As far as the body, I'm with Will, I wrestle on that a lot, but I also know that, these guys aren't stupid. And it's very difficult for you as an American to understand, how little human life can be valued. And if you're from another part of the world where, and I've been there and so is Will, human life doesn't mean as much. And, take her, why? Because there's evidence on her. Just as Susanna pointed out, there's trace DNA evidence all over her body. So they took her. That could be a theory that would explain, why they did take the body. But again, it is a theory, but a lot of things seem to, be adding up.
I don't know. I mean, it might explain why they haven't got the DNA from the perp, as we discussed, not in CODIS, perps from south of the border, Peru, Ecuador. They were using these expired visas. They'd come in from 21 to 2024. Lots of programs that would allow these people to come in from Central America, South America, come in, and then they overstay their visas, and then they just, branch off around the country and do actual theft rings. And they target, wealthy people. They target athletes. They target Asian people. But they do things sophisticated, like we were just hearing about the operation, the car group operation Escalating Switch. They do sophistication with as far as Wi-Fi jammers. It's just that the attire that perp is wearing on this is kind of like, well, it's more than just a traditional burglar. But, as we discussed also, what type of burglar would go into a home and, wear a backpack right there, full to capacity, wear a backpack that's already full before they even go in the house, unless they rob somewhere else beforehand. But we haven't heard any other reports of anything else being robbed. So it does make you wonder. Let's finish and see what they have to say about the South American theft ring.
Well, here's the other thing that's interesting about the theory. Jennifer Coffindaffer, she's former FBI, and she's a commentator, frequent on News Nation and on X. And she was pointing out, she's a retired FBI special agent, that an FBI spokesperson has said, they said last month, that they're posting billboards in cities throughout Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, and California with pictures of Nancy.
So they were supposed to do that in Tucson, but Tucson does not have those type of billboard capability in the Tucson area. Otherwise, they would have. So they have expanded it out. They think that she's out there. They think the perp is from one of these particular areas outside. I mean, I know people in the chat have been saying, New Mexico, could have El Paso, some sort of Texas, came in. If they're putting up billboards, maybe they are expanding out and feel like the perps are like an organized group or an individual that has, came from another location besides the Tucson area. There's a lot of, mixed stuff with this case. It could take us either out of Tucson or into Tucson. Again, authorities back in the neighborhood yesterday looking at, construction, not yesterday, but it was reported yesterday. I talked to a neighbor yesterday morning who said, I think 24 hours prior, so the day before that they were back in the neighborhood looking at, like a house that's under construction, talking. She might actually send me pictures of that today too, by the way. I'll show you. Hopefully I get pictures. But a house that's in, the Camino Escalante neighborhood. And, they're going to be interviewing people that worked in the area, or, part-time workers or workers that are working under the table at these construction sites. And we don't know how these people getting hired, if that's the angle they're going at on that. But at the same time, you hear this, like you hear, billboards going up all over the place, outside of Tucson. They can't do it in Tucson because Tucson doesn't have that capability at all. Let's continue.
Call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Now, you could just say those are the states around Arizona and the surrounding states, or you could draw conclusions from this. And here is what she asked. While law enforcement doesn't have the DNA from Nancy's house entirely sorted out, she writes, do they have a DNA contributors origin figured out, kind of like the paraben thing we were discussing. Is the person of Mexican descent? This is why I ask. Billboards in California, Arizona, and Texas, particularly Houston. These are all states, she writes, with large Mexican populations. Just because the DNA has not identified the exact person, has the sex and ethnicity of any of the profiles in the samples been determined? Culturally, many Hispanic men groom their eyebrows like women. That's just a fact, she writes. She continues, I am Hispanic, so I'm very familiar with this. I bet that DNA has already provided some answers. The FBI did not randomly choose where those billboards should go. There was a reason. What do you guys?
What do you think? Reason why? I mean, I guess they're just doing it in the southeast or southwest area. I haven't seen it past Texas, but you know, I don't know. What do you think?
Make of that.
I think there's every good chance that they may have some sort of profiling there in terms of ethnicity. I think that's altogether possible. My only concern is, and again, that's from principally working in the shadows as opposed to, say, James and guys in the bureau, is that when you have a call 1-800 FBI, the likelihood of someone who may be connected to the individual or individuals responsible for Nancy's disappearance may feel a little suspicious about calling that line in the event that they could be captured or they could be identified through that process, even though there may be assurances that they're...
Well, but we're trying to figure out whether there's something to glean from the chosen states, right? That Arizona, Texas, Houston, and New Mexico. Did I say California? Yeah. Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, and California. And in particular, a concentration around Houston could be interesting news. I don't know. And like the thing about the eyebrows, James, you know, we all talked about that. He does look like he has especially groomed eyebrows. Nancy's perp.
They think he's Hispanic. That's pretty much what they're saying. They think the guy's Hispanic. I can't tell, you know, if he's whether Hispanic or Middle Eastern or something like that. I mean, he kind of has this white, pale kind of face and everything like that. You've seen the eyes, but the facial hair. If I was a betting man, I would say Mexican American. Everyone has a way. I don't think he's a white man. I don't think he's African American. But again, it's hard to tell with the mask. Hard to tell with the lights. You know, flashing from there, you know, colors could be a little bit deceptive and everything like that once you have the, you know, thing on it. But in the daytime, it could be a total different picture. But the black stuff, which some people feel like it's a woman that put, you know, a disguise on, but I can't see how a woman would go to that extreme to do this if they had the mask on anyway. It just doesn't make sense to me. So that was a clip there I want to share. And then I want to put this up here too, because I think this is still important. This is 100% fact. So this is a screenshot that Annie, and we discussed this already, that Annie, and this starts to the right. The right is basically is where it actually cut off, but where Nancy lives. And this was Annie sending it into a neighborhood. It was some like neighborhood group chat. I'll actually get the name of it. It's online. And Annie was sending this out to all the neighbors, asking them for any video suspicious of this route before or after the alleged kidnapping. I say alleged because I want more proof that there has been a kidnapping out of the house that day. But we'll just, you know, you could take it what it is. But a lot of people are questioning whether, you know, Nancy was really home at that time, taken out of her bed or not. I would think so with the perp's face and whatnot, but she's asking about this map here, this location here. I discussed this already, so we kind of already like know in a sense what this is. You know, anything suspicious, but it's interesting because this is like roller coaster road, as we discussed. Just takes you south of Annie and Tommaso's house. I'll get it up on the map here, right here. So this is, you know, boom, 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 5820. I'll tell you some things here, which is interesting. We'll just go to the neighborhood here. We'll do that route too. But I want to, this is Nancy's home. You all know, 5820. Looks like authorities were interested in this house here. Other houses, I'm not so sure. There's another home right down the street that's under construction right there. The electrical box that was pulled out with the wires and whatnot, they were right there at this corner here. Mina Vista. Expand out. I know for a fact that FBI was at these homes here. I talked to 2 homeowners. They said that they were questioning about their surveillance footage. This would take you out of Nancy's home if you went northbound on Camino Escalante and then turned on Camino La Zorella. This thing goes parallel between Orange and Campbell. FBI was right here asking for surveillance. And then there's an Embassy Suites here. They were at the Embassy Suites. I also talked to someone that worked in the business here. When I saw him when I was out, a couple, he works here. In particular, there's lots of businesses here. In this location, in the shopping plaza here, they were asking about surveillance there, asking for surveillance at the Embassy Suites. Nancy's CVS right here. She would go to the CVS, Starbucks there, a place that you use the restroom a lot. Thank you, Starbucks. Skyline, as you heard from Sheriff Nano, Skyline and Campbell seems like a key area. They want the surveillance footage for a 2-mile radius, which would encompass this particular area here, a 2-mile radius from January 1st to February 2nd, asking for surveillance and whatnot. Another thing that we know for a fact, okay, so again, box ripped out here, house under construction there, house under construction here, FBI here, FBI here, FBI here, and then probably Pima County Sheriff's too. FBI going up this road all the way up here, FBI going up this road too, all the way up to Orange Grove. This is Camino Mirabal. You leave Nancy's home, go up here, FBI here for 100% fact. Again, FBI here. FBI was inquiring about the surveillance footage here that faces northbound on Camino Mirabal. You got all these homes here, FBI going door to door to door to door to door to door, asking for surveillance. They went all the way up to 1 block away from Camino La Zorella. I already butchered that name. And then I know for a fact when we were broadcasting live that the FBI was at this house here across from the church right here. It was right across from the church. There's the school there. There's the church. There's the corner of Orange Grove and Camino La Zorella house right here. We watched it live. They were there. So possible escape route that the perp did come down there, come from Orange Grove, or even entry point from Orange Grove down to Camino Zorella, then down to Camino Mirabal, shoot down Camino Mirabal, all the way down to Camino Escalante right here, go in. Here's Nancy's. It is believed that they were inquiring, though we don't know for sure, but it's interesting. This home here, which has a huge turnover ratio here with a lot of people that were staying in here at one point. House is empty now. Nobody's there. There's signs up there that says, no trespassing and whatnot. So, if they go this way, they go this way. Now, if you go Camino Mirabal, we know also for a fact that the FBI was perched over here at this Camino Cresta and Cali La Cima, which takes you to Via Entrada. Via Entrada, they got the islands in the middle. We followed the FBI probably from this location all the way up to First Avenue on Camino or on Via Entrada. Eventually takes you to First Avenue. FBI was all over this area going in. They were going in to the island area. They were also going door to door asking for surveillance. So that's another exit route. We know for a fact that the FBI went to this home right here, Camino Arturo. I interviewed the woman there when we found the black glove across the street from this location. There was a black glove that was tucked in. They went there And then also Rudisell and First Avenue. FBI was inquiring about surveillance footage in this area. Luke Daly lives right here. Luke Daly, right around here in this location. Luke Daly's home. FBI was also inquiring about locations here with their surveillance. It's expand out. We got somebody in the chat that wants to talk. If you take it over to Rudisell, we take you over basically is Tommaso and Annie's home over here. We know for a fact FBI was here. FBI was at the Hampton Inn by Rudisell. They were at these businesses here asking for surveillance that takes you pretty much across Rudisell to First Avenue into the neighborhood that eventually, but there was this route here, which is also parallel to similar to this route here. The FBI kind of echoed and went along the same ways. Now, I don't know if any surveillance footage was put out there on Roller Coaster Road or if they were trying to inquire about surveillance, because I didn't see FBI canvassing the neighborhood on our Roller Coaster Road. We got somebody in the chat that wants to talk. I'm going to bring Kira into the chat. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's on your mind? Where are you from?
I'm from your area, Philly.
Oh, yeah, it's where I'm originally from.
Mhm.
How are you?
I'm good. So I've been trying to reach you. I realized I was emailing the wrong email address. So now I finally got you. So now I'm just going to go from the top. I feel like we all need to go back to the beginning of this whole case, because we already know that Nanos dropped the ball from the beginning. So I don't know where I heard this information or if it's a rumor or whatever, but when I first heard about the case, I heard that it was a family dispute at first about money. Like it was some financial issues going on within the family. So when people say, oh, family is ruled out, I don't think it has nothing to do with the family. I feel like that's when the issue originally had started. It was a money issue going on within the family. Now, I don't know if that was a rumor or that was fact, but that's what I heard when the case first started. So I'm gonna start there. When I look at the whole case from the beginning, I feel like you have to look at who would have the most to gain. Nancy is not the richest person that's in that area. It's other people that have things that supersede even what she has. So looking at that situation, yeah, maybe she was singled out, but you have to think if it was robbers per se, why would they just target her when there's a lot more that they could have got from other properties within that area? Even in her own cul-de-sac where she lives. Another thing that stood out to me in the beginning is if my mother goes missing, I'm not calling the cops, I call the mayor. So I feel like Savannah already knows that her mom wasn't living in the best situation. Maybe she realized she couldn't trust the cops. So of course she tried, to call a friend. But me, I'm calling everybody I can call. I'm not just going to call the mayor, because think about it. What can the mayor do? You still have to call authorities at the end of the day.
It was Mark Kelly, the United States Senator.
Right.
But we get what you're saying though on that.
Yeah, I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the FBI. I'm calling somebody that can actually do something. Because all you could do with the mayor at that point is just vent and say, hey, I heard my mom is missing. Another thing that's been sticking out is they said that Nancy hung around a lot of young people. And they claim that the person might be young, maybe 35, 30-ish, 40-ish. And I want to know why they can't confirm if she actually went to online church or she actually attended a church. If you attended a church, I heard that you were there with Mahjong players playing games or whatever. Why hasn't any of those people spoke up? Why hasn't the 911 call been released? Because if I miss one church service, they're not going to call the cops. Why was this alarming enough for a person to say, hey, she missed church, and then you call the authorities? That's one. Two, if somebody called me and said, hey, your mom is missing, you're saying from the hours of 2 a.m. to 11, you didn't casually run over there. You took your time. They took their time. The authorities, according to the timelines that we had, we don't know if it's true, y'all took y'all time. I feel like that's something that would be urgent. If somebody's missing, we all watch the first 48. We know we don't have a lot of time. We don't know what she wore last. We don't even know if she had dinner. That's all assumptions, because they're like, oh, she was at her daughter's house having dinner. Me, I'm calling like, listen, my mom was here. I don't know. She had on tan pants and a blue shirt. We had spaghetti. We talked. They not saying nothing. So I feel like was she even at your house? Because now that the FBI is in the case, they roll all the way back saying, hey, we need everybody's camera footage from the whole month of January. For all we know, she could have been missing. And they're just trying to pinpoint what day, because how do you have multiple videos of this perp? Like, oh, we think this was from the 11th, or we think this was from the 24th. So clearly somebody has been watching her. Somebody has been watching her and plotting just on her, because again, none of the other neighbors said that anything was in their camera footage or anybody lurking around their neighborhood. They knew that lady lived by herself. Another thing that I noticed that nobody's talking about is that Brian Enton had he had interviewed that neighbor up the street that said that a murder happened in her house. And she bought the house and found out about that later on. So I feel like it's known in that area, like, hey, you can go in that area and do a crime and they won't really know about it because they know authorities are not going, nobody's patrolling, there's not enough lighting, is a secluded area where, like, everybody that you interviewed so far said, you're just not driving in there unless you know somebody, you're visiting somebody. It's not one of the main roads that people are going to frequent. So anybody that's going in there is very familiar with that whole area. And even looking at the perp, I don't think that is the same person, only because the way he walked up, if you've been there before and you were the original person that was on the camera, you would have known there was a camera there. He walked up like the camera caught him on total surprise. So I feel like it's got to be more than one, because if I've been there before and I'm the perp and I noticed, most people nowadays have some type of camera or something. If I've been there before, I would have noticed that. It's no way you can miss that. It's no way you can miss that.
You're raising a lot of questions here.
Oh, I know. And then you have to go back even further. Out of everybody that's been in this case, who has the most to gain? I would say the sheriff. He has a reality TV show. We don't know if ratings are down or if he gets paid for whatever. We don't know the dynamics of that. And I feel like that's something that they haven't talked about, because it's like, if you're living in this city, there's no way that all these people are missing and all these crimes are happening. You got a reality show where you're investigating these things and none of these crimes getting solved. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand it's a desert. I understand it's a vast area, but you got people around the clock. Not saying just for Nancy, anybody. If you look, they says a lot of people missing. They try to put out there early on that, it was 12 missing people, 12 out of 12. I think he solved, or the FBI solved. I can't remember what they said the solve rate was, but it's like, there's no way you can't find this lady. She should stick out of everybody, because it seems like she's the oldest person that's been missing. When the man was just missing 2 weeks ago, you see, they found him right away in the same area.
How are you?
Yeah, they were searching up is it called Marana?
Yeah,
Marana. I never
and they found him, because it's like, you're going to stick out like a sore thumb, because who just wanders, especially now it's getting hot, who's just wandering around in a desert area, or just lurking around the desert area where now it's hot, it's people outside, people are looking. It's like, you have to think, like, who would have the most to gain? I feel like they're not going to find Nancy because she's on private property. And I feel like if you live out there, you know that. You know how everybody's house that you went by that wasn't private property had a no trespassing sign. So me, if I'm the perp, I'm going to make sure she's on my private property. So anybody that's hostile, that's not trying to cooperate, is the ones I would look at. Like that neighbor that's like, oh, get out of here, you can't look at my footage. Why not? If my neighbor is missing, why would I not think I'm not next? Come check, come look, come do whatever you need to do, because we don't have a suspect. We don't know how many, what time, what day, what anything. It's like we're all speculating because we don't have facts. I said we have to go back to the beginning to pull out what we know to be fact. I feel like we don't even know if Nancy left her house. And if she did, was it even this year? They're saying, oh, we got to go back to January 1st. We don't know if this lady was missing since December. I feel like the family probably don't contact her like that, because she seemed like she was like independent. You mentioned that she goes to the CVS by herself, the Starbucks by herself. She's active in a church. I would think as a local church, if she's playing with Marjan players, they said she played with, and different people, I would think she was more in a local church. She could have went online too to be supportive of her daughter long distance, but I feel like whoever that church member was, release that 911 call and release the call when Tommaso or whoever, they never really even told us which family member call was, Annie or Tommaso, but release that, because I feel like then we can hear, like, are they alarmed? Are they calm? Do they sound stressed? Like, you can get a vibe off of a phone call, like, oh, they sound like they was calm. Is she really missing? Or going back again to the very beginning, Savannah had stalkers, and I feel like she knew that somebody was stalking her. So I feel like you had your mother out there in the middle of nowhere, and you and remember in the beginning they said that somebody Googled her mom and network and address and all that stuff a month before. So why didn't you track that and go from there? Was that at a library? Was that at somebody's personal house? Like, we know they could track IP addresses and things like that. So
Well,
I'm
people are
like,
saying it's coming from Colorado,
right.
Junction, Colorado.
Who did that, and why would that person be interested in her months prior? So I feel like you've been saying, and everybody's been saying, we're not being told the truth. I feel like we can't blame the FBI because they're coming in basically cleaning up the mess. We got to look at Nanos that had this information from the beginning. Once the FBI came in, you notice they're telling a little bit more. Like, hey, we know that somebody was Googling her. Hey, we know that it was in this state. Like, they're telling you a little bit more. So I feel like it could have been something that was playing that went left, but I feel like why target this lady? Everybody's saying that the family's clear. I'm not cleared if I was in that area. You're not clear to be. If you were in that area that month, you're not cleared. I don't care if it's family, friend, whatever. Everybody's a suspect until we narrow it down. Now, if you say, hey, we know as a man, okay, we know that's going to clear Annie, but we don't have no indications of what. And then you can't even clear that way because you don't know who's intertwined with who. It's like a big spider web. Like once we get all the players in play, we'll be able to loop it together and say, hey, we knew they were friends, or we knew they were bandmates, or we knew they were classmates. Like, it's some type of linkage because we're not a part of the case. So it's like, how did all these different components come into this case? They came in for a reason. And I feel like until we know for 100% chance, like through DNA or confession, nobody is cleared.
I appreciate the perspective. Even you're saying nobody's cleared. Look who I got up there. Nobody's cleared, right?
Nobody's cleared. Think
Even
about
though
how
the
they
sheriff says
move.
they're cleared.
Right. Think about how everybody's moving. If you're cleared, why are you sneaking in and out of places? No, I'm going to be very vocal. Look, I just want my family member home. Why are you hiding? Why are you not making a statement? Are you afraid you're going to incriminate yourself? Every chance I get, even if I said, well, look, every Tuesday I'm going to plead for my mom, you don't hear nothing. Nothing. Even cases that's been cold cases, they still have hope for their family. They still putting a message out there. Why this family not? It don't have to, and you know what's crazy too? It don't have to be the family per se, but every family has a spokesperson. You have enough money to have a spokesperson to say, look, I'm speaking on behalf of the family. They're still pleading for their mother's return. Nothing. This is the time you scream. You have the celebrity. You know how many people don't have the celebrity behind them that wish they could have the coverage every day for 40
They would have unlimited coverage on NBC.
Right. And it's like, y'all not using what you have. Some people wish they had that. Their family members been missing, and it's like they don't even get talked about. You have the platform and don't use it. It don't make sense that you don't use it.
Well,
Your own show not talking about it. And I understand maybe when you come back, they may not want to talk about it as much because they know it's going to be a sensitive topic for you. But while you're not there, I don't care if it's a 2-second blip. Hey, we're still looking for Nancy. Call FBI 1-800 number if you have any details. Don't take much.
Yeah,
much.
It's radio silent right now. There could be theories on why. You might already have somebody in their eyes where just people would just say, "Oh, trust in the FBI and law enforcement, and we'll wait to see what happens here." But nothing might not happen for months or a year.
May not.
No.
And one more thing I just thought about, TMZ, I don't trust them as far as having a ransom letter. Because again, if you're talking about DNA and maybe you can't find a person because they're from another country and their DNA systems are not linked up with theirs, how would they have the capacity to know look at TMZ specifically if they're not even from this country? If they're saying that it's hard for them to find DNA from people from other nationalities and other places, how would they be like, oh, well, let me find TMZ? It seems like they wouldn't know that as a news source to them out of another country. Now, I don't know if they have a TMZ International, but not that I know of where they would say, well, hey, let me just send this letter up there. I don't know if they did that as a publicity stunt to get in the mix of things, but it's like, because we never seen the letter and they're trying to analyze it on the back end, we only can assume that it's not a real letter. Because I'm going to turn it over to the FBI. I'm not even going to talk about it. And you know how the FBI works. They're going to tell you, look, don't even put that out there because we don't know it to be fact. We don't want people to copy the situation. We don't know. So it's like they were so quick to say, oh, yeah, they are asking for this Bitcoin. You have to think about that too. I'm not really familiar with Bitcoin. I feel like that's not something that everybody's familiar with. I don't even know how you spend Bitcoin. So that's another thing they need to look at. Who would be interested in that, and who even collects that? Because I know I don't. I don't know how you get it. I don't know how you use it. I don't know. I know you don't use it like cash, but I know it has value. So that's something, again, do you really think somebody from another country would say, oh, I want Bitcoin?
You know, Bitcoin might be the worldwide currency. You have a lot of questions. So
I got a lot of questions.
Yeah, you raise a lot of questions. And, you know, I appreciate
it's not making sense. We need answers. I can't sleep. I didn't realize my best friend was in the hospital because I was so glued to this. We need answers. My husband's probably like that. She's more listening to this and paying attention to me. It's not personal. It's not personal. I heard people saying they probably gonna get a divorce. I'm trying not to go that line. We just need answers. There's no way that somebody just goes a ride from the face of the earth. Nobody's seen nothing, heard nothing, especially in them areas where who's traveling at 2:00 in the morning? Who?
Nobody. Matter of fact, look at this. Look at this. I made this video when I could. I'll play this while you're on.
Okay.
This is me out there at 2 a.m.
Yo,
right. Come on. I can't barely see anything.
I am out
past
front of
the
the home
of
of Nancy Guthrie, and
look at this.
Holy smokes. You ain't seen
and somebody could be
nothing
standing
out
there
here.
right now. We wouldn't even know because it's so dark.
Look at
It's
this.
going down.
That's crazy.
It's before everybody was there at the media. Look.
And think about it. Would you ever go to an area like that unfamiliar and you're walking around in the
I
dark?
mean, you ain't seeing nothing out
in his
here.
mouth is not even going to do no justice out there. They were familiar with that area.
Nothing out there.
Yeah, you can't see nothing. That's scary. I would think I would hit somebody you can't see.
I mean, you're not seeing any, even if people got lights at the side of their house on her particular street. Now other streets around there, they got more lights, but this was 2 a.m. I did a reenact.
I understand that Nancy lived there for her whole life, almost 50 years, whatever. But I don't understand how you leave your mother up there with no protection. Knowing your celebrity, knowing even if she wasn't a celebrity, just look how dark that is. I could be standing there with 100 people, you wouldn't even know.
You won't know.
And
listen,
then it's
I gotta let you go. I got other people in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not gonna hog y'all, but
you're good. And
I was gonna say the lady had hearing aids too, right? We don't even know if she heard them coming in because somebody was like, oh, maybe she let them in. I said, you got to think about it. If I'm 84 years old, maybe I take my hearing aids out at night to sleep comfortably. She might have really been startled because did she hear them coming in?
Yeah.
Did she hear somebody? Imagine if you're sleeping, you can't hear. It's like, okay, she probably was so comfortable. Like the lady that Brian Ensign had interviewed said, oh, we never locked our doors. And I tell people, I don't care where I live in this world, I always lock everything up because you just don't know. Perps are always looking for opportunities. So I just always was raised like that. But the fact that it's that dark from that video you just sent and you don't lock your door, you don't know what is around you. You don't know. And then I know everybody's been debating.
Probably why he wore this.
Right.
Probably why he had this. A light.
That's not shining. That you see what your car light did. That's not shining beyond his hand. It's too dark out there.
It's look, the car lights here, even when you put your lights on, it's just low to the ground.
It's low.
Like I was in an SUV, and you're not catching anything even above 5 feet.
Yeah, that's wild.
And you can see like fainted lights, but you're not catching anything out there. Like it's pitch black, and you need a light to navigate that road. If once it's dark, you will probably walk off the road in the pitch black. You can't see your hand in front of you.
Right. I don't think the family was close like that. That's why they live separate. At that age, I feel like Nancy should have lived with somebody. I mean, look at that house. That's too much house for one person. I know they said she was trying to sell it. You could sell a house and live somewhere else in the same time. Nancy could have lived with Annie. She could have lived with Savannah, Cameron, anybody. But to have all of that, it's like she's not the only one that lives up there by herself. So why her?
True.
Why her? I feel like they had to been watching her for so long. Like, oh, we see her going to the CVS, everything by herself, and that makes me question how close was the family because y'all didn't take her. Y'all was comfortable sending her in an Uber. Why didn't you take her? If y'all live so close, why didn't you take her home that night? Even 10 o'clock at night out there, it's too dark.
Speaking of Uber, there was a Daily Mail article that just came out talking about there is footage of her in the Uber. The Daily Mail article says haunting footage. It came out 18 hours ago. Haunting footage of Nancy Grace riding in an Uber on the day she vanished from her Arizona home has been turned over to the FBI, and it has emerged. But they're not in the article. It doesn't share anything about the footage. Like, they don't share the footage. It's just like they heard it from Nancy Grace that they have footage.
And my question is, okay, so what day or time was that footage? Because it seems like she was a frequent, that's not something an 84-year-old person knows about Uber, Lyft. You know what I'm saying? I felt like that's something that somebody had to maybe set up for her. I'm like, is she like a tech savvy woman to know about these things? So I feel like, you know, my mom is older. I feel like she's not into technology like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, did y'all call it for her? What day was that? Is that something that she did all the time? I feel like if y'all live, you calculated 12 minutes away, you could have drove her real fast. Unless you were drinking. But again, we don't know what kind of, we don't know.
Look at this. Sid Spunky, Spunk Girl 79 says the Today Show was just live from Tucson, spreading awareness about cancer. Why can't we find Nancy?
Crazy.
They're
avoiding it for some reason.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. We know her coworkers know she went back up there, like to say if she was going to come back or not.
Yeah.
To work, and she still hasn't announced that for real.
Thank you, Molly Smith. Hey, Kira, I appreciate the chat. Very animated.
I appreciate it. You take care.
You have a lot of unanswered questions here, and I could see you care, and you just want some answers here. Like, it's just a lot of things don't make sense here.
It's not making sense. Like, everybody's on this case. It doesn't make sense. Everybody out there should check their backyard, because I feel like she's on private property if she is deceased. She's definitely on private property where they know a person's not going to be able to just check.
Gotcha. All right, I'm going to bring some other people in the chat. Thanks for watching.
Thank you so much. Take care.
All right, so Gigi, a caller from Gigi's going to be in the chat. Then we got CJ, we got Laguna Berry, we got Trina. So CJ, Laguna Berry, and Trina, hang tight. Stick around. We get Gigi. She's up in the pipeline. Hello.
Hello, JLR. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. And thanks for stopping by. I spoke numerous times during the course of this investigation.
Yes,
welcome aboard.
Weekly check-in. Listen, so there's a few things that I found out that may or may not be true, and perhaps you may have heard them. Is it true that Nanos and Tommaso are fishing buddies?
I never heard that one. Sheriff Nanos and Tommaso fishing buddies. They fish together.
That's what I heard. Now, I'm not saying gospel, but
where'd you hear that from?
Oh man, I don't even know where, man, because I'll be all over the place. But
you bring receipts though, because remember last time I was asking about who's the number 2 behind Nanos that died in 2016, and you sent me the article. You know, of course, of that investigation that was going on. This guy took his own life.
Absolutely.
You brought receipts on that one.
And now this wasn't written anywhere. I think I seen that in the chat several times. That's what made me raise an eyebrow, because it was several places I saw it. So, but I just have a question. Has anybody actually sized up the perk with Nanos?
Yeah, they did yesterday. I got an email.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me find it. And it was sarcastically. But somebody sent me. Let me see if I got that email yesterday. They were like, I got so many emails, and somebody, I had to look. Man, there's so many.
That's the reason why I say that. The way he moves is not like your traditional law enforcement person, period. You know, he also stated that he was at that house on Saturday night. Let's be real.
Yeah. I'm looking for that photo.
The question makes me, while you're looking for that, makes me suspicious is the fact that Savannah recently had went through a vocal cord surgery. So therefore, she's not verbally able to call her mother on the phone, maybe FaceTime, but not the phone. Okay. I mean, only thing you could do is hold up words because she couldn't talk, correct? So the question that I have is, how do we know exactly, like the last caller said, that that's the last day that she was seen?
We don't.
And then we've got to
go
on
by what authorities tell us.
Right. And they got it from who? Annie and Tommaso, correct?
And Tommaso, yeah.
I'm not going to get off of that. I mean, I know what the sheriff said, but the sheriff brain is like grits. You know what I mean? For all intents and purposes, he poses himself as a moron. Okay. Um, so with that being said, I'm not listening to what that man said.
Now check this out. This was sent to me. This is I think this is sarcastically somebody just saying, but they literally sent this to me and said, you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
I don't think Nanos is the perp, but people have been like really like let me just say this, covering this in a platform, people, say things. I got 15,000 emails literally from everybody, and people send all types of things. And I get a lot of people that say Nanos is the perp. I don't think he's the perp, but people do the side by side comparison. Some people in the chat are saying it's a match. I don't know if you're trolling or not. But it's wild.
But I will say this, look at that picture. Now, this picture, I said last time, this picture does not look like that closer picture. There's no face. There's no holes for the mask. That's why I said I think this picture is generated. This video is generated. Okay.
You think it's generated?
Yeah, like AI. Like you see how the guy moves. He moves like he's a Neanderthal. The way he bends down is like real suspicious. I just don't like I don't like none of that. I don't like the picture. I don't like the video. It all seems suspicious. You're using some weeds to cover things. I agree with most people that say that that's just a cover right here. What they're doing right there is just a cover. Now, some say they did that to remove the lady out the house. Okay, whatever. All I know is I don't like that at all. I don't like it if it was my mama. I don't like it being a person watching it. I wouldn't like it as a community person. Another thing that's suspicious is the fact of the matter is that the neighbors, I don't know what's up with them neighbors, but I tell you what, if my neighbors smile in my face every day and then that's the way they act when I go missing, that's disappointing. I mean, because let's be real, that whole community is loaded with old folks, okay? And like the last caller said, how is it that you can be okay with running these folks out of here? The only reason that I could come up with that you would be okay with running them out of there is maybe you got something to do with it, or perhaps your kid has something to do with it. Like the guy Paul that came out. Now I know you're gonna say Paul because you met Paul, but Paul behaved suspicious, asking all these questions. When you leaving? What? Well, who are you? The police? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. One of the neighbors came out and was shaking. Dad's going live down there, like asking him all these questions. When are you leaving? Why are you here? Blah blah blah. I mean, it was question after question. Like he couldn't even get the answers out fast enough before he asked another question. I'm not saying he's hurt, but I'm saying I don't like his behavior. If your neighbor, an elderly lady, has went missing, I don't care, man. I need an answer. I don't care if it's 6 months later. Where did the old lady go, bro? It can't just be nowhere. And again, it's very suspicious that the family just moved on. They doing work to the house. Okay. If you had all this money now to do what you're doing, why in God's name didn't you do it before for your mama? Now, I'm not going to say Nancy was a millionaire, but her daughter was, or daughter is.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. We're not being told the whole story about the Ring camera footage, about the subscription. We're being lied to. Now, truth and might be told is that maybe the police are being lied to about it. Maybe they didn't ask that question. Did she ever have a subscription? When did it cancel? Who's in charge of paying it? You know, I don't think we're being told the whole truth about that, because that just don't make no sense. You got this lady getting pool service every week. You got a gardener. I mean, we've seen everybody but a butler and a maid. And nobody's questioning, like, okay, so what's up with the $100 Ring subscription? Because I see well over $100 a week being spent out here on services, on maintenance for somebody who's not even at that home. They ain't even.
I think they got subscription services now.
What good is that? To watch what? You all when you're out front? That's useless.
Yeah.
I think there's something more to this. I don't think it's just a simple snatch your old lady out the bed. It's not no random person. You can't even see the houses over there. I don't think it's no gardener. No, it's somebody that knew this woman, because let's not forget, do not forget what they have told us, okay, about this lady and the whole story. That first off, they said they checked out all her help. They got their DNA. They told us that, okay? It ain't them. So, okay. But think about what they said. This the connection to the heart monitor, that she was walked into the house allegedly, all these things. And I told you last time that lady probably took a Uber because quote unquote Tommaso was busy out with the one car that they had. Okay. And so I can't pick you up now, mom, because I don't have the car. Mom want to come now. All right, I'll send an Uber for you. Meanwhile, Tommaso run over there and unlock the back door.
Whoa.
It's very simple.
You think Tommaso's involved?
Yeah, I'm never going off of that until they give me another perk. I said that first call, the second call, the third call, the fourth call, and the fifth call. And it will be what I say until they show me somebody different. Because there's too many connections to all the weird stuff that occurred. Like the people coming out there in the OF model throwing, they all connected. Luke is connected to Kayla. Kayla is connected to this one. This one is connected to the band guy, the organizer, the DJ. Come on, man. It ain't that much coincidence in the world, because I don't believe in coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. And everything that occurred in this story happened for a reason. Guys, there is no coincidence. It's by intention, by design. And I don't think we'll ever see Nancy again. And I think they just hoping that it just goes away and it's just no more. And poor Savannah went home thinking, oh, mom's dead. All right, let me move on with my life. I can't stay here forever. I mean, what's she gonna do? Sit there and just walk the streets? They don't even want you all helping to look. He said, no, Nanos refuses everything. That's what makes me say he's shady, bro. He's shady. He moves shady. He don't even want the FBI's help because his funky behind might get caught doing something that ain't quite right. And I hope he's at the end of his road. I really do. I really do. You can ride around Pima County all day long when you get fired and off the job in your Corvette, letting your little gray hair catch wind. I hope
You're not too happy with the sheriff, huh?
I'm not happy with him at all. And I come from a law enforcement family, as I told you. He don't care. He could care less.
He's at the gym. He's at the gym.
Huh?
He's at the gym. He's been at the gym. They said the reports came out last week. He was more at the gym than in the office.
I mean, to the onlooker, it appears like he doesn't care. Okay.
And I will agree with you on that because of the silence.
Yes.
The silence alone is very telling. Like just with this case, the urgency of this case and lack of information sharing with the public. He's a public official. He's a elected official. He's an elected sheriff. And many people, that have contacted me, in the law enforcement sphere, I said, this is just unheard of that someone would just be so silent on this, radio silent about this situation.
In Philadelphia, people go missing every day. Okay. And I will tell you, they recover people in Philadelphia in the middle of the hood better than this. And that's a fact. You can look that up. Now, I'm not saying they'll solve a case where your son got shot. But if your child or an elderly person go missing, they look for them and they find them. You understand? They will turn that place upside down. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see the conviction. I don't see anything. I don't see that this man give a hoot nanny because he's not even getting on the airways and saying, hey, we're working on it, guys. I got just as many people and I'm determined. I'm not going to go nowhere until I find this woman. You don't hear that. You don't have to give us no details, but just let us know that you still are concerned and you still are looking for this lady. Because for the neighbors out there that are listening, hey, I wouldn't have that attitude because you might be next. He just told you that. Now he's telling you you're not safe. But for 40 days, it was targeted. You safe. What kind of games is this man playing?
Pretty crazy. Now, I don't think people emphasize that enough when the guy says literally that it could happen again.
Yes,
He's
but the neighbors
basically
want
telling
to
everyone you're not safe.
But what happens when you get snatched? Oh, then it's a priority. See, in life, JLR, it's not a thing until it's a thing for you and your people.
Well,
Okay.
they might be in the mindset where we'll just wait for the perp to strike again.
Oh,
So we can
really?
get more evidence. You know what I mean? And link them to that one. We'll just wait. So in the meantime, someone else gets victimized.
Oh, but then you haven't even recovered this one, but you're gonna let somebody else get snatched. That really makes sense. That's just wild. And I promise you, between the javelinas, the police, I said to my husband, Arizona might be a nice place, because I got fibromyalgia, so I figure I can go there and it's even killed with the temperature, right? So no, hell no. Excuse my French, but there's absolutely no way between the javelinas and nanos. I don't even want to go through Arizona. No.
Gigi, I gotta let you go. I got a lot of people in the pipeline.
JLR,
Nice
it's good
chatting
talking
with
to
you.
All right. Stay well.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's our friend Gigi. Very animated. CJ up in the mix. Welcome aboard. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Sorry to keep you waiting. A lot of people chatting, but I appreciate you stopping by. We
Thank
got
you.
Laguna Berry and Trina in the pipeline here. So stand by, Laguna Berry and Trina. What's going on, CJ? Where are you from?
I am from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. What's on your mind?
Well, I called in yesterday and I spoke to you about a pacemaker spike. I think you would remember that.
Yeah.
Okay. So after you got off your live stream yesterday, I went and watched Nancy Grace.
Mm-hmm.
And she is the one that's posted that on the timeline that there was a pacemaker spike at 2 a.m. in the morning.
2 a.m. or 2:01? 2 o'clock.
All right. It might have been 2:01. I don't know. There was a pacemaker spike. So now I went back last night and watched her again. This case is about to break because they have a car. They know what it is. They were talking about a staging house in the back of Nancy's. There's a house back there that he might have been a contractor in the area and he was staying at this vacant property. And if there is no car involved, it makes sense because they could just walk through the backyard where the dogs were going nuts at 2 o'clock in the morning or 2:30 or whatever time,
Wait a second. So you're saying in back of her house. Here's her house. What are you saying now? In back of her house?
That's what they're saying, that he came up through the gate because that's why the FBI took the pictures of the gate outside the pool area when the FBI was there before, that there is a vacant house back there. And he used that as a staging ground. And he walked up in there. And that's why you see no vehicle. They're on this like white on rice. They are going to get, I don't know which one it is, but one of them is vacant. And they are
here. That right back of her house is like a driveway.
Yes.
And I will say, I don't know if anyone occupants in this home or not. I don't know, but I do know that there might be, because at one point the media here had their lights flashed on the house and they were renting the house. So it could be like they were renting from here. There was a media outlet, and I never knew which one, but in the back of their house you could see lights.
Do you know which house had the dogs that were going bananas?
I don't know.
Okay. So supposedly if he just walked in and got in there and took her, or I think she had a heart attack. That's my thought. And he's like, well, now I got to take her. I'm sure she put up a fight. Or what fight she could at 84 years old.
Dead body out of there?
I think he did. Yep, I do. He put her on a tarp that's in her backpack and drag her through. Who's going to see him?
Yeah.
And if you got a house sitting back there,
no one's going to see it.
That's right.
Well,
okay, so
could be if someone drives by.
Right. So here's another point Nancy Grace said last night. the perp does have a tattoo on his right wrist. Now, she was saying that she had that little bitty sliver of that analyzed from a guy who had 30 some plus years of tattooing expertise out of the East Coast. And they said that this is a black and gray tattoo, which normally links to cartel and or possibly a jailhouse tat. So now a lot of people that get tats also are registered. And that's another insight they're looking at. And they think they think that he has a full sleeve tattoo. And the reason why he covered his face and neck so well is because he's tatted. He's tatted on his neck, his arms, and they think he was in that area, and he'd been there several days before this case in the joint out. We all know that. That's a fact. So I think he went in there just to, I don't know necessarily kidnap, but I think she had a heart attack, and I think he had to do something.
He or them?
Well, yesterday I said that I thought there was two. And I still kind of do think there was two of them. I think that one went in the house and let him in. But he was trying to get that camera off the door. But I think there was two of them. I think there's a staging area in the back of her house, some vacant property, something there that they were there for a while and they're gone. I think that he covers up himself by doing some kind of construction work in the area or whatever. And if the tattoo things are correct, well, then he's probably a lowlife that came from south of the border that have these little theft rings. That not little, but they're all over the place. And I do believe that. Whether it's one or two, I feel within the next I would say within the next week, I would think that this thing is going to break wide open.
We shall see. Thanks for the call, TJ.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. All right. Laguna Berry. Hey, Laguna Berry.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
All right.
Laguna, New Mexico.
Yeah. Yes. Laguna, New Mexico. This is a crazy state now. I'm telling you.
So
and
you sent me a lot of stuff about trafficking and things going on in New Mexico. We brought you on last week, and you're just talking about things that are happening in a New Mexico element. You think the perp came from New Mexico?
I think that it's not just from New Mexico, but I think that's where they brought her, and I think there is still a possibility she's alive. I do. A lot of stuff happens between here, Texas, Arizona, even California sometimes, but the three states here, New Mexico, Texas, and Arizona, it's crazy. And I sent you an article, just kind of one of the articles on a cartel kidnapping. So there was a couple that was connected to the cartel somehow. They were forced to kidnap a 33-year-old out of her home. I don't know if they kidnapped her in Texas. I think they kidnapped her like near Laredo, Texas or something. But she was found in Donna Ana County down here near Lordsburg, Deming, Las Cruces area. They don't know if she was let go or if she escaped or whatever. But that was in 2021. And there's just all kinds of stuff happening.
I'm looking here. Alleged kidnapping Sunday in Donna Ana unearthed a large transnational cartel situation.
Yes.
Stewart said a 33-year-old woman was targeted and forcibly removed from a residence on Union Avenue early Sunday morning. DSA deputies responded to alleged kidnapping at 4:15 a.m. They learned that she was taken to another property.
Yep.
So what was it about? Why did they target this woman here?
That's the thing about New Mexico. You get these stories and there's really never a follow-up. And then when the perps are caught in like the lower down, like the couple who actually did the kidnapping, who were supposedly forced by the cartel to do so, they went to jail for like 9 months or whatever, but there's never any updates. That's the thing about New Mexico. And they always let people out of jail. They'll put on the news. The news says one thing and, oh, they got busted for this, blah, blah, blah. Even murders. And these people are right back on the streets, literally, like within weeks or months. It's insane. And they're right back at it. But we have so many cartel here, and like the Sinaloa cartel, and I think we even have some Tren de Aragua now. So there's a lot of crap going on. And I really think that there's an Arizona, New Mexico connection. I think that everything's starting to come together. That staging house in the back, that's probably true. That there probably was a staging house in the back. And I bet you there is a car involved, but they took her from there to New Mexico. And she's probably somewhere in one of these abandoned houses, abandoned buildings, or whatever that are run by the cartel in southern New Mexico. I really feel, and they might even be moving her from house to house as soon as the police start getting wind or start getting curious about it. They'll move her like in the middle of the night or whatever.
Mexico, saving New Mexico. Why Nancy Guthrie? Why 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie? Like, what
Now,
are you getting?
I don't know. Like the cartel kidnapped that OnlyFans chick, and I believe that was for, you know, a money ransom thing. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that because they haven't really updated us on the ransom stuff, but there was a ransom, if you recall. There were several ransom letters that came in at first, and they're kind of blowing that off, but there are probably a lot of people connected to this, and I don't know. I think there's a lot more than they're telling us still, obviously, but I think this has really serious implications of a group of people doing this. And I really feel like New Mexico would be the place to take her if they were going to keep her alive for ransom. I don't know why the ransom thing is kind of hush hush now. And it's like, no. And Nanos, I don't believe him for nothing. And I know I said before that Annie and Tommaso were involved, but I don't think they are. I really don't. Maybe he knows somebody. I don't know. Maybe the family introduced this person, or Nancy herself, because maybe they did work on the property. I don't know. But this is a group of people, I think. I think it has to do with cartel. I think that they had planned on making a lot of money out of this. I really do. It's targeted.
I appreciate the insight. And we'll see if there, I mean, because you just heard Megyn Kelly's segment that she came on and she was talking about the billboards in New Mexico and the billboards in Texas, stuff like that. Why billboards?
Exactly. I'm telling you, and there's a way to hide her out here to where they can live their everyday lives, still do whatever they're doing. And she could be somewhere in a building. Now, she may be passed away, unfortunately. I don't want to say she is. I'm not there yet. Until we find evidence she's gone, I still say she's alive. But this is like a place where people get away with stuff all the time. I have a friend in Albuquerque who knew people. He has an issue. He's like a brother to me, but he has a drug issue. And he was dealing with cartel people. And they were looking for someone in their crowd. And literally the cartel assigned a guy to my friend for weeks because they thought he knew where this person was who owed them money. And he basically had a gun on him. They drove all around together. No one knew a thing. Cops didn't pull him over, nothing. And my friend was pretty much held captive for 2 weeks in his own life by a cartel member. I mean, this stuff happens all the time here. And I think they're all connected. I think they know people in Arizona. They know people in New Mexico. They know people in Texas. And, of course, Mexico. And I think this is a lot bigger than what people realize. Well, I think they're coming to realize it now. But, yeah, this is pretty weird. Don't you think?
I can't wrap my head around it. Again, I'd like to hear from all of you and everyone's position on this in different perspectives, because we're all over the map here. You see each and every caller that comes in, they think it's a certain key player in here and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
things, and you've been coming on saying you think there's a New Mexico cartel thing to this possibly.
Well, and Arizona too. I think they're all connected. I think they know the places, the areas. I think they know each other, and I think they travel back and forth. I honestly believe that they found out or knew somehow about Nancy Guthrie, and they thought big money. And I think the reason I'm saying New Mexico, I think this is the prime spot to bring her to, because they're not gonna find her here. They just aren't, because they're not on it.
Too many safe houses.
There's too many places for her to be where, I mean, they can keep her for months, months, and keep her fed or whatever. And they'll do that sometimes too. If they're looking for a payout or a way out, they might keep her alive. I don't know that they would kill her right away. I don't. They've done it before. This is not the first time that cartel have kidnapped someone for money or whatever. So I really feel that's plausible to me, because nobody's said anything. They haven't found anything really, legit right now, other than what they've shown us, which isn't a whole lot. I mean, we have a face on a camera, all masked up, and we do know that there's a tattoo, and like Nancy Grace, she connected that to cartel, and that's true. There's a lot of tattooed Hispanics out here that look like this guy. I mean, it's crazy. You would not believe how many people, when I go to the store, I see people that, I mean, the eyes match. There's so many of them, though. And there are a lot of cartel members around, and they go down south to Las Cruces area, Deming, Lordsburg. It's crazy. There's a lot of places for them to hide her in buildings up.
So let's take Nancy's home here, right? Nancy's home.
Yes.
Escalante, north of Tucson.
Mhm.
It looks like the most quickest way to get to New Mexico, to at least a border town in Mexico or New Mexico. And I did Wells, I guess it's right across the border on I-10.
Yeah.
It's 2 hours. It takes 2 hours. It's 145.
Right.
So it's about 145 miles to the New Mexico border. Now, 145 miles, you can get there if you're snatching her at 2:30 a.m.
Boom.
You can get to New Mexico before light.
Yeah, boom. You're there quickly, and then stuff her away somewhere. They probably already have a building or a house that they have in mind.
Who's really patrolling in that early morning hours on I-10? Pretty much there's no cops out there.
No, not really.
Let you speed at night unless you're like DUI or something crazy. They don't pull people over for speeding on I-10 out there.
No.
Really. They don't even mess with you. Right? You go 100 miles an hour, they're not going to mess with you.
Exactly. And then until you get close to Las Cruces, there's no checkpoints. Like there is one like border checkpoint in close to Las Cruces. But before that, all those little towns, if you zoom in, you will see the houses, the outbuildings, the land, places that, I mean, they could easily take her to some of these homes and places and buildings, and no one would ever know.
This is where my mind goes, Laguna Berry. It's like, is the perp really going to bury her in the middle of the night when you can't see crap out there? You don't even know what you're digging. You don't even know where you're digging.
Right.
Like, it makes me feel like it's possible. I mean, but again, I still feel like she's in the neighborhood. But just go with the theory that she got taken away, which we haven't seen any vehicle.
Right.
Would the perp wait till it's light to at least bury her, or try to do that at night? I mean, the guy had a light in his mouth.
If he buried her, I mean, she might still be alive, Jonathan. She might still be alive. And if they like took her out the back, let's say, no vehicle there, they took her out the back to that staging house. Then they had a vehicle there to take her away, and then travel to New Mexico. I mean, that would make sense too, And they might not have buried her yet. She might not be dead, y'all. Just saying.
Appreciate the insight. Nice talking to you.
It's good talking to you too, Jonathan. And hi, JLR Army, all of my peeps there.
Stay safe, Laguna Berry.
All right, you too. Take care.
Hello.
You guys.
Trina, thanks for waiting. You've been sitting there patiently waiting.
That's all right.
I see you in your car.
Yeah.
You out
Well,
today?
my dog started barking, so I'm like, let me go out and sit. So, yeah.
What's on your mind?
I am thinking about the perp at the door, the porch guy.
Yep, porch guy. What about the porch guy?
I don't feel like he ever went inside.
You don't think he never went inside? This guy right here.
Yes, I don't think he went inside. Because there is, like what they were talking about, it was a 40-minute thing, right, between them getting there and taking her out, roughly.
I mean, that's up for debate because they're talking about when it actually registers the non-syncing. I mean, it just at that time it could have been much, much earlier than that, but just say 41 minutes. Yeah, 41.
Right. So this man with this light in his mouth, he's not going to have that in his mouth for 40 minutes.
Well,
So,
I mean,
but I'm talking like DNA here. So he's going to slobber. He's going to, you know what I'm saying? When you have something stuck in your mouth for that long, there's going to be saliva DNA somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere. Like that. So when it comes to no DNA, I don't know. The DNA has me. I just don't believe he ever went in the house personally.
What about the format?
Right out of his mouth, he's going to have saliva on his gloves. So when he goes inside, whatever he touches, it's going to be on his gloves.
What about people said the light in his mouth, it's going to spit out something at some point. I mean, if you're holding it in your mouth, it's going to be some saliva and stuff like that. There's a floor mat out there.
Exactly. Why didn't they just take the floor mat? I mean, why? That makes no sense to me. That should have been swiped from day one.
So you don't think this perp here went in the house?
I don't think he went in the house. And I feel like he was just trying to hide the camera for whoever's taking her out.
Well, that's interesting.
That's,
I mean, others involved, which we haven't seen any evidence yet.
Evidence of what?
Others involved.
Yeah, we haven't. We haven't seen anybody come or go from the back door, or there's no real camera evidence, honestly, of anything other than somebody being at the front door. No cars, but I just feel like it's more than one person. And I think the front door guy is just to keep things hidden so that we can't see.
Who do you think did?
I think they were, because I don't know, there's a mix of DNA inside, but whose is it? We don't know yet. I mean, I don't know. I think they should have some kind of saliva DNA from this guy, from outside, touching the door, touching the,
Somebody just sent me a message that I think the perp had a motorcycle helmet in his backpack, helmet in the backpack. He was wearing bike boots and gloves and bike gloves. I don't know. Does he look like a biker to you? You would hear the bike.
I don't know what he looks like, and I can't really figure out a motive.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were casing her place, and I think she was targeted. Not that I believe she was targeted because of Savannah. I don't think I think they've just seen her. She's by herself. They've watched all that. No one comes around. You know what I mean? I think they just basically, I feel like they were just watching her.
Watching her. Look at this right here.
And
just look at that.
Right.
That's what it looks like at night there without the light.
Oh, I know. I've been watching you since day one. I'm glued to this.
Not even in the neighborhood, like right around there. It's just you're not seeing anything. Like literally, you're just like.
Yeah, but I'm saying she's older and she's by herself. So if they went in there, maybe after money. Maybe she thought, they thought they could. I don't know. We don't even know what the inside of the house looked like. We don't know. Did they ransack it? We don't know anything. We just don't know nothing. I don't know. I just don't believe that front door guy was ever inside.
Appreciate your insight. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
You be safe out there.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. You have a good day, Trina.
You're great. You too.
Bye-bye. Tucson posted this. This person was on the owner's property turning the floodlights up and breaking lights, caught on camera. And the owner is asking for help to identify the person. This is a screenshot. Tucson's going to have some, the city of Tucson's going to have some crazy stuff going on. Anybody want to chat? There's a stream. I don't got anybody in the pipeline right now. If anyone wants to chat, let me know if you want to chat about this case. You want to bring some insight, what you think, who you think did this, why, what's your thoughts on this whole situation? What do you think law enforcement should be doing or not doing? Your take on the entire case thus far. Love to hear from you. So come on in the chat. A lot of people are asking for the link. We got somebody else. Kanga. All right, we got somebody in the chat. Hello. Welcome aboard.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, is this Kanga?
Yeah, you got that right.
Did we speak before?
We did once before. Yeah, Dance for Nance was the
Dance for Nance. I remember your call. You're from the Pacific Northwest. You're from Portland or Seattle? Where are you from? Dance for Nance. Where are you from, Kanga? Oh, you went silent. Where are you at?
Oh, there you go. Now
There
I
you
can
go.
hear
Are
you.
you from the Pacific Northwest?
Idaho. Boise.
Idaho. Okay, yes. Yes, Idaho. I knew you were up there somewhere.
Yeah. It's like we hear Idaho in the news all the time now, it seems.
There's a lot of cases in Idaho.
Yeah, it seems like
in Idaho. All right. So well, Dance for Nance. So
yeah.
what do you think's going on? What do you think's happening? What's your thoughts? You've been watching this for probably
Right. Day one, yeah. So one of my thoughts is that she knew these people. That's why they specifically chose her house, knew where they were going. I think there's been my guess is that they were afraid of ICE coming and that they knew that she can get them across the border. And then once the media calmed down, she's going to bring them back. I think, and it's a far-fetched idea, but she did have a driver's license. She's independent. And that way, I guess in my mind too, I want her to be alive. So that would be a way to have her to come back, have a way for her to still get her medications and all that they needed. But I think they needed her to get out of there and they needed her to get it back. So that's one of my thoughts. It's kind of like way out there, but no one's brought it up yet. So I thought maybe it may be a good time to. And can you still hear me? I'm not
I
sure.
can hear you.
Okay, cool.
What happened to the Dance for Nance? What happened to the Dance for Nance? Are you there? Hello. Oh, you kind of dipped out. I don't know if your volume went bad. Or I'll bring you back in a second. We got Chris. I've seen you before.
And hey, I sent you an email. I don't know if you saw it yet.
I can take a look at it. Where's it coming? What's the course?
It'll be Chris dot my last name McLaughlin. I have a picture, and it actually fits.
Is it 2 issues questions?
Yeah, probably. Oh, that could have been from yesterday, but this one has an attachment. Got a picture I sent.
So what's the deal? What do we got? Car and driveway?
Yep.
All right, let me get this up in here.
it took me a while to find this picture so you can actually see it. But and the one that you have on the background right now on the computer is actually the perfect background for it, because there's I know you've talked about the lights before in the driveway, you know, behind the guy, but it's not. So the lights are to the left. It's not to the left. If you look to the right of the mailbox, you can see in your picture that's on your screen, you can see the car lights and the wheel. Now, if you look at the picture I sent you, it's side by side. You can see a car in that driveway. There is a car in the driveway.
I'm putting it up right now. Stand by. Let me see where it is.
I mean, I saw this a while ago, and I think it was, and it just kind of went silent. But yeah, see, there it is, right there. You can see it. That's a car sitting right there in the driveway. You can see the rim. You can see the tire a little bit, and then that's the lights. Now,
so, but that doesn't look like the driveway though, because if you look on the right side, that the circle part of her circular driveway looks like it's beyond that on the road.
Or maybe it's, you know, just at the end of the driveway, the end of the roundabout.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Do you think
But
it's
it's
facing
close.
outward? You think the car's facing outward?
It's facing towards you.
Okay, so the
So
trunk
it's
towards
facing
the road.
that's the passenger side of the car.
Okay.
That would be the you know, the front right wheel, but you can see the lens. Now, the next thing is, and I haven't been able to do it yet. I'm going to do it. I'm going to send it to you. I think it was Bullhorn Betty that was yapping about this for a little while. If you take, it's hard to do, but if you take, what's his name's vehicle, the Range Rover. I think it was a Range Rover, right?
Yes, Luke.
Yeah. If you take that and you can get those side by side, which I'm going to work on in a little bit, they kind of look alike. The front, those lenses. If I'm going to make the picture soon, it's going to take me a little bit, but instead of seeing, you know, the guy, I'll put it so where you can see the car side by side. They almost match. The shape of the lens. I know a lot of things are close, but I'm going to work on it. But there's definitely a car there. And I don't know why. This is why they obviously know a lot more than anybody is saying. I don't know why it's such a secret. I don't understand that part. I'm, you know, again, like I said yesterday, I'm torn between what is going on. Why is it such a big secret? Unless, like some people are saying, it's an inside thing. You know, I mean, it's the only reason I can come up with why it's so quiet. You wouldn't get anything. And, you know, when they're barking up different people, they're getting attitudes. And, you know, it's kind of odd. Even for the neighbors in the neighborhood, it's like, you know, I understand that you're in their neighborhood, you're sitting there, but who cares? You're trying to find somebody that's missing.
Yeah.
Do they not care? Or hell, does everybody know about it? You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of odd. And and there's also great ideas, but there's definitely a vehicle in that picture, and it's somewhere at the end of the driveway or just nosed in. So maybe they thought the camera wouldn't pick a car up. But I don't know. But I wanted to bring that to your attention because you can definitely see it. And
I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, so you're saying that it could be the Range Rover then?
Maybe. I mean, because I did take a look at a Range Rover. I don't know what year his was. I don't remember if they even mentioned what year his was. But you know, just kind of looking at it, the lens shape, the headlight, and the side marker, they do match, but they could also match, you know, 100 other cars. But I want to do a little more investigating. It's going to take a while, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it's there. That's definitely a vehicle. There's no doubt about it.
We'll definitely be open-minded to that. And if someone else can kind of like enhance that even more, or have some sort of technology out there that can, push this out farther, and maybe we could see for sure. I mean, I don't know what to take of it, but again, you're studying it and you brought it to the table, and maybe authorities know something about this. Maybe they don't. Have you considered turning that into the authorities?
Not yet, because like you said, I have some editing ability, but I don't have the forensic where, hey, you can take a blurry picture and make it good looking. Okay. I don't have that ability. So I reached out to a buddy of mine who can technically do some of that stuff. So I'm going to see, but I just think it's just odd because, again, there it is. You can definitely see it, but who knows? But I just wanted to get you, but I will, if I can make it better, then yeah, I will turn it over. I mean, they have got to have seen this somewhat. I mean, you can't, I guess. I mean, the FBI, if they're on the case, how do you miss that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just a Joe Schmo who was like, hey, look at this picture, man. Look at that, and I just, something's fishy, man. And I can't wait till it's over and see. And I hope she's alive. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm torn with that too. Like, she needs all this medication. If they planned this, you know how easy it is to get medication? They could have already knew what she was taking, and just got her medication, left hers there because they were, in a rush, but off they went. I mean, you can get all that medication stuff. So
appreciate your input.
Yeah. Well, thank you,
Thanks,
man.
Chris. Stay in touch. And if something breaks out, let me know. If you find like a comparison or more enhanced, but definitely take it to law enforcement.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get it enhanced, and I'll let you know.
All right. Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right. We got a lot of people up in the pipeline. So we're doing it by order. We got Boss Mom. We got Courtney, Maribel, T. Gary, and G Rock's drums. I'm going to put Boss Mom. It's by order. Boss Mom. We got a lot of people. So Boss Mom, you're up. Hi, Boss Mom. Can you hear me? Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good morning. Where's Nancy Guthrie? Day 48.
I'm good. For some reason, there's an echo. I apologize.
Oh, hopefully we get that fixed. You there? Can you hear? Or is it an echo?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I think there's a big gap between what the sheriff has said and what the FBI has said, and we all know that. But if we're thinking that the FBI is going to solve this, I think we're sadly missing something.
Okay, why?
Right now, they're out at Zorro Ranch looking for bodies of little girls from the Epstein times.
Where's this at?
The Zorro Ranch.
Where's that at?
The Epstein owned.
Oh, okay.
I believe it's New Mexico.
So you're saying that right now the feds are on in New Mexico looking for
the feds are out there looking for bodies at Zorro Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
And they've known about this for years, yet no one ever talked about the crimes that he committed there. Only his place in New York, the penthouse, and the island that we've all heard about. We rarely heard about Zorro Ranch, if at all, even though the feds have known about it for years. Just now, with that latest data dump, because there was a small portion in there, it caused them to have to go back out and investigate this.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're thinking that they are very invested and want to do the right thing and keep this up front and find her, I just have little faith in that. I think that this is going to be solved by people like you and other people that are online and are not letting up, that genuinely care about this poor woman who was taken. And I believe that there is a big cover up. I don't know why there's a big cover up, but I don't trust that the FBI and definitely not the sheriff are going to be the ones to solve this.
You think that's a car right there?
I don't think it looks like a car.
You don't think so?
I think she was taken out the back of the house because there would be too big of a chance that somebody could drive by, even though it's a desolate area. There's so large of an area that she could have went out back. When you showed the back of her property when you were out there, there's so many ways someone could escape from the back. Maybe she came through the front and that's where the blood came from. I don't trust that she even came back to the house.
Oh, you don't think she returned home? You don't think they returned her home, or he or her or whoever? We don't know who returned her home.
I don't think that she came. I don't know that she came back to the house, but if she did, I don't believe that she went out through the front of the house. I think the video that we're being shown of the perp that looks all funky with his weird walk, I think that was staged. I think they knew there was a camera there. Even if you're not a professional, you're not going to pull up weeds or shrubs and put them over a light.
Look at that guy.
He has a whole backpack. There's something in the backpack.
What is in the backpack? A tarp, tools, a wheelchair?
I think maybe tools or a tarp. Maybe there was something in that house that they knew was in there. I don't know if she has a safe or some type of paperwork, something that they were looking for that they needed to get to. I just don't know that her body was the target either. Like, I don't buy the whole kidnapping thing either.
Yeah, look. Grabs. Look, I mean, it's weird, isn't it?
Right. You're going to put grass up over the light.
I mean, but just that's terrifying alone, knowing somebody's doing this. Someone's camera. You think he's like the decoy? You think he's just like...
Look at how they're walking. I think he's a decoy. I don't think anyone walks like that. And if they did, they wouldn't if they didn't want to get caught. Because if you see that guy walking, people are like, oh, I know that guy.
Yeah, it's strange.
Look at him.
I don't know, man. I mean, we've dissected this guy to a T, from, the cuff, on his arms. Look at those things. Whether, I can't tell if he got a tat or not. From the gloves, double gloving, just the outfit, the puffiness in his outfit, the full backpack, Walmart clothes. I mean, we've discussed about, where we got it. What is that? Parrot?
If we've done all of that, and we have the FBI who's supposed to be the best in the world, and you're telling me they can't figure out what happened to this woman or where she is.
It's tough. I appreciate that we got a lot of people waiting, but
thank you.
We'll see. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Hi, boss mom. What do you think? Hello, Courtney.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. What's on your mind?
I'll be quick. I just wanted to say that everybody that's blaming Tommaso, I find very odd. I mean, he lived a few minutes away, few miles away, and why would he choose the day that he was the last person to see her to do anything?
Great point.
And
that's
also,
a good point. Unless something bad happened, but that's a great point.
Well, something bad could have happened, but I also think that unless they had some kind of conspiracy going on, why would she ever support that? That's her mother. I mean, if he say something happened and he got angry and he punched her in the face and she died or whatever, then why would Annie support that? Like, that just seems so odd to me. I mean, this is obviously a planned thing because this perpetrator was there a month ahead of time. So,
well, you raised a great point, and I want to cut you off for a second.
Yeah,
you raised a good point. If Tommaso supposedly planned this, which some people think, or he's involved, whatever, why would he plan it for the last time he being the last person to see her,
Absolutely.
knowing it's going to come back on him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a great point.
That's just, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, he could have done it any time. He was close by. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Because everyone knows the last person to be with somebody is the one that's going to get the heat.
Right.
Until proven otherwise.
And the other thing I wanted to say was that the generation that Nancy Guthrie came from is not going to be the type that's going to be like, hey, you can come live with us, even though your mind is fine. We want to keep you safe. Like my great uncle, for instance, my grandmother's brother was 95 years old, lived alone the entire time. We lived less than a mile from him. And we would take him places, the grocery store, the bank, all that kind of stuff. But he was perfectly fine to take care of himself. He was perfectly fine to live in a home where it was very dark because it was the country, all by himself. And he would have had it no other way. And he, in fact, did have somebody break into his house in the middle of the night. But that generation is not going to stand for that. My aunt now is 85 years old, lives by herself. She's perfectly mentally capable to do so. They're not going to stay with somebody just because. And obviously Nancy was too. I mean, she's on the Today Show showing people how to make their bed.
Yeah. Wonder if the person on there was like watching that bed video. I mean, some people think the perp was like, stalking Nancy and Savannah of all the prior videos and clips and just compiling it and using that information.
Right. I mean, I definitely think it's possible. I don't know what the motive of the whole thing was, whether it had anything to do with Savannah or, it's just a random attack or, if there was something much more organized involved, like the cartel or whatever. I don't know. But it seems like to me that the family would have absolutely nothing to do with it. I can't believe that.
So, yeah. So you're in the position that Annie Tommaso have nothing to do with this.
100%.
Thanks for sharing. We want to hear more of, that in perspectives of that. The sheriff has cleared them, and, they don't really have any, baggage or history that would indicate that they would do something to Nancy. I mean, a lot of people at the beginning stages didn't know, was curious more about them and digging in. But some people still feel, that the sheriff cleared them too quickly.
Right. But I mean, I also think that they wouldn't have said anything if there was still some kind of doubt. But I think that, I mean, it's going to be like the Kohlberger thing. Like, I think that they have all the information they actually need. They're just tying up loose ends and bam, they're going to tell us what happened.
There you go. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by.
You're doing a great job. Thanks.
You have a good day, Courtney. Thank you. Bringing people in. We got a lot of people. This is G-Rock's Drums.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Welcome aboard. G-Rocks. Can you hear me? I'm sure you can. You might be on a delay, echo. You're in the chat. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, how you doing, JLR?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Thank you for having me.
Sure. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I got my TV up a little bit. Let me turn it down.
Sure.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. What's going on? You there?
Okay, what I think is, I think this was highly organized. I think the lady that was talking about the cartel is got a very good point. The cartel has been selling people for years, for decades, and not that she's saleable, but the motive is the oldest motive in the world, and that's money.
Okay. And why do you feel this way? A little bit echoing or a little bit on a delay.
No, I don't think Savannah paid the $6 million ransom. I don't think she did. Maybe she did. I think it was a mistake that she listened to the authorities. I'm sorry about the delay. I don't know why. It must be my internet.
No, go ahead. I'll give you the floor. You go ahead. Because it's hard for me to respond to you on this delay. Just share like 2 minutes what you think. And we'll go from there.
Yeah, but I think she should have put that $1 million ransom out there right at the beginning. Yeah, I think she should have put that $1 million out right at the beginning and not listen to anybody. The sheriff had dropped the ball on this, and I think what we're going to end up finding out is this is going to be on Unsolved Mysteries.
Oh, well, I hope not. I don't even watch that show anymore. I used to like it from the 1980s and 90s. Unsolved Mysteries, pretty just the creepy music when you turn on Unsolved Mysteries. It's pretty creepy when you watch that at night, and then you just like watch. But yeah, it's gonna be wild. I appreciate the insight. Thank you, G-Rock. He had like a delay. I apologize for that. Cameron Subtle, welcome aboard. Hello.
What's up, JLR? Much respect to you, man. I just want to know, can you address
How are
something? I'm doing fine. I watch you. I follow you all the time. I think you're doing a great job. But something hit the internet today, and it's really bugging me. And it's about you.
Man, we can't talk about nothing. We're not. Nah, we can't go on that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say, man. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Yeah, there's some stuff, but we can't talk about that legal wise. We can't talk about that. Things are brewing. Come on in.
Oh, my turn. Yay. Just a quick question. When
What's
they
your name?
found the gloves, my name's Jeannie. When they
Jeannie.
found the gloves, there was a mask that was found beside of a lady's house, and she said it on the scanner that it wasn't hers or her kids. I lost you.
No, I'm here. I see you.
Oh, okay. I'm watching the TV and the computer. I'm going to turn the TV off.
Mhm.
Okay. So has anything ever come of the mask? Because I've been watching you every day since all of this began, from the day you hit ground in Tucson. And all I've heard, nothing else about the mask.
What about the mask?
Did they get anything off of it? Was it related? What happened?
No,
They didn't.
They never found the mask. We haven't heard them find the mask. We haven't heard them talk about any DNA obtained from the mask. We don't even know where the mask came from, assuming it came from Walmart. Though someone yesterday said the mask was knitted, but I think it came from Walmart, just like the entire attire. We don't know anything about the mask. There it is.
So they
You can get it on Walmart, but you only can get it sent to you.
So they haven't even addressed the mask at all.
No, not that I know of. Unless somebody knows something, you could share in the chat. I haven't seen anything.
It was found the same day that they found the first set of gloves in the bush.
So that was a whole separate, yeah. So there was a place down by the Home Depot. They found something. I haven't heard anything out of that. I don't even think it's even connected in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
I remember that. I remember they were it was CSI. I guess it was Pima County Sheriff's officials. They're down by the Home Depot south of River Road. There's a Home Depot down there. They were in a back alley area. There was a call on the dispatch about a mask. I never heard anything out of it, but there's also no reports of saying that mask was connected to this case in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. That was pretty much all I wanted to know. I've followed everything else. I haven't missed a minute. I haven't got much sleep, but I've been watching you the whole time. But thank you for everything you do. You are awesome. Don't pay attention to the haters, man. You're good people.
Yeah, we're working. Thank you. I
All
appreciate
right.
it.
Have a good day.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome aboard. It's Taylor Stitching.
Yes, Taylor stitching and well, bitching. Excuse my language.
Excuse your language. You're good. How are you?
I'm good. I was trying to email and get a hold of you when you were in Tucson.
Mm-hmm.
I lived out there. I have a mother-in-law that lives out there, and a couple of good friends. Yes, in Tucson.
Okay.
Now, my mother-in-law runs with a lot of bikers.
Bikers.
Yes.
Okay.
And she was telling me during this case, well, while it's going on, there was a white, what was Luke driving, a Range Rover?
Correct.
Okay, there was a white Range Rover parked in front of her driveway. Didn't have no clue where it came from, and it disappeared during this time frame. I don't know what that means. Like I said, I was trying to reach out to you because I was like, I got a tip for you.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you think.
So what are you saying?
She thinks it has a link to Nancy's disappearance. That she thinks that someone parked that car after doing this, parked that car in that person's driveway and left it.
Where's this driveway at?
I could get the information and get it to you if you'll pay attention to emails.
Hi. I have now there's 17,000 emails.
I know. I figure I go to spam most of the time.
For the emails, I get a lot of emails.
I know you do.
A lot of people just talk off the record. A lot of people send me photos and everything like that. It's really hard. Like it's wild. A lot of stuff I get, and I have to go through it. And if I'm getting 17,000 emails, imagine how many tips law enforcement's getting.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, whenever they called me with the tip, and I was like, "Don't call me. I'm not elite." And she goes, "We don't trust nanos." And I'm like, "Well,
who
I
are
think
you?
we're doing that." Do what, JLR?
Are you like a streamer or are you like a TikToker?
I'm a YouTuber.
I'm sorry?
I'm a YouTuber.
Okay. All right.
I've been on the YouTube streets since Summer Wells.
What's your YouTube channel?
Taylor was stitching, bitching, and more.
Nice.
I am friends with someone from down in Florida. His name is Ed Denzel with Unfound podcast.
I'm looking up your channel now. So you do like true crime. I see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do but you've been talking about this case. So people are sending you information about the case too?
Yes. Like I said, I have family and friends out there. So, whenever they heard that I was covering it, they're like, I was like, I got a friend down there. His name's JLR. If you guys can go find him, go tell him what you're telling me. She's like, well, I don't have gas and I don't get paid until you gotta get. I was like, oh. By the time she got paid, you were already back in Florida.
Got you.
She
Well, I
would be
appreciate if you get that information about that vehicle, send it to me.
okay, I'll call her when I get off here. I'll email you.
All right. Thank you. You have a good day.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye. We got some people in the chat in the pipeline, but we got Black Feather and Angela, but it says device is not connected. So you might want to check your devices, please. Black Feather and Angela says device. I can't get you in. But we have a another individual. Hi, what's your name? Didn't I speak to you before? Hello. You're from the Dutch. You're Dutch. I think you have a issue with your microphone. No, it's hard to hear you. Try again. Oh, all right. Come back in. Hello, Rosalind. Hello. Are you there? Welcome aboard. Rosalind? Rosalind? Oh, Rosalind's out. We'll give her another one. Linda.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I have it all started out where they said that she didn't show up for her church class. Now, and then they got a hold of her daughter Annie to let her know that she was missing, that she didn't show up. So Annie went to her house to look to see what was up. How do we know that she left that church, that she didn't go to the church and never left there?
Say that one more time.
How do we know when they said she was missing because she didn't show up for her class for church? How do we, like for her gathering group, how do we know that she wasn't there and never left there?
Well, that's a good question too, but I mean, I would think that would have been thoroughly investigated. You're saying, how do we know she didn't go there and just something happened to her there?
Right. I mean, because you got some of these churches, you think they're good, and then come to find out, like in Idaho, you know, they're a little crooked.
Yeah. So her vehicle would be able to determine that. How was she supposed to go to the church thing anyway? If she take it over to Annie and Tommaso and he bringing her home, she obviously drives. She got the Subaru, but how would she plan to go over to this place anyway?
Unless one of her friends picked her up.
Well, she tends to be able to drive on her own, but also get picked up. So I don't know.
Right.
But for her to be, you know, over there and something happened over there, I don't think so. That's a great question.
No, thank you. All right. I got another thing too. I should have brought it up first, but I have been saying this from the beginning. The house that is for sale and the one across the street, I say that she has never left. She has been there. She's alive, I feel. And they're there and they're watching everybody from one of them houses.
Which house?
The one on the corner it's got the for sale sign.
Yeah, it's empty. Actually, I talked to the realtor there.
What about one directly across from her house? Because if you're in their driveway all the way up by their house, you can see directly to her front door.
Yeah. These homes are occupied, though. You know, a lot of people have a lot of questions about this one, but they're occupied, right? Neighbors, I think, you know, some of them have the yellow ribbons and stuff like that fully cooperate. Next door, gem people, they got their ribbons up. I don't know anything a house like across from her for sale. I didn't see any, but this house is for sale here. Right here.
Right. And then the one that they're working on across the street where the sheriff flew up in there the other day.
I don't think that was across the street. I believe it's down here. This one, unless there's another one, but I'm told specifically this one. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm told they went there.
When Dad's gone live, when he was out there one night, they heard a lady screaming and they couldn't figure out where the scream was coming from, but it was coming from one of them houses.
Well, that's pretty scary.
And then the next day, the sheriffs flew up into that house directly across the street from her that they're working on. That they had construction people there and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you know,
I just feel she's there in one of them houses somewhere.
You feel like she's in the neighborhood?
Yes. On that block. She's like within a few houses from hers. She's right around there.
Somebody told me this Jacobson house has like underground tunnels and underground bunkers and stuff at the Jacobson
Right.
house.
That's what I was saying. How do we know that there isn't one of those somewhere? These people got, you know, decent money or secret rooms in their house that nobody knows about.
Yeah. Pretty wild. I appreciate the call.
Thank you. And I appreciate you and everything you do. Keep up the good work.
You have a blessed day. All right. I'm gonna give love. We had one. Let's see. Black Feather. We had one named Love that just dipped out. We'll put hello. Better? Hello. A little microphone problem. Yeah, your microphone's a little. Yeah, I think your microphone's a little bit messed up today. Oh, I can't hear you. We can't hear you. Having a microphone problems. I can see you, but I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Thanks for trying, though. Try again if you can. Bye-bye. Hello. Love mapping.
Hi, is it me?
Yeah, you're on. How are you?
Oh, good. I'm good. Hi, JRL, you're awesome. I just want to tell you I have been following you, I would say from the beginning, but I don't really know. Somewhere around the beginning, I'm a big avid storm watcher and I follow a lot of you storm YouTubers. And that's how I think I found you a long time ago. But I enjoy following you. I'm up in Ohio. I think you got my message when the woman was eating the cat. I was like one of the first people to reach out to you and tell you something's wrong.
Eating the cats and dogs?
Yeah, the whole in Cincinnati area or whatever.
Yeah, out there. I didn't see anyone eating cats and dogs there. That was a pretty wild story. I went to
No, but
investigate.
she was in trouble for that. There's a video of that woman, but I think it was just like a one person.
You're talking about the one, the one in Dayton, right? They got arrested.
Yes. Or wasn't it like Springfield or something? I don't remember.
Outside
Where?
Springfield, she got arrested she got caught trying to eat a cat.
Yeah, in an apartment complex, like literally.
It was like it was housing projects.
It was awful. Yeah, I don't really know much about it. I hide in the country, but I'm just a country girl, but I have been following you and I've done hurricane, like I did dispatching during a few hurricanes, but I actually was boots on the ground for Harvey.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
No, nice. Awesome.
Yeah, my brother passed away, but before he passed away, he funded my trip down there. And he sent like $2,500, and I sat at a gas station and just filled people's tanks that would roll in with boats. And that was like what he wanted me to do. He said, I want you to find people that are actually helping physically and put, like, those were the kind of things we were doing. It was nothing for recognition. It was just for supporting the people that were actually on the ground. Made a lot of good friends. Anyways, but that isn't why I called. So I do have two things I'd like to ask you, because I don't want to be on here a long time. I know it upsets people, but I do have two things I kind of want to revisit because I don't feel like they got enough attention.
Okay,
so has anybody ever said any more about on River Road by Oracle, the woman hanging out of the car, screaming in the night?
Yes, they said it's related. According to Nancy, and you're talking about, there was an incident way over on Oracle Road, which is the main drive down there by by River Road. It was a Malibu, right? Malibu. Around after 12 p.m. on February 1st, someone screaming. Someone got in a car headed north on Oracle. We haven't heard it. It's by the mall. There's a lot of mall area around there. I think I went down to Longhorn around that area. A lot of malls and restaurants and stuff like that in that area, and headed north. Sheriffs told one of the media outlets unrelated.
Okay. I hadn't heard any more about it, and I just, sometimes you hear the stuff and you never find out what happened.
Yeah, I mean, and people, thought that could be the perp or something else. The perp trying to kidnap a woman there. I mean, the area was right here. You could see it's Nancy's home. It's about 2 miles away. There's a big zone here. They're asking around surveillance and everything like that. So people thought it could be connected in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, because is the old man that went missing. I don't know a lot of details. I haven't even really. I typically like to research before I talk. I was just seeing if this worked, and I happened to get into your back waiting area, which was weird. But the old man that went missing, I researched it in the beginning, but since we've been on this roller coaster ride with Where's Nancy, and I haven't really looked at it more, but I just feel like maybe we should look at that more. I'm just saying, like an old, it's like the same age group, vulnerable target. And did people just shove that under a rug? Did he have family? Did they, I just would like to know more if there's, and I really wish your locals in Tucson would call more. That's who I want to hear from. I mean, I am in Ohio. I don't really I don't have much for people because I'm in Ohio. I wish I did. But like if the locals could call in, what are people saying in the bars? I bartended for a year. That's the best place to get your rumors.
So I'm gonna get that guy up here in the mix.
Yeah.
This is something we discussed.
Well, I
So-
I love Tucson. I meant, but locals in that area as well. That's all I'm saying is that they would have your best gossip that like where people are going to start talking because it's been, maybe the killer is going to start going and, bragging now because he's like, oh, I got away with this. You know what I mean? Like maybe I should start bragging now, or you know what I'm saying? If he thinks he's getting away with it, and I don't know, I'm just trying to help add something new to the case.
So this is a case here. Human remains discovered in Catalina foothills identified. Now this was end of October, November 2025. It says the Pima County Sheriff's Office announced that they identified human remains in the Catalina foothills area last month. The PCSD, Pima County Sheriff's Department, said the remains have been identified as 77-year-old Thomas Reuter.
Okay.
And that he had been reporting missing about a year ago.
Before they found him?
The circumstances surrounding his death remain under investigation. The Pima County Sheriff's Office says the remains were found in a desert area near Swan and Sunrise on October 29th. That's all we know. I don't even have a picture of this guy, but it appears that 2024, around October 2024, this 77-year-old man went missing. But they're saying circumstances surrounding his death remain under investigation. And then he was found a year later on Swan and Sunrise, and it's a 77-year-old man. What's this all about?
I just think maybe we should, maybe if we could dig into, if we can't find anything here, maybe if we start digging into what, more things that are more similar, we might like the whole thing with Woodrum.
He could have done this again with somebody else.
Well, the sheriff did say that be careful, he could strike again. So that makes you think, well, what if he struck before and she was his again?
Well, let me go back to this map here. Just where with that 77-year-old man.
Because they didn't find his killer, right? I imagine it would have.
We don't know how he got killed. First off, we don't know if it was murdered or what, how he went missing. But this is so again, this is where Nancy's home is. This is where this 77-year-old man was found at the end of October 2025. He was missing for a year. Thomas Reuter, Sunrise and Swan.
Yeah, didn't you go there? Or somebody went there. One of the YouTubers did go there. It was like a busy intersection, I thought.
Yeah, it is, but it appears, I remember, it appears it's probably right here. It's like a block or two from the intersection itself. There's like really like barren land out there. Look at all that land.
Yeah.
Like, something in here. It's like 1 block away here because at the intersection itself is, a lot of activity whatsoever like that. But, it's 3.8 miles away from Nancy's home.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing.
How's this 77-year-old? Was this 77-year-old man? Fortunately, a lot of the elderly sometimes wander off, for whatever reasons, and they just succumb to medical, or they're not in the right state of mind, and things happen. Is that the situation? I don't know where he's originally from, but I'll more and see like how far he lived relatively to where he was found. But it's not far
I'm
from
gonna
Nancy.
see if I can dig in more to him and maybe find out. I'll do some digging, like what happened with the case. Maybe I can get a report or something.
Yeah. No.
Because maybe, if they're not, it just seems like they don't care. It's like, someone went missing. We'll give it all we got, but if it ain't easy, let's just move on to we have so many cases.
Remember, with this case, they said they're going to work on finding Nancy till they exhaust all leads.
You're right.
They said with this, and what does that mean? How far are you going to exhaust your leads? To exhaust, like how far are you going to do that?
Do we know if Savannah has hired her own private investigator at all? Do we know any of that?
There was a clip that was on X of somebody out front of her house at one point saying that they're a private investigator, but I didn't hear much more on it.
Okay.
One of the guys that comes there, the stocky, short, bald-headed guy with the Maybach.
Could he be?
Appears to work for a security company.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if PI or personal security, or maybe both. But the Maybach guy seems to be working as a security on some capacity there.
Yeah, like I just keep going back to, if you listen to what Nano said, remember he said, well, we're going back to our main, what we thought in the beginning. So I've been sitting here racking my brain. What did he think in the beginning? Because he was so wishy-washy. I haven't been able to figure out what his first thought was, but because he keeps saying that we're going to go with what we thought first. We're really thinking that is it, but what is it?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't want to take up your time.
Comment right here. I know this is a troll here, but it says, I want to talk off record. Chris, somebody put a little badge and everything like that. I think that's fake.
Well, have fun with that. Have a beautiful day, y'all. And hello to the Army.
All right. You have a good day. Love,
You
Matt.
too. Bye.
All right. We got Nana and Nanny. Come on in the chat. Hello. 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 Hi. How are you?
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you.
Hi.
Um,
Where are you from?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Welcome. What's on your
Thank
mind?
you. It's a lot of things people are forgetting about. First of all, Sheriff Dano said that there was a struggle and it was bad, and there was a lot of blood in the bedroom and blood throughout the house.
Where did he say this? Because people keep referring this, but I haven't heard him say this. Where do you know the source of that? You heard it?
He was doing an interview with I forgot who he was doing the interview with, but he did an interview and he went into detail about what had happened in the house. He said that the back door had been kicked in. He said that she was fighting. So what I'm thinking is the person at the back door went in the house and let the person up on the front porch. He let that person in. They showed a picture of a guy at the back door. He didn't have on a mask.
Yeah.
Other people has referred to that also. So we know it was more than one person that came in and took her. And the family said that she had a blue blanket that was her favorite. It was gone. So I'm assuming that they probably wrapped her in it or something because it was missing.
But we need to get the source of this because I have not heard this. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but we need some source on this because some people are saying it's coming from a YouTuber that said this.
No, no, this is coming from a news source, and I forget which one it is. I can't remember.
Could
ABC,
you find it? Email me it so I
NBC.
can at least look at it.
Excuse me.
Could you find it? Maybe like email it to me so I can look at it.
Yeah, I'll go back and try to find it.
Yeah,
and also
okay.
look for the guy that was at the back door. His face was directly in the camera. He was looking in that camera. And the nanos didn't mention that. But somebody put a picture up showing him at the back door.
Well, I never heard anything in the back door. So could you just send me the information, email? My email is right here in the chat, right here. And then we'll discuss. I'll have to take a look at it.
Okay. Okay.
There it is. And send me what you got in reference to you saying so I can see it because these are some of the first time I've heard this and I got to make sure, where it's coming from the source because this is new stuff.
Okay. Okay. I'll
Sound
find
good?
it. Yes.
And then get back to me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Hi, Rosalind. Hello.
He's going to be so done with me.
Huh? What? Hello.
Mom.
Hello. You're up,
Please
Rosalind.
don't let him hear me scream like that.
You're up.
Maybe trying to do the camera.
Hello. You're up. Ooh. Went out. We have Beth too, but your device is not connected, so you're gonna have to try it again. Anybody else in the pipeline? Because no one's left. No one's left. I want to hear from the people. Anyone want to chat? Come to the plate here. Let's see if Rosalind's back. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are
Where
you
you
doing?
from? I'm doing great. Where are you from?
I'm from Ohio at the Ohio-Indiana line.
Oh, nice. Ohio, Indiana.
Yep.
Welcome aboard.
So
What
here's
what's
my
your
theory.
Mhm.
I think there was two perps.
You
I
do.
think yes. I think the one was inside. They both entered. I think they went there to get money out of her safe. So when they woke her to get the combination to her safe, one of two things happened. Either she recognized them, even with the mask on, and called them by name,
Okay.
or when they were trying to get it out of her and she wouldn't answer them, a struggle pursued, trying to force her to tell them, and she yanked the mask off of them and could recognize them and called him by name. So once she called him by name, that leaves a witness. And most criminals like that don't leave witnesses. I
Do you
believe
think
that
she knew the perp?
I do. I do.
It has to be somebody
It could have
who
been
worked on her house, someone in the neighborhood.
You know, it could have been one of the workers working on the other houses, like the feds think. And she took them water out back or talked to them like, hey, I have this problem going on at my house. And they, went over and looked, and their brain started reeling how to get in that safe. I don't know if the safe is seeable. It could have been one of them. It could have been a family member. It could have been the niece's boyfriend that she recognized. It could have been uh, maybe the band member that she recognized. I believe she recognized one of them. So once there was a witness, well, let's back up to the tools, to the backpack. I believe the backpack is so full because they needed tools to break into this safe. You
Okay.
can't, in case that she wouldn't tell them, they probably tried to break into it, and you would need tools for that. So I believe in that backpack was tools. So
You think tools?
yeah, because you're not getting in a safe without them, and you're going to struggle real hard to even do it with tools. So once that she pulled the mask off and she became a witness, I believe they shot her. And I only think that because when the feds and the sheriff was there, do you remember when they were drilling?
They were drilling. I heard drilling.
I believe they were drilling a bullet out of her wall, which is brick and mortar.
You think they were gathering evidence out of a bullet in her wall?
Well, if it went through her front and out her back, it could have easily lodged into the wall.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't want to tear the bullet up. So they would cut a nice area to extract the bullet.
Okay.
There, that leaves the blood. And I believe if they shot her, that was in her bed, because we know that the bed covers, blankets, all that was gone. I believe they rolled her up in it, and that's how they took her.
So I'm looking at the backpack right here. You see it on the screen? You think that was full of tools? Has to be full of something.
I think it's tools.
You think it's tools?
Yep.
But tools would be poking out. The smile, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. They make little claw hammers and claw picks and stuff like that.
Safe cracking tools.
Yeah, they're not big.
There was a locksmith that came to the house at one point. Remember? And he said came out and said, I got it. And people think, well, it's locks for the lock thing, but they also feel like they got some sort of safe.
That's what I think. And the time that they spent in there, the question of the time that that lapsed, why they were in there, I think they were trying to access that safe.
Okay, but when a burglar does not know if someone has a safe, so they had information or know
Unless
That-
they've been in the house, it might have
Unless they've been in
been.
the house, or unless somebody told them, or someone tipped them off about some safe. The older lady has money in her safe. She got bonds, stocks.
And
I don't even know what.
and I'm not saying Tomasco is guilty, but what if Tomasco was having a conversation with a group of men that said, "Yeah, my mother-in-law, she's loaded. She keeps a lot of money in her safe."
We're definitely open-minded to someone that knows Nancy closely, that just slipped and just talked us, not like, hey, target her, but just sharing information about
Casually
my
talking.
mother-in-law, or this, or like we've heard theories that some of the workers that worked in the house might have been talking to somebody in passing, hey, I work for Nancy Guthrie, you know what I mean? She's loaded, she got rich, but not in bad tensions or whatever. And the person got that information, was like, oh, okay, oh, yeah.
Or
It makes
or
it fun.
it could have been a worker that worked for her that came and replaced the refrigerator, and she got money out of the safe to pay them, or
So they see it.
seen her do that.
Yeah, so they see her the way they think. Well, hold on a second. Let me pay you. Hold on, I got to go over to my safe.
Mm-hmm.
Open up the safe. Here's your wad of money. Here you go. Burp, like, oh, you got money in your safe.
And once
I'm
you become a
curious.
witness, unless that criminal really wants to do some prison time, they're not going to leave you there to be evidence.
Yeah. No, I mean, but then you're like, you're really gonna, like, if you're just a run-of-the-mill burglar just taking that, you're gonna kill somebody because somebody just saw you? You'd go to that extreme by, you take the burglary on the chin, for instance, say the perp never been in trouble before, even been in trouble, you break into somebody's house, you might get a couple years in prison, and that's still a long time, and you might get a couple years in prison for it. You're not gonna go to prison for life for burglary, but as soon as you take a body or kill a body, then that's all elevates this thing to a stratosphere here.
Well, if she can identify you, and they can show that it was pre-planned, you're going to prison for a longer time.
Think so?
And this person may have done this prior, like a serial person doing this, and this leaving the witness would lead back to more of his victims. Now, here's the second thought. So I believe there was more than one perp. So let's say there's two perps. So two men can only keep a secret one way. And that's if one's dead. So are they looking for a dead perp that we see on this camera?
Maybe. Strong possibility. Yeah. I mean,
because
I don't know. One killing each other off. They don't want, do the job.
Because then only one person knows, right?
I've seen that a lot in the movies. Where it's two people and they're like, okay, they execute the job, whatever it is, and then somebody puts a gun in the back of his head and blows his head off. I see it a lot in the movies. I don't know in real life.
Well, I mean, it does happen in real life. Because Nancy is now dead. So there's two people that would know. And if he kills off the perp that's on the doorstep, he's the only one that knows, right?
True.
And he never got on camera.
The wizard behind the curtain.
Right. So has there been any men that looks like this man's age turn up that dead in Tucson somewhere?
Man, I would think that would be making news, though. Any dead body of someone that would even relatively look like the perp would be out there. Man found shot in the head or dead or buried or something found dead, human remains of this man. I think the perp looks like he's about 40. I would say over under. I would just be safe and say 40.
I listened to 857's scanner page, and their shootings, that's a crazy place there in Tucson.
It's crazy. It's wild in Tucson, the amount of shootings that really don't get much coverage.
No, and they may not recognize that this looks like the perp because his biggest thing we recognize about him is his eyes. So when you're dead, your eyes gets closed. So would they really know that's him?
Great question.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to have the backpack and the black gloves on.
Great question. I appreciate it. I mean, so you're thinking basically is the bottom line is you think that Nancy recognized these individuals are individual and they took action on her because she's a witness.
I do.
Sheriff said she's talking sharp as attack.
Right. And she would recognize them. If it be the guy that she said, "Hey, can you come look at my electric that this is not working," from one of the other guys working on building the houses. Or it was Kayla's boyfriend, or as far as we know, it could have been Kayla inside. We don't know that. But do they leave witnesses? Usually not. People don't want to go to prison. But I'd say they wanted their money out of that safe.
It is definitely interesting. I appreciate the insight.
Yeah, we have where we live, we have a drug problem here. And
Where at? In Ohio, Indiana border?
Yeah, Ohio, Indiana border. People will break into your homes and steal your drugs, like your medical drugs that they give you because you need those. And I can think of one time where they killed the guy over his Oxycontins.
Over Oxycontin? Well,
Yeah.
drugs. When people are on drugs, they're
Yep.
wow.
Yep.
On drugs.
And, who's to say that these perps aren't on drugs? Because it's hard for us to grip because we don't live a life like that. It's hard for us to grip that and understand someone would do that because we don't live or think that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these people that are on drugs, they'll steal from their own mom if they're on drugs.
They'll steal from their mom. They'll hurt their mom. They'll do whatever they need to do to get what they need.
You would think somebody that would even do this in general probably, I don't know, did some drugs before they, did this to get some courage or, to kind of, I don't know. But I mean, also on drugs, though, they're able to elude authorities now for 48 days.
And the gloves the man wears that we see when he's putting it up to the door ring bell, I think them gloves are used in concrete. I worked construction my whole life, and they look like a masonry glove or a glove that we would wear when we would pour big bridges to keep the concrete acid off of us. They are very thick. I don't know the name of them. They always supplied them to us. They're not a thin surgical glove. They're very thick. And that's what his gloves look like.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie.
Bye-bye.
All right, stand by, folks. I'm going to heat up this coffee, use the restroom a minute, and we'll be back in a second. We got some few more people. We got Teresa. We got our friend from the Netherlands, I believe, that's back. Our friend with the Netherlands, I see you with your coffee. And we just had somebody that just popped in and popped up. So stand by, folks. I'll be right back. I'm just going to play this. Do you recognize this perp? And then let's discuss. So I'll be
Well, how is everybody doing? Are you enjoying watching JLR? I am. I like to hear all the different things going on. I'm trying to figure out how to get my icon to show that I'm live. And it's not showing. So now I'm trying to figure out turn off fan leaderboard. What would that have to do with anything? How do you turn it off? In live chat, there we go. Okay.
definitely creepy. Hi, Teresa. Come on in. You there? Hello.
Hey, JLR. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Teresa.
He's
What's
back.
on your mind? Where are you from?
I cannot hear you on the
Uh-oh.
streaming on the streaming part. I can hear you on the TV.
Just share. Okay, so just share. Like, what's going on? What do you feel is on your mind? What do you feel like happened to this case? What's going on with the case?
First, let me apologize. I've got a really bad cold, so I sound terrible. But I just wanted to say that I think that I'm sorry to say, but I still think that Tommaso is involved. I think he has a lot of I don't know, there's just a lot of things that point to him, in my opinion. And I think the sheriff saying that he was cleared doesn't really mean anything to me. And I believe it's been told a lot of times that only like the district attorney or somebody like that can clear anyone. But I just feel like there's so many things, like the timing of it. You know, Savannah was supposed to be going over to Italy, and the timing of it was that day. So I think that's kind of sus. And then the whole, he was the last person to see her. I mean, as we know, statistically, that's very highly suspect. Whenever you've got the last person to see them, that was known to see them, is probably the last person who actually did see them. I mean, I know that sounds kind of funny because the last person to see them was actually the person who took them, but I kind of feel like it might be one and the same. I don't know. I just I think what really bothers me the most is who has something to benefit from her being gone. And in my opinion, that all comes back to Tommaso, unfortunately, because I don't think it was some random person. I don't know. I just don't know. And I think that if she was taken, it could be because maybe their DNA is under her nails. Maybe she kind of scratched back at them or something. I don't know.
Well, you know, they've been cleared. I get what you're saying, and I appreciate your I have not you know, I appreciate people's perspective, even if they feel like Tommaso and Annie's still involved. You know, people, you know, everyone has an opinion here. You there? Oh, you're on the.
Apparently,
you're on.
there are 4,000 bodies that were found in the Arizona area in the last 10 years.
4,000? Interesting.
Isn't that crazy?
It is kind of hard to have a conversation with you on the delay, but I appreciate you stopping by and giving some of the input. If you get your mic off the delay, I'd love to bring it back. Sound good? Okay. Thank you. Hello? Microphone fixed? Hey.
Yes, yes, my microphone was on the YouTube, on the Bluetooth. So, and my ears for in the car, you know?
Yeah. How are you?
I hear you very good now.
Nice. You're from the Netherlands, correct?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
You're Miss V. You're Miss V. You're Miss V.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I don't think the family is involved. I have no opinion of the sheriff. I don't know Savannah. I like Gigi. You talk to sometimes. She's very outgoing. I like her.
Gigi?
Yes.
You like Gigi from Philadelphia?
Yes, yes. But I have a question for you. Since you're a media guy, you stream and you watch the news and everything, and you've covered a lot of cases.
Mhm.
Why do you think there is a media silence? There has to be a reason for it, because if they can use the media to solve a crime, they will use the media. You agree with me on that?
Yes, I will give my opinion on that. This
Yes,
is
please
strictly
do.
my opinion.
Yes.
I think because of Savannah's ties to NBC, and they're treading lightly for some reason. Because normally media, if the victim here, which is Savannah, could be the victim here, and Savannah is a victim, right? The whole family's a victim.
Yes.
I just think Savannah's ties to NBC has pumped the brakes on this per se on national media, and there might be something behind the scenes where even the national media, all the networks are kind of like tread lightly with this.
Yeah, I
As
think,
far as
yeah.
putting out information, whatever like that, in the interest of Savannah, because she's, the morning face of NBC. That's
Yes.
just my opinion. I think there's more to it because it's just weird.
Yes,
It's
that's why.
normally
That's why I question you, because
be
you
on and off.
agree with me. If they can use the media to solve this case, they will do that. They will share all information, all pics, all videos. Like, here it is. Who do you think it is? And they don't do that. So I think that they already know who it is, and they
Or
have, yeah.
or just the lack of information by the sheriff. There's nothing else to report.
Oh.
I personally think investigative journalism is dead. It's a dead concept. The media really just get things handed to them and they report things on based off the PIO of a sheriff's department or someone comes forward. But other than that, they're not doing their own sleuthing. They're not doing their own. I mean, it still exists, but some of these mainstream media networks, I don't know. They're not out there canvassing the neighborhood, knocking door to door, asking questions and things like that. Or maybe they did at the beginning stage and just move on because they're immediate empire and they have to report on other things. Maybe the war with Iran or the situation
Mhm.
with Iran. Some people say it's a war, some people don't. The situation with Iran kind of just took everyone away. It
Yeah,
seems like
but that does make sense, because a war is bigger than a missing person, of course. So that does make sense to me. It does. But there are people, they're saying that it's a conspiracy and it takes away the attention of Mr. Trump and the Epstein. And I don't think like that. I think that it's absurd to think that it's a distraction from that. I don't believe that. And I think that whoever did this had contact with Savannah through Instagram, because that's the only thing she has used to to spread her voice, to talk about her mom, and to ask questions and to directly speak to the perpetrator, I think you call them. And so I think that they know much more than they are telling us, and I think they know who it is, and it can't take much longer before they arrest him. I think they're collecting evidence and all that, and maybe more footage, or yeah. I don't understand the silence, so I thought maybe you explained that to me.
maybe we're waiting for more information too. That's the only explanation. Again, I came up with my opinion. Everyone has theirs. It's weird. It's almost like at this point this case never even existed because it's
Yes.
just been silent in the last week. Nothing.
Yeah.
Case just little
Yeah.
reports. The follow ups by like News Nation and them,
Yeah.
Fox, News Nation come up with little reports. But other than that, and just some of the the big podcasters like Megyn Kelly and Nancy Grace and Ashley Banfield and Brian Hinton on his own personal channel that just keeps the story out there.
Yeah, he does. He does. He's a good guy. And he is really involved in it. It touched his heart. You can see if you watch him, you can see that he really wants to know what happened. Just like you really want to know what happened, and it's a big frustration for all the people watching you and covering this, that they're not more information, and yeah. It's sad. It's
Well,
really
we're
sad.
gonna be on it. I mean, we're going to be here talking about it probably each and every day regularly and
Yeah.
continue to stay with this. And I want to hear from the people. And,
Yeah.
we're waiting for a break, like we're just
Yeah.
sitting around kind of like talking about the case and,
Yeah.
hearing different people's theories, no matter what their theories are. I think it's interesting to hear people's minds, how they feel about this case. And,
I obviously can't watch the TV from you. Sorry, sometimes my brain works faster than my mouth. But we have in Holland, we have opsporing verzocht. That's something like they show people who committed the crime on the TV, and then they ask the public to call. Do you have that in America also? So they show pictures of perpetrators, and then if you know who that is, call. Do you have that in America also?
That 1-800 FBI's Most Wanted, Crime Stoppers, things like that. Yeah, they got that.
They do that with this case also?
Yeah, I mean the flyers out there for the stuff. There's flyers. They're not really posted, but they're online on flyers in reference to this. The purpose out there, $1 million reward, by the Guthrie family. FBI has their own 100,000 reward. There's an attorney up there in Milwaukee that has 100,000 reward, and I guess 88 Crime Stoppers in Tucson got a $2,500 reward. So it's really it's a total of 1.2 million. 2,500.
It's weird. You almost start to think that the person who did this has killed himself or something like that, because nobody is talking about him, and no one is reporting him or it's very strange. I think it's very strange. Nobody's talking. I don't understand it. I really don't.
Appreciate you stopping by, Miss B. Thank you for watching from the net.
Okay. Have a great day, and God bless.
All right. You be safe out there. Thank you.
I will. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Austin Medina, you're next after Beetle. Austin Medina, and we got Beetle in the house. Hello, Beetle.
Morning, JLR.
Good morning. Where are you from?
Henderson, Nevada.
Oh, okay. Nevada, right outside Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
Desert-like area out there.
Very, just like Tucson. I have a friend that lives down in Tucson, and he even told me that the local news story is reporting that because the sheriff is being recalled is the reason they are not allowing people like Cajun Navy and the Sonora moms and all of that out hunting for her. Now, if that's the case, then I think it's the same case as he didn't want to let the FBI be involved because of his ego. Just like my friend in Tucson says. Your thoughts?
My thoughts is, more help, the better. If people want to help, they should help. You shouldn't discourage anyone that wants to help. However, there is a fine line, because you can't just say, they say leave it up to the professionals, right? But the professionals, there are professionals. There's professional groups out there. EquiSearch is another one that would be out there that could do it. But you got to also keep in mind private property, where to search. For some reason, they don't want people to search. I don't know the reasons. I don't know if that has anything to do with sheriff wants to solve this on his own ego. Like you said, the recall stuff that's up on him. I don't know why he would turn people away. They're saying leave it to the professionals, them, but at the same time, they're not doing any grid searches or anything. They're not doing anything.
They're not doing any searches, my friend said.
If you're going to put up the sniffer originally, then keep putting the sniffer up around the neighborhood. Take a chopper, lower it. You did it once. Keep doing it. Keep going all the way around the neighborhood. The entire, like they're asking, okay, for instance, if you're going to put the sniffer up, don't do a half job on it. Put the sniffer up around that 2-mile radius that they were saying that they want that surveillance, suspicious surveillance footage from the first all the way up the 1st of January up to February 2nd. Put that sniffer up and still go around the neighborhoods and at least show that you care and show that you're doing something to find the body of Nancy if it's a recovery.
I agree with that. Now, I heard another report from my friend, and he lives in Tucson, and he said there was a house like 2 or 3 doors down that 3 people were renting, and the night Nancy went missing, they vacated the house and were gone the next day with no warning. Have you heard that?
Hello,
I have.
y'all.
Well, I haven't heard necessarily that type of facts, but I've heard that authorities, off reporting,
Still working
were
on little
interested in
touches.
people that were
Trying
previously
to figure this
occupying the
out.
home there.
Yes, they supposedly left the night of her disappearance overnight is
Yeah,
what
they would know these people. They would know that these people are involved and they would be arrested by now if they were involved in any way, shape, or form, right?
you would think so. And one more thing, and I'll let you go. They are requesting every contractor company give over all the names that have been working for them in that area on those houses they're redoing, and to turn it over to them as soon as possible. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that, but I've heard that they were, again, I was told specifically by neighbor that the feds were back in the neighborhood at a specific house. And I'll say it's right here, this house. I was told that this house right here at the corner of Camino Maribel and Camino Escalante, there's a big dumpster in front of the house. There are people working on the house. Apparently they've been working on this house for months, redoing or something. I was told 100% fact that authorities were back at this house just the other day, probably 48 hours ago. And I seen it with my own eyes, the FBI there, and there's a lot of workers there. Now, why they're there? There's workers.
Yeah.
Too, surveillance, maybe something suspicious. They want to know about people that, worked in there. I don't know who their hiring practice is. I don't know who the workers are. I don't know anything about that. There's other subsequent reports by other media outlets. News Nation is one of them. That said they were also visited a construction house, like a house under construction. I don't know what house they're talking about because they don't share that house. I'm assuming it's the same house. It is right near Nancy's. This home here is just 1, 2, really 3 homes down from their home because this home is technically on the other road. So it's really 1, 2, 3 homes down from Nancy's home.
Yeah, that's something that Ashley Banfield reported too.
Yeah, because she's part of the News Nation.
Yeah, that it was right down the road. That's where I got that information from about the FBI being out there asking about names, because she reported that last night.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I was told that specifically by the neighbor. They're back in the neighborhood. I wish like Tucson or somebody was out there to be able to film it. I would have filmed it if I was out there and she said they're here again.
Yeah, 857 Tucson might not have known.
No, yeah. I mean, there's things that the neighborhoods get quiet and stuff like that, and not everyone's out there as much as we used to, whatever like that. It's interesting they start doing it again once everyone leaves.
Yeah, maybe they're closing in. I hope so.
Maybe they are, but then at the same time, maybe they're just trying to start from square one, and because they can't figure it out, and they have to just rule everything out because they're just back at square one with this.
Well, Megan Kelly and Ashley Banfield keep saying they have no prime suspect.
I remember Ashley Banfield did in reference to Tommaso may be the prime suspect, but you guys still got the video up. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, JLR, thank you for everything you do. I'll keep listening now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Beetle. Have a great day. Bye-bye. All right. Got a new one up in the mix. Austin Medina, thanks for your patience. Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good, you?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
I think it was that Derek Colella.
You think it was Derek Colella? Why?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the ransom note that he sent, did it ask if they had received the Bitcoin yet?
We'll have to go through the affidavit. I don't know word by word. It's just a mention of Bitcoin in this text that he, hit his number from. I don't know the exact specifics. It's just the communication that he had with Annie and Tomas. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Because to me, from what I remember, it sounded like he asked if they had gotten it yet, as if he was waiting for someone to send it to distribute upon all three of them, or
I mean, it's interesting wording that he used, but I mean, the feds are saying that he's not. I'm looking for his photo now, so I can put him up.
And then the other thing is, when you went and made your coffee and went to the restroom, and you were playing that video of him walking to the door. To me, it looks like the top of his head. You can see the outline, like of his goofy hair that he has going on.
Hold on. So, I mean, that's interesting because your guy that you just said has interesting hair. You're saying he got hair here?
No, you could see the poof of his hair through the mask on the top, like those two, like the reverse mohawk that he has.
Yeah, I'm looking at him, Derek. I'm gonna put him up on the screen here. Why does he pique your interest?
I don't know, just ever since he asked if they had received the ransom yet.
I think basically is the way the feds put it out is if you hoax and you play around, we're taking this seriously. We're going to indict you if you try to come into play. If you're, interjecting yourself and trying to terrorize his family in any way, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, as if this guy was doing it as a cruel hoax.
Yeah.
I don't. But many people in our chat feel like there's a band connection between him and Tommaso and the others, and it's all like an underground band, and they've all crossed paths.
What are you
in
doing?
the past, at some like underground
I'm
events
here.
and things like that in the Tucson area.
It's
Specific
early,
names
but
and stuff, I don't know them offhand.
Yeah. That picture that you have on, if you lower it, he's got like that reverse mohawk.
Mhm.
And then if you watch the video of him going up to the door, under his mask, you can kind of see like the poofs of like split, like right when he walks.
I take this guy as having a bald head. You say there's like hair there?
Yeah, you can kind of see like poofs on each side of the head.
Okay, I kind of froze it there. So you're saying some poofs.
No.
Keep going.
Keep going a little bit. Right there.
Okay, so you're saying the top of his head there kind of like poofs out a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and you're saying that kind of aligns with this.
Yeah.
Interesting. He's gonna have to explain himself. He's probably gonna go to prison for probably a couple years for this. I think he'll go to prison for a long time, but I think it will go. I think he'll get like an 18-month. I mean, the judge let him out bond.
Yeah. That and the only other thing I could think of is highly improbable, but it was a lone wolf, and he took her out, killed her, and then killed himself next to her.
Oh. But then let's see. Here's the thing: there's a lot of coyotes and things out there. Here's the thing: if they put Nancy out there in the woods or out there in the terrain, animals out there.
Yeah, and if they're both dead, then they're both gone.
And I'm also told that coyotes will dig a foot or two down if they smell something.
Yeah,
it's pretty. I don't want to be graphic. We have an adult conversation here, but You have to put somebody in like a casket, literally down deep, without them being tampered with, because these wild animals out there, maybe javelinas, I don't know about javelinas, but coyotes, like they'll start digging if they smell blood. Pretty scary stuff. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, cool, man. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Austin. All right, we got Susan P. And then we got BG, we got Susan P, and then we got BGs. Thank you, Susan, right? Susan P.
Good
Hello.
morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Are you able to hear me?
I can.
I'm good. I just wanted to add a few things that I've been observing in a perspective from the outside circle. So first of all, I have many, many years as an ex-employee with the government, with the state of Texas. And one of the things that we were always trained in when it came to trafficking, due to the type of work that I did for the public, was the I-10 corridor. The I-10 corridor was a big deal because that I-10 corridor runs straight through all of the states in the southern part of the United States.
It runs into Florida, where I live.
Right. And so I believe that may be one reason why they were looking at the map and the directions coming out of the Catalina foothills. Now, on the Megyn Kelly show, on her most recent podcast that she just did, she had 2 investigators that were there. Now, I have a tendency to kind of believe the one investigator who has a inclination, I'll say, that it is possible we are dealing with the infiltration to our country of these men who have come in from out of the country. It's why there's no fingerprints, maybe why there's no DNA or a struggle with it. But of course, we only know what we know on the outside, right? Because the FBI is the ones that's doing the work, and they have the information that they have. The next thing I wanted to mention was about the construction crew, because I have on several occasions have shared in the chats on the different ones that I have been watching, including I love 857, I love JLR. I give a great big shout out to Sleuth Intuition. You really need to check out that channel. He's gone deep, and he's been very specific. And what he has uncovered, I will share here in a minute, but I wanted to get back to these 2 investigators, because the one investigator is talking about, remember back during a period of time, there was this Venezuelan crew that had came into America. They were going into apartment complexes. They were trying to take control. They were breaking down the doors and stuff. Yeah.
Covered that channel, rural Colorado, right outside Denver.
Yeah. And think about how close Colorado is to Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, California, and Texas. Okay. Now, I'm 58 years old. I've lived in Texas all my life. I have watched over the last 15 to 20 years this particular group of individuals in our country and what they have been doing. And as a ex-government worker, and also as a civilian just living in Texas, over the last 15 to 20 years, you have seen this infiltration, or I have observed this infiltration. What I've also observed is the split between when they first came in and they would, they engrafted themselves within the Black community. Okay. Then we had the Blues and the Crips and all of that was going on in the southern part of the United States from California to Texas. There's still Blues and Crips in Texas. But it's like they've separated themselves out of that, and now they're like their own organization within the United States of what they're doing, and they're doing it sneakily. They're doing it where they're under the radar. You don't notice till they are like punch you in the face, and which is what my next statement would be about the construction workers. They're in the area for a temporary period. They use it to cloak themselves, or can use it to cloak themselves. Let me revise, because I don't want anything that I'm saying to come across as I'm blaming or pointing the finger to any one particular person, because I don't have that type of information. But what I am observing analysis-wise is that the lack of information the community is getting, the secrecy behind all of the nanos and stuff that's going on and what's being said there. And then there are these two brothers. Now, I don't know if you've heard this information or seen this information, but there are these two brothers. They're out of Kentucky. Somebody in the chat, it's Sleuth Intuition, which is where this information comes from, was stating, yeah, Nancy's family is from Kentucky or Tennessee, somewhere in that area. Okay. This particular gentleman by the last name of Hernandez, and he's listed on that Find Me group, or I looked him up this morning and I apologize, I forgot the name of it, but they listed on the group, and what they said is that anybody who makes a declaration of Nancy Guthrie case, coordinates of where she may be, that they will be posted publicly. And they took his information off of X, and they took his information off of Instagram, and well, he shut down his Instagram. They took his information off of Facebook. And this guy, back to the individual that made the comment that they must be on drugs, I believe that they must be on drugs too. So I tried to take the coordinates that he provided, which was 32.32.1
You too, troller.
north, and then 118.88 7 degrees west. And I tried to, they looked it up on the Google Maps, and it puts it in the area where Nancy lives. And they, Sleuth Intuition, went down a little bit of rabbit hole and found out, or pulled up some videos and information back from 2009 of a woman who had given an interview about the bunker that came with her home in the Catalina Hills, foothills. So some of those homes had bunkers that were built back in the 60s. And her particular house was an older home, but the bunker was built in 61. And so we watched that chat and that footage. Well, these two brothers out of this Kentucky area, one of them has a girlfriend, and her name is Jess. And he's on the internet, on social media, talking about the coordinates, talking about she's 42 feet below the surface. And when I first read it, I thought 42 feet below sea level. So that made me think of the mountains. And then I said, well, if I'm on drugs and I'm talking about cuckoo stuff like this guy is, then maybe the coordinates that he's given isn't there at Nancy's house. It's actually highway and markers. So when I looked at the Arizona map, he had also mentioned about the special soldier who died in 2014 on some special operations. So I looked that up on the internet, and that comes out of a footage of a military soldier that had been captured. They had kept him in a bunker, in a like a bunker, and so I read that, and I was like, wow, you know, it kind of, to me, looks, my observation, to come to a close, because I'm getting a little chatty and a little nervous. Sorry about that. But to put it all together,
go ahead. You're confusing me a little bit, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir, because it's a little confusing to me, and I'm sure to the whole community, all of the back and forth with all of the different theories. But this investigator that was on the Megyn Kelly show, and what he was saying about these individuals, she pulled up a video, and I'm telling you, JLR, it floored me to death. It floored her. They are all dressed like the perp that was on Nancy Guthrie's porch.
Yeah. No. Okay. So, no, I appreciate the info. So, what do you think? It's like a theft group from south of the border that's involved, some sort of gang from south of the border.
Some type of Hispanic or Venezuelan gang, but they could be American bred, by outsiders. I have no idea, but I believe that it is a Hispanic or a Venezuela, South American type group. I believe that they are very similar to the ones that were like breaking into those apartments trying to take over. I believe that these are individuals that simply have in their mindset that Americans are doofus, that we don't pay attention, that we are easily to be taken advantage of, and that is what we are here for them to take over, for them to take from us, and that we would be so gullible and blindsided that we would not step up as people. And I can tell you right now, from viewing the chat in all of the um, platforms that I have been looking at, Megan Kelly, Banfield, Nancy Grace, yourself, 857, and Sleuth Intuition, which are the ones that have really intrigued my interest during this case, because I have an 83-year-old mother. She's 4 months younger than Savannah's mom. And I live with her and I kiss her every day. If anything, Miss Guthrie has made me kiss my mama every day and tell her how much I love her. I will never leave her. But the shootings and stuff go on in my neighborhood. And so I just wanted to reach out and share the information. But I think that those two brothers in Kentucky are interesting. They just moved there to Kentucky. They were in Phoenix. They sold a house in Arizona. They work at Amazon. Daily works at FedEx. I just think that it's all connected in some way. And my last statement would be the best way to hide is right in your face. Right in your face. And I think that that's what they're doing. I think they're laughing at us while they do it. I think that that's the reason why he wrote the coordinates the way that he did. And the area, the thing I forgot to mention, the area of this soldier that he had mentioned in his coordinates that he had given of where Nancy is, said something about a golden or Golian, and up there in the area off of I-10 north, west of 88, the area is the Lamone Road that goes up that way. There is there is a gold port, the reservation. It's Golden Port or Gold Port. It just made me think, how close is he really given the coordinates? Is he actually giving the coordinates and then laughing at us in our face because he's giving it to us in a coded way based off of some game that he's been playing, and he's been getting high on drugs with his friends and stuff, because those who do that type of crime, they also do those drugs.
I appreciate your input.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be on your platform. And God bless you. Have a great day and keep up the great work.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Thoughts? Yeah, I just want to touch in on that a minute. Just before I get there's a couple people that BG, I'll get you up in a minute, and Midwest girl, stand by. But I want to touch just about the border stuff because I'm very open-minded to the perp being from south of the border. I just have these just the way the perp moves and navigates here. It definitely reminds me of a lot of my border coverage of what's going on. Again, I don't know for a fact, but just my observation and kind of like to piggyback a little bit about what she's saying. There is serious migrant South American theft groups out there in this country, and it's growing. And it's as a result of a lot of people coming in from 21 to 2024. They come down. You can see where I live right here in Florida. But along the southern border here, all the way from Tijuana, all the way to Brownsville, pretty much we've done lives and videos from every single hot spot across the border, whatever not, from coming across. I will say that, just an hour to the south, many people were piling into the United States, coming in. Sassby right here, Sassby, Arizona. There was a spot right here. Aravaca, just to the south here. There's a spot like right here. There was the border wall was completely gone. It was a place called, it was right here in this ravine right here. It's called No More Death Camps. And people would just be flooding in. Now, when she says Venezuela, Tren de Aragua, people that came through Arizona at the time weren't necessarily Tren de Araguas. A lot of people from the Middle East, Africans, and people from like Peru and Ecuador and things like that. Tren de Aragua, a lot of people that came in from Tren de Aragua usually came through Eagle Pass area in El Paso, Texas, right? They would come in El Paso and Eagle Pass, El Paso right here. This is El Paso. And then once they came in Tren de Aragua from El Paso, they would make their way due north to Denver, Colorado, because it was just a really easy access. They would also go to New York City. Now, who's to say that, Tren de Aragua or gangs or migrant burglary rings, whatever like that, once they, went to a city like Denver, branch out and start branching off all the way across, the country and end up in Tucson, Arizona. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. Very strong possibility. But when I look at the perp here, when I personally look at the perp, this guy, especially this image here, okay, this very first image of him just walking with his head down, okay, like things like that. Now, what I personally seen, I've seen similar type of behavior. Now, again, walking down, I'm sure we all done that. With the border coverage that I did in southern Arizona in Cochise County, which is like south of, it's a little bit east of Nogales. Let me get up the map just to show you. In Cochise County, there was like a lot of people would cross in over the course of years. They would sneak in, and it's like near this place called Naco. And I'll show it to you right here. Cochise County, way down here in Naco, right? It's Sierra Vista. It's over there by Bisbee. This whole area here for years. I don't think it happens anymore, but people would just cross over like ninjas and wearing the same attire that the perp was wearing, all full like light tan so they can blend in with the terrain, camouflage, knee pads, booties, and things like that. And they would come across, right? But they were like more or less like the gotaways and stuff like that. Now, gotaways would come into this country. The gotaways, they want to be processed by Border Patrol because they have some baggage that they would probably be ineligible to stay even temporarily, or they come over with fentanyl and drugs and weapons and things like that. But the gotaways sometimes come through and then they, eventually make their way to cities. And it wouldn't shock me. A lot of the people that crossed over here ended up in Tucson or Phoenix area, and then just resorted to crime to make a living. Now, is that the case here? This just doesn't fit the MO for me as being a migrant burglary ring, based off the facts thus far until we learn more. Though you had that one reporter, Brianna Whitney, saying that, it was a burglary gone bad. It's a burglary gone bad, but I do get that type of vibes here, with individuals that crossed over into the night, snuck in down there in Cochise County, snuck in through the wall and through the wall. I just don't know. I don't know. But Tren de Aragua, they're not necessarily part of themselves of like these migrant burglary rings. Tren de Aragua is more of like a gang, like the Venezuelan gangs, and the gangs, they don't really resort similar to like what the migrant burglary rings or the South American burglary rings. It's a different animal. It's a whole different take. So I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just not getting that vibes here with this. Though the perp could definitely be from south of the border, ended up in the United States. However, whether he came through years ago or recently in the last 5 years, whatever, and made his way here, it is interesting because they don't got the DNA, and that might explain, the perp never been caught from south of the border, is not in CODIS. It could explain. I don't know. I don't know. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there if it made sense. BG, welcome aboard.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello.
Hi, how are you? First,
Great.
I'm elderly and I'm visually impaired. So I'm going to say this. I think that the backpack contains a helmet, a biker's helmet, but not the full ones. I also think it has may have a bottle of water. That vehicle that previous caller was trying to compare with a motor vehicle, I personally think it's a bike. It's either a dirt bike or a motorcycle. The boots, if you see when the perp.
You think the backpack has a bike helmet in there?
Yes, because most bikers, my friend does too, don't leave their helmets on their bikes. And if he was going to leave the bike to dispose of or meet up with someone to take Nancy somewhere, he would not leave the helmet. He may leave the bike. People park their bikes and leave them, but not their helmets.
Not the helmet.
So that's what they also, if you turn around, when the perp is turning around right there, if you go a little more, you can actually almost see a shadow of boots under his pants. You know, they're like calf size, and those are usually what bikers wear. They wear the
Okay.
boots because, you know, long run. Huh? Can you see it?
No, so you're saying, yeah, well, I can't really see it, but I see what you're saying. There's, it seems like they're short there. You're saying they're boots there? What are you saying?
I think they're boots. I think he's wearing biker boots. You know, the way the boots, not necessarily biker boots, but when you ride a bike, most of the time, a lot of people don't use the sneakers. They use the boots because it's better for the legs so they don't hit on the bike. So I see shadows on both legs, behind legs, like he's got boots underneath that outerwear. And also the gloves. The gloves are leather gloves, vinyl gloves they used on bikers. I think this guy's a biker. That's the only thing that would make sense why he would have anything in his backpack. As far as tools, this guy was, this is my theory. He was called in the last minute, or I have two theories that these videos were not of that day. These videos were made to be found, and it was a setup. And this video was going to play when the feds or the police found them, to blame the perp or whomever for taking her and kidnapping. This is my theory, which is weird. I think that Tommaso and whomever, because I think there's 4 more people, his friends, are involved, set this up because they needed money fast, not quick. They could have killed her, but that would take too long. They needed quick money, and they were going to ransom her off. I think that,
Tommaso has
but
been
this
cleared.
Bitcoin person, what?
Tommaso has been cleared, according to the sheriff.
Excuse me?
Tommaso, Annie, and family
No,
members of the government, including spouses, have been
Yes,
cleared, according to
the sheriff. The sheriff just said this because he's getting pressure from either Mark Kelly or the family to clear them. They haven't been cleared. How could you clear somebody if you haven't figured out how she disappeared?
That's
It's
what one
insane.
law enforcement said. It
So,
was pretty reckless for Sheriff Nanos to clear somebody when there's no body being found. They got cleared. I mean, maybe they gave everything they got and said, you could scan my phones, you could scan fingerprints, lie detector test, take my DNA. I got alibis. I didn't do it. I didn't correspond with anyone that did
Tommaso planned. Yeah, they planned this really good. Tommaso was doing this. I really believe he's involved, him and Annie. And as far as Annie, is her mother, how can she do it? Let me tell you, how could Rob Reiner's son slit his throat? It was his only kid. I mean, it was his only father. Their family members, some people, when it comes to desperation and money, they do desperate things. And I think that Tommaso and Annie were locked into Tucson because they felt that they couldn't leave because Nancy wasn't leaving. She was still alive. There was no way that they can move anywhere else but stay there and be caretakers until she passes, however long that takes. And they were compiling financial problems. And I don't think there was much like there. If you notice, Nancy gushed over Savannah. And I think Annie may have felt, I think even from a young age, it was always Savannah. Because, Savannah was the baby. And that's usually, the last one born that gets all the attention. And Savannah, felt neutral. I guess maybe she just felt neutral and things she had to do and take care of her mother. She had no choice and whatever. But I do think that that's a biker on there. I do think that vehicle, your friend that called that said he was going to try and overlay it with a Range Rover. I think he should overlay it with a motorcycle. That's one light on that vehicle. That's why you only see the one light. I think it's a bike. I think he's got a helmet in the backpack. I think those gloves uses because he rides, and I think there are boots underneath those pants. I think he's a biker. Tommaso called him. Either that video was done days or weeks or months before to give the cops a lead to make it look like a kidnapping, which I kidnapping anyway.
Yeah, but let me ask you something. You're going to hear a motorbike in a neighborhood more than a car, right?
Excuse me?
You're going to hear a motorbike, a bike. Like if the guy's coming in on a bike, you're going to hear that more than a car. It'd be more like.
And I also think that dog didn't hear That's what the dog heard at 2 o'clock in the morning, probably that bike. He may have heard the bike running.
Well,
That
you gotta put
bike,
Nancy on a
you
bike.
could take a bike, you could take a bike, drive it into the and walk it. You can walk it up that hill. You
True.
can walk a bike.
True. You can.
You know,
But then
there's
where you
no,
gonna
you
put
can
Nancy?
walk a bike.
You gonna put Nancy
What?
on the bike? You gonna put Nancy on a bike?
Oh, no. That wasn't the plan. That bike, he came in that bike because that was his plan, to come in, case the place, look in the camera, disperse. And if you see him with the roses, he's just almost taunting with those bushes. It's almost a taunt. It has nothing to do with covering. And he was trying to cover her because they're taking her out either the front or the side where they can see her. But no. He did. I suspect that they either carried her out or had a golf cart or something and she is near. She could be in a freezer. You can keep meat in a freezer for years. She could be in somebody's freezer. You could never smell it.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate your perspective. We'll see what ends up happening with this.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I can't believe how these people are making just chumps out of the FBI and the police. Well, the police, not the police. This sheriff now, he's such an egotistical maniac. But yeah, I hope they find the answer soon, because I have things that I have neglected. It's like, because I can't read a book because of my eyesight, but this has been like reading a book every single day and night. And when you left Florida, I says, what am I going to do now at night? Oh my God. Then I have to put on all the other things, and it's, JR, you're doing a great job, and I love you. I'm actually fostering 2 cats. I'm actually a dog person, but I'm fostering 2 cats. And you're a pretty wonderful guy. Hang in there. You're a strong guy. And really, I mean, people are so vicious in this media. This mainstream media is so greedy that they make me sick, and they lie, and they hate them. So I've just gone into Ustreaming. I just started when this case started, and I started following you because my sister lives in Florida, in Bradenton. And yeah, she said she turned me on to JLR. I said, and it took me a while to figure out how to do it. So I'm glad I did this. It took me all night to figure out how to chat.
Thanks for the conversation, and you be safe out there, BG.
Thank you, and you too.
Bye-bye. All right, we got a couple people in the pipeline. We got Black Feather coming up. We got Midwest Girl, and we got Brooke. So I'm going to bring in Black Feather order. So Black Feather, you're up. Midwest Girl, Brooke, and Amy. Amy, we have Midwest Girl, Brooke, and Amy stand by. I'm going to get Black Feather up in the chat. Hello.
Hello, Yaate. How are you?
I'm great. Where are you from?
Good. Originally California.
Nice.
I have I lived in Los Angeles. I was a music producer, writer with Jackie LaRue on RCA Records, and we left a long time ago, 1990. But I have family in New Mexico and Arizona.
Okay.
That really has nothing to do with anything, to be honest. But I started following this case because of it. And on my channel, I don't really report anything, but I thought it interesting, this side-by-side AI video of the perp looking like someone. And so it's kind of funny. I just posted something. Our channel's mainly for music. But anyway, I was thinking while we were down there, the last time we were down there, just like up here, I'm in northeast California near Tahoe, by the Maydew Reservation. And so the Home Depots, for many, many years, and to this day, we still have a lot of workers out in the parking lots. Latino, I'm Native American Latino. Okay, so there are a lot of Latinos. So I'll speak Spanish to them, say hello and everything. They're selling tamales. They're looking for work. But I do remember one thing distinctively. Jackie and I were at a Home Depot in LA, and just visiting old friends down there, old music friends. And these workers were there, and this one approached us and said, do you need work at your home? And I said, no. I said, I don't live here anymore. And then he goes, well, do you need anything? Would do anything. I mean, anything. And I said, what are you saying? And he goes, anything. Are you mad at someone? I mean, literally hinting that they will do anything. And I thought, oh, good Lord, you know. And of course, we're Christians now. That's why we left the music industry. Different story. But you know, we end up ministering to the guy because I said, you know, it sounds to me like you'll do anything. And I said, no, you don't need to do that. But they did hint to us that they are willing to basically take out people. And to me, if you want to take someone out, you go to the Home Depot parking lot and grab one of these guys. And I'm just thinking, what the heck? You know, you could go hire your own kidnappers and hitmen right there. So I just think that's bizarre because I know in Arizona, same thing, Home Depot, they hang out in the parking lots.
Mm-hmm.
And if someone wanted to do something to Nancy, they could go there. It's easy. The border's right there. They don't have a lot of identification. I met a guy up here working for McDonald's. And I said, and he's an illegal, he's a very nice guy. But he showed me that he was using someone else's license and ID to work there. And I said, where did you get that? He goes, I don't know. Someone found it for me. Now, how are you going to do a DNA search on someone like that?
Well, I mean, I'll just chime in again. I don't know where the perp came from. I don't know the nationality of the perp. But I could just tell you based off border coverage that I've done, and you know, a lot of people watched. Some people probably not been on the channel at the time, but I spent years on the southern border. And one thing I've noticed across the southern border is once people cross in, around the wall, through the wall, over the wall, under the wall, however, cartel them up to the wall, they would come. As soon as they step foot on United States soil, you know what they do? They pull out their documents that they had and shred them up and throw them down.
Oh, yeah.
Border Patrol get them. Now they can run their fingerprints. They can run whatever. But most of those other countries don't cooperate with Interpol and, you know, the database law enforcement. They come in this country. They can be anybody they want to be. They can start a whole new identity.
My friend is a retired Border Patrol agent. At first, she was at CDCR as a prison officer, and but then she retired as Border Patrol agent, and she's in San Diego, and she tells me a lot. But you know, yeah, that's a different subject. But this dude,
what you're saying, like people using fake IDs, you don't know who's who.
No, you don't. And this guy clearly, you know, looks Latino to me. Clearly.
Me too.
There's just it's just you know, it's not just a feeling, it's kind of like one recognizing another type of thing. I don't know. That might sound weird.
No, I mean, listen, like I think the consensus is most people feel like this perp is some sort of Hispanic.
Mm-hmm. Definitely Latino. I was also gonna say
whether it's American, whether he's born in America or not, but Hispanic.
You might want to get that clip from Nancy Grace, because an FBI agent said that he did not clear Cameron, Nancy's son. That was 3 days ago. He did not clear Cameron.
Cameron. What, Nancy Grace said that?
No, not Nancy Grace, the FBI agent on her show. 3 days ago, he said he did not clear Cameron, and he didn't understand why Nanos was spewing out a lot of false information. He said because he has not been cleared.
Well, that's just Cameron out of the group.
Just Cameron.
Interesting.
And you know, and go ahead.
That don't look like Cameron. He don't look like Cameron to me.
No, but that you know, it doesn't mean that. And he was kind of hinting a little bit about it. And I'm very familiar with the polygraph test because I did work for DOJ when I left the music business. I got all certified, educated, and everything I needed to do. And I began working for the child abuse system. And you go out in the field and things like that. And then, of course, I'm related to a homicide detective who's retired in Albuquerque. And so, there's a lot of discussion that we have. And it's what the FBI agent says and doesn't say. So he's talking to Nancy Grace about 3 days ago. And he says, I have read bodies for 25 years and their expressions. And he says, it doesn't matter if they've been military. I thank them for their service and everything else. But he goes, it doesn't mean that they aren't able to hire someone. They're not, it doesn't mean that they did it, but they also could be a part of it in some way. So I'm not blaming him. I personally don't think it's Cameron at all. I'm just saying he wasn't cleared. But what would the motive be? So my whole thought process is I'm looking for an actual motive. Because if you can really find that motive, you'll get a lot more answers instead of all of this theory stuff. And then I wanted to say to you, those ladies that came by to you, I think it was you I was watching, and I'm pretty much a new subscriber, but they came to you and said simultaneously that Nancy was in the hospital. That was your channel, right? When someone came by and said Nancy's in the hospital.
Yeah. So she wanted to be anonymous. She came over and said that, that she has source that says that Nancy was the one that was airlifted to the hospital around the Rio Rico time with Carlos. And that was 100% fact her. But that's what they told me. And I shared that.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it's that this neighborhood, I've noticed some of them are very nice and a lot of them are lackadaisical. It kind of goes with the culture there, I guess. But I'm looking at it as they just wanted you guys to move and rush over there and laugh about it. You know what I mean? Either that or the lady had a source of a nurse friend, because nurses are so notorious for leaking information, and they don't mean any harm. But, they have leaked information, such as a celebrity being in the hospital, something like that. It's supposed to be confidential, even under the HIPAA Act. But they leak, because they're human and they want someone to know. But I don't know. I mean, I probably would have asked that lady, is your source a nurse? Like what is your source? But I thought it was 2 women that came by and told you. I didn't know. So I will leave you with this, because I know I didn't expect to talk so long. If it were my mom, because my mom did pass away, and I'm in my 60s. So if it were my mom, I would have had everyone everywhere, even the whole reservation. I would have everyone, and I would let them know whatever I have to do. $5 gift card for Starbucks, which doesn't buy anything really. Whatever whatever I can do, maybe a big outing barbecue I can do for you guys, something to get you out there and comb the land. Give them an incentive and say, put your Bluetooth on, put it on scan, and let's see if we get a ping.
$1 million reward.
Well, if I had that money, I would definitely do that. But I mean, for someone who doesn't have money, I would want everyone involved putting their phones on scan, because you can do that. I literally go around my property of 4 acres and scan, and I can find my other phone with the Wi-Fi, my earbuds, my surveillance cameras, everything pings. It just shows me where everything's at. And so that's what I would have done. Regardless of what the sheriff says, that's my mom. I mean, oh no, you don't call the shots here. No, we're going out and searching, Mm-mm.
Thank you for your time, Black Feather.
Pretty much it. Thank you, JLR.
You have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, with thoughts, folks. Could bring in Midwest girl. The Midwest girl.
Hey, JLR, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Oh, no. How do I get rid of the echo?
Oh no, you got an echo. We got Brooke and Amy in the pipeline. Stand by, Brooke and Amy. You're next.
Let's see if I move it away a little bit. Say, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Are there not flock cameras around this town anywhere?
I don't believe they're in the surrounding areas of where Nancy lived. No.
Wow.
Media report came out. I mean, that might be the only reason why we don't have a surveillance like of this or like an indication. What I'm saying is that's the only reason why I feel like there is possibility Perp left her out of, took out of that neighborhood and into the area, but there's no flock cameras to be able to pinpoint it. I mean, this whole entire area here surrounding her home in the neighborhood is full of intersections with cams, but it appears up to a few years ago, they got rid of all the flock cams and they're not working anymore because of budgetary reasons. And, and just privacy
That's
issues.
what I was.
There was a lot of combination, but it seemed like the people didn't want it.
Oh,
But
interesting.
all around here, there's cameras on all the intersections, but I don't believe they were working. And that's the only reason why I think it's possible the perp actually took her out in a vehicle. That's I'm still open-minded that because of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this case is insane, right? Like, it's the only thing when you put everything together that doesn't make sense. I'm from the Twin Cities. I live out where in a neighborhood where the South American gangs hit in our neighborhood twice. And we learned a lot over that time. This is a couple years ago. And they ended up catching, they'll show up in the middle of the day and they watch and they plan these gangs and things. And they're coming into neighborhoods for watches and high-end bags and, that kind of stuff. They don't want to hurt people is what we learned, right? But when you
They don't even want to rob it when people are there.
No, they don't. They sit and wait and watch until you leave. That was
Yeah.
the case in the one house in our neighborhood. It was in the middle of the day. So, but when you look at the perp and how prepared they were, the bite flashlights, all these things, was January 11th the day that he showed up there? Or did we just talking about January 11th? Because that's the day that the neighbor talked about the creepy guy and out her bathroom window. Or is that another guy, like we've always said? Is that the second guy that's there that night? Or he didn't do this alone. There were more than one person. But the cameras, the cameras can track so much. That's why I ask. I mean, they linked these guys to the Burrow case, and then they found through cams the vehicle that was in our neighborhood in Miami. It's the vehicle tracking vehicle. That's what flock cameras do. And they were changing rental cars when they got onto them, and they do change VIN numbers, like the gentleman was saying earlier, weird stuff, right? But it's just so sad that it is an expense. It is, but when they're out there, it's easy, not easy, but it's a way for them to find people getting away, right? Tracking vehicles. And she didn't walk out of there. She didn't get out of there didn't go out of there in a wheelchair.
You don't buy that. You don't buy the wheelchair?
No. I wouldn't have been surprised the day you guys had the drone up, because I've been watching you since day one, all day, crazy, like driving in the car to carpool, doing all this, it's just, because like we all are, she's someone's mom. This case is just baffling. And I was baffled at that one day when they were taking that long white pole, and it was like 6 days later it took them to look in the septic tank. Do we think that was only the first day they looked in the septic tank? How about everyone's septic tanks? That would be an easy way to put her in a tarp and carry her 2 acres or 4 acres over where those yards are big and dump her in someone else's septic tank. I have one in my backyard. You fall in there, someone put you in there, unless they think to poke around in everybody's septic tanks. Who knows? They probably did that. But the flock cameras is just a huge thing, because at that time of night, or even when we're finding suspicious cars on this day, it takes hours and hours and hours, but a pattern of a same vehicle or something. I mean, he didn't throw her up over her back and walk out of there. There's just no way. There's
I don't
got to be
think
a
so.
car.
Got to
And
be a
the
car.
There's got to be a car. And I guess my only other question, the person this morning too, smart, right? That gun, right-handed. You're not, if you're a lefty, which everyone's like, oh, he's lefty. He reached with the, you know, the leaves and stuff. And oh yeah, because I'm a lefty. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But no, the gun is key, right? That's a right-handed person. The way you pull that out of the holster is right-handed. But the only thing that I haven't heard anybody ask and curious, what is it true when Luke was like, oh yeah, no, I just bought this car yesterday when he got the Range Rover? I wonder if they did background check to see his previous car that he had right before he sold that and went and found that and, you know, looked through that. I don't know if anyone's ever talked about that, but anyway.
So you with that being said, you feel like Luke might have something to do with this? Luke's way?
Gosh, you know, I don't know. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Luke. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being linked to Tommaso and Annie. I don't think so. But why would you be so, oh, is this about the Nancy Guthrie case? Oh, don't worry, I just bought this car yesterday. Oh, you know, like maybe he was just being forthright. You know, maybe he was just like, hey, listen, this might look strange. I kind of do maybe look like the guy, but I didn't do it, you know, like, who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if it was an organized crime situation, but I just don't understand the motive of her. She doesn't have Rolexes and Birkin bags. And, you know, I'm not saying she doesn't have money sitting in that safe. Oh, that was the other thing. You know, the day you guys were out there and they came back and you heard drilling the second time and we thought it was the cleaning people, because then you thought you heard a vacuum. I was like, okay, wonder if they're drilling into the safe and all of this or somewhere and stuff that's creating dust or something. They ended up vacuuming that up off the floor from whatever they were drilling inside the house. So if there's a safe in there, you know, who knows? You think a locksmith guy could come in and just break, I don't know, whatever. It's just crazy.
Appreciate your input. I get it. Who do you think did it though? Who do you think happened here? What do you think? Well, I have you on.
Oh gosh. Today, the Luke situation only makes sense to me. I don't know why, other than
don't look like Luke though.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing though, when you look through that, this is yesterday when I was looking through all these pictures and watching Nancy last night and Brian, and they were flashing up pictures more like you. This guy has got to have 4 masks on or 2 hoodies because nobody's neck is that thick.
He does have a thick neck there. Like
nobody's neck is that thick.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, is there a beard under there? But it looks like the hoodie is and oh, you know, the person that called in too about the painter suits and the kids at UT there. Love that whole story and how hard these kids are working and how fun it must be for them every day. But that white, that's just part of the zip up. It's the white piping. Like, I don't think that was a painter suit and he's like an abatement. But yeah, see how that is a thick chin. That is a thick neck. It looks like his hoodie is zipped up. Like it has a hood and it's zipped up to his chin and then he's got the mask over it, or he has a beard. Does he have a beard? That's a thick head and a thick neck.
I think he weighs about, I think it is 5'9". I think he weighs about 225. I think he weighs about
He's a big dude. He's a big dude.
Unless he's just wearing lots of layered clothes for some reason to take clothes off. I mean, it looks like he had some white collar, like maybe a white suit under that too, some bio suit or some painter suit or something underneath it. I mean, you can clearly see the white. Here, we'll go back to the video. You can clearly
you don't think that's the piping on the end of the, like that looks like it's just a tight, like see the piping on the zipper that's white?
Yeah.
I feel like that's piping just around the sleeve at the end of his zip up, but what do I know? I mean,
Look at
again,
that. Look at that right there.
yeah.
Looks like a cast. It looks like he literally has a cast on him. Like,
Well, and those
I've seen this over and over, and I try to look for any additional like clue here.
I mean, those gloves go up high too. I mean, look how high up his wrist. That's over his wrist bone. Those gloves, they go well up. But the other baffling. So I don't. Maybe like the one of the earlier callers is probably none of the people. Who knows? But why were they so knee jerk reaction to hit who they hit first? And why the heck did they take the mat and those extra leaves off the ground? Oh,
Look at that.
makes no sense.
Thanks for your time, Midwest girl.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Be safe. Bye-bye. All right, Brooke, thanks for waiting. Come on in.
Yeah.
Hi.
I have two. The
How are
first one is how I'm good. Is how everything comes back to Annie and Tommaso, like the people that they may have known. And what if they had just made someone mad or owe someone money or just something along those lines, and they did this to get back at them, to make them
We've heard that.
suffer?
Yeah, we've heard that theory. Like someone revenge on them. So they go back to
Yeah.
Nancy. Revenge on Annie and Tommaso. And, they could be hiding in here and they could be very quiet because they could be targets too.
Yeah.
I mean, they were a target from Derek Colella. Derek Colella was the one that victimized them.
Yeah.
Technically, when it comes down to, check this out, this is what's crazy too. If this guy decides to not plead guilty and he goes to trial, guess who's going to have to testify against him? These two, because they received the text from him.
Mm-hmm. And did
So-
they get the text before or after the TMZ notes?
I don't know. I'd have to analyze that timeline there. Don't know. Does anyone know that answer there? But some people are like, why hide like this? Well, some people are private people and they don't like to, this was the Daily Mail at the time taking pictures of them a couple of days after this incident happened. And, we even was calling this out. I don't know. Only they can explain why they were covering their faces here like this.
Well, they're probably not used to all the publicity like Savannah.
Private people. I mean, I guess if you're private, you go like this.
Yeah. And then my other theory or thought was the Scottsdale, Arizona, the teenagers who did that Bitcoin attack.
Teenagers did what?
They did the attack for the Bitcoin because they thought they had Bitcoin.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm getting that up now.
It was in one of the articles. It said that they were paid $1,000 to travel there to do it. So is this someone who is paying a whole bunch of people to target elderly?
2 California teenagers, Jackson Sullivan and Skylar LaPale, were arrested in Scottsdale, Arizona on January 31st, 2026. January 31st, following a violent home invasion and attempted robbery targeting approximately $66 million in cryptocurrency. They traveled from California to Scottsdale. They posed as delivery workers wearing UPS-style clothing and used a moving dolly to gain access to a residence. The suspects forced their way into a home, threw a male victim to the ground, and restrained him and another adult with duct tape and zip ties. The suspects demanded access to the victim's cryptocurrency, specifically aiming for $66 million in digital assets. Police arrived while the incident was ongoing, prompting the teens to flee in a car and stolen license plate before being chased down and arrested. I just wanted to give people a summary of that.
Yeah. And it was said that they were paid $1,000 from someone on the internet. So did this someone pay other people to do other attacks?
Great point, because it says here, extortion claim. The teens told police they were coerced by 2 subjects known as Red and 8 via the Signal app, who provided them with $1,000 for supplies, including a 3D printed unloaded gun. So you think there's people within these apps and things like that are recruiting these people to go out there and do these things?
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time you heard about like terrorism and, you know,
Well,
recruiting on the internet.
Well, it's interesting because of the Bitcoin, right? The Bitcoin demands this, specifically ransom wasn't in cash or it was Bitcoin. If the ransoms were legit, we still don't know the legitimacy if that was legit or not. I'm not so sure. I don't know. What do you think? Think the perp was the Bitcoin demander in this case? That TMZ and the local?
I'm not sure. I'm back and forth because there's just too many notes. I don't know. But it could be someone just wanting to create chaos. I mean, the time watching throughout this process, we've heard about other elderly people coming up missing. I mean, I don't know.
Look how dark it is out there. I still can't get over how dark it is out there. It's pitch black. It's like that's like a neighbor's house, and it's just you ain't seeing nothing around there when you start driving down the neighborhood. This was 2 a.m. You ain't seeing nothing. Look at that. It's creepy.
I still can't get over the fact that they don't have street lights.
It's to watch the sky so you can watch the sky.
Look, I live in Oklahoma and we have street lights and I can see the sky just fine.
So overall, then, where's your mind pointing on this? Who do you think's responsible for this?
I can't give you an answer to that because I don't know. It could go with, the targeting of Annie and Tommaso wanting to frame them, hurt them, or whatever. Or it could just be someone on the internet just wanting to create chaos and trouble. And I don't know. I don't think it really has anything to do with Savannah.
Yeah.
Because like some of the neighbors said, they didn't even know that was her mom. So unless you actually watch the Today Show.
I mean, how many people really watch the Today Show nowadays with the internet? Does people really watch the Today Show?
I don't. I'm 33 and I don't. So
thank you for your time, Brooke.
Thanks.
Thank you. Take care. All right. We got a couple when Murky says, remember early rumor of Derek being roommate of one of Tommaso's bandmates. Can't stop thinking maybe he knows more, not directly doing it himself, but possibly knows folks involved. He ain't talking. Derek Colella, Los Angeles. We did a whole deep dive on this guy through his Instagrams and everything. He privatized a lot of stuff since this incident happened. When we caught him when he was in jail before he could privatize his accounts. If you want to go back, I made a whole video on him. We did a whole lot digging deeply onto all his accounts and all his band and just all the people he's associated with the pictures. We went through his entire timeline down there. So go check it out. All right. We got 4 people in the pipeline. Amy, Chris, Cat, and Georgia Diggs. So I'm gonna bring Amy up in the chat. Hello, Amy.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello.
Fantastic. Happy birthday.
Oh, it's not my birthday. I don't know why people keep putting that. It's not my birthday.
I know.
December.
I know.
Same birthday. No birthday.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Oh, okay.
But,
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. So, okay, let's first address the tomato in the room.
Okay.
I'm in my 50s. I'm not 80 or 84, but I have 3 daughters and I have 2 sons-in-law. And when we do like little get-togethers, like we often have game nights or cookouts at my middle daughter's home. And if I go over there and I have a couple of drinks, my son-in-law is absolutely going to drive me home. He's very insistent, and he will pull up to the garage and watch me go in through the garage. Now, there is one exception that my daughter will always call after he gets back and make sure, Mom, did you get in the house? Mom, did you lock the doors? So I get the whole suspicion. He was the last one to see her, this, that, and the other. There would be a million reasons that people could suspect my son-in-law. Not that he's a bad guy, but like he has a gun business. He hunts. He has all this property. If I were to go missing after having been at their home, I'm sure that everybody would think, "Oh, he killed her. She's out in the woods. She's in the bottom of the lake." But that probably is why I'm back and forth with the whole Tommaso thing. Because I know that people would look at this situation the same way they would look if I went missing and he had brought me home. We live in rural East Texas, and we don't have, there's Ring cams, Roku cams, Nest cams. But the houses here too are far apart. For example, on my block, my house is on 3 lots. So there's not a house behind me. There's not a house to the other side of me. And I'm on a corner. But one of the lots on that corner are empty. It's my property, but you can't see, up to my house. There's trees, there's shrubs. So, I mean, yeah, there would be a big question mark. And it would be really upsetting. Watch, this son of a bitch is going to kill me this weekend or something. But it would be really upsetting if they suspected one of my sons-in-law of that. And I'm trying to be quick. I'm sorry. I know there's people waiting. Someone mentioned, and it made me very sad. And speaking of sad, did you ever get a hold of Jeep Girl?
Yeah, she's okay.
Okay, great.
And she responded back. I read what she said. I had permission to read. She's fine. She's very traumatized about this because she's the same age as Nancy and she's affected. So a lot of people have different emotions. Sometimes we speak to people that cry and they're upset and they can relate. And
it is very upsetting. Someone had mentioned how she might feel if she is alive and she does at some point come home, that her family appears to do so little, but in reality, we don't know what her family's doing. We don't, I really do believe that they do have private investigators on this and that they are keeping in close touch with the FBI and law enforcement. I don't think they're just hiding out and not doing anything. Now I do, and I told you from the get-go, I'm very back and forth on Tommaso and Annie. Did he go to Italy in the days?
I don't think so. I haven't seen any proof that he went to Italy. Does anyone know? And anyone got any proof of him at the airport? I haven't seen it. But that's a great question. I mean, I haven't seen it. Rumor. A lot of people were talking about it.
JLR, I have all the questions. So someone also the other day mentioned a shipping container, that there's all these shipping containers that get shipped out. And I know I have some really crazy theories. Could they have shipped her to Italy?
Ooh,
Could they have
that's pretty crazy.
Well, and then he gets on a plane and goes to Italy and deals with it when he gets there.
I don't. Can you show? That's crazy. You mean what are like?
I know. I told you it was crazy.
I told you. How do you ship a body to Italy?
Well, I mean, didn't somebody say something about shipping containers yesterday when you spoke with them?
Shipping containers? No, not necessarily.
Okay. Well, just my craziness making
Dude, somebody just sent me a photograph of a bomb shelter.
Oh, that's interesting too.
Yeah, let me get this article up here. Somebody just sent it to me. I'm gonna bomb shelters. People are like, she could be in a bomb shelter, but there's an article that was featured in a news I'm gonna get this up here in a minute. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put this bombshell.
No, you're good. You're good. So, were there any surveillance or doorbell cams at Annie and Tommaso's showing them leaving, him taking her home?
Not that we know of. We haven't seen anything on their end. The only footage we've seen is the footage that we've seen of that program.
So, do you think that they did not have them? I kind of find it hard to believe that they wouldn't, but who knows?
Look at this article here. This is sent to me just talking about Catalina Foothills does have bomb shelters, and this is someone.
Oh, wow.
The name of Susan Kaplan stands in a bomb shelter beneath her home in Tucson on August 20th, 2004. The Catalina Foothills home, which was built in 1949, the shelter was added in 1961. A bomb shelter. It's crazy. Not saying it's really right, but people have been asking about bomb shelters and things like that. So apparently some homes in the Catalina Foothills have bomb shelters. Is Nancy in a bomb shelter?
Well, I mean, let's be realistic. This thing has so many turns and
here's the bottom line.
Crazy situation.
Yeah. Here's the bottom line, and it just makes me fiery here. Who the heck is this guy, and where is she? Like, where is she? Like, how do you take a woman, an 84-year-old woman, without a trace out of their home with some blood on the, on the front step there, and she's gone? Where? Gone where? Where is she?
Look, I for a hot minute really thought that was Luke.
Thought it was Luke?
Yep. Yes, I did.
I'll be honest, I never vibed it as being Luke. Nah. I just don't. He doesn't look like Luke.
Do you think he's
it's tough, man, because we're just, we can go down every rabbit hole, and my mind just goes down. Like, as soon as you say Luke, then my mind's thinking, well, does it look like Luke? It's crazy.
It is crazy. And I even went through a phase after the whole Friday the 13th thing with the FBI raids and the person airlifted to the hospital. And I, like a few others that you've spoken with, thought, yeah, that was her. She was in the hospital. And then like a week later, they started doing all this stuff to her house, and you had cars pulling up into the garage. And I thought, okay, they've got her house all set up with security. They've taken her home. Cameron's going to stay there with her to let her readapt and heal. And I went through a couple of weeks thinking she was in that house, that was her, that they live flighted from down near the border, and that she was in the hospital for a week. And I don't know. Now I have this big question mark beside Cameron. I mean, up until today, I never even suspected him in the very least little bit.
Cameron?
But yeah, did they clear him?
What this really on? Oh, look at this. We got somebody that identifies as Sheriff Chris Nanos. Look at that. Somebody's in the chat keeps posting it's Chris Nanos. I don't know if that's a person. Luke Daly looks like Nancy's deceased husband. Somebody's just trolling. Oh, it's crazy. Cameron, I mean, where were we hearing this about Cameron not cleared? This is somebody, a guest on Nancy Grace, came up on the show and said, where's this coming from, Cameron?
I don't know. I watched Nancy. I watched Nancy Grace last night, and I didn't see anything like that.
Poor Cameron.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
I say poor Cameron. Poor
Yeah.
Cameron.
Well, poor all of them, honestly.
Yeah, even it's awesome because I mean, to me, it's like I don't think up like again. I'm open minded to everything, but I'm not gunning for these people right here.
Me either.
Personally, since they were cleared, I stayed away from this house the best I can. Occasionally, we would drive past, but I wouldn't focus my camera on their home or anything like that up close and hang around outside their house. Up to they were cleared, I was because I was out there with other media. A lot of people were out there shining light. They were literally shining lights on their home all night. the median.
Um,
You know, I'm out there walking around, you know, because
yeah.
you don't know. As soon as the sheriff cleared them, I personally pumped the gas away from them. I'm like, I mean, until there's some other direction, you know, they can behave however they want to behave after the fact. We're not in their shoes.
You know
Like,
what it reminded me of is I don't know how Florida is, but in Texas, especially my area, we have Friday night lights,
mhm.
and it's Friday night. It's the high school football games, and you can see the lights. They're so bright from a couple miles away. You know, if you're coming from a higher area,
That's
and
what they're out
that
for. Friday Night Lights.
yes,
They're
yes, that's
out
what it
for Friday
reminded
Night.
me of.
The media, some of the people, I guess it was Fox News, literally had giant poles and they were shining on their home all night long for weeks. But soon as the sheriff cleared them, everybody cleared out. It was
Hey, do you
weird.
remember?
As soon as they were cleared, not only did everyone clear out, because I think they did that for liability issues, because if the sheriff is going on the record saying these people are cleared, and then you continue to say, you know, shine the light on them as being victims, one, it's not going to look good on you, and you could possibly get sued, maybe, or something
Yeah.
like that. You know what I mean? But when you know, their security, they had a little person car that would sit in their driveway and secure that security card left. As soon as they were cleared, it was everyone cleared out. Like, the coast is clear, they're in the clear, let's move on.
Yeah.
It was I never seen anything like that. Just how quickly everyone just vanished from their home. Now again, even myself, like, you know, because at the beginning stages we don't know what's going on. We're going there to evaluate the situation. They become the mystery. They're on the forefront. Everyone wants to know about Annie Tommaso, but all indications to me is they're clearly victims to me. Until proven otherwise, or it's something. But you know, some people are saying, well, you know, the sheriff technically can't clear. I understand that, but the sheriff had to do some sort of due diligence here, or some sort of searching here. You know, in these guys' devices and everything, and alibis and vetting, and fully vet to say they're clear. Now, however they act is their business. You know, everyone acts differently when a situation is in front of them.
I'm a little bit perplexed as with the whole car thing. I know that they had their car for a very long time, but here's my thing. What were they looking for? Because if her DNA was in that car, so what? So what? She obviously rode in the car.
Yeah, exactly. And what I'm thinking is, you have to exhaust them, because as like I've heard from law enforcement before, they say, you know, when it comes to these type of cases, the likely statistic is a family member involved. The likely statistic, right? And some of these law enforcement do not want to do this, but they have to do what they have to do to get that person cleared and move on to other people. And I personally think at this point, going through their neighborhood, going through the washes, going door to door with surveillance, taking their vehicle and ripping it apart, going in their garage, it appears, and taking pictures of and everything, having Celebrite there and going through their electronics. It's nothing personal, dude. But we want to clear you. We want to make sure, because we're not just going to go by your words and say, I didn't do this or whatever. It's nothing personal. And they did all that, even though they kept the vehicle for a long time. And I can't explain that. I don't know. Only they can explain a long time. But they say they're cleared. Like, but I'm not going to sit here and beat the drum and say, everybody, you can't say that. You know, if people are entitled to their opinions, I mean, they are a mystery in a sense. I personally, like, my mind doesn't take me to them each and every day, like other scenarios. Like, it's like,
I don't either. Every once in a while.
And I'm just sharing as I look at them and I've put them on the screen. If they ended up not doing this, which apparently they're clear, I feel bad for them. I feel bad. I feel really bad. Poor guy, dude. Like, you put them out there, you know, Ashley Banfield, the first person to put it out, and I followed suit. Like, yo, this guy, they're saying that, you know, the dude did it, and we do a whole live and dig in deep on him and stuff like that. But the numbers always say 90% of the time it's somebody, you know, close. But this guy, and her. But some people still think there's something that's not clicking right here with this whole case. Something is not registering. Something just doesn't make sense.
What are the odds that it has nothing to do with Savannah or Annie or Tommaso? What if it's just Nancy? I mean,
it could very well be just Nancy. It could be some sick pervert. It could be some
or
dude that's a doctor, or just some dude that likes to prey on elderly. Could have been a
or
burglar.
somebody that she, let's say somebody came and did some work for her and she was not satisfied with it and she told them, I'm not going to pay you. I mean, it could be any idiot, and it could be that there's nothing. Okay. So you heard my first crazy theory and you heard my second crazy theory. I've got one that's a little bit crazier than both of those.
We got like a few more minutes. I don't mean to cut you off because we have a lot of people
No,
waiting.
I'll be really, really quick. Okay, because this is short and you're going to want to get off the phone with me after I say this anyway. So maybe they go into the house. They have the signal blockers turned on, so there's no signal. Nobody has cell phones. Nobody has anything, right? So she has some type of episode. They panic. He panics. Porch guy panics. He can't call 911. He's not thinking right. He takes her and he thinks, okay, I'm just gonna dump her off at the hospital. People do that. Somebody gets shot, they go dump them off at the hospital. Well, then she dies. Then he's stuck. So I don't know. I just don't know what else to think anymore. Just don't. I don't know. Hopefully they'll resolve it. I don't know how. I know that we've talked about little wheel tracks, maybe a big suitcase or a cooler or a dolly. I don't know.
How are you going to get a woman out of there doing that? It just seems weird to even wheel somebody out. Could you see this dude here putting her in some wheeling her out?
No. Nope.
It just doesn't click to me. But who knows? I mean, there's tracks in the driveway. There was tracks. But I don't know if that's law enforcement, but clearly the second day on February 2nd, the media was out there, took pictures, and it was just like this little narrow track that went around the circle towards the, I don't know what that is. But it's wow.
The whole thing is a poo-poo show.
Appreciate the talk.
Absolutely. You have a great birthday.
Thank you. Well, it's not my birthday till the end of the year. Thank you.
I know. Bye.
All right, stand by. We got 3 people here. We got Chris, Cat AF, and Angie. I'm going to get some coffee real quick. Let me just put this up in the pipeline here, and I'll be back. Video is probably about 3 minutes. Know the perp. Be right back, folks. Know the perp. Who's the perp? Who is that guy? Come on in the chat. We got Chris. Welcome aboard, Chris.
Hey, what's up, JLR? How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, Chris. Sorry to keep you waiting. I know you've been waiting in the pipeline.
No. You're good. I don't know if you remember me, but I drove over to meet with you. I was in that red truck, and I showed you the picture of the tracks out of the driveway.
You have. Yes, you're the one. Yes. Okay, so thanks for coming on. Awesome.
Yeah, man, I've just been listening to a lot of what's been going on, and I'm a real estate agent, so of course a lot of my stuff that I do is all based on facts, right? Um, I think it would be great from your perspective if we maybe figure out a way to start debunking some of these potential theories. Now, I know they're all theories, and I know they're all potentially plausible. But I just think that there's some stuff that is just way too far out in left field for it to continue be with the discussion, right?
Okay, so like, for instance, what?
Well, for example, let's take a look at, I know there's been a lot of talk about, oh, well, how did they get there? Did they get there on a quad or a motorcycle? Did they go through the desert and things like that? I think a lot of that conversation, I don't know if you've already just said, no, that's not going to happen. But when I drove out there for the first time, there's really no way for any of that stuff to happen. People to secretly drive in through the desert and, in between the houses and stuff, and then sort of spot up waiting to go into the house. That's sort of how I feel. What in driving the neighborhood. So after I showed you that picture, I sort of drove around the neighborhood and took a look. There's definitely a number of areas where somebody could have potentially parked and the individuals actually took a stroll, along the streets, along the edge of the street, walking towards Nancy's house. Which, I was looking on Google, I'd looked at the map and stuff, and I sort of saw 5 different areas where somebody could have parked. People could have got down really quick and started to walk to the house.
Let me
Now,
here. Let me put the map here. Because tell me if you agree with this spot. I'll just say, all right, so you see it right here, Nancy's home. What about this house right here, the house for sale in the you can see the driveway right here.
Yeah, so I thought about that. You see that open area right there. Somebody could have parked, but at the same time, that's sort of an entrance into somebody's home. So whether it's for sale or not, somebody doesn't necessarily know whether somebody's living in there or not. So you'd want to be more conspicuous. So if you look catty corner to the neighbor, to that one right there, that one at the corner. If you look, right there. If you go across the street to the east, you see all that vegetation right there and how it's blocked. Yeah. Somebody could easily park. Looking at the amount of, correct. Yeah, right there or across the street on the east side. Either right there or on the opposite side there to the, what would that be, northeast corner?
Right here or right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I remember personally when we were alive that there was a car, a black SUV, just parked tucked in off the road right here, and can see down.
Yeah,
right here.
Yeah, so there's definitely areas. I don't think it was just one person. I don't think this was. I don't think it was just one person just trying to get to a house. I think this was definitely methodical. I think there was at least 3 people, maybe 4. I think there was a getaway car that was parked down the road that would get notification once the job is done for them to come pick them up. Now, when you look at the perp walking up to the porch, he's coming from the garage side. But I wasn't able to tell if, most houses in Tucson that have garages, their electrical panels are typically on the garage wall or close to it. With the perp, you notice that the porch light's not on either. So the question is, could they have possibly tripped the breaker, shut off the power so that it was dead dark in there as they walked up?
Great question. Great question. We don't know if they tamper with something to disable the lighting there before going up. That's a great question. We never really talked.
Yeah. And the other thing too is that, being that it's a Nest camera, well, you can tell now that it wasn't hardwired. So it was running off of some kind of a battery. Because when they took off I saw the close-up picture of it. There wasn't any wire sticking out of it. That means it would have been hardwired. Somebody would have just put that on with a battery, and those get charged up whenever they need to be charged.
Can
Now,
somebody like go around the side of the house with a panel and rip the lighting out of there and make sure there's no, like, the lights were off, like specific, like in a panel, like the
if
outside?
there,
Because obviously here that you know that there's no lighting out there. Normally there is.
yeah, well, you don't even have to do that. All you do is you just flip the breaker and shut the power off.
Yeah.
And somebody with one of those, with the bite lights that is showing that the perp has, he could easily just open up that panel, popped it open, looked for exterior, light breaker, flip those off, whatever it might be. There's just way too many questions. And there's some questions that seem really out of whack. And then there's some questions that seem very plausible in terms of this could have happened or that could have happened. Now, the one thing that really caught my attention is that perp walking up to the front door.
Mhm.
And we're looking at it right now here. Go ahead and play it.
You're saying he's coming in an angle which appears to come from the garage side.
That is correct. So he's coming up. Oh, let's do it again. And when you look at his right hand, it actually looks like he's going to knock on the door.
Yes, people have said that.
And it looks like he look because there's. Oh, go ahead.
No, like he was going to knock on the door with his right hand.
Correct. Yeah. But look right now, it looks like he looks to the left. And isn't there there were windows on both sides of the door, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. So it looks like he's going to knock on the door, which leads me to believe I'm going to knock on the door to let the other person know I'm at the front. Then he notices the camera. And typically with those cameras, like my camera, when there's motion, there's a little light that pops on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mine too. Yeah, there's a little blue light. Lets the person know that you're being recorded.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you can see in this picture, you see those two doorknobs right there. You can see the doorknob and the deadbolt. I'll tell you that in my neighborhood, there was a point in time where we were getting houses broken into. And what it was a group of people that were getting dropped off and they were canvassing the neighborhood, knocking on doors to see if anybody would show up. And then those would be the targeted houses that they would try to break into.
Where do you live? You live nearby, right?
Yeah, relatively close. So
yeah. You live in the Catalina foothills?
No. I live southwest of that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's been over recently that people like been dropped off, like this type of thing? How long?
This was over the last, I want to say, year and a half. But when you just think about just the process itself, what could have happened, that's something that is factual that has happened that I am aware of because we ended up seeing them get caught because they ended up coming in with a number of police and unmarked vehicles and caught them because authorities were canvassing the neighborhood, looking for particular vehicles that would be parked for an extended period of time.
Gotcha.
So,
how long you live in your area for?
Well, I'm a native Tucsonan, and I've lived in my neighborhood, 23 years?
Has this ever happened like in the past, like 5 years back and going on back, or is this just a new concept recently?
Well, no, I think it's been going on for quite some time. It's just now it became more of a personal situation because it happened in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay.
But as far as what I think is plausible with this is this guy was either the second or the third person. And when he goes and grabs those plants, you see that he does a quick glance out to the left, which would be east. I know there's a house over there, which I think the back is like the porch and stuff of the house for the neighbor. Mm-hmm. I can't tell if he's looking to say, oh, is there a light on now? Or if there was somebody else walking over there.
See how it goes there first? Boom. And then boom. But he looks one way first.
Watch right now after he grabs it. He'll take a quick glance up.
Yeah.
Right there. That little spot right before.
Where you were talking about a vehicle.
Yeah.
Being parked.
Correct.
It does look like he's looks up right there. Look, it's kind of like on the right
there. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like he's staring towards the road, maybe at a waiting car, you think? Or waiting associate?
Well, when I drove that neighborhood, I think that if he in that direction that he's looking at, he could be looking towards the street or he could be looking towards the porch of the house that's at the corner. because there's that neighbor right there.
I don't think you can see it from there.
But you could probably see lights though, maybe.
Yeah, you could see like it sucks that we can't see it because it's on the right there, and there's probably something there that we just can't see.
Yeah, correct. Now, as far as just, I want to give Sheriff Nanos just a little bit of credit. This is probably the biggest, this is the biggest case he's probably ever dealt with. And you can tell that he's not a high profile type of speaker.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in one of his earliest press conferences, you're like, I never would have expect people to take my words and just run with them. But nonetheless, he is the speaker of what's going on. But I really do think that the contamination that occurred so quickly with that after the house was released, really was detrimental to this case. Now, what I think happened as I drove out that neighborhood, there's a couple of ways that somebody could get out, right? Well, there's a lot of ways, so they would have known what's the quickest way to get out of that neighborhood once this was done. And they would have gone back up to Campbell and then taken straight down Campbell. Now, I-10 is actually relatively quickly to get to. So there's definitely a number of avenues, but a lot of people haven't actually spoken about heading southeast on I-10, going to like Benson, and then getting down to like the Douglas port of entry, or even from there heading to El Paso.
Yeah.
From the time that this supposedly happened till the time of the sheriffs, that's like what, 5 hours? 6? No, longer than
It takes
5 hours.
2 hours to get to New Mexico on 10.
Yep.
To Douglas port of entry. I would say from there, I've been to the Douglas port of entry before. Another 2 hours, I would say, from there. From that point, Douglas point of entry to the New Mexico Arizona border, it's 4 or 5 hours. You could get to that, or you could go to Antelope Wells. There's a port of entry there, but that's closed at night, so you're not going to get through there.
Well, you can get to El Paso, which is about 6 hours. Yeah, so I think there's just way too many potential outlets for these individuals to make their getaway. In my opinion, I don't. If this was somebody that a lot of people are saying is very well calculated in this and that, I personally don't think that she's close. Yeah, go ahead.
You see this photo and how you said he was looking over towards the right?
Yeah.
So look at this photo here. Now I'm going to put up the map. I'm going to put the map up here, and I want people to see that it appears, he's right here. Let me zoom in. It appears that here's the porch. It appears he was looking out somewhere over here. When he was staring out there. So there could have been a waiting car. By the way he was looking that way, it would be over here somewhere, because it appears, he was like right here and he's looking. And it could be like something over here or even a person. But here's another thing is too, her things here, her room is here. The sliding glass door is here. Is here. He looks like he's facing that way, like he's looking at something over here somewhere.
Yeah, and you see how the back of that house is too. I guarantee you that they have porch lights on also. If you actually draw, if you draw a straight line from the rooftop of the front entry of Nancy's house to that house, it almost points right into the corner of their porch in the back.
Yeah. No,
does. So, but if you look at just the terrain right there, somebody could have walked in between the desert right there where that driveway is, just to the right of that driveway, or I'm sorry, the left of the driveway of the neighbor.
Well, some people speculate that Perp could have parked here, went right here, walked, boom, into her bedroom.
Yeah.
It's an open trail.
Yeah, but I the way things have all come together on this, I don't think they came in on a motorcycle. I don't think they came in on a golf cart. I don't think they came in on anything like that. I think they came in on something that would be quiet and not as easily detectable as or noticeable as a motorcycle or an off-road vehicle, because those would stand out like a sore thumb,
Mm-hmm. I know, most definitely.
Yeah.
a lot of people in the pipeline here.
Yeah, go ahead. Do what you got to do, man. I just wanted to reach out, and I've enjoyed it all. I know a lot of people are having JLR withdrawals right now too. So hopefully you can come back up.
We can in the situation. It's hot out there. Tucson just reached out to me. Hopefully he gets back to me. I just sent him a link. Yeah, you definitely. Oh, by the way, shoot me an email. You see the email on the screen, and leave me your contact number. So I got your contact because I know you're local and stuff. Like, I'd like to stay in touch with you, Chris.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You know what I'll do is I'll text you because I got your number.
Okay, there you go. Got text me. All right, cool.
All right, brother. Sounds good, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye bye. All right, he's local. He's local. All right, Angie. We got a lot of people waiting. We got Angie, Laura, Beth. Beth, I can't get you on, Beth. I don't know what's happening with your connection, Beth. It's just not working right. So I got Angie and Laura. And then I had Kat that came and went. So Angie, welcome aboard.
Good afternoon, sir. It's good to see you again.
Hi, how are you? Where are you from?
I'm good, thanks. Ohio.
Ohio. We spoke before?
Yes, we spoke before. I had talked with you about the parking across the street,
Mm-hmm.
and you had walked up and was showing how it directly looked right down her driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And had shared with you that I had been a nurse for 100 years and kind of wanted to piggyback off of Dr. Q. JLR, I just cannot get past that. I really think he's onto something with the parasocial.
So you're running with the parasocial theory.
I still am. And the other thing with that is most of my nursing history has been with mental health, developmentally delayed, addiction, that type of thing. And looking at the parasocial and my history, I will tell you that a lot of times mental health issues unfortunately come in pairs.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's the case with this person. And I think that's important because given the fact that I think that this gentleman is very much a loner.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was the infatuation with Nancy. I'm not sure it was with Savannah. I think it was with Nancy. And I think that it's somebody who's very much local. I'm talking within a few miles, and I thought it was totally awesome that you had done the search on the properties. I kept trying to get in touch with you to suggest that.
Okay.
And I don't know if you did it through like a auditor type website, or if you just Googled the address and saw. It's difficult, I think, because a lot of those places are rentals. So you're not actually going to get whose information's living there.
I kind of got in my databases.
What's that?
I kind of got different names on each house.
Okay. Which I think is totally awesome. And then I heard you say that, you didn't really see anybody who
Nope.
fit the description or the looks of the perp. But I'm just wondering, given this parasocial aspect and given this loner, no friends, lone wolf type person, is it possible to go back through and look and see, okay, John and Jane Doe own this house, but they're related to Johnny Doe, and at the age of 42, he's still living at home?
No one in that neighborhood that I've seen, and I went through every single house, names of every single person. And, there was names that were like, okay, and then I try to cross-reference with a picture. I'm like, nah. I'm bringing Tucson in the chat while he's there. So, Tucson, welcome aboard.
Hello there, 857.
Hello.
So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying as far as Angie, you know, with people in there in that neighborhood, but I haven't found anybody suspect in that neighborhood.
But did it show just the owners of the homes, or did it actually show everybody that resided in the house?
My databases will be able to tell me who had credit and who's lived in that house. Not everyone reports, but you know, it's a pretty good estimate of who has not only the owner but other occupants of that home.
Okay. And I'm wondering too, could it be an older couple who has a son that comes under the pretense of helping mom and dad who are older, and oh look, there's Nancy?
That's a great question. But again, these databases, you know, I never expanded out as family members of homeowners and that don't have ties to the house and expand out to try to mount. I didn't go that far out.
Yeah.
And maybe I didn't get everyone right. Maybe I missed something, you know, that's, you know, but if you're talking about maybe the purpose in the neighborhood, which is, you know, sometimes a direction here, maybe the way law enforcement is, you would think you'd go like each and every neighbor, see who lived in that house. Some neighbors own the house, some neighbors rent the house. Some homes are under LLCs and different trusts, and you just have to, you know, just take these names, and anyone that fits in the 30 to 50 range to me with names, I kind of just look and see if, you know, they have any arrest records for you know, burglaries or anything like that. I haven't found anything suspicious. I mean, there's registered sex offenders that live in that area, but they're not nearby. But I don't even see anyone there that fits this person.
I just am convinced, and it doesn't make it right, but I'm just convinced that this person is hiding in plain sight, and it's close. And, you know, and the other thing that I'd like to touch on, and then we'll hop off because I know that there's people waiting and you'll want to talk to 857, but
no, he's part of the chat. No, he's part of the chat. That you can ask him. You can talk to him too. He's just hanging out.
Okay. The other thing is, and maybe I really shouldn't share this, but I'm going to, I have a brother who at the age of 57 is still much a very frequent flyer to the prison system. And it has been that way his entire life. You know, one of the things that he has said to me and keeps coming to my mind in this situation is the best crime to commit is by yourself. Because when you commit a crime and you've got somebody along with you, you always run the risk that they're going to run their mouth. They're going to get drunk in the bar. They're going to tell their girlfriend. They're going to brag about it. And then you're going to get hemmed up, as he calls it. And I really don't see, you know, everybody keeps saying, well, maybe there were two of them and one of them went in the sliding glass doors, or maybe they went in the back. Well, my question is this. If one can go in the back without being seen on that camera, why on God's green earth would the second one try to go in the front and be seen on the camera? Why wouldn't they both just...
There's a second person that went through the back.
What's that?
You don't know if there's a second person that ever went through the back.
No, but everybody keeps alluding to that he didn't do this by himself, and that, you know, somebody else was already in there and he was letting them know to let me in. Why didn't they both just go in the back or the side or the sliding glass door, reach around the door and cover the camera? Instead of one of them being the guilty party to walk up on the porch and be recorded.
Because this might be the sole person in a guilty party right here. This is the person.
Yeah, I think the
person here didn't go back. The person gained access through the front, or we don't know how to gain access, but all we know is we got this. We got this. That's all we have.
And because of this, it makes me feel like he was the lone wolf. That there was nobody else in there, or they both would have went in the way that the one that isn't seen. Or maybe even they've got more footage that they're not showing.
That's a very strong possibility that many people are open-minded. More footage that they just haven't shown us.
You know,
But
that's the other thing.
Raise great questions, because it's so baffling with this to me that the common sense would be that there's co-conspirators involved in multiple people. Yet we only have this fit on apparently 2 different dates, left and right. All we have thus far. Now we can sit there and assume, however the person got in, maybe the other cameras didn't work right, but that's weird because as we heard the reports that they were able to get some thumbnail footage of the back pool area and the pool house area from dates prior to this, though nothing suspicious, but it proves that they got some stuff that they say isn't suspicious, but it proves that there was cameras around there, but nothing on the night in the back.
And then wasn't there a lull in any recording, and then all of a sudden it recorded officers in the back?
There's a lot of rumors and stuff. I don't know what's legit and what's not. These are coming off news reports, and then one news report puts something out and another one adds a little element to it and then changes it a little bit. And you don't even really know what the real story is. All I know is the reports are saying they obtained some still footages, not video footages, of prior to this incident on February 1st, prior to the incident. We don't know the date. We don't know what is on these images, not videos, images.
And that's the other thing that is it's so disheartening, because I mean, there are so many crazy YouTube videos out there that they're just crazy. You know from the title that there's no truth to them. But there are some that, okay, maybe so, but is it because that they're withholding things from us? Is it because they just don't know? And I know 857, it's a sore subject, but Nanos really botched and dropped the ball on this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so is it stuff that you guys, when I look at that front porch, the video of that front porch, and that mat is still there on the porch to this day, it drives me insane. Why would you have not taken that first thing?
Mm-hmm.
It just, I mean,
they did put it back. I don't know. Maybe they did take it back. I don't know. But I got there on the 6th. The mat was there. It's always been there. But I don't know if the mat was gone for a time and they just bring it back. I don't know. He's stepping on the mat. He got the thing in his mouth. You know, he could release some DNA on it.
Exactly. And I just really feel like if they had taken the mat and found anything with potential answers to it on the mat, that may have been a little tidbit that they released.
Not only that, but look when he bends down, picks up the plants and stuff like that. He got this thing in his mouth, slobber and spit and different stuff could have leaked out of his mouth in the process of holding that. You know, did they check that? Did they swap the sidewalks and stuff like that there? The walkway there and the panels, the panels that you see there on the, you know.
Well, not only that, what
in the house of the perp, maybe there's DNA from all that, from having a flashlight in his mouth. Maybe they looked
exactly. And at one of the videos, if you look at it, some of those plant clippings are laying there on the porch still. If you can see his wrist and you can see a tattoo on his wrist, there's a potential that that plant touched his wrist. I'm not a DNA specialist, but could there have been DNA that could have been recovered from that? It's laying there.
You're saying some of the plants there, your wrist makes contact with, you got like skin cells or something?
Yes. Epithelial cells could have gotten on there. Therefore, you would have had DNA. But the plants are still laying there in some of the videos that I've seen. They're laying there, dying. You can see them. Why were those not picked up?
Yeah, I don't know what was picked up and what was. That's the issue here. I'm not saying I agree with you on that, you know, and you want to get everything around the area. Wherever that perp stepped foot, you would think that you would scrub it down to a T. Every single
Yeah,
nook
I
and cranny
could.
that perp step foot in this video, you would use your investigative tools to see if you find anything, either a piece of hair, even a skin, anything, a little eyebrow thing come out of your, you know, an eyebrow, who knows, something, a piece of something.
Something.
I'm sure they did, though. I'm sure they did. I mean, I would
You know,
think,
I can see.
I don't know.
I don't.
They're a week later going through the septic tanks a week later and still canvassing the neighborhood weeks later, where it seems like the stuff should have been done from the get-go.
Exactly. You know, I can see them potentially. I don't believe it, but they could have brought the doormat back. They could have done their DNA, but testing on the doormat and brought it back. But wouldn't it have remained with them in case it was needed for evidence?
Look at Shanna Lee
But
right here. I posted this comment right here. Theme, missing. An elderly woman missing. No official search, no canines, trackers or cadaver dogs, no family rep updates, no LE updates. This case is missing everything that matters. Madness. Hashtag
it
find
is.
Nancy. Well said. That's where we're at.
Exactly.
That's exactly
You
where we're
know,
at right.
which leads me to believe it's not that they've got stuff under their hat and close to their chest. I just don't think it's been done. JLR, they're not going to take those plant clippings and return them.
Yeah.
If they would have taken them and checked them, they would have thrown them in the trash if they didn't find anything on them. They're plant clippings, for God's sake.
Angie, I gotta let you go. I got some people in the pipeline, so I appreciate the chat. Though you raise a lot of questions, enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you too. Bye bye.
Those out there that
Hi, Laura.
they're just crazy. You know from the Bible that there's no truth to them.
You were waiting.
But there are some that, okay, maybe so.
Oh, I'm in the show.
But is it because that they're with?
Wait a
minute. Okay.
All right. Hello. How are you? Saw you've been waiting for a while. And we got Georgia Dogs up next. And Tucson, if you want to chime in, you could chime in at any time, Tucson. We got Tucson in the chat too.
Yeah, real
Says
quick.
I'm in the show.
Real
What's
quick.
up, Tucson? Yes, sir.
I do. I see my stuff. Why can't I hear anything?
Uh-oh.
Wait. Let me get the volume on. Uh-oh.
We're going to take you out for a minute. Laura, bring Laura back in a second. What's going on?
Yeah, so I just had somebody inside who said there's going to be an interview with Sheriff Nanos right now. Actually, in about an hour and a half, and I'm actually outside the building. He's going to do the interview, so I'm going to be trying to get an interview with him. You know, as he's walking in, just to see if he has a comment on anything.
Oh, gotta go
but
hard, Tucson. You're gonna intercept Nanos.
I'm right here. I mean, I'm gonna listen to the radio live. You know, it'll be a short interview, but I'll have it on my car radio. So and I'm gonna set up the tripod right out front of here. So when he comes walking up, we'll be you know, giving him a hello, and maybe I'll have my my microphone, the 857 Tucson microphone. So we'll see what he says. But yeah, I want to let you get back to your guest, but that's where I'm at. I'm about to go live on there, and if you want to share it out, you could call me as well.
What question do you plan to ask?
I think I'm going to ask a very general question. You know, where does the public go from here as far as, you know, with the issue of safety overall? You know, this is obviously one case, but there's multiple cases, lots of cases in Pima County and city of Tucson. We've had 3 shootings just last night. And I think so that makes, I mean, our town right now is in a crisis beyond what the Nancy Guthrie thing is. So I'm just going to ask him, where does with the crime and the Nancy Guthrie thing, where do you go from now? I mean, actually, let me put it to this way, because maybe my questions aren't, I'm still kind of trying to think it out. what questions do you think I should ask? And
Listen, let me give
maybe
you some advice. You don't have to listen, but if you do get his attention, he stops and answers the question. You got to rapid fire questions. Don't let him go without answering. Just ask him, what proof do you have that Nancy returned home that night? How do you know for
can you
sure?
text me? Can you text me a couple?
Kidnapped out of her bed.
Yeah. Okay. If you could, just so I'm getting my brain strike, could you text me like just a couple questions? Maybe you'll get a couple in the next 30 minutes, and then
Sure.
I'll be
When do you plan to give a press conference again?
what that's exactly.
You
So
gotta rapid fire. Like you gotta
rap-
if you get his attention, yeah, I might say he might walk and not pay you no mind because we're streamers. You know what I mean? You never know. But hey, ask him the questions as he's walking, but stay with him. Stay with him. Side by side. You know, respect his space, whatever like that. Don't come into him aggressive or anything like that. But walk with him. Walk
exactly.
With him. As
Yeah,
he's
I'm not
walking.
here to confrontation as far as I just want answers, just like the community, obviously. And so I'm here. I got the if you want to go in and look at the station, you know, if you know, maybe you can clip the state some of his comments later or replay it. It's on KVO. Let me get the
How do you know he's not in there already?
well, it's not till 12 my time. So right now it's 10:30, so we're still an hour and a half away. And here I am. I'm gonna go live, and then I'll just be sitting here watching you.
So you think he'll be dipping in what time? Anytime?
You know, probably anybody will at least be here at least 30 minutes ahead, right? You
Does
think
he
if
come
they're
through the front door like everyone else? Does he have a special? Now
that I don't know. That I don't know.
You're at Benson Highway.
Yeah, I'm kind of close to. No, I'm actually at the. Here, I'll show you. I'm actually at the media place where
okay.
they
So
do.
What is that place? Is that the sheriff's office? What is that?
No, that's the radio station.
Okay. So he has no choice to go in the front door.
I'm pretty sure he's not going. I mean, then you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm not like I said. He should want to have a comment. So as much as he probably will try to avoid anything, why wouldn't he want to just make a comment and just say,
Dude,
"Hey"?
it's not illegal to walk with him. Respect his space. Don't come at him aggressive. Don't threaten him.
Exactly.
I know you won't. But what I mean is like walk with him. Walk from the time you see him. Go up there with your camera and microphone. Ask him questions. He's either going to answer or not. No comment. But you know,
Yeah.
he might speak. He might speak a little bit. You never know. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
Exactly. If he stops and he, you know, that's the thing, and he goes, "Hey, I'm going to answer a couple questions."
The public wants to know, Nanos. Come on, tell us what's going on, man. The public wants to know, dude. Like you could just be like off the cuff, like really just like, yo, dude, what's going on, sir?
Yeah.
Like the public, say thousands of people watch your stream every day. They care for Nancy. What is going on? What are you doing to find her, Mr. Nanos?
Well, also, you know, what are you going to do better to communicate with the public? Because I mean, that's the big thing. Is you know, we know they're all working. They want to solve it. It's not like he doesn't want to. It's just the communication gap of total silence now, and it's calculated between, as we talked, many of these characters, and so that would be the interesting if he does stop. But let's if you
By the
have
way,
any
he's
of those
probably
questions.
getting the alert right now on his text. They plan to ask you questions. It's already got back to him. It's already got back to him.
Yeah, well, here's the thing about where he's choosing to do this interview, JLR, is this is Bill Buckmaster. Okay, if you look up Bill Buckmaster, he is basically the Democrat spokesman, and I'm not being political, I'm just giving facts for the Southern Arizona for the last 30 years. So if you are a politician in Tucson, you want to get on the Bill Buckmaster show because they're gonna, you know, basically prop you up. So just be expecting this interview is not going to be some hard hitting. He might try to ask a hard hitting question, but it's really a soft, this is what I'm expecting. A softball interview where they're going to, Bill Buckmaster is here to help the political elites here control the message, the narrative. And so that's what, if hopefully you guys can listen to while it's going on in about, what are we looking, an hour and 20 minutes now? But I think it'll be eye-opening to see how they're using the media right now. They're using this station, this specific broadcaster to control the narrative of what's going on with Nanos and he's gonna. So we'll stay tuned, everybody.
Yeah, this is grassroots journalism right here. It's good that this is good stuff. It's good stuff. We have confidence in you. We're wishing you luck. You'll be good. You'll kill it. You'll nail it. We have confidence, and I can't wait to see what you can uncover from Sheriff Nanos, because that's the key to this case. Maybe he shares finally something. And maybe he'll just sit there and talk to you for 10, 15 minutes. You never know.
Why not? I mean, he knows what he can share, not share. Why not just having a man-to-man, person-to-person in conversation? Like, hey, man, I see everything that the community in the world is.
Dude, I pray you find Nancy, dude. You know, a lot of people are critical of you, and people support you. Just what's going on?
Yeah, just be more transparent with the public. That's all we want. I mean, you know, he's got a man. He's a man. He's got a family. You know, we're not trying to tear this man apart. You know, it's just. We want some more communication, just like any relationship. You want to have communication. You don't want to have, you know, lack of communication. That doesn't get you anywhere. So,
okay, so let me give you some advice. And this is what I do sometimes when I stake out, like, you know, courthouses or things like that, because I've done this many times in this sense. Okay, so I would say prop yourself by the door, scout
that's
around.
where I'm at.
As soon as you see him, you got to go as close to him as possible. Like if he's parked, just go to his car, because he's got to walk there. You can follow him and ask him questions and talk with him and be cool with it, you know, while you're talking to him. But you know what I mean? And follow him all the way up to the door. He goes in, whatever. Like he's either going to answer or he's not. But the silence also will be very telling too. If he's, you know, whatever. But as soon as you see him, eye him, go right up to him. Hey, how are you doing? Like he's the sheriff. You're supposed to talk to your elected officials. You're supposed to have access to elected officials out on the street. If you see them, hey, hello, are you? Support you. Pray that you, you know, do this, that, and the other. You'll do great.
Here we are. Stay tuned. Send me some questions just so I can get those starting to rapid fire in my head. And then I do have a couple, but I'd like to, you know, get the input. And so I'm going to sign off just for a minute, and then we'll come back on here shortly. I have two phones, so I can get onto your stream as well. So we'll just we'll keep I got my eyes peeled here, looking both ways. But other than that, I'll talk to you in about, let's say, about 30 minutes.
Yes, sir. All right. See you soon. Good luck, my friend.
All right.
Bye-bye. What proof do you have Nancy Guthrie returned home that night from Annie and Tommaso? I'm shooting questions right now. Any questions? Any other questions? All right, so let me get somebody up in the chat. We got that's Tucson here. We got two people waiting. We got Laura. Sorry, Laura.
Hi.
Welcome back. You fix your
I can hear
mic?
you now. I can hear you this time.
Awesome. Just give me one more second. I'm firing off a question here.
Sure.
When will you be giving a press conference again? I'm shooting them off on firing stuff. So I got to think while I go. What's on your mind? Hello.
So I think I have it solved. I don't have proof. Don't have proof, but I think I have a pretty logical scenario. So I think Porch Guy, the lady who was on before, I half agree with her. I do think that it's possible that he rode a bike, but not a motorbike. I think it was a bicycle. That would explain why he had a backpack on his back. Because, like, why would you be, if you had a car, why would you be walking around with a backpack on your back? He's not going in the backpack using anything. So if he had a car, why didn't he just leave the backpack in the car until he needed his whatever he had in there? But if he rode a bike, that would make sense. Even the balaclava would make sense because it was 42 degrees that night. It was a little chilly. He might have had a balaclava from a prior occasion. Maybe he's a hiker. Maybe he's an outdoorsman and he goes out and he hikes the trails and it gets cold out there. So he already had a balaclava. So I think he rode a bike, and that would explain the skinny tracks in the driveway because they're very skinny. And then when he came up to the porch, somebody mentioned that he looked down. I think he looked down. It was just before he stepped up onto the porch. I think he knew that there was a step there. And so he was looking down so that he could shine his bike light down so that he could not trip on the step. And I think when he walked up to the camera, I don't think he thought it was recording, because I think he knew that the subscription was had lapsed. And I think that when he saw the red light, the infrared light on the camera, because when it records, you do see that red light shining at you. I think he was kind of like, you see him kind of knocking a little bit. He was like, knock, knock. Is this thing working? Is this thing recording? And then he realized that it was recording. So he's like, oops, all right, well, I guess it's recording. I have to find something to get this camera off, because he's going to take Nancy out that door. And I think that was the plan. It was not a burglary gone bad or anything like that. The plan all the time, the whole time, was to take Nancy out that front door. So before he even went into the house, before anything even had, before there was even an opportunity for something to go wrong or go bad, at the very beginning, he was taking that camera off the porch because he was preparing the exit. So then he's like, okay, well, how am I going to get this off? I got these big, thick gloves on, these big, you can't get a good grip with those big gloves. It looks like he has boxer gloves on. So he's looking around, and that's when he goes in, he grabs the plants, and he uses the stem as leverage on the camera to get that camera off the holster. Then, okay, so I think he parked his bike over by the garage, and that's why you can't see it in the video, and that's why it looks like he's coming from the garage, because that's where he parked his bike, over by the garage. Then after he got the cameras down, I think he went in the back door because it was open, unlocked. It was unlocked for whatever reason. It was unlocked. So then he went in the back door, and then I think he got Nancy's car. And I think he pulled Nancy's car around the front to where the blood trail ends, because we see the blood on the porch, and then we see a trail. And I do think Nancy was alive, and I do think she was walking of her own accord. And I do think she got a nosebleed. At 2:00 a.m., there was an event recorded. Her pacemaker sent to her phone that there was a heart event at exactly 2 a.m. And I think that's when he woke her up. So the blood trail goes from the porch down the walk and then it just disappears. I think there was a car there, and I think it was Nancy's car, because I think he rode a bike there. So he used Nancy's car. So then after he gets the car in position, I think he then goes into the house and he wakes up Nancy. And I think he says, Nancy, there's been an emergency, and Annie's in the hospital. She got in a car accident. She's in the hospital, whatever excuse he used. But this is the one that came to my mind. What would make her leave willingly? If she thought Annie was in the hospital and he said, gotta go. I rode my bike here because the car's crashed. I rode my bike here. We got to use your car, Nancy. Come on, let's go. Let's go to the hospital. And I think she walked out. She didn't grab her medicine because she thought she'd be home by the morning. And she wasn't really thinking about that, in a panic when your child is purportedly in the hospital, maybe dying, maybe critical. You're not thinking about the medicine that you're going to need at 10 o'clock the next morning. You might not be thinking about even grabbing your purse or your keys or anything, but she might have grabbed them. And then after her body was disposed of, the perp brought those items back and put them back in the house. That's possible if she did think to grab her purse and that kind of thing. But in an emergency, you're not thinking about that. I mean, you're discombobulated already because you just got woke up from a deep sleep at 2:00 in the morning. You're really not thinking about anything. And someone tells you your child's in the hospital. You're like, okay, let's go. So I think they walked out, and that's where the story ends. I don't know, where he took her, but that's my theory.
To like a week, 4 or 5 days later, seizing her vehicle here. You're saying that perp took her vehicle?
If he took a bike, now those skinny tracks might not be a bike. You know, my other theory is that he drove his own car there. His own car is a 2010, which does not have GPS in it. That would be the other theory, you know. But either way, I think Nancy left walking and alive and thinking that she was going somewhere where that she would be willing to go. And I think she got a nosebleed.
Where do you get all this? Like,
you look at any picture of Nancy, she's got a Band-Aid on. She bleeds. She bleeds. She's, you know, she's on blood thinners and she bleeds.
Yeah.
So I think that it's very possible that that blood on the porch wasn't from him. You know, at first I thought, well, you know, that's a big, heavy iron security door. And if the perp was like pushing her out the door, you know, like hurrying her more, you know, faster than she could walk on her own, then maybe, you know, she got hit with that door and that's what caused the nosebleed. But then I thought, you know what? It could have been simply her blood pressure, right? You know, when your blood pressure increases, sometimes you get a nosebleed. So I think it might have been just as simple as that. You know, they say the simplest answer is probably the right one. He probably didn't have to do much work. And of course he would have taken his mask off. He wouldn't have had his gun hanging when he went in the house. You know, he had just got there on a bike, and so he probably had the gun on. And that's another reason why I think maybe he drove a bicycle, because why wouldn't he just leave the gun in the car? You know, but he had it on his body. I think he rode a bicycle there, and he had whatever he thought he would need in his backpack and his, and so okay, here's another thing. I think he's left-handed. When you watch him bend over and pick the flowers, he reaches with his left hand. When you see him step onto the porch, he steps with his left foot. And then when you see him messing around with the camera, he's using his left hand. He's using his right hand to shield. You know, it's like flat, you know, like when you're outside and there's too much sun and you can't see because sun is reflecting on your phone or whatever, you'll use a flat hand to kind of block the glare of the sun. It kind of looks like he's doing that. And he's using his left hand with the twig to dislodge the camera. So I think he's left-handed. And so
people say he's right-handed because of the way the gun is, and you pick it up with the right hand.
But guess what? I don't know. Are you left-handed or right-handed? I'm right-handed, so I don't know. But I've got family members that are left-handed, and they say it's a right-handed world. And you really can't buy left-handed stuff. You certainly can't go to Walmart and buy a left-handed holster. And I've went online, Walmart.com, and even on Walmart.com, where you could order pretty much anything, that holster that they say is the brand of holster that he bought, they don't have a left-handed. They don't have a left-handed one. So I think he's an amateur when it comes to guns. But he was going to need a gun because, unfortunately, I think he killed Nancy. And I think she's no longer with us. But I think that he is wearing a right-handed holster because that's what's available. And if you see, it's angled for a right-handed person and he's a left-handed person. So what does he got to do? He's got to swing it around to the middle of his body, and that explains the odd position of the gun. He's got to swing it around to the middle of his body so that he can put the gun in with his left hand.
Interesting take. You should write like a no offense. You should write like a thriller book. You should write a crime book.
I mean, think about it. It's not that far-fetched. It's not that far-fetched.
I mean, we don't know.
I don't think it's that far-fetched. And it explains everything. And when you look at I don't know, you've probably seen the video with the memorial. Mm-hmm. And they do a comparison between Tommaso and the porch guy, and he walks just like him. His gait, his body proportions. He walks with his toes out, and he crosses. He almost like crosses like he's walking on a tightrope. And Tommaso does that too. His feet kind of go in front of each other, almost like he's walking on a tightrope, but yet his toes are pointed out. It's like exactly like the porch guy. Exactly.
Appreciate the chat. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll be
Stay
curious to see, if any of it is for real. And as far as this sheriff clearing the family with lie detector, I'm not buying that. Honestly, I don't think Annie's involved. I don't think she is. I think he did this on his own, and normally I would say, yeah, usually when someone's committing a crime, usually there are two people, the buddy system, like they give each other courage and egg each other on to continue. But I think in this case, he didn't need anybody else. And that's why nobody's coming forward for the $1 million reward, because he did it all by himself. And there's no reason why he couldn't do it by himself, because he was trusted.
Gotcha.
And it's only a 20-minute bike ride for the average person from his house to Nancy's. 20 minutes on a bicycle.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye. Hello, sir. Hi.
Hi, JLR. How you
Hello.
doing?
Dylan, where are you from?
I'm from Jersey.
Jersey. Nice. Welcome aboard. What's on your mind? I seen you waiting. Sorry about the wait.
Oh, it's all right, man. So I was the person that sent you the picture of Nanos and the guy that was walking in front of the Ring camera.
Oh, you're the one. Okay. Let me get this up. Let me get the photo up. Got it somewhere. Yeah. It's kind of like a joke, right? But yeah, no.
I mean, I'm leaning more towards Nanos and Annie and Tommaso because I think it was a 3-person job.
You think Nanos is involved?
Yes, 100%.
Holy smokes. You're like the first one that really came and said, like on camera, Nanos is involved.
The reason why I think Nanos is involved is from what that guy told you when you were in Arizona, that ex-cop or whatever, he did a lot of corrupt stuff in the police, with the police and stuff, punishing cops for no reason for just speaking out and whatever. But
I'm trying to get the photo while I'm up here.
At the same time, I think Nanos has the experience with the gun, because who's gonna walk around with the gun in front of them? Not a lot of people.
I don't know. An inexperienced person.
Yeah, but I think it was Nanos because he was trying to throw everybody off with how the gun was, and I also think it's him also because he has the crosswalk.
I don't think it looks like Nanos, but you put this, you got this side by side here.
And Nanos pretty much looks like the same height as the perpetrator.
Nanos wouldn't do this. There's no way.
I don't know. I've heard of corrupt, police, sheriffs.
You ever hear of a police officer that would murder or kidnap somebody like this? I put this up sarcastically. I didn't know, like.
No, I think it's Nanos because there are a lot of corrupt people in this world. It doesn't matter if you're a cop, whatever. You hear about cops killing innocent people all the time, but still, I'm not saying all cops are bad.
I just have to laugh. When I look at the photo of Nanos and this perp, I just laugh. I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny. You get what I mean?
Yeah, and I also think it's Annie and Tommaso because when Tommaso left out of the States for the Olympics, I think he was the one that sent the emails into, all these news places for the ransom.
Nanos
off
has
of
an
it.
alibi. I know he has an alibi.
But if you have an alibi, why not come live and tell your part, like how Luke and the other guy did?
Yeah.
Prove your innocence.
So you're saying Nanos must prove his innocence?
I think he should. Does he have
I'm
an
sorry, I'm not
alibi
making
for
funny. I
what
just think it's a
tonight?
funny concept. It's not you.
No, I completely understand it. At
Like
first I thought
Nanos must come out and prove his innocence.
at first I thought it was funny, and then at the same time I kept thinking in my head, well, this could happen to anybody. Anybody can do this, but not to leave a trace of DNA or the house a wreck or whatever. That's what kept playing in my head. This wasn't, no
Let
non-trained
me
professional. This was like a professional job
let
done.
me ask you something. Did you turn Nanos into the FBI tip line?
Not yet, because I don't want to be involved with the FBI.
Did you turn Nanos into the Pima County Sheriff tip line?
We're thinking about doing it. Yeah.
Really? I want to
Yes.
give you a tip. I think the purpose Sheriff Nanos.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. I appreciate you coming. No, it's I don't know, man.
I know that you're rooting for Nanos because
I
you
like
want him to
Nanos.
catch, and all this other stuff. But I think from what he's done, between sending the DNA off to his lab when the DNA should have went straight to the FBI, I think he and not tying off the crime scene and making sure people weren't walking all over the crime scene and this and that and contaminating it. I think he has something to do with it.
I mean, he could be incompetent and just at the same time. Like people plot twist. You
Yeah.
gave the plot twist. Then it was Nanos. That's wow. Well, I don't know, man. I
But
mean, it's crazy how pictures can look alike. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, it's not
you
just
took the
me.
photo, man. You took the photo of Nanos coming out of a gym.
Well, the
Put
other
it
thing
side
I
by
thought was
side with
funny.
the perp.
The other thing I thought was funny. He's living in an $800,000 house, driving around a $90,000 sports car.
He's balling.
He's balling. When do you ever see a cop with that kind of money balling around with all this kind of stuff?
But some of these people have to justify their salary. I'll agree with you on that. Some members of Congress and stuff that only make up
Exactly.
$200,000 a year and end up having $30-50 million in their war chest.
But at the same time, I think he's a dirty cop. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
At the same time, everybody has their opinions on the situation. I think I'm just giving out my opinion out there because, it could be a possibility,
No, I appreciate the talk. And I like to hear people's perspectives, whether I think it's far-fetched, it's far-fetched. I mean, but I mean, I'm just looking at Nana's coming out of the gym and like his hands held up there. It's like,
oh yeah.
You lined it side by side with the perp, and the perp kind of. The last time I laughed like this, I was covering the P. Diddy trial and the freak offs with celebrities, and P. Diddy was pretending he was the Shaquille O'Neal of freak offs and Kobe
Yeah.
Bryant. That was the last time I really laughed this much. But I appreciate it.
Hey, anytime, man. We've been trying to get a hold of you since day one about
Who
this.
is me? You got somebody on your end?
Well, it's me and my other two friends. We've been watching this case ever since it started, and believe it or not, we mostly been watching you. But since you went home, we started watching Mark and all the other people.
Great
out
streamers.
Exactly. And you know what? We appreciate everything that you're doing out there, putting the word out and looking for Nancy.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Be safe. If you find any other evidence or whatever like that, I'd love to see it. Shoot me an email.
Oh, 100%. I will definitely email you.
All right, Dylan, you be safe. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
I like that. That was interesting. Nanos probably chuckle over that too. As much as Nanos might be offended, he's probably chuckling. You know, it's people were doing that on the internet to me too. They were putting me side by side, saying he got eyes. It looks like him, and I just thought it was comical. Helper. So we got Helper and Lisa. I'll get Helper first, and then we'll get Lisa in the chat. Monitoring 857 Tucson. Might get him up here shortly. Hi, Helper. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Where are you from?
Illinois.
Illinois. Welcome aboard.
Yes, thank you. Well, to just say something to the last caller, the mustache does look fake. So if it is the nano guy, yeah, he has on a fake mustache. And another thing, it's this one YouTuber. He says he can see things. I think a lady was involved, and the lady has her hair pulled back. And now that I think about it, they interviewed that Mexican lady, and her hair is wrapped to the back just like that. But
who are we talking about?
The lady that interviewed, and I think maybe her house got raided or her sons or something got arrested, and they interviewed that Mexican lady that said she didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the lady hair is pulled back the same way. Now, I didn't know, the person didn't know anything about any tracks or anything on the ground, just the blood drip. Well, this YouTuber said that they took her out in a push cart, a grocery cart, and they set her in there how you sit a kid in there with the legs and sitting in there, and they was holding the back of her back and her head up, and the blood dripped from her feet hanging from the basket.
Wait, how are you gonna get a shopping cart in there?
Because those people pushed that cart. They probably got her in the desert, and they probably are some type homeless people that live in shelters or something.
I didn't see. Well, I don't know. I didn't see no shopping cart in the neighborhood. Oh, that'd be crazy, right? A shopping cart, bringing a shopping. I know people take shopping carts from stores and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. A shopping cart. I never heard the shopping cart theory.
Well, yeah, then the little tracks. So that person didn't know anything about any tracks on the ground. So that would line up with a grocery cart and her sitting in it. Now, he hasn't put the pictures out yet. And when he does, that person will text you on, say, this video in the comment section that the pictures are up. And it'll zoom in and see the lady, and you'll be able to see Nancy and how she's sitting, and bring Granny G back. The person didn't want to be disrespectful, but they're thinking the evidence that's left behind are her clothes. The reason they said she was taken from the bed, I think she was naked when they took her, and they left her clothes behind. And I think that's evidence they don't want to say, because that's only for the kidnappers to know. And I think, and so the picture he's seen, he knows the old lady is naked. So it's no disrespect to the Guthrie family. It's just to help. And so, yeah, a lady is involved. And I think a push cart, a grocery cart was involved, and the way she was sitting in it, because
where's the cart go? Where's the cart go? If you put her in a grocery cart, where are they taking the grocery cart?
That stuff is probably in the creek or down off in the desert or something. It probably looked like something a homeless person discarded, and they probably didn't think anything about it when some people came across it. They probably didn't think anything about it. and they probably think back and like, damn, we did see a grocery cart out there. But no one's thinking about that.
Thanks for
So,
your time, helper.
yes, sir.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, Lisa, thanks for your patience.
Hi, can you hear me?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
What's on your mind? Where are you from?
I'm in Georgia. I'm originally from Tennessee.
Nice.
I'm not a true crime person, but this captivated me from the beginning. I think under the basis that I like Savannah. I'm Appalachian. Nancy, Appalachian. We just kind of connect. But I'm going to get to the gist of what I'm going to say. Family is really messed up, and I can attest to that as having
Whose family?
my family. My family. No, I'm just validating that family can be really messed up.
Gotcha.
Okay, a theory that has not been touched on. Are you familiar with the man from New Mexico that went missing? The 77-year-old high-ranked Air Force.
I'm sorry.
The 77-year-old man from New Mexico that went missing. He was a high-ranking Air Force official.
I heard about this case. We didn't particularly pay attention to it because the one that whistleblown about UFOs.
Yes. Okay. All right. Before he went missing, a young lady went missing that was also affiliated with the Air Force.
You know her name?
Not right. I know she was hiking near him. They crossed paths. He looked at her, and then they went back and they figured out that he worked with her. She was younger. He was older. Not saying that means anything. I was raised Air Force. My father was in the Air Force. I'm now a grandmother and a heart patient. And people are saying this spike in her heart rate or on her pacemaker. When my heart spikes, it would do that. If I'm just startled, I can easily go up to 200 beats per minute. That doesn't mean I stroked out. But what I'm getting at, you've heard less about Cameron. You've heard about Annie. You've heard about Savannah. You've heard about all this. Cameron is retired. We understand that. But perhaps there is something that happened years ago that cost someone their military benefits. Time passed. Maybe they even did military time. And, well, you can't find Cameron, but we can find his mother. We can find this other guy. We can find this young lady. I don't believe in coincidence, if that makes any sense.
So you think this could be centered around a grudge towards Cameron?
The entire Air Force, yes.
That's an interesting theory.
It hasn't been touched on, and I could be, if people want to call me wackadoodles, trust me, I've been called worse by less. Not you. You're providing a platform for so many that just want to place their opinion.
Yeah, exactly. That's
and
what it's
I
about.
appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I laughed at the last one, but I laughed in good. I think it's funny with the nano thing.
Well, laughter is the best medicine.
Yeah. What's going on here on Tucson's feed?
I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing what 857 pulls off.
We should see. I guess he's talking to someone. I might turn the volume up.
And so,
I don't know, but Lisa, I appreciate it. Did you wanted anything else to add?
No, I just wanted to say that one hadn't been touched on or looked at.
Cameron Air Force connection.
Yeah.
Disgruntled, someone that got kicked out of the military, someone taking it,
lost their benefits, their pension. I don't know. Full disability from the military right now is paying $5,400 a month.
But what did Cameron do in the military?
He flew fighter jets. And my father was actually a mechanic for these fighter jets.
I'm sure FBI asked Cameron if you got any beef or anything like that with anybody, right?
But he's been retired, almost 10 years now, I think.
But is this position in thing to hire and fire people and get people?
Well, he could have called someone out on something they did. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, I just lost my father in October. I would love to rack his brain. Like, what would you, if you saw something, so if you see something, say something, right?
See something, say something. Yeah.
And perhaps, Cameron, it's all just a theory. That's all we can do right now is speculate. But it's just a theory. Maybe Cameron saw something. He reported it to a higher up. This guy goes to prison. 10 years later, he gets out. He can't find Cameron. But who can you find? His mother. And I just want Nancy home safe. I do feel like she's still alive.
You do?
I do. But I know you want to go talk with 857. Thank you for giving me a platform.
Thank you for your time.
My
You have a good
pleasure.
day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I don't know what happened to his feed here. Looks like it's skipping. Oh, he's still there. He's in his car. He was speaking to somebody for a second. I don't know, his Starlink or something. Keeps spinning. Oh, we got somebody else in the chat. We're waiting. We'll put it Heather, Dawn, then Terry. So Heather, Dawn, and Terry. Hello, Heather. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
All right. How you doing?
I'm good. These theories are cracking me up. Like,
why?
Well, what? There has to be a motive. What motive would nanos have?
None.
Exactly. How would you pick up a 150-pound woman and get her legs through a grocery cart?
That'd be pretty hard. I think people they'll play around and put themselves in the carts, adults.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just craziness. I mean, you can't push that cart in the driveway that she has.
I don't know how a cart can get into the neighborhood.
I mean,
how do you get a cart? Like I've seen shopping cities that are taking off the lots of like Big Lots and Walmart. Sometimes some of these new technologies you can't even get the cart off the lot. But say you did. I mean, where are you really going to take a cart? How are you even going to get a cart up in the Catalina foothills? There's no stores around.
I know. I mean, it's crazy. I think ultimately that
I guess up Campbell Avenue, you can push a cart, but that's a workout.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it probably goes back to Annie and Tommaso and money because there has to be a motive. I think they were planning on Savannah being at the Olympics when all this took off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And it's just strange to me that it seems like the general public is more interested in finding Nancy and bringing her home than her own family is.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Right. But I mean, I know that, they haven't organized searches or anything like that. And that to me is just weird. I don't know. I mean, there's just a lot of things.
I was looking at Savannah's Instagram today. I've seen nothing since the last time about the $1 million reward. We haven't got nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, they wouldn't have to be directly on the ground looking for her, but they could have organized people to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't. And I think that maybe, I don't know. I get really weird vibes with Annie and Tommaso because I almost feel like she's kind of like obsessed, not really obsessed, but kind of taken with him.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe she didn't know about this in advance, but found out afterwards. And she's just too, scared or too whatever to rat him out. So she's just going along with it.
I mean, they showed a very powerful moment when they walked down there, locked arms and laid down flowers together, group hug. I mean, Savannah's pleased to the kidnapper, have Annie's by her side. She's, it seems like she supports. Annie Tomaso, the reports are coming out now that, Savannah's ready to sue Ashley Danfield for her blaming Tomaso at the beginning.
Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe Savannah doesn't realize that I think Annie has a lot of stuff going on, and maybe Savannah doesn't realize what she's involved in.
I mean, but the sheriff has also cleared Annie and Tomaso.
Yeah, but I don't trust him. I don't trust anything he tells me. If he told me the sky was blue, I would have to go outside and look.
I mean, not to be disrespectful or anything like that, but we start out the chat saying some of these theories are crazy, shopping cart things, but then, we're here at Annie Tomaso who have already been cleared, according to the sheriff.
I know. I know. It is crazy. There's just so many things that don't make sense with this case. All the way from the sheriff to the family to, there has to be a motive. This wasn't just someone going in to rob her. I mean, when you go in to rob someone, you don't come out with them. You don't bring them with you.
I agree. Robbery. I mean, you elevate it to kidnapping. Kidnapping is rare. It just it just doesn't happen. Yourself in the criminal mind, like literally. Oh God!
And kidnapping an 84-year-old woman. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There has to be motive behind this. It's not just a random act.
The operation was clearly to me. It doesn't appear the operation was a burglary. It just doesn't. I mean, but technically, if you go into someone's home, it's technically burglary, regardless if you take something or not. Breaking and entering is technically burglary. But this guy was on a mission with a bag already full of stuff. We don't know what. Not to take things, I don't think, except to take a human. Or
right.
Take the life of a human. Take the life of the human or take the human.
And what was the deal with the back sliding glass door open?
Where do you hear that?
I heard that like from the very beginning. I don't remember where, but I have heard from the very beginning that the back sliding glass door was left open.
Well, I'd love to hear the source of that because that's to me.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't remember where I heard that, but I've heard it several different times.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if, and somebody could have already been in the house, and this guy was outside doing whatever he's doing. I mean, there could have been more than one person, at the house that night.
That looks like he's ducking his head because you don't want to be seen. I don't know. It's weird. It's just a weird walk.
Yeah, it's just, there's just so many things that don't make sense. Yeah.
Well, your eyes are pointing towards Annie and Tomaso, it seems.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that they've been cleared, and I hate saying that, but it's just, I don't know. It's just kind of that gut feeling, and I just feel like it goes back to them, and it has to do with money. That maybe they were in a financial bind with their new house, or I don't really know.
We shall see.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I really,
we'll see. Once somebody gets to do all the follow-ups and everything like that.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed you being out there. I think we all did. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thanks for watching.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Heather. Thanks for waiting, Dawn. Seen you waiting.
Hi, JLR. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Oh, fantastic.
It's not like you're a popular guy. Okay, I have a couple other things. I think that idiot at the door, when he comes up with the glove, and he shows it at the camera, I think he wants to actually bust the camera.
Think he's trying to bust the camera like this.
And so he goes, okay, that's not going to work. I'm probably going to break my hand. So he goes and looks around and finds that other thing to try to hide the camera, that plant. Okay, that's not going to work. So I think that's what he's doing.
Wants to bust the camera.
Oh, yeah, I think the idiot tries to bust the camera.
Boom, like right there. Or like right
yes. And nobody's ever said that. Everybody's like, oh, he's showing his fist to show how big it is. And he's got those thick gloves on, like that one person said that, they're like, biohazard gloves or whatever. They're thick. And yeah, I think he was going to try to do that. And then he goes, I think I might break my hand. And then he goes and looks around for something else. That's one of my theories. And then somebody had a drone footage over Nancy's house. And I was looking at where everything would be placed in her house. And I hope they got DNA from the garage door. And I hope they got DNA from the door, because if Nancy walks in to that door from the garage to her home, she's going to be right at that front door. And then there's a back door into her garage. And then she's got the sliders out to the pool. So I hope they got DNA off of all that stuff. And one of those could be open. I don't know who did this. My head goes around to Tommaso. But then are we judging Tommaso on the way he looks with the beard and the mustache? And that's not fair. And that he's from a different country. And then I looked up Nancy Guthrie, and I have notes here. So, and Nancy's husband died in 1988. Well, that's a long time. She never remarried. She was an independent woman. So for her to take an Uber and go around, it's probably not a big deal for her. As long as she could walk a little bit. So I'm a realist and thinking, I was a single mom, and hey, I went everywhere, and I'm still that way. So not a single mom, but just, I go where I want to go, and being independent. So, and that's a long time from 1988 until now to be, independent and doing.
That is, think about it. 208.
Yeah. That's a long time.
36 years.
Yeah, that's a long time. And then I think about, okay, well, maybe Nancy and Tommaso and Annie had a argument that night. And maybe he did, maybe there was something happened at that house and then he drove her back. Who knows? Because we don't have any information, and I've taken over your little thing that lack of information leads to speculation, and that is so true. But it wasn't done. It was targeted, and it wasn't just one person. And let's see what else is on my notes. I think that's about it on my notes, but we just appreciate you so much, and say hi to OJ. And but I mean, even the garage door opening for 2 minutes, I always thought, okay, that's a long time for her. I thought it was a long time to get her into the house, and I thought Tommaso would be nice enough to open the door and help her into the house. Nobody knows how good she walks. Has anybody ever seen her walk in a video or anything?
I'm looking for a video. I haven't seen one.
So we don't actually know how long it would take her to get into that house. And you would think, as a son-in-law, that he would help her into that house. So, I don't know if somebody was in there. There's so many unanswered questions, but those are just my thoughts. But the perp, I think he's just a stupid idiot and just thought, hey, I'm gonna break that camera. Then he decided, maybe I better not. So then he goes and looks for something else. So
who is he?
Who is he? You're right in thinking that he's Latino. With the little, I think he just has a little mustache or the beard right here. I think it's just a little, guys do that, and a little mustache might be right here. It's not a woman. But I think I was actually going to order. You can order those ski caps on
Walmart, right? Walmart?
Yeah, and Amazon. You can actually get 2 on Amazon for $10. And I was going to order one and then call you up and say, okay, here I don't look scary, but with a mask on, I may look scarier. So, especially a black mask, and poor Nancy waking up to that. No wonder her pacemaker jumped up to a high heart rate. Mine would too. Mine would too. It's very scary. And she's by herself.
She didn't recognize them, and the masked man's hovering over.
Yeah, that's very scary. That's
she
the
even
most,
made it.
yeah, if she even made it. And
Made
that
it
would
home.
be horrible.
I don't know if she made it home. I mean, I don't know. I would assume, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Who knows? It might have been the guys that opened the garage door.
We got a lot of people in the chat, Dawn. Gotta let you
Well,
go.
but I appreciate you, JR. Love you.
Thank you.
And we'll talk to you again.
Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe.
Bye bye. God bless. All right. Still got Terry. Somebody new. Hi. Hello. Hi, Terry. Up in the pipeline. All right, bring you back, Terry. We got Leandra. Hi, Leandra.
Hi.
Hi.
And how are you today?
I'm fantastic. How are you? Where are you from?
Kentucky. I called you yesterday.
Oh, okay. You do look familiar.
Yeah, I was the one that mentioned that container deal. That's just
container.
another it's just another what if.
Yeah. What's going
I think
on?
I'm gonna call my cat what if. I go to bed at night saying what if, what if. There is a lot of theories out there, isn't there?
There's a
Because we
lot
don't
of
know it. I'm sorry. You need to do some talking, and I don't need to talk over you. My
No, you're
main
good. You're good.
reason. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no. I don't mean to be ignorant or anything like that, but we have like 7 people I've never even spoke to before want to chat. 7 different people waiting in the
This
pipeline.
is only my second time doing this. I've followed you for quite some time, and I know that we're all talking about Nancy, and I did a lot of it yesterday, but I just wanted to say, JLR, the whole time that you were in Arizona, I really got to see how you really are. Usually you're at home, and I love your background and your clean house. I'm so OCD. I'm the same way. But I just wanted to say the whole time that you were in Arizona, I got to really see your mannerisms, how you talked and interacted with people. You were one of the kindest people and good hearted, and how you ended your show every day with the sunset and with the prayer. And no matter if anybody was rude or anything, you're never rude back. You're always kind, and you have an open mind, and you have all these people with all these theories, and you don't. I did get a laugh out of the one while ago about the sheriff. If he's involved any at all, in my opinion, I would say just maybe being hush, helping the family out because he knows them or something or another.
I will just respond to that by saying good always prevails over evil.
Absolutely.
Evil will come your way, but good will always prevail over evil.
Absolutely, JLR. You've got the right attitude, and you believe in God. I pray every single day, all day during the day and at night. I pray for you. I pray for the others. And I didn't even know about the Mark and the Tucson. He's good too. I mean, by watching you, I got turned on to them, and you guys are doing great. Way more than the news. I don't even watch the news anymore. If I want to know something, I just turn YouTube on, and you're one of my go-to people.
Leandra, I'm very grateful, and thank you for that. Thank you for the
You are
positive.
You're so very welcome. And I'd like to add one more thing. These what if things, the timeline is so close as to when her heart did the thing, but her fibrillator, the thing she had, but the timeline in the story about going to the daughter and son-in-laws, and the story of the Uber, then coming back home with the son-in-law, and then how close in time that was to when the fellow with the Toys R Us costume comes up to the doorbell thing. Somebody said something yesterday, something could have happened at that dinner get together, because she's getting up in age. She's not well in health. Will could have been discussed and something went wrong, argument per se, something like that. And then it was like, oh my goodness, and it went too far. And then it was like, oh my. And then how are we going to do this? And then think of the timeline between when that happened and then when she was first discovered that she was missing. There was a lot of gap there, and anything could have happened in between that. You know, let's get out of here. Let's hurry up. Let's get this done. But the fellow that come up to the fellow, woman, whatever, come up to the doorbell, they weren't in no hurry. They weren't in no hurry at all. I don't know if it was like, let's just do this to make it look like a rob because that little thing on the front of him, and I do believe the left-handed thing too, because my husband was left-handed, and they usually use that. That's dominant for them. And he reached in front and held that little thingamajiggy on the front of him, and everything he reached for, he usually did with the left hand. He used to use the right to think. And I think too, he was like thinking maybe I could just bust this, and then oops, I can't bust this. I'm not going to do that. But anyway, I've talked enough. I know you've got people waiting. But JLR, God bless you, and the other ones that are out there covering this. I truly, truly, truly love your channel, and I recommend you to.
You be safe. Thank you.
Your mother did a good job.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. God bless. Hi, Frankie. Says Frankie.
Hi, JLR. Pleased
How
to
are
meet
you?
you. I'm wonderful.
Sorry
Thank
about your
you.
wait.
That's okay. I don't mind waiting. I discovered.
1 second here. 1 second. We got Chris, Nancy from New Mexico, and Davey V. Got you in the pipeline. You guys are up next. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Where are you from?
I'm from Jacksonville, Florida.
Nice. Floridian. We love Florida.
I do too. I discovered your channel some time ago, and I've been hooked. I just love you. I love the way you interact with people, and I love your discussion. And I thank you so much for being there for the Guthrie family. I just wish, and I'm hoping and praying that the family, particularly Savannah, would reach out to you personally and just thank you for all that you've done. I'm not going to keep you.
That though, Frankie. I don't know if she would do that because we just, we come with theories and. We don't know if she's, I'm sure she knows our heart, just wants to find the perp and find out who did this,
I understand.
People have been saying a lot of things, that might be offensive to her, and
I know. I get that. Well, I thank you for what you're doing. You're just the bomb, and I love you for it. I'm not going to waste a lot of your time because I really wish I had written down the podcast that I saw, but I have not heard any discussion on what I'm about to say to you. I know I saw it because I'm just into this thing with everybody else, hoping that they will find this woman. But I saw a podcast that was relative to the Nancy Guthrie situation. It was a gentleman, and I can't think of his name, but JLR, he talked about the fact that Nancy was employed previously or part-time with some company, and she had angered a lot of people because it had to do with some insurances. I don't know the name of that company, that podcast, but have you heard anything about that? Because that's the angle I've not heard any discussion about. But he claims that somebody from that firm could be the person responsible for this. And I was just curious as to how could he be allowed to say something like that without proof? He has a podcast. I can go back and search for it and I'll email it to you. But it was like a 90-minute show. And he talked about this very, very, very a long time. And he said that that's what happened to her. Someone within that firm was angered that she was challenging or not paying some type of insurance bill. I just wanted to make that point because I've not heard anyone else discuss it.
So the only thing I know about, Nancy Guthrie is the previous employment with the University of Arizona. She worked there for some time. I'm trying to look to see the actual dates. But I don't know anything about firms or anything like that. Someone else came one time and said she used to work with CPS, but that ended up being the wrong Nancy Guthrie. Right here. Nancy Guthrie, mother of today host Savannah Guthrie, worked in public relations and university advancement at the University of Arizona from 1990 to 2007. serving as a spokesperson coordinator for the Center Stage Program and director of MedCamp. She began this career at age 46 after her husband Charles passed away. The only thing I know about anything in reference to Nancy is that.
Okay.
But as far as like firms or anything, never, knew more about that. That's something I'm not familiar with.
Okay. Well, I appreciate talking with you and thank you for all that you're doing. I'm just into it with everyone else, hoping that she's found soon. But I just hadn't heard anyone else talk about that except for that gentleman that was on the podcast. But
Well,
thank
if
you
you
for
got my email here, my email's here. If you can find the podcast, see my email right here. I occasionally show it right here. Shoot me an email.
I will. And thank you so much.
If you find the source to that, I'd like to see.
Okay. Thank you, JLR. God bless you and keep doing what you're doing. We all love you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, sir.
What's going on, JLR?
Hey, I saw you waiting. I see you got the Dolphins.
Miami all the way. You recognize me?
Davey V. Kinda. Where do we meet? Do we meet?
We haven't met, but let me ask you a question before I tell you, because I fear something. I don't fear a lot in life, but I fear when I'm honest with you, right? I fear you're immediately going to hang up. So do I have your word that you can be a man and we can both be men and we can have a real serious conversation? Do I have your word? Yes or no?
What is it about?
About you being a fraud, about you being a scam, about you suing your mom, about you being real with viewers. Can we talk about it?
Well, first off, you're wrong. I never sued my mother. Where's the proof?
Okay.
Show me
Okay.
the proof.
So the information that I foiled is wrong.
Show the proof.
The information that I foiled is wrong.
Tell me right now. Show me the proof, Frankie.
Listen, address this.
Idiot. All right, sorry, folks. Old news, buddy. Not true. Look, he's still looking.
Fucking pussy. You're a pussy, JLR. Straight up. You a pussy. You're a fucking clown, bro. You a fucking clown.
Anything else?
You're a clown. Why you cut me off, though? Why you cut me off? You a bitch. You a clown.
Watch this.
You a pussy. You a clown. You a fucking duck. Outside of somebody's house who may be dead peddling your coffee. What is that about? Explain that. Explain that.
Anything else?
You fucking coward. You're a coward. You're a coward. You're a coward.
Wow. Sometimes we deal with these people, folks. I knew something was coming with this guy because he was sitting there in the backstage like this. Like sometimes when someone's about to get on stage and they're like behind the scenes, like, oh, they're like that Eminem music, lose yourself in the music. It's like, I'm going to show him. I'm going to show him. I'm going to show him. Hello. Hi, Chris.
What's up, man? This is Chris again from Tucson. I spoke to you earlier.
Oh, yes. Did you hear that guy?
Dude, yeah, I don't know what's up with that, man. That's crazy. Hey, so yeah, well, I wanted to say a couple things. So, you're getting a lot of really, interesting calls and stuff. Mm-hmm. But I think that what sometimes is detrimental is when we start going all these different potential rabbit holes. And I know they're all theories and they're all speculation and stuff, but it's driving away from the actual facts. Like, I'm going to send you an email later with like some bullet points that I just want you to take a look at, because I think that'll help expand more of the facts than anything. But a couple of things were, this whole thing started with an Uber drive, right? And the question is, who ordered the Uber? Was it Annie and Tommaso, or was it Nancy? Now, Nancy, everybody says she's a very independent person. And so the things that come up to me from a question standpoint is they're going to go for game night and dinner. So were Annie and Tommaso ready to go pick her up potentially at her house? Or did Nancy say, you know what? You guys finish doing what you're doing at the house. I'll get an Uber and I'll go over there and I'll meet you. The other thing about it too that I think of is, why did the Uber go and take her, but yet, family dropped her off? Well, she's an older lady and you were very clear to say it is dark as heck out there where she lives. So did they drive her back because it was dark and, you know, she probably can't drive good at night? You know, those are all speculations. Second thing is, you know, the garage door. Yeah, the garage door opened up for 2 minutes. But what could have happened in 2 minutes there? Could it have been they pulled up to the driveway? Did they talk in the car for a little bit? Did Nancy have stuff? Did she have leftovers? Did she have things she had to get out of the car? So these are all questions that we don't have answers to, but it doesn't mean that 2 minutes for a garage door being open and then closed is out of the realm of possibility, because they could have talked. He could have helped get stuff out. He could have walked her in through the door, because more than likely there's a garage door going into the house from the garage. Then he came out. And how did the garage door open? Was it the keypad? Did they have an app on their phone that they could have opened it with? Did Nancy and Tommaso have a clicker?
Keypad in the left corner.
Yeah, because there's also the keypad.
Mm-hmm.
You know, did Annie and Tommaso, they both have two cars. They both each have a car. Did they each have a spare clicker in their car? Or did they drive in a car that didn't have a clicker? So they had to get down, open it up. It's dark. You know, there wasn't a light on the garage that I don't think I remember seeing when I was out there. So, you know, there's all these questions, not questions to try to lead away from it, but just more about the facts of everything. You know, the shopping cart theory, dude, there's no way someone's going to be taking a shopping cart all the way down there. And I think from your perspective, I think it's probably a good idea to say, you know, if you were this perp and you would be riding a bike, would you consider riding a bike in that neighborhood to do something like this? You personally, as an individual, do you think that's something that would be easily doable, or would that just be too far-fetched? You know, what are your thoughts?
I don't buy the bike theory. You know, riding a bike.
Yeah, like riding a bike to the house.
I mean,
and then performing this job.
But where are you going to put the bike? Like when you're
exactly.
done? Like I'm not buying. I would more buy somebody walking from the neighborhood to do it. But the bike is a liability at that point, because you're not going to put Nancy on the bike.
Yeah.
You're not going to put a bike in someone's car. I just don't buy it. Like a bike theory. But here's another question. The guy had a backpack and a light in his mouth. I mean, where did he come from? Did he trek a long distance to do this? To come do this? I mean, with an already backpack, like, was his backpack stuffed? And here's another thing: have we ever considered too? With a backpack that's stuffed, was he, you know, stealing stuff somewhere else and he just was making his rounds? But we haven't heard no other, you know, anything else that was breaking into around that place or in that area. I just don't buy the bike. Like, I get it, but I just, some people speculate it. Some people think he has a bike helmet in his backpack, or motorbike, bike. Just, where are you going to put the bike? Where are you going to put Nancy once you get her?
Yeah, exactly. Now, the other thing, if you have to think about it, is with regards to, what was there, 7 entrances into that house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there was I can't remember if it was on a news station or something. They did say that there was signs of a forced entry, but at the back. And then I think he walked back on that. That was Nanos. But it is very plausible with those doors, even those sliding glass doors. Those doors are so easy to pop open. Anything could have happened on there. And I think somebody could have easily gotten in that house without a problem. What I do believe happened is those blood stains that are out at the front, I believe those came because somehow, some way, whoever pulled Nancy out, they pulled her out the front door, because that's going to be the easiest way to get away. And my theory is that there was 2 guys that had her, one on each arm, and they were pulling her, you know, carrying her out, one on each arm, right to the front door. They open up the front door, and as one of the guys that's opening up the front door is holding an arm, her head is laying forward a little bit, which is causing that drippage of blood. And they take her down. And then the only thing that I thought of was that if the car wasn't there, if it was a getaway car, that those drag marks that I saw in that picture was them literally pulling her with her arms, dragging her feet are dragging on the driveway. And the guy with the bike light is, turns around and flicks and says, okay, come up, type thing, sort of like a code. The alternative would be they picked her up. One guy was holding her from her arms, the other guy from the legs. And as they're carrying her out, they're not going to be walking normal. They're going to be shuffling their feet, which could have caused those tracks as well. After that, only God knows what's going on at this point. But I don't think I don't think that Tommaso and Annie are guilty. I looked up their records, and I think you had somebody on before. They sold the house and made, over $250,000. I know that their down payment was more money. So my thought is Annie and Tommaso live far away from Nancy. She's getting up in age. So they had a conversation with Savannah, and they said, hey, let's find a house closer to mom. And Savannah said, well, I'll help you with some of the down payment on it. And that's how they bought that house. I think they might have used some money to pay off some debt or whatever. But for them to move that close, I don't think that would have been a negative angle for them in any way, shape, or form. It's more of a convenience, especially for her age. And all the work that was getting done on the house after the fact, I wonder if that is like, see, Mom, we told you a long time ago, we needed you. If you wanted to be independent and stay at the house, you needed to get better cameras. You needed to get this done. You needed to get that done. And it's almost like at this point, well, God willing, she comes back, but we got to secure this house. I don't think, that part of it, I feel like it was too late, but it was something that they probably had been telling her to do, but she was fighting back on it because of her independence.
A lot of insight there. My take is, one, we have to find out how the perp gained entry to the house because we don't know that information. We don't know. We don't know whether it was garage. 2 minutes that thing went there. Someone else dipped in at the time. Someone else with the key. She let the door open. Somebody go through the sliding glass door by her bedroom. She's kidnapped by her bed. Is an indication to me she didn't even make it to the door to answer the door from this guy. I
agree.
You see the house, the left side of the house got that wall, her bedroom behind there. I'm thinking the perp came in through there.
It's easy to jump over that. And it's not, it's not like there's rocks there that would make a lot of noise because it's patio pavers, so they could jump over easily. And that was the other thing I was thinking about. Maybe this guy was walking very gingerly too because of the rocks there. You guys are walking around there and it makes a lot of noise on the rocks. Maybe he was walking around very gingerly to be quiet. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of bullet points that I got. I'm gonna send you an email on it, but those are just a couple more things just from some of the calls you've had recently I wanted to touch on.
Got you. I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I was focused on this guy for a minute. I'm like, who the heck is this Davey B guy that came on and started screaming at me? He ended up literally makes YouTube videos about me. Look, he had a video. He makes YouTube videos about me. Like, what in the heck is going on here? Who is this weirdo? I started screaming and cussing. I saw he made a bunch of videos. I don't know where they're here. Very, very strange. Very, very. So I got distracted, Chris. I'm sorry. Got distracted. That was kind of interesting. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
This says Nancy from New Mexico.
Hi, JLR. How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. I first want to say thank you for taking my call. Second, the gentleman that, not the one just now, but the one that just really went off on you. It's people like that make this world so uncomfortable at times. I think what you're doing is wonderful.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I realized who said what. I'm like, who is this dude? I'm like, there's got to be something very personal here, some sort of triggering something. That's weird. It was very strange.
I just think it's a mental issue personally. I don't know the man, but yeah, he sounded very scary. But I just have two things to mention. First, I'm not going to be so quick to not drop the ball on Annie and her husband right now. There is just way too much that does not make sense to me. I helped my mother before she passed away at 80 years old, and there would be no way in where that I would have allowed my mother to take an Uber home in the middle of the night. Number one,
an Uber driver is not going to walk her to the door. Number two, I want to know that my mother's in her house safe and sound and locked in. My mother was very independent. My mother still drove, even though we insisted on driving, but there was no way we would allow her out of the house by herself at night. We would pick her up. We would take her home. That is how I slept at night, knowing my mother was well and safe. So with the fact that the daughter and son-in-law would allow that, it just makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm thinking that something may have happened, that Nancy was so upset. Maybe there was a falling out, that she insisted on calling an Uber for herself because she didn't want to be in their company anymore. But I'm still having an issue with the whole Uber thing. I just really believe that there is something more. And if we could only get a little bit of information from law enforcement, nanos, anybody to just throw that bone to us all, maybe it would change the whole dynamic of this thing.
Maybe her car wasn't working right that day or something like that. Or, some people think that she took an Uber because she's elderly and she knew she's going to come back late and she don't want to drive at night because of her eyes. It's just some theories I have there, like, or maybe Tommaso was busy that day and they said, well, we can't get you now, but we can bring you back. Just take an Uber over.
I'm sorry. Those are just so sorry excuses. I'm sorry, Mother, then let's plan our game night a different night. I'm not able to pick you up, but I don't want you out by yourself at night. How about maybe tomorrow night? How about maybe next weekend? There are way too many things they could have done to avoid that whole situation for Nancy to be out on her own.
Or maybe they said we're gonna have some, maybe Nancy's like, maybe Annie was like, hey mom, I don't know if Nancy drinks. Maybe there was some wine. Maybe it was like a birthday thing and she just wanted some wine. She felt like that she couldn't drive. I'm just speculating.
Then Mother, I have an extra spare room. Please spend the night tonight. We've all been drinking and I would like to know that you're home safe. Why don't you just stay the night? We can take you home in the morning. I'm just thinking of all of this. There are too many reasons why she did not have to be in that situation to begin with. But the second thing I wanted to say was that I have literally lost so much respect for Savannah and her family, for the mere fact that there are so many of you out there, not just you, but Tucson and Dad's Gone Live and everybody that is out there helping, including the people that were donating food, donating money, donating drinks to all of you while you were out there. The entire media, the people that are spending so much of their own money to help find her mother, and there has not been 1 ounce of a thank you from any of those families. But more so Savannah, because she is a very high public person who could at least go out there and say, I want to thank everybody for taking their time to do what you're doing. Any kind of response showing appreciation for you all would, I think it would just turn things around so much and make people feel, good, whether they're agreeing with the people that are coming up with these conspiracy issues or theories and whether they agree with what you do or did or don't do or anybody else. There should still be some sort of gratitude.
So I've seen it. I've seen her, share a photo of the flowers at her house at Nancy's home, thanking everyone and stuff like that. I think that was it. And, I think she's just said a thank you for the love and support. I think I get what you're saying. I don't want anything. I don't want anything I get what you're saying. Me personally, I don't want anything. We're just going to continue what we're doing. I'm sure, again, we have conversations here. I'm sure she's not happy with us that we've said, Annie and Tommaso. I'm sure the Guthries watch, right? I'm sure they watch, and a lot of people have theories and stuff like that. I get it, but I'm not looking for like, hey, some acknowledgement or anything like that from me personally. I don't know, but I can't speak on behalf of anybody else. But we're just grinding, trying to get the truth. And what I've learned also is with these cases, you don't really want to get close to any family when it comes to this, because feelings and you don't know who did this. We don't know who did this. We don't know who did this. And I've learned off some mistakes in the past by getting really close to some certain family members, and it doesn't go well. It just doesn't go well, So I kind of just keep doing what I'm doing. Allow no one pulls my strings. We can say what we want to say. We can be have theories and stuff like that. And if they don't like it, they don't have to watch. And that's how I feel about that. But I get what you're saying.
Well, on behalf of myself and the listeners that I know are listening to you, I have been attached to you since day one. I thank you. I thank you for doing what you do, along with everybody else that is out there. Your new friends from Tucson, everybody that is spending the time doing what you do. I, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate it. If I was able to fly to Tucson to help out, I would. But knowing that there are people out there like you, it makes me feel good. And I hope you continue. I'm going to continue to watch, and I'm going to continue to pray that we find Nancy alive and well, and that this will become, something in the history books. And the perps or perp, whether it's 1 or 20 of them, they'll pay. Karma is a bitch. They'll pay. And let's just keep our fingers crossed. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. You be safe.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. No one is in the pipeline. Anyone want to step up and chat, have a conversation? Continuous coverage. Let me put back Tucson, see what's going on here. The sheriff's about to come. Let's see. Let's get this up here and listen here. Boom. Let's see what's going on.
Tried to give him some respect, and
Tucson.
what do I get? Nothing. Tim Steller, Steller. He works for the Arizona Daily Star here in Tucson. He's another one of those polished turds where he goes in, and this is my opinion, and he basically writes stories for Democrat Party, and he ignores the crime, these kinds of things. He's good at what he does, but he definitely is biased. Let's turn it on.
It's Scott. I wanted to tell you about a phone call I had the other day with a man named Andrew.
More commercials. That's why AM radio. I mean, I don't know how many people can watch 100 commercials in a row on AM radio. Yeah, he doesn't like me very much.
Hello. Welcome aboard, T. Gary. Hello. Welcome aboard.
Hey, how are you? How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I want to thank you. Hold on. Let me block this out.
Sure.
Okay, good. Okay, great. Here we are. From some of the things that just stay with me and just can't leave me, a few of the things, to begin with, those first 2 photos, let me say this. I think it was an inside job, first of all. Though somebody who knew for a fact that there was no subscription on the cameras, period. Too many cameras around there, too much going on. Somebody knew there was no subscription on the cameras. That's what I think. And then the other thing is those 2 still photos of the perp, one with the backpack, one without the backpack.
Mm-hmm.
It's clearly that's 2 different days, whether they want to admit it or not, because he has on 2 different pairs of shoes at the time. The one without the backpack, there are some kind of black markings or something on his shoes. The one with the backpack, there's no markings on the shoes. I had a camera. I bought a couple of those little cheap cameras. I call them cheap cameras, especially with what we have out now. That you have to load them. You have to charge them back up. You have to keep them charged. And in order to really keep them charged, you really have to monitor them on an app or whatever, on the app to know that they need charging actually. So anyway, they slip right up to come off of there. When that perpetrator, when his first attempt, somebody told him that first of all, I think that first photo without the backpack was his trial run.
Which
and they
put it on the 11th or 16th. We don't know what date it was.
Exactly. But I think it was his trial run for the insider to prove to him there was no tracking video.
Mm-hmm.
So just think if they went out, they started talking about January 11th or whatever, or the 24th, there was plenty of time, a week or two even for them to let them know that that they were not being watched. That there was no subscription, there was no tracing it. So when he comes to it initially with his hand cuffed, he was trying to, in my opinion, slide the camera down. He thought it came off going down. The way his hand was cuffed, just use the side of your hand, not your fingers, because your fingers might not grip. Even I, would use the butt of my hand, but you have to push that up to get it off. So he went and grabbed anything he could see. That's why he grabbed the shrubbery, that little stuff, just to try and cover his stuff up until he got that camera off of there. The other thing is, Savannah was clearly speaking to somebody,
on the Instagram,
in my opinion, when she said, "You are not alone. You are not lost." There is no person on this earth, I would say that to, that had my mama, and I don't know who they are, because they are alone and lost if I ever found them. You know what I'm saying? So that was like speaking directly to somebody. I'm wondering if Savannah didn't have this is something nobody said, I haven't heard. But I'm really wondering if Savannah had an affair with somebody.
Ooh.
And Tommaso and Annie are aware. It was all their little secret. And something that was said in this guy's presence or whatever set him off, or let him know something. I don't know who, what. I can't connect all of that. And the other thing I've really thought is he cannot be from now. There's somebody helping somebody. The person at the house that we have the photos of may not be that person. That's the insider. But somebody, I'm kind of losing my train of thought because it's just so much in my head. But I believe that she was speaking directly to somebody. And perhaps the reason they haven't been able to identify the guy at the camera is because maybe he's really not from America. And he's got a distant great auntie, great grandmama somewhere deep down in the jungle of Mexico that can't speak English. And they took Nancy maybe way away. And they could be still keeping her and could return her in the dead of night, just like they took her. But it's the old folks used to say, it's some dead cats on the line. And of course, we know that the law enforcement knows way more than they're telling us. But this thing was very planned out. There's been no way to track him, the communication. He knew how much he could communicate. He knew when to stop communication. Every little thing. So those are just my little thoughts. And then this guy, Luke, I mean, no harm, Luke, if you're innocent, but you look guilty as heck in your interview. Should have taken a Valium before you did that interview. He was so nervous. And his eyebrows actually look like that damn, excuse me, look like that man in the mask.
I'm not so sure there, T. Gary.
Well, his eyebrows, I said. His eyebrow. I didn't say his eyes. I said his eyebrows.
Eyebrows.
Yeah, his eyebrows. Just that eyebrow, because you can't really see the guy's eyes because of all the different lightings and stuff. But his eyebrows, they're very exact and they're thin like. But Luke was more nervous than I would have been. I don't understand why he was just so nervous if he had been violated. The other guy wasn't, the guy from the Rio Rico place. He wasn't all nervous like that. But anyway, those are my thoughts. So prayers for Nancy, and I'm just not giving up hope. And hoping they can track it. I'm not. All right.
Thank you, T. Gary. You take care.
All right. You too. Thanks.
We got the nanos confirmed. Tucson spoke to nanos shortly. Let's see. Let me get this up here. Boom. Boom. All right, what we got here? Get him, Tucson. This was like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. Ask him a question. Hey, Mr. Nanos.
Hey, Sheriff. 857 Tucson. Want to see if I can, 857, can I ask you a couple questions? Okay. I just want to ask you, is there any time for maybe like a press conference that you're like a big where all the media can be there? Okay. And then what do you think about the recall about that? I mean, I know is it stressing you out, or is it, yeah. Do you think it's going to be possible? Okay. Thanks, Sheriff.
I should have kept asking questions because he was actually receptive. He actually Good job, Tucson. Look at that.
You guys seen it here. Is
he going to catch him when he comes out?
Share that out, clip it out, do it.
I know. Arizona, well, Foothills home on January.
So he's still there.
31st. They've got a great.
I don't know if I would have asked him anything about the recall. I'd have been asking him stuff about Nancy. Good job, Tucson. We got some people in the pipeline. We got CJ. We'll wait for you, Tucson. You got to talk to him again when he comes back up. Maybe. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Thanks for waiting. We got CJ, Jazz, we got Sadie Girl, and we got Nikki. So stand by Jazz, Sadie Girl, and Nikki in order. How's
Hi,
it going?
JR.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Been following you ever since this happened, and wanted to say thank you and God bless you for all that you've done and all that the JLR Army has done. You are just awesome. Just awesome. But
Thank you.
I have a theory that's really crazy. You know that that show Breaking Bad?
Mm-hmm. Walter White, right?
Walter White, yeah. He was a teacher in a school, and I think he taught chemistry. I'm not exactly sure. But he got a lot of his supplies, what you want to call them, from the school.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was very possible. It can be done. You can't find it in the United States, I don't think. But that chloroform was used. I think that Tommaso and whoever else was in on this. I think they had her medications. They knew where her medication was. But chloroform, you just put it on a rag and put it in front of someone's face, and they're out. And I don't know. I think he had accessibility to things that the ordinary public couldn't have. So that's just, I think she was chloroformed. And I think she either died in the process or the chloroform killed her. And I think that she was taken off, and s- I kind of believe that it's somewhere in Mexico. I don't know why, but I just have that feeling.
You know, how did they get her out of the house? That's the
Um,
question. You know, and how do you get somebody out of the house? But then at that point, you would have to carry her out of the house, right?
Right. You would have to carry her, or if she was wrapped up in something, you'd have to drag her.
Drag. But there would be drag marks, wouldn't there?
Yes, and didn't at one point you had on your show, you showed like some marks in the front yard or in the, it's not
Becky,
really
Chris, that was just in the chat before. He actually is the one that sent me the picture that was part of that.
right.
Second, it looked like Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like I don't know, it just looked like drag marks to me.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at things, I mean, what?
No, go ahead.
Oh.
I don't know what's going on.
when you look at things, it's like chloroform's been used before. Look at Casey Anthony,
Correct.
you know, chloroform. And I don't know who's to say how many people have died from that as a result from someone wanting to commit foul play. You know, that's just my theory.
Yeah.
And one other thing, I so agree with the other people that have spoken about Savannah. And even if she couldn't come out, she's high profile. Even if she couldn't come out and search, I mean, even anonymous, donate money for your car rental, for hotel, for food, for water, not only just for you, but for everybody else that was there participating.
No, I mean, I'm not looking for anything, but
No, I know you're not, and that's just your nature. But it would be nice if, your kindness and everyone else's kindness was recognized.
the job is not done yet.
I
We're still
know.
here. That's good. We don't know where this is going to take us.
I know.
It get really muddy. It can get really nasty and dirty, and the job is not done. We don't know who's involved here, really involved. We just don't know, and it's not over. Nancy needs to be found. And all that stuff afterward, fine. But I mean, for now, the mission is to find Nancy.
Now,
Find out what happened to it, or try to find clues of what happened, and try to get something out of Nanos here, like Tucson's doing. The job is not done. It's day 48. We need her found.
Right. Has anyone ever spoken about Dominic Evans?
He gave there's an article out. I put out long time ago at the beginning stages that said everyone should be looked at, centered around Tommaso, including this guy who has convictions of certain crimes and whatnot. And but there's an article that came out and said pretty much he's saying that he's in denial. He had to go in hiding. He didn't do this, and his family feels like he's a fifth grade teacher himself.
Right.
Very odd.
Wasn't he at the same school?
I don't know if it's the same school. We could review what he says because he put himself out there. In an article, New York Times, online accusations in Guthrie abduction leaves one family scared and numb. A fifth grade teacher and his principal wife hid in their bedroom as dozens of people believed he may be the kidnapper appeared on their suburban street. And it just goes on to say, Dominic Evans, he's not involved whatsoever. And then it just talks about some of his prior arrests and just, the fact that the internet has been putting his image next to the perp and saying that's him and kind of deal things like that. So he's
Right.
saying he didn't do it.
Well,
I don't think he's involved.
you don't?
I don't think he's the perp.
Oh, no, I don't think so either. But I think his Tommaso's band members are probably somewhat involved.
Well, I mean, that's what some people think. The sheriff cleared Tommaso. The sheriff
Right.
has cleared Tommaso.
So, as
But I
he
don't
says,
think the sheriff has publicly cleared anyone around any of the family members, though.
right,
Notice that they cleared, Tommaso and Annie, but they never cleared two guys that they had, detained.
right,
In Carlos, the sheriff never gave them the luxury to say, "Hey, what about these guys' names cleared?" Their names are
right.
not cleared. Well, the sheriff just says, "We're moving on," but that's not a point blank clearing like he did to,
Yeah,
Annie and
yeah.
Tommaso and the whole Guthrie family.
Well, I just wanted to put my theory out there, as crazy as it sounds. But yeah, I mean, certain things are easy to come by, certain things aren't. So, but I'll let you go. I'll let you go. Thank you for all that you've done, that you're doing, and everyone else. And you take care and be blessed.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. We got Jazz, Sadie Girl, Nikki, Let's Discuss, and Bahamas Gem. We still got people. Jazz, you're up.
Hey, JLR.
Hello. Where are you calling
Hey,
from? Where are you from?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. What brings you on? What's on your mind?
Yeah, me and my mom, we've been watching these three women on YouTube. They're mediums. One of them's Lady Zelda, passionate, I can't say that word, but perseverance. And then there's another one, Ginger Bailey, but they've all been corresponding. They've been saying that they're not like talking together, but they are like saying almost the same thing in a way.
Mm-hmm.
They this one Lady Zelda, she talks about like Jeffrey Epstein, and she says, and she goes into great detail, but she says that Sheriff Nanos is related to the Clintons, and she's also saying that on there that the Epstein's.
Tell them about what we sang last night.
Well, on the Ford, so on Ginger Bailey, she was telling us she had Nancy, I guess, was telling her, in the spiritual world, she was telling her that if you look for a Ford Bronco that was stolen, you can find Nancy. But she said that she was in an old abandoned building, in a cabin somewhere by a national park that's on a land that somebody owns. And she said she's buried there somewhere. But if you look for that Ford Bronco, it's a dark colored, you'll find Nancy.
You'll find her clothes.
But she said that it doesn't really look like a grave. They put like rocks and stuff on it to make it look like it's not.
And there's trees.
And there's trees and stuff around it.
And the one that kidnapped her.
And the one that kidnapped her has a four-door sedan that is also dark colored.
Have that turned into authorities. Turn that into information in authorities.
Well, I think Ginger said that she already turned it in. I think, and so did Zelda. They're, I guess, talking to law enforcement, or they're talking to somebody that has to do with that.
But they need to check it out.
But they need to check that out. They really need to check out the Epstein area too, because somehow or another that's involved. Because in Colorado, that Grand Junction, Lady Zelda was saying that that data trend from when they searched for Nancy Guthrie's address and everything. somehow or another that's connected to the Epstein Island and all that. Because
Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you for the information, Jazz.
thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You, and continue what you're doing. God bless.
Bye-bye. All right, we're gonna get Nanos up in here. He started, let's see, Tucson got Nanos, so hold on.
Yeah, that's chill mode listening. We are very public.
Thank you, Tim. Thanks for being on time today. 6537. I know. Well, it's pretty much over, and that's what we're hoping, that folks have, seen the first half. Now they're over with 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was last seen at her Foothills home on January 31st. Sheriff, great to have you with us. Thank you, Bill. Before I give you a two-part question, I see that according, as they're calling it, the New York Post, an exclusive. I guess you had someone shadowing you from the Post, because they say in their exclusive today, Sheriff Nano spends more time at the gym than at the office. They've got pictures of you at the coming out of the
loud
gym.
or too quiet?
They've got a great shot of you with the top down with the Corvette. You're looking sporty there in that shot. So I mean, they've been all over this, of course, the Post, as have media from around the world.
Absolutely. I've gotten tips as far away as Prague, really, Australia, and just people calling in with their theories or ideas and thoughts, and so then they continue to call, and that's a good thing. You don't want to discourage people. But sometimes it just it gets a little bit much, but it's okay. I want them to call us.
All right, two-part question. Anything you would have done differently in this investigation? Second part, do you think we'll ever know what happened to Nancy Guthrie?
Nothing different. I mean, I wish there was something I could do different that would have produced better results, but no, I think we started off today, you started off that I'm the lead investigator on this case. I hope that the community, the public understands that I'm not the investigator at all on this case. I have a team, a very qualified team of individuals.
What would have been a better way to characterize it?
I might be in charge of the department that's handling this. Managing, I get briefed by my investigators. They come in when they have news to talk about this case. But my role really is to protect them and keep them.
But you're not yourself investigating.
Oh, no. Those years are long past me, trust me. But the reality is I have a team, a very qualified team. I think they had 13 homicides last year. Every one of them solved. Some very difficult homicides.
Everyone in Pima County, every
homicide in our jurisdiction were solved.
Didn't know
they
that.
have a very high clearance rate. Yeah. But these are detectives and supervisors of homicide teams.
Okay, so nothing differently you're saying, but what about, are we going to know what happened here eventually?
I believe we will, yes. I have full faith in my team's ability. We're working with the FBI. We're working with several labs around the country on this. We're working with forensics examiners of digital video media. There's just a lot going on.
Not a cold case?
Not even close.
Okay, let's get Tim involved here.
A few days ago, maybe a week ago, you were interviewed on NBC and said, we believe we know why he did this. Can you go any further in terms of elaborating on targeting, whether it's just Nancy Guthrie we're worried about, or whether your understanding of the motive possibly leads to other people being targeted too?
Okay, without getting into the case itself, when I tell you that I believe this occurred or that occurred, that is my opinion. That's all that is. By other individuals in the case are investigators. They too have their thoughts and ideas and opinions. And I'm never going to set them down and say, no, that's not right or that's wrong. The case will get us there. We let the evidence show us the way. And that's what we base everything on. Right now, everything is speculative. We don't have anything in front of us that says, this is who did this and this is why. So, you know, I get it. Things are said. Sometimes they're taken out of context. It really is, though. This case is a case that is probably unlike any case we've seen in years in Tucson. The closest I can come to it would be the Cialis girl. She was kidnapped, taken out of her bedroom. I think you recall the family, the father specifically, really went through a lot in that case, and unjustifiably so.
And Tim, you actually have posted about that.
I've read about that case. But it took 10 years to get resolution on that. Mm-hmm. I hope that's not the case here, but I hope also that the public and community understand that we are working it hard, and we are working it with some real good quality teams. And we get so much, not just from a general law enforcement service community, but even the public, big corporations are into this case saying, how can we help?
Okay, Tim. I kind of implied in my last question, the motive kind of would clarify whether other people are endangered or not. Granted, you've noted that, you know, there's crime in Tucson and around Tucson anyway, but what about the question of danger to the broader community?
Yeah, yes, Tim. I understand, and to me, it would be silly as the leader of a large. Don't worry about it. Just relax. This was the Guthrie family. No, that's not what we want to tell our community. And from a law enforcement perspective, anytime we want you to be safe, secure in your homes, blocking your doors, paying attention to your surroundings. If you see something, say something. Just be safe.
Do you want to summarize then what is your theory? Why don't maybe that would be helpful?
No, I believe.
Can you share with it what is your theory of what happened? This is Chris Nanos, whatever.
What I would tell you is, I believe that Nancy Guthrie was removed from her home against her will. Mm-hmm. That is a kidnapping. Mm-hmm. Beyond that, everything else is just. We'll see. We'll let the evidence take us there. I think somebody had an argument with me, or discussion, I'll say, about this photo of remember the photo we gave at the man at the front door with the backpack on? There's another photo of him without a backpack on. It was released the same day we released it all. And people speculated that they're two different times and two different days. And it went crazy. And what I told them was simply this. We have nothing in front of us. There's no time or date stamp on the photos that says those photos were taken at two different times. So it would be irresponsible for me to say, yes, we think they're two different photos, 2 different days, 2 different. No, what we said was, here's the photos we have from the front door of that residence at that, what we believe is that time, because we know the camera is removed. Mm-hmm. So we're sharing with the public everything we can to say, identify this person. Okay. When they took place or where, that's all speculation.
Tim, you want to jump in again? Sure, yeah. What are we giving up in our other public safety pursuits when we have, I assume, still a large number of people dedicated to trying to solve this case? That is, you know, a person who's doing one thing is not doing another thing. So people dedicated to this. Are we getting less service from the Pima County Sheriff's Department?
Absolutely not. Let me say this. You're correct. These large cases takes a lot of manpower, particularly initially, early on. Think of Gabby Giffords. You saw that parking lot, hundreds of law enforcement personnel there. This is no different. They just weren't gathering in one spot. But we had hundreds initially to search the areas, to search, follow leads, track them. We have now consolidated that more to an investigative team, probably 20 guys, but we know that in a moment's notice, if there's something big that needs to be happening, we'll dedicate the resources back in play.
So we're not getting shortchanged. Those of us that live in the county, if we call the sheriff's department, are we still going to get the
exactly the response times? Maybe I need to go back and look at those and see, have our response times gone up over a period of 1 month? That's kind of hard to say. What I go by is, Are we hearing from the community saying, man, I had to wait forever because the cops were busy with this case, or they're busy? We also hear a lot of, well, you're spending all this time on this missing person, but what about my missing person? We spend time with missing persons until we can't go any further. This case, we're still working it. Most of the missing person cases we see typically are hikers get lost in them. So we usually end up finding them, or sometimes it's people who are missing because they chose to be missing. Mm-hmm. They ran away, they moved, so all of those cases, if you go back to February 1 when this started, January 31, and look at all of our missing people from them, we found those people. We continue to pour resources. We don't say, well, I'm sorry, you can't. It's like, oh, the sheriff didn't, he laid off a pilot and wouldn't let the pilot back in. That was so many have blamed, so many are blaming you. Are you taking it personally? No, no. So many in this community are saying, well, look at the sheriff, the way he's handled this, and he didn't portray our community, and when you were on national TV in the right light. How do you take all this? I'm glad they throw rocks at me, not my team. Just do it. That's okay. Maybe I made a mistake. I told them, I'll be your bad guy. I'll be your villain. Boy, they took that literally. But because I've also got, the other day I got a tip that said, I think it's Sacramento. A lady said I was at her house on January 4th at 11:30 in the evening, threatening to kidnap her. And she has a picture of me in my uniform. And I'm just saying, I go, where do these guys get this stuff? But it's okay to say all those things, do all the solving some crimes, but that doesn't mean we just share the whole case with you. Yeah. So yes, people say, oh, look, he's talking and he's not telling us anything. He knows something. Yes, I know a lot, but I'm not going to share that with the public. It is about protecting the integrity. Tim, should we take the first break? Let's talk about my favorite Mexican restaurant, Sheriff.
Okay, it's a first commercial break, guys. First commercial break. Now, this is not overheating because the phone, it's a use of nanos. Could put us, we're going to just do a big shot questions because
lovely.
Some of these, so.
One of my all-time favorite 60s songs. Sheriff Nanos is here, came over in his lovely Corvette. There's a great picture of the sheriff top down in the New York Post, which they're calling an exclusive today. Not only pictures of the sheriff after he worked out, or I don't know if he was on his way into the gym or been out of the gym, but they say that he spends more time at the gym than at the office. Generally, have the national media, been fairly professional to you, or how? Yeah, when I think of national media, I don't know how you do it. I think I've heard from media personalities that look at some of the media in a way that is like they don't have the same code of ethics, they don't have the same education. That's always going to be the case. But to your point, your question, the main media has, and more importantly, my local media, they have been nothing but very professional, very courteous, and respectful, not just of my time, but my privacy as well. The national media, beyond what we think of as national media, that's a different story. Okay, here's Tim Steller of the Star.
Well, speaking of that, so the Republic reported recently on your background, said that your resume was not correct and that you had let's put it nicely, say an up and down career at the El Paso Police Department, that you had resigned in lieu of being fired after several suspensions. You at first, I know when they asked you about that, you kind of snapped at them a little bit in email. I can't remember the phrase, but in retrospect, what do you think of that coming out now? And what do you think of people, Matt Hines is one of them, who say basically that means you perpetrated a fraud on Pima County way back when you were hired, because they apparently didn't know that because you wouldn't have been hired as a correctional officer way back in the 80s.
Wow. So let's talk about the Republic first. Yes, I don't think I snapped at him. I think I was being snarky with him.
Yeah, okay, let's put it that way.
If you went to my 20th, 50 years back. Why don't you go back 52 years and you just said,
Right. You
how
said,
come
what
the
about your
principal's
high
wrong?
school
Yeah.
transcripts and what have you? Yeah.
You know, the life experiences are what shape us, right? It's who we are. And I kind of looked at it as, well, yes, I had a very colorful career in El Paso. I did all kinds of things there. But I also was a very young officer, the first 20-year-old. And as a kid, back then, I didn't think of myself as a kid. But now looking back, I go, yeah, I was probably, every piece of discipline I got, whether it was crashing a car or coming into work late, I can't argue with that. It was what it was. Was I insubordinate with the chief and all of those things may have been possible, but
Were you like
were you like a rogue cop? Absolutely not. In fact, my resume, my background platform says the chief, and I never saw this till just a few weeks ago when they raised this up. Because background investigations, they keep kind of quiet, keep secret. Because the reason for that is simply this. If you're my employer, my past employer, I may come to you and say, or a company may come to you and say, hey, we want to know about this individual. And if I'm going to put it out to the public, it may restrain you from ever wanting to talk to us about that individual or any future hires. So it really is about, look, I submitted a resume to the sheriff's department in 83-ish, 84. My resume. Now remember, it's a resume. It's not a confession. So it's going to kind of, what we think resumes do is kind of build up the highlights, right? But when I do that, I don't hide anything. I worked for the El Paso Police Department from 76 to 82, and they get their backgrounds. They contact El Paso. And so I saw for the first time the chief of police in El Paso. He was the interim chief at the time. He wrote a letter to the department, or a background report to the department, that basically said, Chris Danos is an excellent law enforcement
So he gave
officer.
us support.
He has great potential. Absolutely. But he ends it with this comment. He says, but he needs to learn to grow up and mature. Really? Well, I agree with that. 25 years old. But now we look at it this way. So I come here at 84. So 42 years back, what discipline do I have then? Why are you interested in what happened 50 years ago and not the past 42 years?
So those 2 years were you like looking for a job from 82?
No, I had a job. Okay. So let's see, 82, August of 82, I left the department. Okay. I was hired by a friend of mine, but it's a building company, building construction. They did siding and things like that. So I worked in their office. I'm 25, 26 years old. I know nothing about building, but it was a friend. So you were employed in that area. You were up until 83, and then in 83, I moved to Tucson because my wife got graduated and came here for Hughes Aircraft. So I moved here when she did, and that was probably about May of 83, right in that time frame when she graduated. And then in 83, I worked with, I don't know the name of the company, a security guard company here in town. Really, we watch bricks. That's pouring down buildings, and I'm sitting there watching power bricks. I worked with them for about 3 months.
Watching the nails rust.
Correct. And in 83, I applied with the sheriff's department, but they didn't hire me. They told me in September of 83, we're going to hire you. And I went, I think January of 84 is my official start date, even though I had an academy of like 3-4 weeks as corrections, and then went into the academy, the corrections, the jail. It was actually the old jail in 84, maybe February of 84.
So it was also brought up in the Republic that, and this is from a lawsuit that was filed against you by Aaron Cross, that you had a deposition in December, and in that deposition you were asked about your past, as people are in depositions. You know, you're asked how long have you worked, and one of the questions was, did you ever receive discipline that rose to the level of suspension? And you answered no. Yeah. But in El Paso, you were actually suspended. So yeah, what was why did you say no?
One is, it is a lawsuit, so I can't really speak too much about it. But I will say this: even his attorney, Cross's attorney, this is all out of context, but Cross's attorney, before he asked the question, says, this is not a memory contest. It's going back 50 years. You know, when they asked the question that I'm thinking of right here in Pima County, 42 years back, I can't think of ever being suspended. But I also said throughout the entire interview, because it was 6 hours, throughout the entire deposition, I told them, look, if you're going to use this and you have documentation or you find something, go with that, because that's going to be a lot more accurate than anything I can recall. I guarantee you. And so I think his name was, I don't remember the attorney's name, but he was very polite, and we understood each other that, hey, I'm doing the best I can to memorize or remember or recall things from 50 years ago. It is what it is.
So you're saying, and that's part of the basis of this recall that started, that about that they're contending you lied about your past. How do you refer to that?
Never did. My files are at our department, and they are there. It shows my resume. It shows the time. First of all, they never said they may have said my resume was wrong. Well, they're wrong, because my resume says exactly right. What they looked at was a bio. I've got bios at the training center, because when they introduced me, I've got bios for the Green Valley substation, and when people write bios, there was an administrative error in that bio that said I was employed with the El Paso Police Department from 76 to 84. No, it wasn't. It was 76 to 82. When we looked at it, we learned that what happened was I was employed with these are bullet points, right? So we give them bullet points. Employed with El Paso Police Department 76. Employed with the Pima County Sheriff's Department 84. I guess I could have said I was employed with a construction company from May of 83 to September, but we didn't.
Yeah.
And they highlighted it that way.
Yeah. This is the first I haven't followed it that closely, but this is the first I've heard about your construction job,
Right.
and I didn't know you were.
All right, what happened?
Briefly a security guard or whatever. So I've learned that today. Tim, where do we go from here? You want to pick up on the recall? Or
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you've made comments on this, but Dan Gutierrez, who is
now running for a third time
running for Congress in CD7, he has started a recall effort against you. By the rules, it's obviously a difficult push for anyone trying to do this, because it means getting 120,000 signatures in 3 months. What comment do you have on that?
Well, I'm going to summarize something somebody showed me the other day. And it was, hey, my past is what shapes me. It's who I am today. Don't hold me accountable to my past. Look at who I am and what I'm doing in the future or today and forward. That was from Dan Gutierrez. He put that because he too has a past, and good for him to go beyond that and put himself in a good way, in a good position. But it does work both ways. You're going to hold me to my past, then why wouldn't you hold yourself to yours? I agree with that assessment. We all have pasts, but you don't live in your past. You learn from it and you move on. And we have. I have. I hope Dan's very proud of what he's become. I'm very proud of what I've become. I'm very proud of the things we've accomplished and that I've accomplished. So,
are there also some jail issues in that recall?
That's what they told me.
I think he said. I think what I saw with the recall was crimes up. And the only thing I say to that is this: look, recalls are a part of the American process for the electorate. It is constitutional. It's a good thing. But it becomes kind of problematic when it's used as a tool because you just don't like the outcome of the last election. And that's where I'm at with this. If this was a recall because the sheriff did something wrong, the sheriff is ineffective, whatever it is, then show us where we're wrong. Show us where if it's a recall that, for example, as Mr. Gutierrez pointed out, crime is up. I've got stats to show that that's not the case. And they're on our webpage. Go look at them. Tell me where crime is up, Mr. Gutierrez. Show me your data. Don't just make statements, because that's what we see. A lot of statements, a lot of negative commentary, but there's no stats.
Do you think your political enemies are actually just using this? They're very upset that they did not
win the last two elections.
One thing keeps coming up. There are a lot of the people criticize you. They say you're ego driven. Is Chris Nanos ego driven?
No, Bill, here's what I would say. First of all, that's not a question for me to ask. I do a lot of internalization of my own self through my own life, lay up at night, whatever. You have your opinions. Tim has his opinion. That's okay. You can have an opinion. But I think I have 250,000 voters who think differently.
Hey, let me ask you about that. Yeah, you did win election, not just this last time, but the time before that. And one thing I've been kind of probing and asking myself is, like, when I look at other people who are in elective office in Tucson or elsewhere, they seem to have a political base. You know, they have a network of supporters or what have you. And I've been poking around, asking around, and I don't find your political base. Or do you have a political base?
No. No, here's my political base, and I understand what you're saying. You know, Regina Romero and Adelita, they have a base, right? A very solid Hispanic base. They're you know,
who is the Chris Manos voter? Who is this?
I hope it's the average Joe citizen. That's really what I hope it's not somebody who says he's a D, I'm voting for a D. I hope it's somebody who says he's an R, he's not an R, I'm not voting for an R. I hope it's everybody. People who know Chris Manos, who actually know him. That's why you asked at the start, I think, how this impacts me. You know, I have to, first of all, hurtful thoughts and words always are hurtful, right? But I have to somehow put that through my head that says, look, Chris, people who know you, those are the ones that count. Those are the ones that matter to me. And I'm always available to everybody. My phone is there. Tim has come to me. Tim and I don't agree on everything, but he'll come and we'll talk. And you asked about Mr. Hines. Everybody on that board, everybody on that dais, Sam Brown, Melissa Manfred, Janet Lesher, even Rex Scott, Jen Allen, Steve Christie, every single one of them has called me from time to time. Steve Christie called me about the homicides in the Reddington, the horrible ones, and we worked together on that.
So is Dr. Hines out for you?
Hang on. The only person on that board who does not take my phone call, who does not take a text, who will not answer an email is Matt Hines.
What's going on there?
He's a grown, educated man. Who does that? If you have something wrong with somebody, if I'm not happy with you, why wouldn't I call you and tell you that? Matt Hines has never, ever been to my office in the 6 years I've been there. Why? I don't know. I have no clue. We've talked 2 times. I met first week in office. He had some event he hosted up in Dove Mountain. I went. I attended. Very cordial. Very nice. The next time, I think we met at a board meeting about body-worn cameras. Never talked to me again. Never. I don't know what his issues are. I have reached out to him hundreds of times. I tell him today, Matt, I'm here.
Well, Matt might be listening. I'm sure there are a lot of people. So. What would you like to say right now to him?
Matt, just sit down with me. Tell me what, because if I don't know what's wrong, how do I fix it, Matt? If I have done something wrong, Matt, please tell me. Just share it with me.
So I would like to twist this a little.
All right. Well, it seems like he's going off topic. It talked about Nancy at first, and then it kind of went off. Now he's talking about Daniel Gutierrez, and election and stuff like that. So we wanted to hear more or less about Nancy, but Jenna Lee, Pacific Northwest, what is your theory, Nanos? I believe that Nancy was removed from her home against her will, but no details. No details. So yeah, that's an interesting take here. I'm gonna bring somebody in the chat. Sadie girl, I got some people that are going to start coming into the chat. Sadie girl, you there? Removed from our home against her will, but no details. There's none might not be there. Here, we'll put it to somebody else. Hi, Nikki. Welcome. Thanks for waiting. Hello. Can't hear you. You're mute. Microphone. You'll probably
do you remember meeting or talking to me yesterday from Portland, Oregon?
You were last night.
Yeah, yesterday.
Oh my goodness, Nikki, you were the most passionate person that we've spoken to. You're from the Pacific Northwest.
I'm from the Pacific, born and raised here, and like told you, I was in Vegas for like 13 years or something around that. And
wow.
I'm just glad that you let me back in. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And the first thing I think I want to say is yesterday when I talked to you and to your viewers, I made one mistake. I said, when I talked about how far that Nancy could walk, I said 50 feet. It was 50 yards. I went back and made sure I corrected myself on that. And my thing is Coco talked after me, and there was a couple things. I wrote my notes too, Coco. JLR. I heard about the pill because I know that was a big concern. I heard about the pill early on at the very beginning when they first went in and started looking over the inside of the house and things like that, and they started reporting. That came in the beginning of the very first week. And Coco, if you'd like to check with News Nation, TMZ, the sheriff, the interview room, Ashley Banfield or Megan Kelly, you could do your homework and you could start from the beginning and see exactly how that started. That was the first one. The second one that you had to say was about respecting older people and letting them have their own individuality, and they like to be themselves and they don't want help sometimes. And I understand that. That isn't what I was saying yesterday, so I want to correct you on that. What I was saying yesterday is if you're a son-in-law, a daughter-in-law, an in-law, a niece, nephew, I don't care who you are. If you were raised the way I was raised, you were raised to respect your elders. And if any of the gentlemen that I know in my family would have gotten out of the car and at least opened her door, I didn't necessarily say that they needed to carry her in through the garage and make sure she got in there. That's not what I was saying. I said it was a respect thing. So out of general respect for our elders, that's all I said he should have done, is just to make sure she was okay and make sure she could get in and she could walk that distance. That was all. And it was nothing else to that, and I believe that people do need to be independent. And I have, like I told you yesterday, I have an 83-year-old mother. She is definitely independent. She lives in a 4,200 square foot house by herself with her little baby dog. So you want to talk about independence? I absolutely give that to anybody that wants it. They got it. But I will never overstep those bounds. But I just wanted to say that I thought that he should have been more respectful. The reason that I learned also that Tommaso was in charge of Nancy and her financial well-being was because at the very beginning, also in the first week, that was also talked about who was responsible for her. So that was also brought up. So any of those interviews you'd like to go back and check out, Coco, I suggest you do, especially since you just jumped in the last week. Off to the staging house. I watched the Brian Enton interview with that last neighbor. I can't quite remember her name. She was the nice looking blonde gal, talked very nice to him, very direct. She was talking about a house being 3 doors down from Nancy, and that those were 3 gentlemen and they had left the very next day. So when the other gal, I think, I wrote it down.
So it's fair to say the 3 doors down is pretty much the same house that I got my sources from a neighbor that was, it's the construction house at the end of the corner.
Correct.
It's 3 houses down. I mean, there's actually 3 on that
Correct.
street.
And the dog barking, I wanted to answer that question for you. I had also saw that little interview with that neighbor of the barking dog that was coming from. That's where that house is, JLR, where it's almost pool to pool with Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can look out and you see the desert in between, but then you see another pool. That's where that dog barking came from. So my theory, and this is just spitballing, I'm not anybody but just a normal lady, but the back door was left open. The front door was not open. I think that the gentleman I'm saying it loosely, but I think that the predator or whatever on the front porch, I believe that was some kind of a deterrence. That possibility that I heard someone this morning mention a car to you across the street. I think there's something there. that maybe that individual was trying to camouflage the view. That was all they were to do. And then they were to meet the person in the back with the backpack, because unfortunately the person had the tarp and whatever they needed to remove her out of there. And 3 houses down, even in that really dark neighborhood, like I was watching and you showing everybody how dark it really is at 2 a.m. 3 houses down isn't too bad, JLR. And for them to just leave the very next day, from what the neighbor said with Brian Enton, that was a little coincidental, like completely. And that desert in between, I also heard this, I think from the officers or the sheriffs or someone had told you guys that they didn't want people just out there searching, because those desert properties, which makes sense, those desert properties meet each other and they're owned by somebody. So they're owned by those homes, or they're owned by an individual that owns a lot in the middle of the desert. I mean, you know what I mean? So somebody owns that space. So they can't go in that space. So did they take her out the next day in the car? Not sure. But I want to throw this at you. That front door never opened. It never opened. When those sheriffs showed up and you guys were filming, or whoever was filming that first time they showed up, they went to the back. They went to the garage and the back door, JLR. They did not go to that front porch. And I think because of bleeding situations and me living in the desert for quite a long time, almost 14 years, a lot of people have nosebleeds in the dry heat. When the weather changes in that climate, your nose gets real dry, your throat can get dry. You can even go through asthma situations, all those kind of things. And so could she have possibly opened the door, and with that Amazon package sitting there, it really made me think, how many Amazon packages does she get? She probably does open that door to get her Amazon packages. So could she have gotten a nosebleed while she was out there at one particular time? Or could she bumped herself and cut her arms? Because I see how fragile they are, the skin. And could it have bled from there? Because they did not find anybody else's DNA on that front porch. And that looked really dried, like it had been there for a while and nobody knew it was there.
Yeah, I mean, you raised some great questions. So you're saying beforehand the blood could have happened from another
I
property?
think so, because I was trying to look at the ground when the perpetrator was on the porch. When he's walking up, I'm trying to look down there as best as I can, because I'm trying to see if I see any spots.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, you see the Amazon package, and that's what made me go, wait a minute. The back door was left open. The back light was broken, which was reported. The back light, it was broken. So you went through the back door, figuring the back door into a garage. And I'm sorry to say, me, myself, a lot of people can probably attest to this. Sometimes we don't check our garage doors that go to the outside world, because it's a garage door, that goes out to the backyard, and if we're not using it frequently and we're going out sliders or something, we won't check it. It won't be checked on a regular basis, so that, I don't believe they broke in. I believe they just opened the door. My theory. And for the light to be broken, and of course they didn't want anybody to see him if somebody did come by or hear anything. But it's just very coincidental putting together those people leaving that following day. And I don't want to quote this, and you can go back and look at it, JLR, but I think, and I'm not sure, that she said it was a white car. I'm not positive, but I want to say I might have heard that, or a white something, but I don't know if that neighbor said it or not. That could just be from everything I've been hearing you guys talk about. You know what I mean? And now that a white vehicle came up, I could be just kind of putting that together. But the house thing and that front area, my mom doesn't use her front door, JLR. She goes out her garage when a package comes and goes out to the front, grabs the package and goes back in the garage and shuts the door, the garage door. and she's 83. And that's her like habit. She doesn't open her front doors like that. So I'm just thinking, if that particular day she did she bump something on the way out so she had the bleeding? Because it was only her DNA, no one else's. Not any spit, not any saliva, no secretion from your eyes.
You returned home that night from Annie and Tommaso's. Is that what you're saying?
If, because I told you yesterday, I don't really know if she made it home. They're the only ones that could say that she arrived. I'm sorry. The Uber driver said that she could arrive, but we don't know about the leaving.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But if anybody wants to do their research, that has absolutely been said that the son-in-law is in charge of her. And I think JLR, you probably heard that before, because that was said early on. If, maybe you can't. I don't know.
I was trying to get Tucson to ask the sheriff, what proof do you have that she returned home besides these two electronic, the pacemaker thing?
Right. It's very, very
garage at 4, 8,
JLR
or 9:48 p.m. to 9.
JLR.
What proof other than that?
And that mouth thing, I went and talked to another friend this morning, and we were talking, and I was just telling her about this. We were chatting. And she said, there's people in her family that are mechanics. And she said they're the only other ones that put the light in their mouth and hold it that way, because the mechanics have to use both hands. So she said it's not just roadies, Nikki, it's also mechanics do that. So even if
I've heard musicians, I've heard airplane.
Yes.
People.
It's those things that you have to work, any job that you have to have both utilize of both hands at one time, pulling engine, anything like that, guiding anything, suitcases, going in TSA, they have those lights, when they're outside in the ground crew, so they're everywhere, and it's just, I think that front porch thing, I just think that was a cover up. I think that he was to meet the other people in the back. And I think it's at least 2, possibly 3. And I did pay attention to the gentlemen and the ladies walking through from the FBI. And I did notice the pictures he was taking at the gate to the pool. And I noticed that he was very interested in some pictures there. And I thought to myself, well, maybe she could have gone out to the pool also and had the same type of situation, had a nosebleed or, what have you. You know what I mean? Because she was fragile, and she wanted to go out and sit in the sun. That's very possible, and I was just thinking those things. And I thought he really concentrated on that gate right there on the cement, right on that last step, right before the gate. And I thought,
it felt good.
Wonder what was there. And then I thought maybe some more spots, and maybe that because of the dry heat, I'm sorry to say, people do have a lot of nosebleeds in the desert because of that. And they just come out of nowhere.
On blood thinners, you would. If you're on blood thinners, you would.
Absolutely. And that also would add to it. Mm-hmm. So that was just my
bottom line is, what do you think happened, Nikki?
Yes.
Okay, you want my
enjoy
opinion,
it,
and this is just
you're very passionate. You were vocal yesterday.
And I want to say one thing about the vocal and the passionate part too. We have to remember, we all live here in the United States. I know JLR's got other people that watch his streams and stuff from all over the world, but the folks in the United States, we need to know some of our amendments and some of our constitutional rights. And we need to quit calling JLR and questioning him about his personal situation, because everyone is innocent until proven guilty. There's always a different story. And we all need to remember that. And we're all just supposed to be here for Nancy. And that's what JLR is working on right now. He's not working on Epstein. He's not working on a lot of other things. He's trying to focus on Nancy because he put his passion and his love into this. And so did a lot of other people like Dads and Tucson and Mark. And, they put the other thing that people have. Some people will just they won't hold a door for anybody anymore. But I know these gentlemen are different than that. They still do that. They still have that.
So
Okay.
with that being
Okay.
said,
So sorry about saying
I'm
something
sorry.
nice for you.
What's going on?
Oh, okay. There was a couple of them. They separated. One went in the back. One was to cover up the camera in the front because there was no need for that camera to be there. They wanted it to be camouflaged so they couldn't see out into the street. That's number one.
My TV down.
Number two is I think they startled her. I think they startled her and I think they scared her. She didn't have her hearing aids on. My brother's completely deaf. I grew up with a brother that's completely deaf. You will get extremely startled. Even as a person that hears, a person that can't hear, it makes it just a little bit extra for them, because they depend on this thing to help them be able to hear, and they don't wear those at night. I believe they got her. I believe that she had a heart attack. I believe that they didn't know what to do with her at that moment, but they were prepared to take her because they had the stuff with them. I think initially they went in the backpack, the tarp, the tools, different things that they would need to transport her possibly. And I think that there was a car, and I think that gentleman that called you and tried to expand those pictures, I did see a wheel. And I'm not a real luxury car freak or anything, but that wheel did look like a Range Rover. It looked like some kind of a spoke wheel that you'd put, like you just want to kind of up your car a little bit. That's what it looked like to me. We'll see when more pictures come out or whatever. I think that they took her out the back. I think they were going to possibly take her the pool way. They thought there was a gate or something that would let them out into the desert, but there wasn't. So they possibly turned back around, came back down those stairs and back out that gate in the backyard. That's the second theory of the drops, possibly of blood there. Then they took her across the grass very easily out that gate there, down that second driveway that you can't really see, not the one that's close. Is that the closest one to the mailbox, I guess? No, the other one is. So it's the farthest driveway to that house. And they probably walked her down there to that house and then tried to figure out from there what to do.
At night, possibly people hearing and everything?
Yes. The Bitcoin thing, and they had to be real quiet because I've heard Alex's voice out there before, and it just the smallest little sound, you can hear it like it's just large in size. But I think that they walked her the 3 houses down, and I think that they took her with them. And I think that was just a chosen wherever they went, dear.
Surveillance out of the neighborhood. How come
And that house, and I like the way you kept going back and forth, figuring out which way they went. I think they went to the left because that house was on the corner. And it would have been a lot easier to go that way than go past her house again. I don't think so. You're not going to go back by it.
Here's the thing about it is we don't know what direction they went. The feds were every single direction, canvassing the neighborhood, every single direction.
I know.
Right,
I watched.
Left. Once you go to the
every
left,
single
to the
direction,
north, to the south, to the west.
I was even on Lemon Mountain or Mount Lemon with you guys in the little brush on the side.
Well, I'm talking
I watched
about
it all
in general in that neighborhood.
No, I know what you're talking about. The neighborhood, all those streets, the out streets to 10, the out streets to.
Okay, let me just say this. Common sense would say that she left that neighborhood with
Yes.
Common sense.
Yes.
But the facts are, if we don't have surveillance of any two things. One, FBI back in that neighborhood talking to workers around there. Maybe a worker took her away. Maybe neighbors, former people that lived around there. No surveillance. What irritates me about this whole thing is why no surveillance of a video outside of the period.
And I have one theory too. I believe that she was outdoors at one time while those people lived on that corner, and they were walking just like everybody walks their dogs. Everybody's out there I saw them out there walking, stop by sometimes and talk to you guys. I was thinking about that and I thought, how would they even know about Nancy? And then I thought, well, maybe she was outside getting some sun or looking around, at her home, and they were walking by and they spoke. And then all of a sudden, I love this plant, or I love that tree, or, and then the conversation started and they realized she's by herself. Does she have money in the house? Is there something quick to get a hold of? The Bitcoin things, and I'm not sure with the TMZ stuff.
I'm not buying.
Those don't feel like they go together.
I'm just not
They
buying.
feel like they're separate, They just feel like somebody was trying to get in on it, and thought they could make a buck or two from the family, and I just, and same with the gentleman that called. That was the other thing, is that person that called, the 9-second call. That was the other thing that I was listening to. That 9-second call, when you're on the phone and you answer a phone real quick and you say, hello, and the person says, hello, is so-and-so there? And you say, well, no, or yes. And they said, hey, I want to, I need to get this money from you, or blah, blah, blah. It's going to be longer than 9 seconds. It's not going to be 9 seconds. 9 seconds, it's going to be shorter. You're not going to be able to get in the part about that you're trying to take advantage of them. You're not going to get that in. So was that made up? And this was already planned, that this person was supposed to call and act like they were going to, come for Annie and Tommaso for money and try to blackmail them, And I thought to myself, that person, I said, would be talking a lot longer than 9 seconds if they were trying to talk about blackmailing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that 9-second call was kind of a strange to me, because supposedly the man got arrested, in LA or somewhere. I think LA, right? Yeah. And that was early. That was early on.
Derek, hello. That's day 4, day 3.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you thank you. And it's just, to me, some kind of way these people know each other. I don't know if it's like the 1 degrees of separation, like the one gal was saying, because the world the world is very small. We know people that know people that know people in different states, in different countries. It's not too hard to do that anymore, and people think the world is still very big. It's really not, because of social media and all the different avenues. It's changed the format. It's changed the plan to the world. These kids break up on the internet now instead of breaking up in person, and making them have to feel the breakup that we had to feel in those days. They just go, oh, we're not going together anymore. Click, I'm going to block you. You know what I mean? And it's like, what in the world? You know what I mean? We never got away with that. So it's definitely the social media. It's definitely the world model of the internet,
I appreciate your insights. Come back sometime, anytime.
Appreciate you too. Thank you so much. I do, and I thank you. And if you're ever in the Northwest, please look me up. You'd have a blast. I'd show you some things, some different things than just what the news shows you.
Let's stay with Nancy for now. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
God love you, and pray for you, and blessings for everyone, including the Guthrie family.
Bye, Nikki.
Bye-bye.
You're very passionate. Let's discuss. You on? Let's discuss. Huh? Georgia Dogs. Hello.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You've been coming in and out for a while.
Yeah, I finally got service.
Nice. You sound familiar.
Now, you talked to me before, but I hadn't brought nothing up because I had to get more details.
What's going on?
A buddy of mine's retired, FBI. Him and the investigator on this case, he knows the investigator on this case. So I got some insights. I just can't say no names. I can't say
what's going on? You know somebody that knows something about this case?
Yeah, a buddy of mine, he's FBI. He knows the investigator on this case. He knows
Who's the investigator? Do you know a name?
I can't say no names. I cannot say any names.
All right.
I have to be
And
careful what I say, cause being FBI, them two being FBI, knowing each other, if they're listening, I can get in trouble. But they know a lot. I know he's told me a lot about this case, but I'm having to keep a lot of it quiet.
all right, we'll say something that we haven't
All right.
heard. Give something here. What do you got?
All right. You've heard it, but nobody believes it.
All right.
The perp went through the back door. That's why the back door was open. He went through the back door. There's more than one perp. That perp on the front porch, he's just a disguise. He's just trying to a lookout. The actual perp that kidnapped Nancy or snatched her, he broke through the back door. So that part, that's actual true. The FBI agents that are all over that's why they're all like that backyard, so the back so much. They're concentrating on that whole area right there.
Mm-hmm.
They got evidence. They're getting close to cracking this case. He's done said they've got a perp in mind who did it. They've actually got, and there is a car involved. That video where that guy says that is a car in the yard. If that one that everybody says it's not a car, that is the actual car sitting in her driveway.
Yeah.
But so my buddy, he said what he's been told. The perp did enter through the back door. They took her out the back door. They did not come out that front door. So then that blood stain, that's why they didn't take the mat for the blood, because they didn't go out the front door. They went out the back. So that's one reason they didn't take the floor mat to do DNA on it.
Okay.
Even though they should have, well, the police should have before the FBI. Now FBI is in full control now. Pino County Sheriff, however you say it, they are no longer in control in investigation on this case. FBI is in full control now. So Pima County has no say in this case no more. FBI has fully took over.
Okay. What do we got?
So if any more tips that if anybody finds anything, they need to go straight to FBI. Don't go to Pima County no more.
All right. So can you give us something?
She was abducted from her bed. They did come to that conclusion. So that is all true. That wasn't no accusation. That ain't no fault. She was snatched from her bed. And see the time frame, they're still working on the time. My buddy, the FBI agent that's in touch with my buddy, he's saying the time's off. He said she was taken out of bed around 1:30 in the morning from everything, looking at everything. And there was security footage cameras. She did have security stuff in that house. Remember when all the internet went out all of a sudden?
Mm-hmm.
She had security in that house. Her house was secured. They cut it all, so they could not be seen coming through the back door. Now, how the front stayed on, that's what they're trying to figure out, because that front should have went off too when they cut the inside the security. So they're surprised they got that footage at the front.
So who's the Fed? Like a federal agent from Arizona that's telling you this? That telling this person that it's telling you, or what? You're hearing this third hand?
The buddy of mine that's a Fed FBI, he's here where I'm at. He's in Georgia. He travels. He's been to Arizona. He's been to this case. Came up here to this case. And he stays in touch with the investigator on this case. I can give you my buddy's name, and but that's all I can do. His name is Mark. Mark Moore. MarkMoore. Mark Moore.
Interesting.
Now that's all I can't give you the other FBI's name because he's an actual agent on this case. I know his name, but I cannot tell anybody. I'm not even, technically I shouldn't have gave you his name because FBI. So, you know,
are you going online right now?
Oh, you faded out.
But this is why they don't like. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. This is why when, like that lady that did call you that said, I think, was it her husband that was in the FBI? She said the car was in, was it Virginia or somewhere when they were taking it up there to that Kovac or whatever it was called?
Mm-hmm.
That was actually true. That was facts. That car was up in Virginia at that place for the FBI. Now, what they found in that car, don't know. Can't go into all that detail.
Okay.
But no, I tell you, they know more than, and they're not telling all everything. The reason they're not telling the public or anything, they know the perp. They know who it is. They're just waiting for evidence to completely get done. Then they're gonna make a move on him. And there's 3 perps. There's 3 of them.
Uh-huh.
One was the getaway driver, the one on the front porch, and the one that went through the back door. The one that went through the back door grabbed her, picked her up over his shoulders, took him to the car. That's why you didn't see the front door. The front door never got opened. That front door was never touched, ever. Not by any perps. Now, the camera, yes, it got messed with, but the front door was never touched or opened by the perp. They went out the back. He manhandled her over his shoulder.
You're saying like you're saying there's multiple people?
There's 3. There's exactly 3 of them.
All right, so where's this investigation going? Who are they? Where are they going? Where they come from?
Well, I don't know their names. Like I said, all I can tell you is there's 3 individuals. One was the getaway driver. The other one went in the house and got her. And the front porch pirate, I call him a pirate, he's a lookout.
Mm-hmm.
And Tommaso can say this. Tommaso is cleared by the police, and AI is still him because my buddy's talked to him. He says Tommaso most likely is involved. He hired these people, so these people were hired by somebody. They're not there's a, so these people were hired. All they're doing
Anything
now
else you want to share? Hired by who?
That's what they're saying. They're the guy, my buddy that I know, he says they're thinking Tommaso hired them. That's why they're keeping Tommaso's name, trying to keep him out of this, is because if anybody says anything, Tommaso's gonna run. Tommaso's gonna run if any wind gets out. That's why the FBI that's why people have to be careful if people do call you that know FBI agents, police, or anything. And like I said, hopefully he ain't listening to me and nobody's listening to this, because this could screw everything up. If the perp's listening, if Tommaso's listening or watching, that's why it's hard to, that's why I wish I could find a way to keep in touch with you instead of through over social media, because this could screw this whole case up. And if they find out I said something, my butt's gonna be in trouble.
Well, I mean, you're sharing on a platform with over 10,000 people watching that,
Yeah,
you're told this information.
That's what I know. That's why I said. That's why I'm hoping like crap. The perp ain't watching.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where to go with this.
Well, if you got, well, you got my number, because we did have talked before about videos and all.
Mm-hmm.
If you got my number, I got yours too, but you don't want us to text or nothing. But I'm trying to. I want.
You got my phone number? Oh, did we talk? Yeah, you're Georgia Bulldogs. We talked.
Yes, I've been keeping that quiet though. I've been knowing about this since the first time me and you talked. I just didn't want to bring it out yet. Now I figure now's the time to go ahead and get some of it out, so y'all can quit. So y'all don't think anything's hidden. This case is they're about to arrest these people. They got their eyes on them. They're not getting away. Now where Nancy is, that's another story. They don't know. They're still trying to figure it out. But they know the perps. They got them in their sights.
Well, I appreciate anything else you would like to add?
If you don't mind, I might text you later on with some more details, because I can give you more details. I just can't do it over this platform.
Yeah, send it over. I got my phone. You got my phone number.
Or I can email it
right now.
Alrighty.
Send it right now.
I just can't go. The only thing is, I can share it with you, but you can't share it to the whole everybody else, because
sure,
this is going to be something you're going to be shocked about.
All right, send it over now. I'm going to take a look at it while you're on. You sending it now?
I can't write this.
Hold on. Let me do it. I'm gonna put the camera away. I have to use the restroom, get a cup of coffee, because we're still pounding away. So do it while I'm on, and then I'll review. Some people are starting to come into the chat. Give me about a minute or two. I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
Sound good?
Oh no, I lost it. I lost it.
I'm here. Did we get it? What did you send it over? Are you there? I'm searching my phone now. I don't see it. I'll bring it back in. I don't know if you dipped out or what. Hello. I don't know. Maybe he'll come back. Are you there? Let's discuss. Anybody else want to chat while we're on? Georgia Bulldogs, you still there? I'm looking. Let's discuss. Let's discuss. Hello.
You there?
Yeah. I'm here. How are you?
Oh. You there?
I'm here.
Oh, goodness. Cannot hear you.
Oh, try again. Come back. Welcome back. Everyone dipped out. Maybe you're back.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah. Can you hear me?
Hey, let's discuss. What's up? What's going on?
Good. Wow. Okay. So listening to Sheriff Nanos's interview was pretty interesting, right? So I think that we can take off the Nancy's hidden somewhere, that nobody knows where she's at, with her family hiding out. I think we can go ahead and get rid of that, right?
Yeah.
I think we can go ahead, and the only thing that I was wondering about, though, before he said that, was that he was talking about a lot of his past, which we don't care about because we really want to know about it, what's going on in Tucson with Miss Nancy, right? And I feel like he was trying to really prove himself. Like, oh, I didn't do this. Nope, that's wrong. No, this is wrong. That's good. That's okay, right? That's good. And he also said that they have plenty of people searching and doing all the, what they need, but yet they still won't allow for like independent searchers to get out there. He doesn't want that. And I was the one that actually called in about the pants when y'all found them. And I said, hey, look, take those over there. Bag them up, take them over there. Drop them off. But he, somebody picked them up, right? So somebody should maybe, I don't know what the DNA situation is going on with that. He is going to keep the stuff to himself. He did say that. So I think all these crazy theories right now, I know everybody's got them, but I just think this is going to go cold before they get to it. They may have some people.
You're not optimistic at all.
Well, no, I'm listening to the guy before me and, the informant. He might want to be really careful. There could be some truth to that, but I don't know if I would have stuck my neck out there like that.
Well, I'm waiting for some receipts here on something.
Yeah. When you're talking about you're putting your life out there to say, hey, and you're we've got, how many of us are on here? At any given time, 10,000 people. We all have 10,001 different theories. But
theories, yeah.
I just think that when it comes down to it, let's let the sheriff take care of it. I think you guys are doing great, being out there, doing all your stuff, covering it, everything else. That's great. But this thing is just, unless this guy ahead of me knew what he was talking about and they are watching and surveilling and doing everything, I don't think there's much else that any of us can come up with. I was coming in to say, hey, look, the FBI is still out there searching and we think she's hidden somewhere with the family to be safe, some protection, some, but that totally debunked that.
Mhm.
When the sheriff came on and said, hey, it's active. They know who they're watching. But the thing is, they alert the people they're watching, they're going to start acting different. They might run. They got to make sure that they keep it all the way, pretty silent. They know what they're doing. And I'm not going to discredit Nanos. I think he really does. It would help that he would let y'all in. Would help if the neighbors wouldn't be so adamant about y'all being there, but I don't think she's around there. I don't think she's around her house. I think they know what they're looking at.
You think they know?
Oh,
They
I
know.
think they know. I think they know. And the thing is, if it does go cold, it's because somebody drops off.
So why don't they share it with us? That's the thing about it. Don't you think they have a legal obligation to share with us if the community's at risk and a threat? And if this is like
yeah.
I mean, why aren't they, like a lot of times I've discussed when I was out there in the field, a lot of times when there's like shootings within the family or whatever, isolated incident, the community's not at danger, it's this contained kind of deal, dealing with a family member or something, you know what I mean? But with this case, he pretty much said days ago he could strike again. Well, if they know something, they should share something because, people could take preparations or, if this is an actual burglary ring, that's some people speculate, you need to tell the public.
No, I don't think it's a burglary ring. I don't think so. I mean, you showed how dark it is out there. I mean, somebody has to know how to get back in there. Nobody's going to go off the, let's just go down this road and let's see what we can pop off here. No, they're not going to do that. Somebody's been casing. Somebody knows.
But you have to protect the integrity of the investigation. Is that why they're not? Because you have to protect them. But some people say it's an investigation. Yeah, I get it. I know. But if you know something, like if the community's at risk, you need to tell the public.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do. But I think without the body, they have no case. And I don't know what the laws are in Arizona, but I mean, we lived there. We lived there for years in Phoenix, actually, like in Peoria, and loved it there, but it was just too hot for us. So we moved to North Carolina. I mean, straight up, it was just job opportunity. Let's go somewhere cooler. And I've been following since day one. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, I've been through it's Luke. Oh, it's Tommaso. It's a whole group thing. Oh, maybe the sheriff's involved. I've done it too. But after this interview with the sheriff, I don't think he has anything to do with it, truthfully. I think he really wants to get it solved and get his, whatever the 2 years or whatever he has left, and get out and get his retirement, because if he has to resign, he's not going to get that. I don't think. Well, we don't know. But hey, shh. And so I think I say we just put our trust in the law enforcement right now. I mean, the guy that came on. I'm sorry.
No, I agree. Put trust and faith in law enforcement.
And that's all we can do. And I enjoy watching you. I mean, I follow you all day long too. And like I said, it is just a matter of if they could get the body, I feel like that's gonna solve. That's just it. That's what they need. It's got to be the body. And they can have all these clues and all these this and that, but they can't tie it to anything.
See, they can convict without a body, but they would have to have evidence that a body was like chopped up or dismembered or some sort of paper trail of getting rid of the body without the body that can convict, right? Or a charge. But with this case, we don't know if they have that. But yeah, you're right. They need a body.
They need a body. I mean, they have not. I mean, I know they probably could convict on it, but they don't have enough evidence without it. And they're going to nail this guy down some other kind of way.
So you think they have an idea who did this? They just can't prove it without the body? You think they know?
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if they threw out that, well, he could target again because he may have a record.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, we're going to just keep watching him. We're going to keep our eyes on him. I don't think it's any of the other people that were involved. Now, do I think that maybe there's some family issues that might have happened? Probably. I think so. But I mean, Savannah, like as much as like people know her, and to do something like that within the family, knowing, I don't know. But there are some weird connections, and I think they're just trying to piece it together. So I'll keep watching, and I'll keep, y'all are you're on all the time, TV, laptop, everywhere I go. I mean, I'm listening and hearing stuff, but I think they know who it is for sure.
Thanks for your time. You be
Yeah,
safe.
absolutely. Yeah, you too. Have a great weekend.
You too. It's Friday. Hey, it's our Australian friend. Hey.
Hello.
Hello, Jackie G, our Australian friend that has been in the chat consistently, watching from all the way across the globe. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I really don't have a huge amount more to add to this. I just always think, you know how
Yes,
there's
you
this
did.
movie, I think it was
I
Sliding
think the
Doors.
sheriff
It's
was up for
not
something
Sliding Doors,
myself.
but it was like
Hello,
where
Jeanette.
there's somebody meets somebody and they go and commit a crime, but it's separated. So sort of like, there's been movies about it where I think it's all a little distant, but also connected back into the family somehow.
So you think
So
this
it's sort of
connects
like,
back to the family somehow?
go ahead.
No, you think this whole thing connects back to the family somehow?
In a little bit, yeah, just in a little way. Whether it was somebody had a conversation and there was some frustrations or vented, something like that, and then somebody goes, "Oh, I can fix that problem for you," type of thing. I don't know that it's like, "Oh, this person hired this person to do this." I don't know it's that, but it's this. I still feel this family connection, but I really hope I'm wrong, and I really hope that she's found soon, and I really hope that closure can happen, because to me that the police, or sorry, the sheriff over here, it's like we go police, but I felt the sheriff didn't offer a huge lot in that interview. I felt it became more about him, and I feel like every time the focus shifts from Nancy, it's like, how seriously can we take that you're really looking into it? I know he has a team of people, but if you're not telling the public anything, but you think it's not targeted to Nancy, then how can the public feel safe? And then if it's targeted to Nancy, okay, say that. Like get clear, dude. You're not clear. But
Great point.
My humble opinion from watching over here.
If you could ask Nanos a question, or like, what would you ask? Like, if you being afar, you're from another country, so you're watching this from another country perspective. The laws in our country are a lot better, or not better, but a lot different than your laws in your country, Australia. I mean, is there something here that you see that they're doing or not doing that they could do in Australia if this case happened in Australia, or vice versa? Or do you have any questions in reference to, how they handle things?
I would ask him that, like, I'm sure they've got a lot of evidence. I'm sure that they've got a lot of information that they're really exploring. Like the last person said, they don't want to tip their hand. They don't want to, make that person change their behavior. That's fine, because it's all about that profiling of the person. So I've done a little behavioral profiling studies, but I would ask him, be clear. Like, if this is Nancy, targeted for Nancy, say that. Because otherwise everybody's going to have their theories, and you have a massive audience, you have a massive reach, so everybody's got their theories, everybody's got their ideas. So speculation. It doesn't make the public feel any safer. And as far as the family goes, and the family not saying a lot of things, I really just think they're dealing with their emotions, and we don't know what exactly is going through their head. And if they don't want to share, they don't have to, because some people, even though Savannah is public, some people want to have things that is just private to them. And they've got that right.
Gotcha.
I got a
Think
bit
this case-
passionate there, sorry.
No, you're good. I appreciate you coming in and watching every day. You think this case gets solved soon?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. I get the sense that they're still doing a lot more digging, a lot asking a lot, and I almost feel like, just from watching it, I'm not there. I'm not on the ground. I'm not in law enforcement or anything like that, but it just feels like they're just really taking their time to make sure that when they do make an arrest, it's gonna stick.
Gotta get the
I
evidence.
hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope I jump off here and we get breaking news.
All right. So Georgia Bulldogs got back to me. He just says, I'll get back to you with the info. My service is not good right now. That's what he says. And I'll let you know when I remember that gentleman that came before I was on.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
so I'm letting everyone know that Georgia Bulldogs just texted me and just my phone just buzzed. He says, I don't have good service at all. When I get home, I'll get back with you.
That's cool. Well, thank you,
Interesting.
JLR. Keep up the
Thank
good
you.
work.
Be safe. Thank you.
Alrighty. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello. Tammy 7Js. Welcome
Hello?
aboard. Hello.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi. You might want to check your reception and come back in. I'll bring you back in a second once you fix it up. Hello. Hello. Angela.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Great. Thank you.
Where are you
First,
from?
thank you so much for everything you've done. I can't explain or express enough how grateful I know I am and other people for giving us the objective, on-scene information and not, turning it into something else, we'll say. And from a gossip perspective. And secondly, I'm a registered nurse. I've been a nurse for about 23 years in emergency medicine, adult and pediatric trauma, burn ICUs. So I can kind of speak to the pacemaker situation. I know that she was connected to the app and she was on cardiac medicine. But my question is kind of around the blood that was at the front of the door. I know there was, I was just looking at the blood splatter. I know there was two different sort of pools of blood. And also, if she had a pacemaker, we don't know if it was a pacemaker and defibrillator or one or the other, depending on her underlying cardiac problems, what cardiac meds she was on that could have slowed her heart rate down naturally with those meds and could have impacted how much blood was lost at the front of the door. And I think there was two people involved because how do you carry someone like that out the front door? Drag marks there, right? I think the amount of blood is coming from something superficial, let's say, not definitely not arterial. That would have been everywhere. But as far as the amount, the splatters, it looks like a lot and then a little. And again, there were no drag marks. So that makes me think that she was at some point in front of the door, but if there were no trails of blood, that makes me think she was there for a little bit and not a long time. And if they didn't have access to her cardiac meds, I wouldn't be surprised if she is still with us. You'd be surprised how long adults can compensate without medications. So I'm hopeful in that aspect. Yeah, and that's kind of it. That was I hope this is resolved. I can't thank you enough for doing what you do. That other person that spoke earlier, that foul-mouthed animal, as a third generation Floridian, I'm from West Palm Beach. We don't claim him, so don't worry about
That guy's been made videos about me before. I didn't realize who that was.
Oh,
Oh, that guy's made videos. Obviously, he's triggered by whatever I never had an interaction with him before, but he's
yeah.
very vocal in how he feels about me. Interesting how you
Oh,
feel about somebody when you don't know him. But here we are.
yeah. Isn't
He
that
said I
interesting?
sued my own mom.
What's that?
He said I sued my own mother. I don't know where he got that from. That's not true. So I interject there. I mean, he called me a fraud and everything. That's fine. I got convicted of
Oh,
fraud.
yeah. We don't, hey, as a true Floridian, we don't claim him. He
You don't
is
claim
not,
him?
we don't claim him. He is not ours.
I love
And
Florida. Florida's a
I,
great state.
yeah. And as someone, my dad's from true Floridian, like the Everglades area, and even his dad was brought up down there. So, again, we don't like that and we don't claim that. I'd like to think we're a welcoming state, but that's just foul. That's
Yeah.
all.
All right. Thank you for your time, Angela.
Yeah, but that's about it.
All right.
So thank you so much again, JLR.
Thank you. You have a good day. Let's hope
You too.
Nancy's found. Bye-bye. All right.
Hey,
Jamie.
JLR, can you hear me?
Hi. Okay. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Microphone? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yikes.
Yikes. Oh, no.
Hello.
Hi. Maybe try turn off your Bluetooth. Some people
I
always
have
say
to
when you turn
put
off
it.
your
Let's
Bluetooth.
see. Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me? Hello.
Can you hear me, JLR?
I can hear you, but can you hear me? I can hear you. Oh, she bounced out.
I can't
think.
hear you.
Oh, try again. Nancy K. Welcome aboard. Hello? Hello. All right. We got a Rebecca. Rebecca in the house.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
What's on your mind?
So from the beginning, I thought it was Tommaso and Annie, mostly because if you look at the videos of when they were doing the videos at the beginning when Annie and her sister and then her brother were sitting there, someone pointed out to me that it looked like Annie was trying to cry, but like if you go back and watch that video, it just shows like she looks like she's trying to cry, but she's not.
You're talking
And she's trying
about sitting down with Savannah and Cameron?
correct.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, I personally think that just because mostly of that, but I mean, like everybody else, I mean, they're not coming out saying, where's our mom? Like, help us find our mom. And I mean, I don't want her to be dead, but I feel like if this is like how they planned it out to make them look like they're the victims in this, then call the cops and everything, like she's not. I don't want her to be dead, but I think that she could possibly be dead because why else would they have the cops involved until they've killed her, type of thing. But I don't know. From the beginning, I think it's been Tommaso and Annie involvement. I don't know how Annie plays into it. If it's, I think it's money. I think it has to do with the money. But yeah, I just think it's them two because Tommaso and Annie, neither one of them are reacting. Like Savannah's the one posting the videos about her mom. Yeah, Annie was in like one or two of them, but why is it only Savannah posting on her social media? Where's Annie? Why?
She has social media. She's post on social media. She's post right prior to the what happened to Nancy, but nothing from Annie on her public social. It's Tommaso too. They both got Facebooks.
Right. So why is there nothing from them? It just, like everybody else is saying, like it would infuriate me. I mean, it does infuriate me. But if I didn't go out and try to find all the resources to help find my mom, like that just makes it look suspicious. And I agree with the guy that called and said that he knows what's going on. I agree with him because I totally have thought from the beginning that it was them just by their body language. Like they don't care. They don't seem to. It's always been Savannah speaking, and I'm sure she doesn't realize what they're doing because it's her family. You're always going to try to cover your family's back before anything, and I'm sure she doesn't think that Annie would do something like that. But Annie doesn't. She looks very jealous of Savannah, like everybody says, and I don't like. The only reason why I know about the Today Show is because my mom watches it religiously. And so I know, but I don't know about her sister and I don't know about her mom that much. I never saw those videos until they put them out about her being on there. But you could just tell just by looking at their body language that they are trying to sweep this under the rug. They want it to be okay. We put out a ransom. Nobody requested a ransom, so let's just push it under the rug, type of thing. And I do think that it's possible that the reason why the cops are quiet or whoever is because they're probably about to come out with something. At least that's what I hope. Now, as far as her body, I don't know where her body is, but I mean, look at all these people recently that have killed, like that guy that killed his dad and mom. Like, so many people are going.
What are you talking about? There's been so many.
I forgot his name. He was a director, I think.
Oh, you're talking about Reiner.
Yeah, him and and then right after that, another guy killed his parent or something like that. Like, this world is crazy, and I'm sorry, but you can't trust anybody at all.
Look at that. Right there. Who is this guy? You know who this guy is?
I don't. That's the thing. I mean, well, and I'm going to tell you, when I saw that, and then I saw Luke, I thought it was Luke. And it could be Luke because he's involved with family, right? Wasn't he dating her granddaughter or something like that, or niece?
With Kayla Day, and then Kayla Day related to a Guthrie. There is a Guthrie, but it doesn't appear they're related at all. But there is a Guthrie connection, but not there. I mean, I've spoken to someone in the chat who was a Guthrie who called in, and no non-relation whatsoever.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know, but I mean, he looks like, I don't know why, but when I saw him and then I saw this picture, I don't know why, but it looks exactly like him to me. And I don't know why, out of everybody that they have posted all over the thing saying, oh, he looks like this, or no, he looks like this. I don't know why, if it's the eyes or what it is, but he, to me, and that video that what's her name? I think it was, what's that girl's name that interviewed him? And the way he was walking, just everything to me felt like that was him.
I'm getting my notes.
I don't know if he's
I'm gonna
cool with
hop on his
Tommaso or whatever.
live and see what's let him know I still think the
I
same
don't know.
thing.
That's just what I think.
Rebecca, I appreciate your time.
I'll be right back.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. We're going to try it again. Are you there?
Can
hear
you
this?
hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Still no, huh?
Still no. Oh,
All right. On to the next caller.
Thanks for trying. Who we got in the chat here? TKP Finney. Are you up?
Hi. Hi
You
there.
there?
Can you hear me?
Hello. How are you?
Good. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Oh, okay. I'm petting my cat here. My cat's trying to give me some love.
No. Okay. Well,
Nice.
we all love you, just to let you know. But I'm thinking the biggest question, the only question I can come up with is why? Why her?
Why her? Great question.
Yeah. That's it. I think that's the only question, the first question that needs to be asked. And then who? And we have no idea who.
Mhm. We don't know the
We
purpose.
don't have anything to go on. It's all speculation. Um, no one's told us, this is where we're at. This is where the case is going. So it's really disturbing. But having you there and you covering it for us means a whole lot to a whole lot of people.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll do our best and we'll continue to stay with this case and have a forum. There are going to be these lull days. This is kind of like right now in the position of there's no new information. Nana spoke a little bit today to a radio station. It seems like it was going off topic. It was very limited on Nancy, other than as that we've had 13 homicides in the past year. We've solved them all. We'll get this done. Investigators are working on the case. Okay, nice. Cool.
Yeah,
And then he
exactly.
towards election and being challenged in a recall. I have a lot of unanswered questions for Nanos, but he's not obligated to answer to us. The voters voted for him, and he's there doing, his thing, and we don't know what's going on. Hopefully, we hear more Nanos interviews. Hopefully, they catch the perp. And
Well, that's true. But is the FBI not obligated to give us something?
FBI doesn't have to give us anything. Normally, they don't. FBI and AUSAs, and they hardly ever speak. The only time they speak is pretty much when announcing of like an indictment, some big giant case somewhere. They would talk with this. I'm sure they would talk with this. We need something. We're just here. This is more like just a forum of opinions, a forum where everyone can just speculate, share what they feel, and part of the
I
chat.
hate to speculate. I hate to lay the blame on someone and then find out I'm totally wrong.
I know, right?
Then I'd feel guilty. Yeah. So I don't want to speculate on who. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I get it. Some people are that way too. They don't want to put names out there, and they don't feel like it. Someone's name shouldn't be out there. Certain people, and yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what Luke, Carlos, Tommaso, Annie, assuming they're all genuinely innocent, they have nothing to do with this. They just get dragged into this. I can't imagine what they're going through right now.
I can't either. I can't either. The pain that it would cause.
Luke, I think Luke spoke to the media, and people were reviewing that, but he spoke with an attorney. You would think if he's involved, why would he go there and talk with an attorney? That he spoke.
Yeah. I'd say anyone whose name's brought up would grab attorney right now.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be the first thing I'd do is grab an attorney.
Exactly.
So
I appreciate your time.
I do, you too. I hope you come back back out to Arizona. I'm in Ohio, so
or if there's some new development or some trail, yeah, I'm coming back. Like I'm right now. I got bags packed.
That's great. That's great. All right. Well, I appreciate you and the callers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello? Who do we got? Miss B? Miss B. We got Miss B in the chat.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I hear somebody else chatting in the background, but I'll just try to talk with you despite it. So that last caller, the gentleman who said he had a friend with the FBI, that was very irresponsible because if it's true what he said, that he just off all the people involved and make it even harder to solve the crime. Agree?
I'm not going to agree or disagree. He decided to share, and I'm just relaying what he's saying and just listening to what he says. I'm not really going to chime in with how I feel about that.
All right. Well, what is it? Occam's razor. Okay.
It's
So
razor, stupid.
yeah. This was obviously a staged crime, right? No, I mean nobody kidnaps people today and takes them. Is there any way to shut off the other person that I hear in the background?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
I
Shut
hear another person who is talking to you in the background.
What you have to do is mute your side. You're sounding a little echoey anyway. It's not on my end. There's nobody on my end. You're probably listening to a repeat or something that's behind. You there?
Yeah, I am, and I don't know how to shut it off. All right, so this is definitely a personal incident. When you talk personal, it has to be somebody very, very close. Who's the closest? The family. As far as where she is, I think they need to. I agree with the person who said you need to know the motive before you're going to be able to catch anyone. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry. The problem is your thing is cutting in and out, so it's hard to actually hear full sentences.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll say goodbye then, because I hear that background person talking and I can't clear it. And it's hard.
If you pick something up, you're more than willing to come back. Appreciate it. Thank
you.
We got a Lauren. We got a Lauren in the chat. Lauren. All right. Well, we got Essie from Florida. Essie from Florida. Hello. A lot of people here, but everyone's having Miss Bean, Lauren. Anyone left? You there? Hello. Oh, I don't know. Kind of winding down here, folks. We've been on for like 8 hours and 37 minutes. We can come back tomorrow and talk more and keep you informed of what's going on. Then we got one more person. Come on in. All right, come on in. Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm great. Have we spoke before?
Yes, we have. I'm Elaine. Hot damn.
Hi, Elaine. What's on
Hi.
your mind?
Well, I still feel the same way I did when I talked to you. Oh gosh, almost 3 weeks ago, when you first started doing the call-ins out there. And I kept saying that they already know where Nancy is. They have to. And the reason I say that is because on excuse me, on day 2 is when the sheriff said we have a person of interest, which was Tomasco, which he changed all that. Day 3, Trump said, because they had to talk to the FBI, Trump said on the airplane, we're going to have something soon, right? Okay, I remember that. And
He
then
did say that. He said we're gonna have something soon.
Yeah, he said we're going to know something soon.
And I was very optimistic by that.
Yeah, and that was day 3. And his guy, now I can't think of his name. I didn't write it down. The top FBI guy. He never came there. They were all saying, "Oh, he's going to come. He's going to come." Okay. Well, he never showed up. And then the sheriff retracted most of the stuff. And then on day 6, after they got the feds out there, on day 6 is when they just did the heart, looking for that heart monitor with that helicopter for one day, right? Okay. Then they haven't been looking for Nancy at all. I mean, not at all. They're not looking for Nancy. They are all about the perp. Everything they're asking has something to do with what kind of car they saw these days, what kind, you know, what's on your ring, what's on all that kind of stuff. So they're just worried about the perp, and they're worried about, or not worried, but they're looking for the perp. But I think they already know who it is. So I think, and this is what I had said to you 3 weeks ago, I think they know where Nancy is and they know who did it. And they're just working on an investigation so that, because of all the mess up with opening, you know, not blocking off the house and all that stuff. And, you know, they didn't do any of that. So they've got to make that thing just perfect to where they can't say, well, yeah, I was there, you know, or something. And, but you know what I mean? It's
No, I know. It went from the sense of urgency of finding Nancy, she needs her medication, needs to be fine, to now,
just
where's the urgency? Everyone's just like conceited here.
Yeah. And Savannah went home. Yeah, Savannah went home.
House is being done.
They cleared the house. They did everything. And for a while, the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 days, I've been thinking, after they got that house all done, I wonder if Nancy's staying in the pool house, if she is alive.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of things out there. People can, you know, say and do whatever they want. And, you know, there's a lot of theories and opinions, and we're all allowed to have them. You can agree or you can disagree. But 3 weeks ago, when I talked to you, I told you the same exact thing that I'm saying right now. You know, and so, yeah, I still, because I have watched it from day one, and I still believe that that's what's going on.
I appreciate your input. We'll see what happens here. Do you think they know who the perp is then?
I do. I honestly do. And I think they know where Nancy is.
Well,
I really do. And see, that's all we have to go on is our ideas, because we haven't gotten an update since the day 3. There has not been a peep out of anybody. No feds, no sheriff, nothing. And and the sheriff's all doing all these little interviews and stuff, you know. Well, you know, I was the one that started, throw us a bone, you know, give us an idea of something, but yeah, still nothing.
I get it. And it's like, you know, I feel like we're like this forum here is the last line of defense here for, you know, obviously we just abandon it and whatnot. I mean, I want to keep the forum open each and every day, even if it's just what people think, and hear people out, and find out who's following the case and what people have to say.
Right.
Man.
And the only thing that's got this going still, the only thing are all the YouTube streamers out there. That's it. You know, Brian Eaton comes on and says his spill, but he's back home also. But
Brian will be back.
I'm sorry?
Brian will be back.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he's watching everything.
Oh, yeah.
But he's back home. I don't know if he's got, you know, people out there or what, but the YouTube streamers are the ones that are keeping this thing going, you know, keeping the heat on them. But like that one guy says, you know, the sheriff can't say anything, only the FBI. Well, that's not true. And that's not true. The sheriff can speak, but the FBI, you know, has to know what he's going to speak of and all that kind of stuff. They won't just let him come out there and spill the beans like he did at the beginning, you know?
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
All right. Well, you go eat some lunch or something.
I was eating a donut earlier. I was munching on a donut. That's my only meal today. We're going on 1 meal days here on this. My it's actually zoning out a little bit. It's kind of strange as I get like a little bit tired. That's why I keep pumping out coffee.
Yeah,
Keep
yeah.
drinking coffee. And I don't want to stay. I don't want to go on the Red Bulls. No Red Bulls. Too much Red Bulls.
Yeah, no Red Bulls. Those aren't good for your heart.
And they gave me a lot of energy when need be, but I don't want to be addicted to Red Bulls. But I appreciate the support. Thank you, Elaine.
Yeah. All right, hon. We'll talk to you later.
You have a blessed day. Thank you. All right. We got Tips at JLR Investigates. Hold on. Tips at JLR Investigates. Tips at JLR Investigates. Is this Tips at JLR Investigates? So you pop up. Are you there? Tips at JLR Investigates.
Hello.
All right. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. How are you? What made you come up with that name? I saw Tips at JLR Investigates. I wasn't sure if you were a troll or something.
No. I was trying to put in your email address, and that's what came up. My name is Tina.
Hi, Tina. How are you? Where are you?
I'm originally from Southern California, moved to South Carolina.
Got you.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Since Nanos won't give out any information, can anybody like Tucson or Mark the Shark or even you get a hold of the FBI and say, look, we're trying to do search grids. Can you at least give us a hint on where to look? We don't want to compromise anything. We're here to help in any way we can.
You know, that's not a far-fetched question to ask an FBI. You got to find out the special agent in charge. They might respond to that. I'm not saying they respond to here. They might respond to somebody else. It just depends. But the special agent might respond, say, "Hey, check out this area," or I don't know, maybe.
I if I wasn't in a wheelchair, I'd be on the next plane out to Tucson and trying to help you guys search.
Or the FBI could just laugh at us and just say,
well, they can either say yes or no.
They're secret. We don't confirm or deny. They're secret for it.
But hey, throw a little bone and say, you can check out this section.
We don't need no armchair detectives helping us. We got I don't know, I don't know if the FBI with, people from the internet trying to find this case. I'm sure they're, could say maybe they're entertained by listening to the theories, but honestly though, it's different minds, right? Everyone got a different mind perspective. I'm sure some people affiliated with this case are sitting with their notebooks in the chat.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure they are, because that's what they do to try to find. And that's not a case. They truly don't know who did this. You got to come up with everything is on the table.
See, my theory, my opinion is still on Tommaso being behind it, not actually helping out.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you come from a strong Italian background like I do, you're taught to respect your elders. And you're supposed to have their back. You're supposed to take care of them. And no harm. And so I think he might have hired some people to come in and do the job for him, because it was, I think Nancy Grace said that Tommaso is on Nancy's paperwork for the house and the money and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a lot of gambling debts. So I don't know if that would be a motive.
Maybe.
To try to pay off some stuff back and
I never heard about gambling debts, though. I think that's just rumor. I don't know anything about that.
Nancy had put it out.
Nancy Grace?
Yes, sir.
Gambling debts, Tommaso. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
I mean, my own assessment is they seem like they're private people. They're back at their house. They got their vehicle back. Sheriff has cleared them. FBI has been, law enforcement has been searching their neighborhood for 5-block radius, including all the washes and people's RVs and people going in people's homes. They asking for surveillance around their neighborhood. A woman came out one day on a phone and said that people at the school that Tommaso works 100% supports him. The teachers, they all love him. think he's 100% innocent, not involved. It's really all I know. And then Tommaso with Annie and Savannah going down there to lay flowers at the house, and Annie and Savannah and those videos together is an indication here that these people might be cleared.
Well,
Like
I hope they are. I really hope they are.
As far as the gambling stuff, I don't know anything. I've never heard that myself. Again, if people are saying that, I don't know where they're getting that information from. I personally never heard of any gambling debts or anything like that.
Yeah, they said he was in a lot of gambling debts, and the reason why Nancy went over to Annie's house was to confront them because they wanted to borrow more money. And Nancy refused to give them the money.
And that's coming from
I've heard that on Nancy Grace. I've heard it on Brian Enton and a couple of other of the streamers that are on.
Yeah.
You and Nancy are my 1 and 2. I've been with you since Kohlberger.
Anything about gambling debts, that has not been ever told to me. I didn't hear anything. I haven't heard any negative. I haven't heard anybody in Tucson say anything negative about Annie and Tommaso. I haven't heard anybody say anything negative about them in person. Like I would be the first one to say, hey, look, a former friend, somebody, I speak to multiple neighbors of them, don't know them personally, then, multiple neighbors that haven't said anything bad about them. I haven't heard one person come forward and say Tommaso's the bad person or Annie. I haven't heard anybody.
I haven't either throughout this whole case. I haven't heard anybody say a negative thing other than why haven't you been more present? And
right? He has his band. It's dark, edgy. The word murder is used. The lyrics, okay, I get it. But there's a lot of music. Somebody came with a good point, and I'm always referencing this. There's a lot of songs that are murder and and bad language and stuff like that. Doesn't make somebody a killer.
No,
their music. I heard nothing bad. I don't. Again, I don't know this guy. I don't dislike him. I don't like him. I don't know him. I don't know these people. I don't know these people. They're very secretive. They're very privative. But that's their prerogative. This is the way they want to handle this case and do what they got to do here, and that's on them. We can review but as far as thinking he's involved, people in the chat feel like they're involved. Cool. If people can express and share why they feel like this guy and her is involved. I'm not sensing it. I haven't seen any direction going their way. I don't know who did this crime. I don't know who did this crime. I can lean on any single theory, yes, but I can't sit there with 100% fact and say that so and so and so and so did it.
Exactly.
I think it was a very powerful statement with Savannah locked in arms with him. People are talking about reviewing the body language and him touching each other on the backs and all that. Okay, cool. But I don't see any. They all got nothing like blemishes on their record. I don't see anything crazy. Speeding tickets, cool, okay, whatever. I don't see like debts or liens on their houses or anything like that. They just bought their home last year, about a year ago, right? Bought a home. They used to live in downtown Houston. They live up there. It's a nice neighborhood. Really all I know. I wish they would come out. I wish they would speak. I want this guy to give an NBC exclusive so we can look and if he gets an NBC exclusive, I'm sure people are going to analyze and say he's guilty off the exclusive, and some people are going to say he's innocent. I mean, people have opinions, but that's cool. It's cool that people can have opinions in an unsolved case.
And I do believe when Savannah was talking, she was talking directly to the person who did this. And telling them that they're not alone and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I completely believe that she has some inkling of who may have done this.
You think so?
Yeah. And whether the police know about it or the detectives know about it or FBI, we don't know. But I was watching this morning when they were showing the car on the side road or off her driveway, and that did look like a car to me. And it just, the the right front wheel was just like turned in, and but there's just so many they don't want anybody to speculate or come up with theories, but yet, okay, give us something that we don't do that with.
Yeah.
And everyone's trying to help. You got people coming in from all over the place trying to help you guys, not, trying to take credit or trying to step on anybody's toes. They're legitimately there to help. And I just can't see how anybody could turn anybody away from help. Especially if, that's a mother and a grandmother and everything.
Yeah.
And I just hope she's found soon. I thank you and Tucson and Alex and Nick and Mark the Shark and Dad's Gone Live and Jim for everything you guys have done. You guys have kept this story going when the media left. And John. And you guys have kept the story going. You're not letting it rest. And I hope the Guthries are watching to see the YouTubers aren't bad and that they are there to help.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, you guys have a good day.
Thank you. All right, we got Essie from Florida.
Hello, JLR. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi, Essie from Florida. What part of Florida are you from?
Hello. I'm from the Panhandle, Panama City.
Nice.
Yeah, nice
Beautiful area.
beaches.
Yeah, nice beaches.
Won't keep you long, and I haven't heard this theory mentioned. It may have been, and I may have missed it, but just wanted to ask. I was thinking about the garage. A garage is like the most vulnerable part to your house, usually, right? You can push those garage doors open and get in there. A lot of people don't leave that inside door from the garage into the house. They think the garage door is security is enough, and it's not. So I'm thinking maybe that might have been a way that they could have entered the house if they managed to cut power or some kind of circuit breaker so that garage, the keypad was disabled in any way. So what I'm thinking, everybody's talking about how could they have gotten her out of the house? What if they went into the garage, opened the garage door, backed in a vehicle? They have a van or an SUV. They could have walked her straight from the house into the car, the van or SUV, and driven right out. Now, the other thing I wondered, as far as shutting the garage door, they took Nancy's car at one point and did some investigation on it. What if the reason why they did that was because maybe she had the old-fashioned garage door opener in her car? So if they took that, they could have then shut the garage door when they left and then just toss that thing out the window, once they've got her in the car and they leave. But to me, that would make the most sense if I were putting myself in their shoes. The easiest way to get her out, not knowing how I was going to get her out, right? Nobody would see you doing that. The garage door shut. Put her in the vehicle, open the garage door, take the garage door opener out of her car, drive out of the garage, shut the garage door, and head out of the neighborhood. Then throw that opener out the window. I haven't heard if anybody has said whether she had the old-fashioned kind. I know the newer types of garage door openers, you use with your phone. So I'm just not sure about that. But anyway, I would think that would be the easiest way to get her out of the house without being seen.
But how does the perp get into the house?
Yeah, I think, like I was saying, your garage door is the most vulnerable part of your house. You can force those things open.
But a lot of people inside their garage have then a lock at the door, like a door.
Yes.
Lock. Some people lock them, some people don't.
Right, exactly. And those, if it's just the standard door lock, You know, they're easily picked or opened. Some people have deadbolts. I don't know. They haven't said as far as Nancy's house whether
Yeah.
she had a deadbolt or not. But, you know, that could have been a possibility. Of course, if they came in through the back door, like they said early on, the back door was open. If they had come in through the back door, they could have opened that garage door again if that signal was interrupted, whether with power or, you know, a breaker of some sort. Um, they could have then come in through the back door and then opened the garage door, let a vehicle back in, and shut the door back. Um, I'm not sure if Nancy would have heard all of that, right? You know, I mean, normally a lot of people would, but that garage is on the opposite end of the house. She's on the other end, right? Her bedroom.
It's over by the wall on the left side somewhere. It's either in the front side or the back of the wall side. It's
Okay.
on the left side.
Yeah, so the garage is on the right, so she
Garage on the
probably
right.
wouldn't have heard that opening or shutting, but, I mean, think about it from the criminal's aspect. If you're trying to get her out, the easiest way, knowing she has
And hearing
mobility
aids.
issues, right, she can't hear very well, and you don't wanna be seen carrying a body out of a home. I wouldn't go out the front door. I would put her back that vehicle in the garage, shut the door, then take your time putting her into the car.
But the nighttime, if they can determine that the garage door opened at 9:48, 9:50, when she
Right.
returned home, they would be able to determine if the garage door went back open upon going
Right.
out in the early morning. They didn't say anything.
Agreed. And I thought about that, but, you know, from the perspective of cutting, either a circuit breaker or cutting power or something like
Manually?
that. Yeah, right. So
Can
then you
manual
wouldn't.
tell if it's tech though, if it goes up and down?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's
I
beyond my knowledge, but I
Well, that's
just.
a good question. I mean, if anyone can answer that question, you know, as
Yeah.
we're able to determine the electronic aspect of going up and
Right.
down, but manual, you can pull up, but they would have
Right.
known if something manually was cut though. They would say if something's cut.
I don't know. I wondered about that and whether that's something they're just not releasing. I mean, they've talked about, right, um, her pacemaker not connecting. Of course, it wouldn't have needed power, but nobody has said whether power was actually cut to the house or not. I know we've had questions raised about whether her outside lights were on and that sort of thing. Again, that would make sense if they're wanting to cut the power in her outside lights. I don't know if they're solar or not, but I'm just thinking, you know, the easiest way in my mind to not be detected carrying out a body and being able to leave without people seeing a car in her garage, you know, backing in, shutting the garage door, you're in, and then open the door, leaving out, you know, 2 seconds to get out of the driveway and you're on your way. So, just a thought.
Appreciate SC from Florida.
No
Interesting.
problem.
Thanks for watching.
No problem. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. All right, we got a few more. People are starting to pile in. This is a Kim, Kimb. Hello,
Hi,
you there?
JLR. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi, Kim.
Oh,
Where are you from?
perfect. Great. Virginia.
Virginia. Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, so I got 3 quick things. I'm not going to take up a whole bunch of time here, but just 3 quick things I want to address quickly. The first one is regarding the flowers, you know, covering up the camera. I've never believed that those flowers were used for covering up the camera. I felt as though those were being used to pry off the camera. I think if you look at the angle and the way that, you know, it kind of was arching them and putting them in like a rope fashion, sort of. Now, what would be interesting is if that somebody on the ground could find some similar foliage out there in Arizona, and you were out there. Maybe
I should do that on my own cameras.
What?
I should do that on my own cameras.
Yeah, see if you can pry it off. You find something, you know, that's almost hemp-like. You know, maybe there's some stiff type of shrub or foliage that's native there to Arizona that can easily be used, that's stiff and won't break.
I got
I
something
mean,
similar in front of my garden.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's, I feel like that's what that was used for. I don't think it was to,
Just
oh,
get weeds.
he's a moron. He's, just using flowers to cover up the escape of Nancy and the other co-perpetrator or whatever.
So he feels like weeds are just going to cover the little ball, the little camera.
No, I think I think that's what he tried to use that to pop remember the camera was missing. So I think he was trying to put it behind the unit to pop it off of its whatever that encasement is that holds it on the wall.
Just grab it.
Well, I think he tried to. I think that was the first thing when we first saw his fist up there, that he was trying to leverage it off.
Trying to punch it out.
Yeah, could be. Anyway, that's my theory on the flowers, weeds, but I would ask somebody to go and find something that looks similar and see how stiff or strong those stems are, to see if it could be used like a rope, sort of, like something to pry it off. The next thing was, we talk about the whole lack of information creates speculation, right?
Yeah, lack of information leads to speculation. Yes.
Yeah, it does. And because we're not getting any information on anything. So sheriff clears the family, right? Oh, they're clear. We don't know. He never specifically said why they were cleared and why they don't suspect them anymore. And then later, a couple weeks later, we find out through anonymous sources, not directly from the sheriff or anybody in a position of authority. We hear it from somebody that has a contact associated with the investigation. We don't know who that is, that says they passed a polygraph. Okay. Well, we know that a polygraph is really more of a stress test. We don't really know. The sheriff never confirmed that. I don't know. Maybe he did today in his radio interview. I missed all that and I was running errands. But we haven't really heard anybody in an official capacity say that the polygraph was part of the reasons why they were cleared. Now, if that was one of the reasons why they were cleared, why didn't they just tell us that? Wouldn't that have alleviated a lot of the speculation around the family and, Tommaso and Annie in particular, right? If they were satisfied with their polygraph and the results of that, then they could say that, right? The other issue is the amount of time that they held the car. Okay. I've always struggled with the car. Okay. And how long they kept the car and how long it took them to give it back to them. My quick question to you is the model year of that car. Do we know for sure, or at least an approximate of the model year of that Honda CRV?
I think it's 99. You know why I say 99?
Yeah,
because I heard it on the
Google. Okay, so it's a 25-year-old car, basically, right? I mean,
it's older though.
Yeah, it's an older car. So
I don't think it's older than 99 though. I don't think it's 99.
Okay.
I don't know. It's old though. I was thinking like 2017, something like that.
Okay. All right. So if it's a 2017, that could change things. But if it's anywhere between what we think might be a 99 all the way up to 2013, some of the other podcasts or shows that I've seen have speculated about why it's taking so long to get that car back. And, there's all kinds of technology.
They got it back, though.
Yes, they did. That is correct.
All right.
But why it took so long for the car to get back to them, and places like the Interview Room and probably Ashley Banfield, I've heard it. They talked about how they tore the car apart, and there's all kinds of technology that's inside modern cars today that can measure weights and distance. And it's almost like a black box. They call it let me see, an EDR, an event data recorder. They can record everything from seatbelts being fastened, when they were fastened, how long the car was running, how fast it was going, all kinds of GPS, all that stuff that, they can pull that box out, take a look at it and record all that information, but it's going to mess the car up really bad. Okay. And it's going to take a while for it to get fixed. However, that technology really wasn't available as standard equipment until probably about 2013. especially in a Honda CRV. That's not a luxury vehicle. It's pretty much of a basic Honda vehicle. Some of the more upgraded luxury cars that can give that more detailed data started having that availability first. So if it is in fact something that's older than a 2013, there is no black box. There's no way to get any data, extract data. So that means that they wouldn't have torn the car apart to get a black box. You see, because it's not standard equipment. So I'm
All
just
right. Well,
wondering.
let me say something about that. I
Okay.
mean, what proof do we have that they tore the car apart?
Well, that was people. No, we don't have any proof. That was the speculation, like you said, speculation. No information leads to speculation. That was a topic of discussion about why why it took so long to get the car back to them, because they would take all of this, extract all this data out of the car, and then they would have to put it back together, because sometimes these black boxes are behind a dashboard and you got to take it all apart or whatever. So, and it could, put it into smithereens, basically. I heard that on the interview room. I know that Maureen talked about it, our favorite Maureen. And I know I think it was either Ashley Banfield or Nancy that kind of talked about it a little bit, but there was quite the discussion about it on the interview room. I think maybe last week. And I found that fascinating. So that's what made me dive into what exactly is the model year of that Honda. And if they didn't have to tear it apart.
99, it's older. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I definitely get what you're saying in reference to, the car being taken apart to look for a black box in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, if that was the case, again, they could have said, we were extracting data and we're in the process of giving the car back to them, and there was nothing in the car that would indicate that there was any involvement with the family kind of stuff. We didn't get any exonerating or exculpatory information from the sheriff that would call everybody off of this whole, blaming Tommaso and Annie. I mean, I still haven't cleared anybody in my head. I have my own theory. I feel like, it is possible they could be involved, but get me off of that. Give me something that shows.
Send us a direction.
They've given nothing except we find out from an anonymous source that a polygraph was good. They cleared the family. Okay, well, they could have told us that 2 or 3 weeks ago.
What I thought.
That's when they
I still
polys
feel
were.
the same way.
I don't know. It's very frustrating. And, we could, all this talk about Tommaso
Thank you,
and
hon. I
Annie being
appreciate
involved.
that.
If they're not, show us why you cleared them. Why did you clear them? Why did you clear the family over? If it was Cameron or Savannah or whatever. So, I don't know. That was my 3 points. And that's what I wanted to share. Just food for thought for everybody. Maybe it's a little out there, but I'm just looking at the information that we have so far. I'm not going to go into,
Direction. No, I concur on all that aspect. And, we need a direction here. We need something to indicate that.
I'm gonna bring him back.
It's just I've repeated myself like a broken record over and over and over and over. This is just like come on, man, Nanos, just show us something. Show us where you're leaning towards. Like whatever your theory is, Nanos, just share now. Just share what you think happened.
I mean, that could help all of the sleuths, help them and kind of, have more ideas instead of just like a needle in a haystack trying to go out there and, or a speck of sand, like you guys talked about going out in the desert trying to find her. I mean, tell us what you think it is. I mean, is it a South American gang, or is it,
turn down
and maybe
searchers.
They're not saying anything. To a lot of people's point, we only know what we know and what they've told us. They've got to have more information. That's the only thing I can hang my hat on. It's just like, the Idaho thing. We were all wondering, how in the world can they not know what's going on here? And then all of a sudden, boom, they made an arrest. And they went through the timeline and they told us exactly all the evidence that they had. And we were just like stunned. right?
I
We
know.
thought that police department up there was incompetent. I'm
We also
hoping
didn't
that's
have Brian
happening
Cooper
there.
on our bingo card
Oh,
either.
is that that white car?
Yeah,
Or is that
no.
someone else?
Appreciate your
Well,
time. Thanks, Kim.
okay, thank you, bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. All right, I got two more, and then I think I'm gonna sign off. Got two more up in the pipeline here. We got Nick. Is this Nick? Nick S. Hello. Hello. Oh, he bounced off. All right. We got Cajun Spice.
Cajun Spice.
Cajun Spice.
Cajun
Cajun, like
Spice.
Louisiana.
Exactly. How you doing, JLR?
I'm doing. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I am, like you said, Cajun Spice, but I'm out in Houston.
Okay.
And I was just curious because I haven't seen
No,
any
I
of
haven't.
those billboards.
I've been so stuck on
Oh, you
JLR
haven't
and
seen them
these
in
guys
Houston?
that are
I
streaming
haven't,
out
not
at the
yet.
property.
I don't know
Okay.
if it's on the way
But I haven't
or
really
what.
watched
But the reason
anybody.
I really appreciate y'all, and I've been following you every day.
I'm still trying to
And
figure
I
out
know
why
a couple
my
days you're out and all that
icon
good stuff. But anyway,
doesn't show that I'm
about the
live.
gentleman
There's
that
something I'm
called, I think the
haven't
Georgia Bulldog or someone.
I haven't
Okay.
fixed, but
Mentioning the back door, exclusively, like it was, that's
it
the
has
only way
nothing
that
to
it could
do
have
with
happened.
StreamYard.
Well,
It
Yeah.
all has to do with YouTube.
I was looking at that video from the front door, and there's some that show the closer shots of the tile. There was no blood drops that I could see, before the fact.
Right here, like this. Nothing.
I'm sorry.
Right here. I'm sharing it right here. Nothing on this cam. This footage.
Yes.
No blood.
No, I didn't notice any on any of them that, showed, even when they zoomed in and this and that. And I'm like, okay, how do you feel about that backdoor theory?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any evidence of any backdoor theory. I haven't seen any evidence of, what they've shared of how the perp got in. But what we see here is, there could be blood there. We just can't see it because it's been detected on the camera or whatever like that. Some people think the blood was planted. Some people feel like the blood was already there. But in that video there, I don't see blood.
Could they tell how long a particular blood drop had been, at that certain surface or not?
Yeah, you would think they could. I mean, they could determine that. I mean, they got autopsies. They could determine when somebody died. Why wouldn't they determine how long blood has been out there in open air?
Yeah, that's true. See, I'm a retired nurse, so I thought of like the bruising on her arm because
I'm not a
the
medical
skin is
expert.
paper thin, and they older people get tears, and they do drip like that. But I mean, it just depends. I don't know. No one knows. But I just wanted to mention that I didn't see any drops. When the guy was walking up and down, and and I thought when he grabbed the foliage that it looked like he looked back, like to see if someone was around. Did you notice that?
Yeah, we discussed that.
Y'all did? I'm sorry, I might have missed it.
No, look, right there. See?
Yeah.
He's looking over there. Who's
What
on
is it?
Camino Escalante?
I'm
Somebody-
sorry.
No, he's probably like my road dog or my co-defendant's parked on Camino Escalante, looking over. Maybe he heard something.
Okay.
Maybe he heard something in there and just looking to see what's going on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I just wanted to give my 2 cents about the blood on the tile.
I don't see it there. I
I'll
don't see it
follow you.
there.
Look, I have never followed anything until I started following you. And then, every now and then I get an update from Brian or whatever. But I really appreciate y'all. I'm in Houston. I wish I could be there.
Mhm.
But y'all prayers are with me and your safety.
Thank you. You be safe. Thank you, Cajun Spice.
You're welcome. Where are you from? Florida?
Yeah.
Oh my. I lived in Gulf Breeze.
Gulf Breeze. Okay. Nice.
The Panhandle.
Yeah. Beautiful up there.
All
Love
right.
it.
Take care. Love y'all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello? Nancy.
Hi,
Dude?
JLR.
Hi, Nancy. How are you?
Hi. Following you since summer, Wells, and I'm proud of how good you're doing, and I enjoy you. You're my first stop for news. I wanted to say something.
It's been Nancy for
Huh?
It's been Nancy. This channel has been nothing but Nancy Guthrie for the past. We missed, we didn't cover day 1, day 2, so 46 days. This channel's been.
Well, what I wanted to say is I really think it was a robbery. I think once she was woken, she recognized the person in some way, shape, or form, and they felt they had to get rid of her. I'm also very interested in the fact that that house in the neighborhood was abandoned or they moved out of. Whoever they is it a family? Is it single men? After the kidnapping, I think that might be something I'm interested in, knowing if they searched that house, did they check for blood? I just think that's an interesting piece of information that that house became empty after the kidnapping.
Yeah, I mean that's what the reports are. We don't know for sure, but yeah, it's empty. It doesn't feel like nobody's. I know what house you're talking about. Do they help the hill?
I don't know. I think it's one of the 3 houses in the back. They said so.
Yeah, well, there's a home in the back, way in the back of the hill that can be empty with no trespassing signs at this point.
Right. Well, I also just one more thing. I wanted to say that for the people that think Tommaso should be out in the desert searching, I think it's ridiculous. If it was my mother, as somebody in chat mentioned, I would be letting law enforcement handle it. Unfortunately, I don't think Nancy had a chance with Nanos. If the FBI had maybe taken over right away, everybody knows the FBI's standards and rates of recovery, and I just don't think she had a chance with him in charge.
Making Cuban chicken.
That's my 2 cents.
My son got us some.
Thanks, JLR. Stay strong.
Jersey
Bye.
Mike's. Oh, I can't wait to have it.
Hello. Hi, Linda.
Oh, hey, can you hear me? Oh,
I can hear you.
was that loud?
You're good.
I'm
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I've been watching this since you started with the Nancy Guthrie.
Mhm.
And do police honestly let people know what's going on usually? I mean, everybody's complaining that
Law enforcement has a responsibility to put the public at ease and give updates in a major unsolved case, at least periodically give press conferences. The Tucson asked them today about the press conference. Well, we have more available information. We'll be giving a press conference.
Yeah, but they don't.
They haven't given a press conference in over a month.
Yeah. If
I need
not,
to
yeah,
order me
over a month.
another screen.
On an
It's just-
unsolved case.
It's crazy because we've had some things. I'm
Yeah,
from Rhode
another
Island,
one like this.
and we've had some things going on up here, and I've listened to the chief of police in Cranston, and there was another town too. And they stand up there and they talk to the press and they give them information. Most of it I can't tell you right now, or I don't know right now because it just happened. But I'm sure I haven't. They haven't given any other press conferences on one of the issues in Cranston that I've seen. So maybe it's something they just keep to themselves until they solve it.
Maybe.
That's the only thing I can think of. Because
Maybe
why
they already know
wouldn't
what's
they?
going on and they just don't want to jeopardize the integrity of the investigation. We can come up with many theories, but it is interesting that, you even if you don't have to give nothing, you should do a press conference anyway. To show that you're in charge, show you got this under control, show that you still care for Nancy.
Yeah.
Even if you don't say anything or repetitive things or recycled things, just give one. Take some questions, just to assure the public that you're still looking, show the public what's going on, give a little nugget or something, I'm sure at this point, 48 days, they got something they could share with us, some sort of new footage, some sort of new direction, something.
But I mean, it actually, at this point, it sounds to me like they gave up if they're not talking.
It's tough.
That's a shame.
I appreciate it, Linda. I got people piling in still.
No, that's okay. I appreciate.
I can't end when people coming in. I will go as long as someone's in the thing. I'll stay on. But people are staying on. But I appreciate it, Linda. Anything else?
No, that's it, JLR. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
I just put you on all the time.
From Rhode Island. Take care of yourself.
Island. You too.
Bye-bye. All right. You've been coming in and out. Hi, Kat. I've been seeing you come in and out.
I cannot hear you. My headphones are not working. Wait a minute.
Can
you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can I come back on? Because for some reason my iPad is acting weird.
Sure. I'd like to
give
get
me
you.
1 second.
All right. This individual has been trying to come in and out for the last 4 hours. You see this Cat AF. Come on in, Cat AF. Do we have anybody else in the pipeline? I think we have one more person named Judy. All right, Cat AF, let's try.
Okay, is that better?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, now I can.
Okay, so you've been coming in and out for the last.
It's that because part of it, I'm in college. I'm a college student. I'm a senior at University of South Carolina, so I've been having classes till like 3:30 today.
Yeah. Welcome aboard.
Well, thank you. I've been watching you since day one.
Okay, what's on your mind?
So, but my issue is, so like about her medicine, like she has to take it daily, right? If she cannot be alive if she's, because my father's is a what should you call it, like a pharmacist.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying like if she has to take medicine daily, she can be dead because she has to take it like 24 hours in that time. So how can she be still alive if she's like, that's my question. Like,
well, one, we don't know about medications as far as what type of medication. We're assuming some sort of blood thinners because of her pacemaker, things like that. We don't know if the pill bottles were left inside the house or someone snatched them with her. And we also don't know the amount of supplies because people have also said that you could get a 90-day supply. We don't know when she got her refills and we don't know how much.
Yeah,
and then we also know the perp claiming this to get some extra medication to keep her alive.
Yeah, and my other theory is like, if they have them, like if the kidnapper took the medicine, like how is she getting the refills?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a great question.
Like,
unless she's in Mexico and she can get the stuff under the table, or unless someone is getting medicines under the table, which you can. You get somebody else, prescription, someone else's prescription. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing: is Sheriff adamant at the beginning stages. She needs her meds. She needs her meds. She needs her meds. We haven't heard nothing about the dire situation.
Because my grandmother passed away at 96 years old, and she had to take those kind of medicines like all this stinking time.
Mm-hmm.
And I get what Savannah's going through, but still, like when people are blaming the family, I think it's Chris. I think it's the police officer that's involved in it, because the way that he's like not answering it, the way like you could tell by his body language.
Do you think Nanos is involved?
Because you could, like, if you've been watching like the press conferences, you could tell by his body language like he's not answering honestly. Like he's like oh, I don't want to answer this question, or oh, let's skip on to the next question.
So that makes you suspect of him.
Right.
I'm putting him up right here. Hold on. We'll just put him up. We'll put this. I mean, he's not the perp. Somebody shared that, but people don't like the sheriff. I get it. I get it. I personally think my opinion about the sheriff is just inexperienced in this. This is the big stage. You don't know how to do press conferences, stage fright, maybe stage fright, stutter in his words, just like any one of us who went on camera for the first time. We might be like botching things and saying things and not, I just don't think he's ready for the big leagues. By my personal opinion, but again, he said we solved 13 out of 13 cases last year. We got this under control.
Right, and he never had done this like big case before in his state before.
I mean, he did the Giffords case. He says Gabrielle Giffords. He said he did that.
Right. I forgot about that one.
I think that was when he was the sheriff before, and then he left and came back, or he worked for the sheriff department. But he's been around. He's been around.
And the stupidest thing is about him, like he was at a basketball game as this was going on. Like hello.
He was also at the gym, pumping iron.
Like do your job. It's called being a police officer. My ex-boy, not my ex-boy, we're actually back together. So my boyfriend is becoming a police officer, and he thinks he's also thinking like the way by his neck shape of the perp in that picture in the black and white, you could tell by the neck it's like the same size as his.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
I don't think he's the perp. I think he's going to get this case solved with the cooperation of the FBI. Let's hope. But I appreciate your input.
Yeah. I've been watching you since day one. Huge fan of yours. But like for some reason, YouTube is like, oh, you should watch this YouTube on JLR. But I'm like, I didn't sign up for this, but why the heck not?
What you in school for?
I'm in hospitality.
Nice.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm graduating in 50 days, which I'm not ready for.
Congratulations. Wish you future success.
Well, thank you.
It's not easy out there. Just keep grinding, and it's up to you. You'll make it.
Yeah, thank you so much, JLR. It's nice chatting with you.
Thank you. You have a very blessed day.
You too.
Bye-bye. That is Cat AF, Cat AF. We got one more person, I think. It's Judy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I have a very simple, stupid theory.
Great.
After I watch you, I usually go watch The Interview Room and Ashley Banfield the most. And several things are stuck in my mind. And one is when Savannah did her earlier videos, the FBI or law enforcement helped her. And I have heard that one of them or several of them are based on the Frozen kids movie.
Frozen?
Yes. And on Ashley Banfield, she had Maureen O'Connell on there, and they thought she was talking to a female. And Maureen O'Connell said that at one time, Savannah had a female stalker. So my theory is the FBI helped her write this. And if it's based on Frozen, the girl is talking to her sister.
What do you mean?
In the movie I watched with my grandkids, Frozen, the girl on there is talking to her sister.
Okay.
And that's my theory. But the FBI know who it is, and they think it's a female, and
they think it's
pardon?
They think it's a female?
I think they think it's a female, and in that message or the video, Savannah's talking to whoever they think, or they know who it is.
Something tells me Savannah does know something here.
Yes.
Just the way, like, whether it's a former stalker that she knows it's like, cut it out. I know it's you.
Yes.
Kind of something.
And
It's
that's
just,
my simple, stupid theory.
Who could have done this? Hey, I appreciate the insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank.
All right, we got a B. Hi, B.
Hey, JLR, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you? Where are you from?
Good. How are you? I'm actually in Washington State.
Nice. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah. Well, first off, I just wanted to say, all this crap going on about you, you are the man. You know what I mean? You've been on top of this since day 3, something like that. You were out in Tucson for like 6 weeks, something like that. And I just think that, the stuff that you're getting on the internet, it's bogus. And, we got your back. The people that are the JLR army, we got your back. We got your 6, man.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely. So I don't really have any theories, but something's leaning me towards thinking that what if this robber is like former military, current or former police officer, something like that. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it was a robbery gone bad. And when she realized that he was in the house, she had a heart attack. And that's when the whole thing hit I forget what it's called. Starts with a P. With her her Apple Watch.
Yeah. The pinging.
Yeah. The heart. Yeah. And so I'm thinking maybe she had a heart attack.
Well, I mean, people think that that's a possibility with the rapid heartbeat. There's rumors that 201 or 2 o'clock rapid heartbeat detected. I haven't really seen anything. Very well could have had a heart attack. They know it based off the pacemaker syncing and determined that she had a heart attack. So she's no longer here.
Exactly. But my question is, why take her? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense.
It makes sense to take somebody, even if they're dead. What are you going to do? Just take a dead body out of the house? But then they're also making it say, well, some evidence. We got to get rid of the body. No body, no case.
Exactly.
If that wasn't the intent, the intent was to go in there and, take some goods. but not take the body. But then she died in the course of them being there. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, criminals, they behave however they behave, and you'd be surprised when you read people's like try to concealments and things like that. I mean, I don't know what these people were thinking. If that wasn't the intent to take her, but it just something bad happened and they had to take her because they were just scared that a body would be there in the house, they'd somehow blame them or tie it to them or him.
Right. But they found the mixed DNA, which really doesn't help them, and I wonder if, like I said, maybe it was a former police officer, a former military, somebody that does know DNA and mixed it themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and mixed DNA, we just don't know. Like, we just don't, like, what type of DNA is it? What did they find that determined mixed DNA? Is something blood in blood? Some saliva mixed in blood? What we got? We got Baku swabs. What do we got with mixed DNA?
Yeah.
Skin cell stuff. I mean, there's lots of forms of DNA. Hairs mixed with hairs. What do we got mixed DNA? And how do we know that wasn't mixed with someone else that was previously in the house, that had access to the house, that could be in the house?
Exactly.
We know about that, but it's just the whole chain of command about the DNA and everything like that. It's a little bit disturbing. Them doing the private lab, and then eventually getting back, and the feds now have it in their hands. I don't know. I don't know if DNA is going to solve this, assuming that it's in IGG territory now, some sort of lab, maybe Othram, the other ones, the investigative genetic genealogy. Maybe they'll get something out of that down the line, get some sort of perps family member or somebody down the family tree that can nail the person. I would assume that they're working that route now. At time, it doesn't take overnight, but we're in the time where they could have it.
Yeah, I mean, look at how long it took. That's how they found Koberger, and look at how long it took to find him once they started the genetic genealogy.
So, how long did it take Koberger to get caught? I think it's like 48 days, right? 47, 48
something like that. So we're right there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Pima County knows something that they're just not saying. I think that they completely bungled the case from the beginning, but that they do have some information that they're just not releasing.
I concur. There's got to be something here.
Yeah, it's wild.
I just don't feel like they have nothing after 48 days of nothing to square one. I mean, but I don't know, man. They were just in the neighborhood the other day, so they're sitting there looking at people that possibly live there in construction sites. So I don't know. I don't know if they're just back to square one. There's a lot of things been said that, I don't know if it's true. Like El Charro. I don't think they went to the El Charro and interviewed people. Unless I went to
I don't think so either.
But I went to the El Charro that Savannah and Nancy did their segment, and I went to that El Charro. There's a couple Charros, but I went to that El Charro, and that employee said they weren't there. And I believe the employee now been there, and the other employee doesn't know about the other employee. I don't know.
Maybe
it's wild. It's just so wild. I've never seen a case quite like this before. Savannah's relatively famous, and I wonder if somebody had researched Savannah at the very least, seen her mom on the Today Show, and thought, "Hey, there's a target right there," and now we are where we are.
Bingo Thursday.
I know, right? I mean,
so
it might not even be about Savannah. It could be about Andy. It could be about Cameron. It could be about just Nancy.
Tommaso. Yeah.
Just hey, it's nothing personal, lady. I just wanted to come in here and break in, and you were happen to be there. It could be that too.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think any of the family was involved, but it's something tells me that it's somebody with experience, whether it's an experienced robber or somebody that's former military or current or former law enforcement, somebody that knew what they were doing. You know what I mean?
I mean, they were able to elude authorities thus far, but considering how Pima County is with their investigation, maybe that's the reason why they were able to elude authorities this long. And if it was somewhere else with more of a ironclad investigative tools and whatnot, then this thing could have been solved already. Maybe
exactly.
Flipped away, and because it's been botched or just the perfect storm. This could be just the perfect storm too, with just the right way for the perp to get out and the wrong way for the investigators to, let it happen. It was just a perfect storm that allowed us to be in this situation right now.
I think it'll end up being solved, though. I don't think there's such a thing as a perfect crime. I think, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's a decade from now, I think it's going to end up being solved at some point.
It's going to get solved. I think it's going to get solved today.
You think so?
I'm optimistic. I go to bed every night thinking it's gonna be solved. Like I'm up all day, right? We're up all day. I'm covering this over there. I've been totally invested in this. Just looking at the latest. I got the screens up. Anything Nancy Guthrie pops up, we'll know and everything like that. Any twists and turns. But I go to bed each night. If it's not solved during the day, thinking I'm gonna rest my head and wake up in the morning and it will be solved. And I got certain alerts on my phone. It's neat. My phone rings on certain keywords. So if a certain keyword pops up on something, I can get a special ring on my phone. I got it like that. So if something breaks in the middle of the night, we'll know. And I'm optimistic each and every night that this case will be solved, like in the middle of the night. And if it's not,
that's an awesome mindset to have, man. That's an awesome mindset to have for sure.
This is all for us. We want to know who did this, but the work is just started. I mean, because if you're going to talk about the perps involved, everything about the perp, where they grew up, who they are, anyone involvement, court cases, everything like that. Where's Nancy? What happened? Storyline. I mean, we're going to do it all. We're just on waiting. We're kind of just like on a wait.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Exactly.
Ready to jump back on the plane. It's hot out there, but I'll go out there and hot. Something. We get a good something, direction, everything like that. I'm popping right back on the plane.
I'll be right here watching you, man.
Share with all of you. It's this is a forum. This is a case, and we'll stay with it.
Well, I definitely appreciate everything that you're doing. I appreciate your hard work. I appreciate your dedication. And like I said, we got your 6.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, B.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good one.
Take care. Thank you. All right. We got Colorado Glass. Colorado Glass.
Gladys Kravitz.
Gladys Kravitz.
Like from Bewitched. Did you ever see Bewitched?
I remember that show way back.
Yeah. She was the nosy neighbor, always looking out the window and seeing suspicious things. But
yeah, I got some nosy neighbors, but they look out for me.
Well, that's exactly what I am. I'm like, I'm the one that calls 911 when weird things happen outside.
My neighbors blowing up my phone all the time. Someone stops in front of my house, they've taken pictures and showing me in my text. This person's in front of your house. This person, even if it's just deliver anybody. I got nosy neighbors with cameras.
You need them. You need them, right?
I got all my nosy neighbors, cameras and everything like that. My whole block is cameraed up.
That's the best way to be, because that's the only way to survive, I think, right now.
I know
what's
going on.
I just wanted to tell you, I've been watching you from day one religiously. Yeah. I mean, and replaying things I've missed, but I had to step out and work this afternoon. So I may have missed some of this stuff. When I had to leave, this guy that called the Bad Apple, I'm going to call him, he bummed me out so bad, that awful guy. Oh. And I wish there was a way you could screen delay your calls like they do in radio.
They play themselves. I mean, if that guy feels like he did a good thing, cool. Whatever. Like, sometimes in the field and people confront me and do act the same way. It's cool, whatever.
Well, he bummed out thousands of people. I was sick to my stomach when I'm so glad you cut him off, because but I want to tell you, I thought of this. I thought, you know what? You are doing the right thing. I love how polite and mannerly. It's so rare to see that anymore. But I was thinking about this. Martha Stewart, she paid her dues and she went right on and everything was fine. So
Martha Stewart? Oh, yeah. Martha
Stewart. Just keep that
Stewart
in mind. So you're doing a great job, and lots of people just love you. But what I wanted,
I'll be fine.
Well, I was bummed. It took me a long time to get over it. I still shake when I poison. That's like vibe poison or something. But anyway, I wanted to say, I think, this case has been conveniently bungled almost at every step before the FBI came in. And I started thinking about, do you remember the case of the Golden State Killer?
That was an unsolved case that got the DNA, got that guy, right?
Right. But it went on for years and he was a cop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, no one saw that coming. And I just thought, did they ever really search for Nancy? Because in Arizona, when
Caught
people
on
go
to
out into the desert, and you should keep this in mind the next time you go out, people out in the really ugly terrain, well, not ugly, harsh terrain, you know, they wear chain link gaiters around their boots for rattlesnakes, that kind of thing. I never saw any of that. I saw the FBI walking around in tennis shoes. I don't know. I felt like they weren't really searching for, but I wanted to tell you, I saw, I'm sure you've seen it by now, but Nancy Grace a couple of nights ago had a story from, I don't know if it was Jim or anyway, somebody found the khakis and the knee brace. And I think, didn't you go back the next day and they were still there?
They were there, and then I went the next day and they were gone.
And they were gone. And Nancy Grace said, why did they sit out there for a day after they had been discovered? I mean, I loved what she had to say about that. But I don't have any trust in the Pima County Sheriff Department from personal experience, but I won't go into that. But I think
Your own experience?
Yeah.
Oh.
Some evidence. There was was it a burglary, robbery? What's the one when you're not home? Whatever that one is. Anyway, some things were stolen, and they actually. Well, the sheriff's department actually recovered. They were able to recover the stolen items, but when we went to collect them, we kept calling. Finally, just showed up to collect them, and they weren't there. They were missing from the evidence room. So about a month or two later, I don't know if there was an investigation. Anyway, they mysteriously turned up. They were returned to the evidence room.
Interesting.
So, yeah, and I don't know if that was, well, it was under Nanos, but I'm not sure who. Anyway, can't even talk about that. It's so sickening. But I was just going to say, you know, this family they're very smart people, all of them very smart and very camera savvy. But there is a very dark side in this poetry, which is so disturbing, all of it. But anyway, I just want to say, I think I would rather believe it's a conspiracy. If it were my family, I would sooner believe that it's a family conspiracy than some psycho SAA theory. You know, I can't even deal with that. But anyway, I just wanted to say, so here's what I'm hoping. If I were writing this as a book, and I'm a reporter.
Oh, you are?
Well, retired now, but print side, I was with Metro Dailies, a few around the country. But I wanted to tell you, watching you YouTube stream I'm a boomer, so all of this, I mean, I was a print journalist back when newspapers were, you know, two major dailies in a town, and they were, you know, competing for the scoop. But watching you YouTubers, which is all very new to me, it's really been invigorating. It reminds me of being back in the newsroom, watching you guys kind of collaborate and, you know, talk about the case and talk to each other. It really has been very refreshing. And I don't watch TV news ever. I read about 10 newspapers a day, but online I don't even turn on TV news. So, but watching you guys, it was just like, it was really cool. It's like being right back in there. But I think you're doing a great job. But
did the reporters do that back in the day when you used to do things? Like,
Oh yeah. I mean, I swear there were days I went to work just to be in the newsroom because it was just so exciting. And you know, I'd be in newsrooms where something, you know, when the Tiananmen Square happened, I was in a newsroom where they said, get China on the phone, and 8 people ran over who could speak Chinese, reporters, you know, to talk to somebody in China about what was going on there. It was just very fast paced and exciting. People cared about the story. They didn't read press releases, or actually our stories would be picked up on TV and taken without permission. I mean, we knew what our stories were and they just read them on the news. But anyway, but but watching the YouTubers, it's just really been fun. And I love Jay for Justice because she's kind of like when you're not on, she's kind of the central point. Like she's kind of like the main desk, like dispatch. It's fun. It's I shouldn't say it's fun because this is a horrible case.
From a reporter's perspective, someone that's been around for a while, right?
Yeah, long
But
time.
is journalism different now than it was before?
Very,
Like as
very.
far as mainstream media, is it worse or better?
Mainstream media, oh, it's worse. Well, back when I was I went to school to study journalism because of All the President's Men. That was, that was sort of the era. And every city had two major dailies at least. And people would fight tooth and nail to get a scoop and outdo the other one. It was very competitive. But what it did was produce really good stuff and honest stuff. Anonymous sources, we used to have 3 sources for it to be anonymous, or actually 3 sources for anything. And now I guess they have 2, or I don't know. But anyway, I mean, there's yeah. Well, that's what I mean. You would get in big trouble. I mean, people got fired. There was a Pulitzer. I can't remember her name now, but she tanked her career with that. But now, I mean, who knows? She'd probably get away with it. It's very different. But I'll tell you, I think the YouTubers and the streamers, I mean, I don't agree with everything that everyone does, but I like that at least we're hearing, I feel like I'm there and I can sift out what I want to believe and what's real, and I can spot something that, yeah. And not so much with you, but with some other streamers. But I don't know. It's been really refreshing because it just reminds me of the old days. Just getting the story out. It doesn't matter whose family it is, or I mean, there were some sacred cows here and there, and we were constantly fighting that too with the publishers because they're very commercial and advertisers and all of that, but a lot more resistance to it than you see now. Like local TV, I don't know why anybody even bothers watching local TV.
I mean, I think the local TV, as far as like the local 5 o'clock news, that's done. I mean, who wants to wait 5 o'clock to get some information?
Well, and they just rehash everything you guys have already done. I mean, it's like, why bother? But yeah, it's such a clown show too. They're more about entertainment. And news anchors, I did not know this until, well, several years ago is when I first heard it, but I was shocked that news anchors actually had agents like actors do, like talent agents. That's just unheard of. Yeah, they have agents and publicists. It's really, I don't know. Anyway, it's very different. But anyway, I want to tell you, if I were writing this story, I told you I had a fairy tale ending. And this is what I'm hoping. I mean, it's a long shot, but I'm hoping that they were never really searching for her. That woman that was airlifted to the hospital, like day 4 or whatever it was in fact Nancy, and they whisked her away to, I don't know, Bethesda or some high security elite hospital, and they're just trying to flush out. I think this thing is deep. I think it involves a lot more than just 1 or 2 people. I think there are a lot of people in on it, and I don't know how far, but it just seems too weird and too sophisticated to have gone undetected or unsolved for this long. It makes no sense. I mean, more people are looking for Nancy right now. I remember the Idaho murder. That one kind of made me sick, so I couldn't pay too much attention to it. But I didn't follow it that closely. But I don't think that many people were looking for that guy as they are for this guy.
Yeah.
And I can't understand how whoever has gone undetected for that long. And I think that James, the guy everybody thinks he's drunk and he's a nut. I think he knows something. Who knows what? But
Who's James? James.
remember, he came up one week, and then the next week, it was like 3 weeks ago, and then he came back the next week, and he said, I didn't come here.
Oh, feather guy. James.
Yeah, yeah.
Feather.
I think I don't know what he knows, but I think he knows something. I don't know what, but I really hope the police have talked to him, and I think he knows stuff. I don't think he's in on it, but I think I don't know. He just seems really uneasy, like he knows too much.
He throws out Walter Nash.
Yeah.
Poor Walter Nash. Remember him?
Well, and I looked him up, and he actually.
Did he really work for American Airlines? Does he?
Oh, I doubt that. I think. I mean, I don't know what he does, but I think he's. Well, he's James whatever the third.
Mm-hmm.
I looked him up because I thought, well, this is really weird. What is he doing there? He strikes me as kind of almost a trust fund baby. He's been around a while. Probably his family's been there a while, and I think he knows something. And I don't think Walter Nash is involved. I looked him up too, and I thought he was. Didn't it say he was a district judge or something at one time? I mean, I might not have that straight. I can't.
Yeah. He worked as a judge and then went to legal, to a private attorney. Correct?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. And you make a lot of enemies when you're either one of those things, actually. But
lawyers are and hated. Lawyers are love and hated.
Oh yeah, and especially judges. And I think that there's something going on that I don't know. I can't believe it's going to be a day laborer. I don't know. I don't want to believe that, and I don't think it's the South American thing, because if you remember, that's the same group, or it was a South American, whatever they call it, who robbed I'm sorry.
The South American theft group, right?
Yeah, theft group. That's it. SATG.
Yeah.
And they are the same group that broke into Burrow's house, the football player.
Yes.
And then they got caught because they were such clowns. They were trying on all his stuff and taking pictures of it.
I think they broke into Keanu Reeves' house too. A bunch of celebrities.
Oh, I love him. My boyfriend. Also in my fairy tale ending. But
there's been quite these theft groups, and I'm open-minded to it, but just Google right now, South American theft groups, multi-state South American theft group targets home in Kent County. I don't know where that is. WW. I mean, there's just so many.
Well, they hit Houston. Was it 2 weeks ago? They hit several homes in Houston, all in the same time. But it's a whole different. I don't know. I think even if it had been them and they had stumbled in, and if they had seen Nancy, I think they would have turned around and taken off.
Turned around. They're not going to harm a human being.
No.
I've looked at every single case. I can't find anyone where they actually harmed an individual inside their own home.
Right.
Like,
yeah, I think that's the one thing. That's the one thing that would scare them away. And I think, I don't know that she ever made it home. That has been so intentionally blurred from day one. Well, why did she take an Uber? Why did she take an Uber? My grandmother lived across town, and whenever we got together, if it wasn't at her house, one of us, and she wasn't even that old, we just did it out of courtesy. One of us would go pick her up, and one of us would take her home, walk her in. I mean, that's just, you always call when you get home. That's how my family was. A lot of families are like that, but I know they're not all like that. But I would never expect my mother to Uber to my home. I think that's, I don't know.
I don't know the last time when's the last time you Ubered? Because I don't know the last time I Ubered. Do you even use Uber? Like, I mean, I guess, but I can't even
Well,
remember.
when I travel, I mean, sometimes you have to use Uber, and even if you do, how there are so many records on Uber, you know, who it is, what car it is, when they're going to be there.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of things that are just intentionally blurred, and maybe rightfully so. I hope that they have a clue. I hope that when Nano said, when we have information, we'll do another press conference, because if they don't have anything right now, that's scary. And that all that tells me is somebody's not doing their job. I don't know who, but it seems very convenient that there are absolutely no leads at this point. I don't believe that. I think, especially with the FBI, and I have faith in the FBI. I think they've got this figured out, and we're just waiting for the shoe to drop, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, I appreciate it. There's some people that are trying to reach me with some new
Well, I
photos.
feel like I've just been rambling and babbling. So thank you, though.
Conversation as a former journalist. I appreciate your insight on, just journalism. Got a little off topic, but it was cool. It was fun.
It was really fun talking to you. And I feel like I know you because I've spent every hour of my day, right along. You are also an incredibly hard worker. I've never seen anyone
Thank you.
who, like, physical, hard, icky labor, like going in a cactus. Oh, I don't like cactus at all. I don't live in Arizona for a reason. That's all I can say.
Well, I mean, we'll move around if we have to, and we'll stand around if we have to. We're just and stay alert. We'll do it with combination all. Sometimes we've done some streams where we're walking around all over and standing, and sometimes we're just sitting on standby. It just depends on the assignment.
Well, if you go back out there anytime soon, or actually worse later, take a spritz bottle, because it's 120 degrees sometimes in the summer. It's just outrageous.
Right.
Yeah.
Grace, got them on standby. From the donors. It's pretty cool stuff. Thank you very much.
Well,
Colorado.
thank you. It's a thrill to talk to you. Thank you.
Gladys Kratis. Stay safe.
Thanks. You too.
All right. I enjoyed that one. We got Misty Haynes in the chat, and we got Bahamas Jen. So I'm going to go Misty Haynes, then Bahamas Jen. Stand by. Misty Haynes has been sitting here. Misty Haynes, how are you? So I'm going to go Misty Haynes. Hi, Misty. Bye, Misty Haynes.
Hey, sorry, I got to meet you. Hello,
You're
how
good.
are you?
I'm fine. You sent me a couple pictures here, and I want to put these pictures up on the chat because you're like, hey, check your messages. We communicate offline. I'm gonna put this very first pick up. I'm gonna actually put down the picture of Savannah. What is going on here? What we got?
So you'll have to really zoom in on the second picture, the picture on the right. I feel like that's very similar
to what was seen here on the perp's arm at the door.
Yes, the tattoo.
So where's the picture from the right coming from? Because it kind of does look similar, but what's going on here?
It's the guy that I named before.
Okay, so the guy you named before. If you want to say his name, you can say his name.
Mark Gonzalez.
Mark Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
So, had you reported it?
I sent it to the tip line. I've called them about, when I talked to you before, I've called them about this guy, and they basically shut me down. Didn't really want to hear what I had to say, but they did take down his name. So I did send this in the tip line. There's no point in calling them again with the same name, but yes, I have sent it to them.
Nice. What's this about?
So you had a caller this morning, and he mentioned it looks like a car. So yeah, this looks like in the roundabout in her driveway. So from left to right, I put a look. So you see it looks like a tail light. And then my line kind of curves a little bit, but the second one is the tire. And then the third one is the front the front light.
So you see a vehicle there?
Yes.
Hard for me to tell. And this would be on the right side of the route. If you're looking at our house, it'd be on the left side. If you're looking out, it'd be on the right side.
Thank you, JLR.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
And you're saying this was based off the camera, the Ring camera, or the Nest
We
camera?
appreciate all you do.
Yeah, so when you showed it this morning, this is actually from the little background that you have that I just zoomed in.
From here.
No, it's just like your main screen where you have a picture of Nancy and Savannah.
Uh-huh.
Yes, that one. Or
Okay.
just Nancy, yeah. So I zoomed into that one because that's when the caller this morning called in and mentioned the headlight. I zoomed in and just looked closer. He mentioned the headlight and he mentioned the rim of the tire. Now there is it's a plant kind of right in front of the tire, but if you look past that plant,
What did I do?
you can see the tire and then you can see the rim, tiny bit of the rim.
So hard to tell, Misty.
I know.
So,
I've been studying, and again, everybody can disagree, but I mean, nobody knows what happened. Nobody knows if this is a car or not. I just wanted to get everybody's opinion, especially on the tattoo.
Yeah. So the tattoo. Okay, so I mean, people have been sharing around the left. They're saying, they zoomed it in. I never zoomed on anything myself, but I'm going by people zooming in on this perch hand. That is the white thing that's around the sleeve, right? And then you got this. What is that? Like, what is that? A June bug? We've discussed. Like, what is this thing? Flowers? What is it?
So I'm focusing on where it so on the left side, I'm focusing on how it almost looks like a hat. Like if we're facing it, like somebody looking to the left with a baseball cap on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then on the right one, even that picture, I zoomed into it and tried to match up the lines.
And you're seeing a match between the two.
It's very similar to me.
And again, it'd be hard to tell on the left one because, it's just how it is.
Just that tiny little bit, yeah. If only we could see just a little bit more.
So tell me about this guy that you're focusing on, because we've talked offline, messages back and forth. You're honed in on this one guy. You're adamant that this guy is involved.
Yeah, I wasn't going to keep bringing him up, but when I saw this, so he lives in Texas. I'm sure many have heard me say this before when I talk to you. He lives in Texas. If you look up his past, he was in like this biker gang. One of your callers a while back as well mentioned that he had commented on Savannah's page. It said, "Don't forget about tomorrow." So now, he was a criminal, and then now he turned into a prosecutor. I think from what I read, he had to step away from that position or get fired. And now he has run for governor. And he's got photos where he's at the White House, and then he makes a comment about the president. So he's got, I mean, I don't know. It's crazy, but I feel like he's got connections. And, Nanos was in Texas. So who knows? Who knows? I wanted to put this out there just so that everybody could look too and just have all eyes on it to see what everybody thinks.
Does this guy, has he been to Tucson?
I have no idea.
So you just but you're saying what drove him in is because of some Facebook post that Nancy had.
Yes, what made me look him up is because your caller, when you were in Tucson, when your caller mentioned a Mark Gonzalez posting on Savannah's page. And that's what led me to him and then looking him up.
Interesting. We'll see if it pans out, Misty. He might come after you. Be careful.
Yeah, I'm not scared. So I was going to say too, y'all mentioned something about somebody looking into having tattoo removal. I can't remember what y'all said about it. But I read that this Gonzalez guy is donating. I don't know if I think it's to adolescents in jail to get tattoos removed.
Dang, that was quick.
Really?
Yeah, I'll have to look back into that. And I'll send it to you. I'll find it.
Please. Be interesting to see. Anything else on your mind?
No, I don't think so. Y'all know who my best friend is, so.
Who's your best friend?
Nanos.
Nanos, yeah. So what do you feel about this? When you see this, yeah.
Oh yes, I love it. I love it. Those hands, perfect. So yeah, I don't think he did it. I think he knows who did it and is protecting them.
You think Nanos is protecting the perp?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he's probably friends with him. So
We'll see, Misty. Nice seeing you.
yeah, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Be safe.
You too.
Bye-bye. All right, we got Bahamas. Jem. Hi, Bahamas Jem.
I thought he would
Hello.
quit here pretty soon.
Bahamas Jem. I know you've been sitting waiting.
But
You there?
He said,
Hello.
I'll just tell him and
Hi.
put
If
it
you don't
down.
mind
And then
muting.
he got out.
Yeah, I can
And
hear
then
you. If
Johnny
you
goes,
don't
"Oh,
mind muting
got
down
3
your
more
TV.
in the dungeon. Or 3
Oh.
more in the bottom.
Sorry, 1 second.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
To him.
Yeah. Thanks
Yeah,
for your
sorry.
patience.
Yeah, I went outside.
No problem. So, first of all,
So she sent
well, we all know everyone is innocent until proven guilty, right? And we were talking about how Annie and Tommaso were cleared. And I said, with the dropping, with Nancy taking the Uber, would that be for them maybe having an alibi? And then two, for them dropping her off, how do we know that he did not come out of the car? How do we know that he did not walk her to the door? Like, how do we know he did not do this?
We don't know anything. That's
exactly. So we all know, according to them, as Nano said, a family member dropped her off, and then it turned out to be Tommaso, and so he dropped her off. So they say. It's kind of weird because, like, we all have been speaking, all the callers, everyone in the chat. You can't just leave an elderly person. I too have a mother-in-law, and she has a bad knee, and for me, I personally wouldn't drive off until she gets inside the house, or even if she's out, we have communication where she would let us know she's out, and she would send us a message, hey, I'm home, or she would give us a call to say, hey, she's home. And so it's just kind of odd to have someone that age, and they themselves, that they were the last persons to see her, and they really can't give any information other than she was at our house and we dropped her off. Like, it's just kind of weird, me personally, like I said, I'm very close with my mother-in-law. My mom passed away when I was young, so I grew close to my mother-in-law, and so that relationship I have, like, we stay on her. And it's just kind of weird. And then like I said, they may have used her taking the Uber to just cover their tracks. They may have planned something, and we just, you have a lot of, we watch the crime movies, we watch a lot of when they do kidnap somebody, it actually is for ransom, because you just don't go in someone's house, especially an old lady, and just take her. And so there has to be, the why is it has to be for a reason, and I'm assuming the ransom, it is for money. In the beginning, I was saying that when they all were at the Airbnb, that it was so weird that, at first it was, they got ransom notes, TMZ, and then the other places got ransom notes, and then it went quiet. So for me, instantly I thought, okay, so they're all together, so they're being watched. And so even if they were to involve in communicating with or planned it, wouldn't they now have to pull back on reaching out to whomever? I'm just saying they were reaching out to, because now they know they're under surveillance. They're watching them. And that's why the ransom information probably went kind of cold, that they can't communicate with them anymore. And then I said, the garage, didn't they say that the garage actually picked up, like, is there a camera somewhere or in the house that it did pick up a body, like a figure in one of the cameras, like throughout the night? Didn't they pick up something?
I don't know what they picked up or what they haven't picked up.
I think in the beginning. In the beginning, I think they did, like.
Yeah, let me get the timeline up here. Hold on. There's a time frame. You're talking about what the cameras picked up with an image?
Yeah, before we saw the outside footage of the person, they said they did pick up something like in the house or in the garage or something like that. Yeah.
You stand by. 212 software detects person on camera. No available. No subscription.
Right. And so, and then you say, like, we're all saying there's no subscription.
147 doorbell camera disconnects.
And so for that to happen, they would have to, even though they tried to disconnect it, I feel like someone would know personal, like someone close to you would know that, hey, this doesn't work, or it's not working properly, and they can go ahead and do, do whatever they came to do. And then a lot of persons said that, someone was already inside. So could that have been at that time someone did go through the back around that time, and then the person at the front door was basically really just a distraction?
It's a good theory. I mean, it's definitely a good theory.
Yeah, if you think about it, the image at 147, what have you, and then see, but we don't have the timeline with this perp on the outside of the door, but I guess it's maybe around the same time, but you have thieves, or like I said, criminals. They do things, they plan it out, and it's obvious that this was planned, or this is not just just a random house. We're just gonna go in this particular house simply because they took her. If it was just something where it was a robbery or a burglary or whatever we want to call it, they wouldn't have taken her. You won't take someone, and in most cases, unless you want something in return, and they have her as leverage. So I've listened to a few callers saying that, Annie and Tommaso, or Tommaso has a gambling problem. And then, some person saying, with Annie, maybe it's someone who's in love with her, a romance, and she's not giving them the attention. But it's something to get something from the family, and that's why they took her. Because even if it's a robbery or burglary went wrong, and let's say they startled her, they could have just unalived her on the spot, took what they wanted to take, and leave. They did not do that. They took her. Why did they take her? It has to be connected to one of the children, because she's not married. Her husband has passed away. So it has to be connected to someone close to her, and they have her as leverage.
Thank you, Jonathan.
It is interesting, for sure.
Yes.
What's going on with the ringing?
That's my son playing with the doorbell.
So you think there's multiple perps here?
Yeah, there is. This was planned. This was definitely planned.
By who?
I'm like I said, I'm leaning. If I could be wrong, but I feel it could be
we could all
Annie and Tommaso with their whatever issues financially they have. Even like I said, anyone could be declared. Anyone is innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
And so we could say they're declared. How many crime stories, like I said, in movies and even real life scenarios we see where a crime has been done, and like a caller said earlier, they are caught later on down after the evidence, because you have people that don't stop digging, and get investigators, detectives, they don't stop digging until they get to the bottom of it. So for right now, yes, they may be in declare, but it has to have some connection with the family.
Well, I appreciate your time. Got a lot of people in the pipeline. Any final word?
No, just that you're doing a great job, and that guy who came on early, he pissed me all the way off. But you are doing a good job. The cuckoo, the guy, the crazy guy, the dolphin dude, he has a problem. He has a problem.
Thing that he told me off, and he confronted me, and he made it.
And he's so happy about that. Yeah.
I know. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's so silly. But You have a great day as well. And like I say, continue to do what you're doing. And you have me hooked. I was hooked from you, from you posted this from day one, and I can't get enough. The few days that you were off, literally, I was going through withdrawals. I was like, I do this while I'm working because I work from home, and I'm like, what am I going to do now? I can't plug in my laptop, turn on my YouTube, and follow JLR. What am I going to do? And I listened to 857 for a while, but I'm like, it's not the same. Don't get me wrong, I like 857, but it was just not the same. So I'm happy to see that you're on. Don't stop doing what you're doing, and yes, continue to do your best.
When he went home.
Yes, and then I probably I'm looking at going out to Tucson maybe now. I'm kind of looking. I'm scouting.
It's really
Thank
hot
you.
right now, hon.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Bye bye. Hello.
Well, thank you, JLR. I
Hello. Can you hear me?
Streaming you.
Hello. Welcome. Hello, Diddy. Hello.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing? Welcome.
Yes, hi.
Where are you from?
Can you hear me?
I can. Where are you from?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Looks like we got a little delay there. Anything you can fix?
Okay.
Can you fix anything? It's a little.
I know. Oh, I gotta try and fix
Jumbo.
something here.
Very much.
You might got it now. Maybe mute down your TV or your computer. You there?
Mhm.
Nah.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can, but you sound all.
All right, let me try and call back. Let me try and go back in.
All right. Bye bye. Bye bye. All right. Anybody else want to step to the plate? Step to the plate. Come on in. Step to the plate. See if she comes back. We're winding down. It's 10 hours. Been on 10 hours today. Long day. We'll be back on in the morning. Hopefully we can get some new Nancy Guthrie updates. Do some maps. Let's see. Is that better? Hello?
She's
Hello.
still buffering.
Yeah, hello. Oh, you're gone.
I think
You
her
vanished.
internet's bad.
Looking a little tired, folks. Definitely tired right here.
Yeah.
What a day.
Me too.
What a day. Nancy has still not been found.
No.
So
But I think
I guess
they know
what
where
we'll
she
do is
is.
I'll be back if something else breaks. I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. And we'll be back on this case. We'll continue to stay with this case. We'll continue to get the updates on this case. Anything breaks,
I know
we'll hear it here. I'm kind of thinking about going back out. Though I just looked at the weather. Tucson weather is not too cooperative right now, unless you like it warm. Some like it hot.
I like it hot.
I like it kind of Goldilocks weather.
But
70s.
difference from here to
Tater
Florida
and Sims.
is you got
Tater and
humidity.
Sims,
We
got somebody
don't.
else that's in
It's
the
dry
chat.
heat. So
Didn't we speak? Hey, didn't we speak before?
Nope, never.
Never. Welcome aboard.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So a quick question. Here is my husband.
Hey, what's your name? Tater and Sim?
Aaron Tate, and my husband Stuart Sims.
How you doing? I'm doing great. Where you guys from?
We're from Carlisle, Pennsylvania, near Hershey, Pennsylvania.
We love Pennsylvania. It's where I'm originally from.
Hey, we love you. Thanks for taking our chat here. I just had a question. I was curious, the picture of Tommaso and Annie in the car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What date was that they took that that screenshot came across? That one right there? Yep. Oh my gosh.
Before the car got taken, I think it was, I want to say Tuesday. Which would be first, second, third or fourth. If anyone wants to out loud, I think it was Tuesday the 3rd.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Just remember the phone or their car got taken.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you got? What vibe you guys getting with this? What's going on? What do you saying?
Well, I think it's a conspiracy, literally. I think that it was planned. I think there was money troubles that people right now don't know about. The law might know about. And The whole thing about an Uber taking her to their house for family night is ridiculous. They should have picked her up. So whenever the Uber driver picked her up, that right there spun like a spiral as to where there's someone else involved. So someone else knows that she's not home. So was someone able to go behind? Did they have that set up? You know what I mean? Was the Uber driver app jacked for someone else using the app that wasn't supposed to be? They need to check that app and everything. The locations, like weeks prior, were they locating around her house? Because that opens a lot of doors as to where someone else other than the family knew she was alone. They had their nice family night. They said their goodbyes as to where they're not going to see each other for a while, because I think there might be some like underlying things as to where like life insurance policies, and like right now, like Nancy's somewhere in Mexico or some third world country, as to where she knows she's not going to be able to see her family for a while until after you have to wait the statute of limitations to be able to collect on the life insurance policy, however many years that takes. Hopefully she would make it to be able to see them again, but if not, then this here situation is helping out the rest of the family to be able to pay this some kind of a debt. Is Tommaso involved with, you know, the cartels? Do they have something on him because he's in the bands? You know, so you get involved with a lot of people. So what did he get involved with? I just think that this was something set up, and whenever the Uber driver picked it up, that's when the fuse lit for the whole plot to start. I have a lot more, but I'm not going to go on because I want to let her talk if she wants to. But I just think that it's something along that.
So, would you like to add?
I just want to say I really, really enjoy you so much, Jonathan. I've been watching from the very beginning. I work from home, so I have a lot of time to have my TV on, my phone by my side. I have 8 bobtail. Well, my husband and I have 8 bobtail cats.
Really?
We have a big home, but 8 bobtail cats. We want to say God bless you. We love you. And thank you so much for taking our call. I didn't expect that I would get on that quick.
Thank you.
I thought, oh my gosh, Stu, I said to my husband, I said, Stu, there's the link. I'm just going to try to type it in. And here we are. So thank you. I'm just bring Nancy home. Thank you for everything you do. That's all I have to say.
Yes, God bless you.
Touch again. I didn't know this was going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for all the time you spent there. When you were sitting there in that heat and cold, that, we were sitting here in the house watching all the time. And we're a 2-hour time difference. So I said to Aaron, they're going to go off and come back on. So you got to wait 2 hours difference. But we're always on all the time. I can't even find a radio station local that plays it when I'm in the car.
Nice.
And one more thing. I know it sounds silly, but everything you did there is so amazing. And I even just that peaceful moment where you would go up and watch the sunset. It just means so much to me. I just loved it. And thank you very much.
Yeah. God bless.
God bless you. We love you, Jonathan.
Yes.
God bless. Thanks, guys.
Yes. Bring Nancy home.
Bring Nancy home.
Yeah.
Bring her home.
Praise God.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. All right, folks. Listen, I got to run. Come back tomorrow. We'll come back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. I think we're going to go back out there and see what's going on. See you guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Hater and Sims. Got to sign off. Got my phone is blowing up. A lot of things going on. And we'll keep Nancy's name out there. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, first thing. So if you want to come in, I'll put the StreamYard up. And everyone can, we've been on 10 hours and 30 minutes, a long time. So with that being said, we're going to pray for Nancy. I'll be back in a bit. If anything else breaks, we got like 7 people that want to join the chat. I'm tapped out here right now, like tapped out. So if you guys want to come back tomorrow morning, you're more than welcome to come back. Love to hear from you. Put the thing in the the discussion. So All right, folks, we cover breaking news, true crime, 24/7, 365. Thank you for all you guys, bringing awareness to Nancy, what happened, praying for, Nancy, we're praying for Savannah and the entire Guthrie family, including law enforcement, because law enforcement is going to solve this case. We might be bashing them, we might be supporting them. There's a lot of mixed opinions, but at the end of the day, the law enforcement will be with this. With this, and they will find out who did this, or whoever this perp may be. Don't know who this is. A lot of people speculate and everything like that. This needs to come to an end. It's like 48 days is too long. I don't want to be here day after day after day, covering this case day after day. But we'll do it. But I plan on going back out at one point. We'll see what's going on. I don't know what what that's gonna happen. What's gonna come out of that. Being there in the hot
Corporal,
heat,
it's still a lot of theories. Nothing really.
What Nancy found. So just say a prayer for Nancy. Say a prayer for Nancy's family. We're praying for law enforcement. We're praying for all the neighbors and everyone in the Tucson community that kept Nancy's name out there. Someone did something. Someone knows who this person is. Just a cool. You can get $1 million if you just identify.
Enjoy watching him.
This guy. You get $1 million.
Really do. He
$1 million.
He has a big heart. He really puts his heart into everything he's doing.
1.2. But definitely be back tomorrow, and definitely be back if something else breaks on JLR Investigates. You guys have a blessed evening. We will talk soon. Thanks for watching.
Sure can, dear.
Until next time, everyone, be safe. JLR Investigates. Thank you.
Yes, he has a big heart with all this, and it's, to me, it's worth it. Yes, Jonathan, I'm going to do that right now. Big heart with all this, and it's, I got to open the other one so I can, where's my other one? Since I'm still live, I want this one so I can, there we go.
Stop letting innovation paperwork weigh on your mind. This new year, join.
Oh, he's on his phone. Okay, so I can do it on the phone. Okay, let's see. Whoops, I can't do it on this. Let me mute this thing. It's driving me nuts. Whoops, that's worse. Okay. Let's get JLR Investigates a mod. Let's mod him up. Okay, let's see. Right here. Okay, let's see. Where is my channel? Right here. Go to channel. Go to the phone side. There we are. Okay, since I'm still live, I can do this. Add it as a moderator. No. Put him up there because I appreciate all he does. Okay, JLR, I have you as a moderator, and thank you. Make this account of mine a mod. Oops. I'm gonna delete that, or not delete that, but I would have blocked bag on my name. Yes, and you are more than welcome to do that because I don't like anybody being dogged. I don't like drama. I don't like any of that stuff. I appreciate you, what you do, and you have a big heart. So you know what? If anybody's in here dogging you, block them. I was questioning Corporal. He's going to, because out to that house to sit all day for, there is a reason, Corporal. We haven't got any information, and that's why he's doing what he's doing. And I am glad because he will follow whoever, he will check things out, he asks questions, he's nice to everybody. So yes, that's the way it is. Yes, welcome JLR. Remind the bear is here, and I do that. Tolerate naughty. Do not tolerate naughty. Yes, and Florida Mama Bear is usually on it, or she is on it. But he asked me why, and I told him why. If Corporal wants to be ugly, I can block him. I don't have a problem with blocking rude people, and neither does Florida Mama Bear. And I did put you as a managing mod, also JLR. So you are a managing mod, not just a mod. You are like my Florida Mama Bear and Susie. I think I have as managing mods, and now I have you as a managing mod. So yeah, we're not going to let anybody. We're not going to let anybody dog you. Anyway, let's see if let's go watch, since Corporal doesn't want to watch people on the boots on the ground. We will just go ahead and change it over to someone that's boots on the ground, since JLR needs a break and he needs to go eat. Right? Right. So let's pull up. Let's see. I got Mark the Shark. I got Tucson. Breaking news, Tucson, and he's driving. I wonder where he's going. But we can find out. We'll put Tucson up. Thank you, Florida Mama Bear. Yeah, I don't want anybody dogging JLR. I mean, I don't care what they think, but I like them. And they've got a bunch of shit going around, and we don't need that. Tucson he is all over the place, but God, he is so funny. He was at that. I was listening to him a little bit today when he was at the sheriff thing. Let me see if I can get him on here. I'm sure I can. It's not that hard. And get his volume back up. And then I will share him on my page. Mark is my buddy. Yeah. Okay, let's put Mark the Shark on. I was just wondering where Tucson went, but let's go to Mark the Shark. Go back here. There's Mark. There he is. Okay, let's get his live up, and I will get him going, because I do have his ticker also. I have Mark the Shark, Tucson, and JLR. Oh, he's doing his, that's cool. I love it when he goes there. Okay, so let's stop that. Ugh. That's what I look like close up. Scary, huh? Okay, let's share the screen. And let's pull up Mark the Shark.
There's one right here. I mean,
There we
there's
go.
so many entry points.
And I will get everything fixed up. I will
There's
get his link pinned.
Bedroom right there.
Let's go to the banner so it shows that it's Mark.
People
are savage.
Right here. Donate to Mark the Shark to keep boots on
And
the
then
ground.
look at the wash back
Link
here. I
is
mean, it's
pinned.
just like...
So now I got to pin his link. That will not take too long.
That's that house is so close. It's crazy
I'm
how
working
close
on it.
It's unbelievable how close that house is.
Okay, let's pull the chat down and let's do this.
But if there was anybody that could have,
Yeah, isn't this the Airbnb?
it's
crazy. No, those are that I've met the people there.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's got a lady with him.
Oh, so then probably they just
Probably another streamer.
what is that?
So you
I
go
gotta
through this
get in
road right
there
here, and you go up,
and share
and it'll
his
take you to the
link
back, and that it
or
takes
pin
you to
his
that
link
drive.
on my whoops.
On this
I don't
road
want
right here, coming down the quad.
Mm-hmm.
But seriously, you go stand in their yard because
I already got
they've let me park right here. In
Oh,
that,
really?
in the, they told me, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Oh,
They let me park right here,
Yeah.
and that is.
Jeez, who was that? Jeez, man.
going live right here.
And that is so close to
Let
her.
me move
It's
this over
crazy how close
here
to that
so I
road
have
it
it
is.
with
Close, huh?
StreamYard so I don't kick him out or something.
He told us we'll give you 2 minutes and don't come back.
Okay, I want to.
Yeah, he's like done. Thank you, done.
I want his link.
We were there for like 30 minutes.
And then I want to go to my home page and open up my channel. Oh, so I can pin his link. Oh, shit. Turn the volume off again.
Yeah, it is close.
Crazy, huh?
Okay, let's get it pinned. Also,
it's crazy to me how they say it's in a desolate area, nothing around, it's like a desert, and sure it looks like that, but when you get out here, it's really not.
Yeah, and see, look, this is what the wash that I've been freaking saying. This wash right here.
Okay, so now
You probably went through there, but that's the one that goes all the way down right here. Look at this, guys, right there. Boom, boom. Look at this, all the way back, and then you go into
pin it on here
Nancy's
also.
backyard.
Yeah.
Look at that. Let me show you again.
Coyotes running through there.
Did you?
When I was in the wash.
Let me show you guys again in case you guys didn't
Okay, he is pinned.
didn't catch that.
He is pinned and he is
So
protected.
here's Nancy's backyard. You go back up. You go right, and then this wash goes all the way back here. All the way back here, and then there's that road right here.
And then it connects to.
I'm still learning how to do this fun stuff there. I just had to get a new computer and reinstall everything because my computer took a dump the other day.
See, there's that main road right there.
Yeah.
There's that main road. And I parked there so many times, like just to show the people.
As long as
And
you
it's
stay on
hard. Well, what I'm trying to say is that when I park there and I want to show them that this goes all the way to Nancy's house, and it goes like that.
You see the power lines?
Yeah, the power
As
line.
long as you stay by the power lines, it's you're not trespassing. Because it's a power line easement, power easement.
Okay, let's see.
And it's like you're right here. Look, you're like right on top of Nancy's. That's what I'm saying. There's so many like entry points.
Up there. I want to find
And then right here, there's like a little area that goes from the neighbors to Nancy's.
probably his store. There we go.
The little walkway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's why people think that that's an Airbnb and it's not. It's
See, I need one of his shirts. Ooh, I like the pink wackadoodle hoodie.
Gotten his kind of input and stuff. So
I kind of want to see something real quick.
I'm really impressed with that.
Shirt.
I'm really impressed. I'm like mini
He's
five.
even got dog shirts. Oh, I love it.
Can you get it? I'll show you how to do the controls.
Love it.
Because the controls when they're stock, it's just you're gonna get frustrated. But let me show. I want to see something for myself.
And a magnetic phone cover.
Because that's what the camera was, right? When they had that video footage of the guy walking by.
Okay, let me see this.
Remember that?
Right here.
With a backpack. Remember?
Did they ever put?
Oh, I love that
the guy walking
pink
by
one.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
When?
You'll see. I'll show you right now.
I don't need a 2X.
It was like, I mean, it was like right here. Look, they had video of the guy.
And then I want.
Yeah, you seen it.
Okay. I didn't
go to.
And it came from this house.
Yes, it's right there.
Really?
Yes, that's what I was tripping out too. I was like, wait, it was that house?
Yeah,
And when you're here, it's so different. You know, it's so different than when you're seeing it.
And then versus on top.
Versus,
Yeah.
well, versus on the TV.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. 'Cause on the news, it does.
Right, you're just like, because everything looks the same. So check this out, guys. I wanted to see this from my own. So this was the video that you guys seen. I'll show you guys the video in a minute. I want to see where he's coming from.
He's got a dog food
So
feeding.
we're gonna go back up. Oh, look at that.
Matt.
He can be coming from anywhere.
There's a big desert lot, and then the house is
Yeah.
kind of on the other. It's like a roundabout.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a road that they can drive through.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, they're coming from over here.
Are you sure it was that house?
That's what I was told. I'm almost sure. Yeah.
Really?
Well, we'll double check right now.
Yeah, because I'm.
Better get her a lot.
I might be wrong, but I'm almost sure that's where it was from. And that the car's right there too. The driveway, that's the driveway.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this in.
And so when they go,
Or you can put in
when
your
they went
mod,
here,
you can put that link in
like
for
where are
me.
they going? Right? The road's right here. It's like where are you
Yeah,
going?
you can share your links and everything, so you can share your.
Back up there.
I'm shopping
It's so
right
weird,
now
right?
in
Like
your,
you're so out from
JLR.
like the main
Got my
roads.
dog
Like look how far you are.
hoodie in the cart.
Like look at all
I
this.
got me a hot pink or light pink hoodie.
All right, let me bring it back home.
I might want to get
That is extremely
Matt
weird.
too.
If it would be that.
See, let's go back to home.
I'm gonna look right now.
I've seen it. I just didn't think that it was that house.
Yeah.
So anything. You can't park there.
Cool. I need to.
You can't park.
Accessories. Accessories. Oh, mugs.
Don't run over my drone.
Right? Don't back up.
Don't move. What up?
Let JLR show the way tote bag. I like that.
Yeah, if you get the 5 Pro.
Are you gonna be jelly?
That I like. Come on in. JLR. Breaking news. JLR. No, I like the one with this picture on it that says, show the way, tote bag. Okay, it comes in. Oh, the handles change colors. But I'd rather leave the handle black. No.
I don't know. It was.
Oh, my bad.
No, you could. I'm live.
16.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
That's it.
With the white.
So if they want me to move it, I think the accommodation for 40 minutes.
You live though?
Yeah, I'm
Can you
live.
say hi?
Like the one I'm giving you.
Oh, so they
All right.
I will. What's up, everybody?
And let's see.
You just
Chilling with Mark the Shark and
you absolutely
don't film me, Juanita.
Maybe.
Researcher Deborah.
Dan, can I get a minute?
Okay.
You are? I'll be one.
Hi, buddy.
Soak it. Are you soaking it?
Yeah, every like 5 seconds I'm soaking it.
Is it helping you?
Helping a lot. Thank you.
I'm going to go to cards.
Oh, where is it? Oh, let me grab some water.
I have some.
Check out.
No, I have some. Well, I'm getting there.
How's your day going?
Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
How's your day going?
Good. Just hot. No, just hot. I'm like a little bit like, I'm like lagging today. Like, I'm on a lag.
Some verification.
I went in there and it's in there.
In the
It's
house?
no, well, no, it's kind of a garage, but it's more of like a.
You could go inside. Yeah, but even if there's nothing.
Like a
Did you see
carport.
the little things that look like blood drops? I know they weren't, but
Trying to sneak that, but we'll look at it. Where the septic.
near there.
Yeah.
And the cement box, yeah, like
But 2 houses.
from that one. So, was he out? He was locked up? He's still locked up?
100%.
Gotcha. I saw him blasting his dog, like, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's old. We
Right.
covered that.
When you hear some of those things, we're like, they're way off. Yeah.
I'm like, nah, y'all are behind.
Oh, there it is. I told you.
It's great. How many of these do you think we
Oh, it's still
sold in Murphy?
It's the same company.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
Their fourth truck.
It's like their fourth truck.
Okay,
Yeah.
so like, is this the company? Is this the
And
office?
is that headquarters?
That's weird.
That's the fourth truck.
So that's why they're looking into it. They're like super well established. Like they wouldn't fuck up, but that's the kind of, yeah.
Because there's been a van, there's been a truck, there's been something else, and then there's that.
You notice I cleaned the sink? Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Right there. This one. This one. Okay. Okay. Shit, I'm getting blind. Okay. What do you mean invalid card number? Bullshit. Did I put it wrong? Yeah, I did. It's this dyslexia is the worst. Especially when you're trying to put credit cards in. Okay, that one went where? Nickname. Okay. Okay, let's see. Why is it telling me it's not the right number? Yep, that's all of it. Ah, the same one. Okay, that ought to work. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Whew, that took a while. Okay. What shipping method? Okay. All right, pay now. Thank you, Mary. 103.92. Whoops. I hate to text or to type and stuff. That's why I'd rather just get up there and talk. That's why I only type in the chat every once in a while. Yeah, he is. That's all right. We'll just stick with him. It'll stop here in a minute. I don't think he's. Let's make sure it's him and not me. Yeah, it's him. He might be changing over to. It doesn't let you go live on your end. I can only type. Yeah, that sucks. Because I don't like to. Oh, I thought maybe he was changing to his. Every once in a while, he'll change over to his Starlink. So sometimes it'll take a minute. Now, Tucson has a Starlink now. I think he's been using it. I think he's got it figured out. I think maybe here. Look. Oh, yeah. It looks like he might be shopping somewhere, and he's right in the middle of the city. There we go. Mark's back. Yeah, I think it had something to do with maybe the phone getting hot. I need a certain amount of subscribers to go live. On this, is this a different channel? Maybe I ought to check it out. Let's see. Go to channel. Oh yeah, I'm not even subscribed to that channel. I am now. Yeah, type in exclamation hope. It'll drop your link. I know I need a certain amount. Yeah, I needed 500 before I could go live. Yeah, you are JLR. I just ordered some stuff. I ordered my dog a shirt. I ordered me a bag. And I ordered something else. I already forgot. Oh, yeah, I ordered me a light pink hoodie or a light pink sweatshirt. It's pretty.
Okay.
The wackadoodle one.
And so he's like, no, whatever you need, you
Wackadoodle
can park
Wednesday.
on the property manager.
Get a lot of wackadoodles every day
So I
out there,
started
though.
talking to him. He's like, you need to park here, you park here.
Never know what you're going to run into.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. Especially the ones that try to speed.
So that's the one that. No way.
Yeah, we just.
Arizona Style.
Is that the one that was speeding earlier?
Styo. Style. So is that the house that supposedly the three guys rented and they moved out around that time? And did they pour cement there? Is that supposed?
Can you guys hear him?
The property manager is still there. If you want to go poke around, he's super helpful.
He's still
there? Yeah. Want to go poke around?
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I have him turned all the way up so we can hear him.
No, I'm gonna stay. Yeah, I'm gonna chill. Where are you guys going? You said?
He's closer to the mic.
Oh yeah. Right on. Huh? I don't have battery.
Oh, that's Alex. I was wondering who he was talking to. Yes, you can.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is that you guys? Nice.
Yeah, I like to watch Mark the Shark, especially when he gets that drone out. That's going to be my next investment is buying a drone. Those things are cool, and I can do it. My son has one.
Yeah, my phone died. It overheated, but then
I know
I don't have any more
batteries.
juice on the phone.
Oh, he needs
So we're just gonna let it. I'm gonna let the phone charge. Yeah, I love the lantern. Look, I got these right here from Walmart, and I put them in the cooler. Not bad, not bad.
chunky tuna.
You know, something for emergencies.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see the video. Yeah, hold on.
I remember sending you 50 gifts in your live chat when you was playing me. 50
We read the
gifts.
chat when you went to dinner. It was wild. No, I haven't read it. I was so tired. But hope it was good.
I don't remember 50 gifts in your live chat when you was playing.
All right, so I'm gonna just make some ribbons, but I'll show you guys the video. Hold on.
I'm happily married. I think you're talking
Putting
about
it lightly.
someone else.
All right, yeah, I'll check it out.
I'm sure you're talking about someone else. Scroll through the chat. Scroll through the chat. Okay. Seems to be buffering. J is. Yeah, I have J is for justice. I have her also. That's the link for my online story lane. Right on. I got that. Yeah. Hearts. You can see my bio. Yeah, I already went to your channel. I know who you are.
Everybody was on live. Oh, I'm looking for the video. Hold on.
I'm still not sure what they're talking. I meant like when you was showing my stream. You will find the gifts. Scroll through the chat. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
If I can find it.
Yeah, I already did some shopping and everything. Got Mark the Shark. Yeah.
I got the drone charging right now, and I'll put it up in a minute. All 3 batteries are charging, and the remote.
Yeah,
We got to see some really good footage, but
that's the only
we'll
bad
get the
thing.
drone
They
back
don't
up again.
last very long on a battery.
And I'm gonna look for that video.
I've noticed that with my sons, but we always wait till we hear sirens go by, and then he puts it up so he can he'll put it up so we can see where the sirens are going, see if it's someone we know. I copied the jewels he is talking about and sent to you on Facebook Messenger. Oh, so my chat and See, I told you I'm illiterate. I'm still working at this. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my sandwich or
James
what
owes
he
us
wants
Skittles.
to eat. Or not sandwich.
Beady
I'm going to
beady
get me a
bomb
soda.
bomb.
I need to drink something cold. I usually drink just, room temperature water, but for some reason I want it cold.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, two doors down.
We are at 90.
Anybody have that video? Can you guys send it to me on my
degrees.
email? marktheshark943@outlook.com.
At Outlook. I think I finally figured out what he said now. Okay, Florida Mama Bear, thank you. Okay, I'll be right back, y'all.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Nick. So much easier on the computer. Like I'll have everything like ready to go. You can, sweet and salty. You can. No, the drones they're good. The prices of the drones are really good right now. Really good. Yeah, no problem. I just wish like we'd found an arrest or something for today. Oh, here it is. Whoops. We should do another truck party again. That was wild. What is that? A truck? What is a truck party? Yeah, this video right here. I need a better picture of this.
What are we looking at?
The neighbor's video.
Is that the one you were telling me about?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's making it seem like it's. No, it really just seems like the family's involved. And you know, like the family's involved. I don't even like that one. I really hate that one. Your neighbor's family. Really? It's selective view?
I haven't seen very much.
The selective view you have?
We're gonna blow up outside like that and run.
These are the people that when I'm going live, I think aren't the people you want to.
Huh?
The people who come out here aren't the people that were the neighbors. You know?
I know.
But I don't think it's the Truman Show.
I haven't met too many supportive neighbors.
It's a
Truman Show out here. They're like when we got here, they were still finishing up the set. Like, oh, hold on here right now.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to talk, they.
No, I know.
They'll come over.
Yeah.
Close it out there. Close up.
Yeah, I get it. Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah.
Take care.
You're okay. It allows you to stay there
You
for a
want to
little
talk
bit.
about it? We would love to hear someone else talk about it
Yeah.
because we're surrounded by it. So it'd be nice to hear if you'd like to. My friends are.
This is live.
It's live. So,
I don't know if
but
you're okay or not. Well, then you can come to the side.
You could also come to the side and talk. You don't have to show your thing.
All right.
Are you from around here?
Thank you for your
Oh, we're
condolences.
Texas. Yeah, thank you for coming by. It's been, we've been here almost, I was in the admin. Yeah, and searching. We're part of the searching.
I live here.
We have found a lot of interesting businesses all around. California, South Arizona, Tucson.
I think it's just law enforcement let them down. I don't know. In 2026, that shouldn't have been able to happen to you.
With all the technology. Wait, didn't
Where's this house at?
Didn't the military find that guy in Venezuela?
That next door, am I wrong?
We can't find Nancy?
Isn't that right here?
Is that a driveway though? Or
Yeah.
a walking?
That's not there? No?
Thank you.
God bless.
Hey, have a good day.
I don't think it's that.
Who has that driveway? It's not here. Who has a brick?
I thought it was over there. No?
I never went up the driveway.
Ask them. Juanita.
Juanita. Is that neighbor?
Well, I want to see what's behind it. Like why that guy's coming through there. I want to see if there's a connection to here.
I think people have like a white wall. I think I was told I was like 4 miles away from it.
It says 0.4 miles.
Oh.
And I thought it was that one. And people were saying, yeah, it's that one.
It's which one?
The one 2 doors down.
Oh, because there's that.
On that side?
Right
Yeah.
before the court.
Yeah.
Before the...
Yeah. Before the court.
Do you want me to go see you?
Yeah, I mean that's I'm pretty sure that's it. Pretty sure that's it.
Want to walk to the before I go live? You want to go walk up to the 50 and 5 on you? You can stop. You want to go the day and start to show what you said. Because we're going to be able to look at it tomorrow. So just want to walk around it.
Where's this at, guys? Where's this at?
Septic place?
Yeah.
I don't know if you should go back there. You got that.
Google Maps real fast.
You got that there.
Where is this?
Nobody got zapped.
You got that.
You got zapped.
But the neighbor, though.
She got zapped?
She did get zapped there. For real. She got like.
Nice. Hey. No. She put the dude across the street.
No, there's a
No.
feel very strong.
She was like, for real.
In other words, there's
Because yeah, exactly.
She had like.
Where is this?
It starts crippling me because there was a lot of wind there. That starts to
Right.
Is that a boiler?
Let me look at my map.
I don't know. There's not that many houses up that damn court.
Is the 4runner? Man, that guy speeds.
Thinking that the one right, 105? No, they're not,
The ESA license
they don't have that fancy thing.
No?
On the corner right there?
Yeah. No?
I thought it.
Dang.
Somebody said that that was like
Unless
super far.
it's very new after this. Let me see what.
I'll go with you, Alex.
I'm gonna go check that other house.
There's a green pool.
Your old news, Judy. I'm gonna. Well, let me go check. No, that's not it. What the heck? Because I want to know what's there, what's around there. If there's any paths through there. It's very hot. All right, so there's Nancy's house. And then was the driveway right here. Like that. I mean, steps away. Am I wrong or? This isn't it. Oh, the wall. But isn't the wall on the other side? Oh, the wall. There is no wall. You're right. Where the heck is that house then? You know what? The driveway looked the same. Okay, let me go back to the. Yeah, let me go back to the pic. Hold on.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. No, I just put myself down while I went out and grabbed
The
me a
driver
coat.
looks, but there's no.
My dog was
There's
going
no
bad.
wall,
Someone was
right?
at the
Okay, so
door,
let me
you know,
hold on.
all that stuff. Yeah, the doorbell ring and the dog goes nuts.
You found it?
So I had to pick her up. So I got a few more scratches on my legs.
Dang, I suck at sleuthing.
So I had to put her in the other room. Ray was on the phone with his sister called at the same time. So it got a little crazy for a minute.
What did the FBI say? Oh, they're coming over?
Yeah, I had to take care. I just went to get me a coat, but it took longer because Ray's phone rang, the doorbell rang, the dog went nuts because she thinks she's got a visit with everybody.
No.
She loves people, so I put
No,
her in
no,
my
no, I won't do
bedroom and closed.
I was just
have a
looking at
dog
the
gate.
the
And
driveway.
Ray's
But
outside
where's the
talking
wall?
to some guy about solar, but we already got it. No, I'm not ready for another one.
Okay,
I can't do it.
see the
I
video.
can't do it. Every time I look at the pictures and stuff, I think, oh, I want another Yorkie, but I would never find another one like Berna.
Well, I can go with you.
But
Oh yeah, I know, right?
and it's really crazy how everything happens all at once.
They'll just trash it.
Just going all different ways.
That guy in the black Cadillac was parked right here yesterday with a flashlight, looking at everything. And by the time I pulled in, he was already grabbing his pen.
It's
Jeez.
quiet today. I have more fun listening to JLR and listening to the people talk with their theories and stuff. It's interesting. Yeah, everything happens at once. You know, it comes in threes. Ours came in threes. First, my dog passed away. Then our internet.
Well, I'll have
my
one of those if they want to stay in. We'll go. I want to go.
Dead.
That way I can,
So
yeah. That way I can get
internet.
myself.
We got new phone service, and I got.
All right, we're gonna go here in a little bit. All right, guys. I want to see where this is at.
So we're gonna go somewhere, huh?
Do you have that? Do you have this video? Do you have this video on YouTube?
Of the house?
Well, yeah, of the video. I can't find it.
Who did it? Do you know?
I don't know.
Who was the creator on it?
I don't know.
Where did
Well,
you see that clip?
on the news. No, it's just the news.
In the news?
Yeah, but I can't find it. It's weird.
Do you know when they broadcasted it?
I'm gonna have to double check.
Or what the title was of the broadcast?
What's up, honey? He's back in the house.
I know it's on Facebook, but I want to see it on
guy went
YouTube.
out there and
It looks
talked to him
better on
when I
YouTube.
closed the
Facebook,
door.
it looks weird. It's right here.
I don't know what it was all about, but
Okay.
what's
I mean, because there's other videos too.
his
Hold
son
on.
saying? He's talking. Oh, he's in town asking people.
Nice. Nice.
I think he's going to ask people in town about Nancy. Yeah,
There's a psychic that came earlier.
he's in the
Yeah.
middle of town.
She feels
See
that
how many
she got hit in the
people
back of the
know.
head. Got. I'm scared. No, they know, but I'm scared to talk about
What's Mark scared of?
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hot, but he's in shaded areas, so that helps about what, 5 degrees? So instead of being 99 or something, I don't even know what the temperature is in Tucson. Let me check it real quick. Okay, I went Tucson. The map looks like Tucson.
Mm.
May not be as hot as we are, but they're gonna get hot.
Did a white car drove by?
We're at 96. Where's Tucson?
Hey, mm-hmm.
It's 100 degrees in Tucson right now. These are for Nancy too, Florida Mama Bear. Yes, we're all praying for her.
Nah, I was just kidding around. Yeah, nothing scares me.
Yeah, and it's only gonna
The only
drop down to
the only
6
person that's ever
degrees
scared me
in
was Jay
Tucson.
Carroll from the
And that's what we
baby
did
Emanuelito
drop it
case. When
down
I went
to.
into the courtroom, I went in there. Yeah, I was in the court with
So
him with
today's
Rebecca
100,
Harrell
tomorrow's
and Jay Carroll.
100, then it goes to
I've never
98.
felt such a dark presence in
On
my
the
life
23rd,
before.
95.
Like, you know,
And
when
then
people talk about
another heat
monsters,
wave comes
they
in
truly
up to
exist.
98,
And when I was in there,
99, 98.
I could feel the dark void, the black hole
But
of
yeah,
emptiness.
we've got a big
Like it
heat
just
wave
like
flowing through.
anything close to him will just get sucked in and gone forever.
Oh, it's 69 there? Lucky. We're 97 right now, but Tucson's 100. And right next to it, it says feels like 100.
Mm-hmm. Cindy Green, thank you so much for becoming a first web member. Beer, and Don, thank you so much became a first web member. And then Stormy, thank you so much. Daddy Sharks Flush Sussy, Dad Sharks Slushy Fun. Thank you guys. Yeah. Oh, Casey Anthony, yeah. Mark, Doug Live Northport got the video on
That's
YouTube.
when I
Doug
started watching
Live.
Nancy Grace.
Doug
Was that Casey Anthony case in Florida? That was crazy. I think it was in Florida.
Okay, yeah.
So Florida's pretty cool right now,
Oh, you do?
huh?
Actually, let's just go there. Yeah. You got a charger in the car? Okay. We'll be back, guys. I'm gonna go into that place. I want to see where it's at.
All right, we're going for a car ride. Buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go.
Teresa, thank you so much for becoming a first web member.
Trying to see if we can get James out here. Can I borrow your little?
Yeah, go for it.
Now,
Yeah, go. Yeah, that wasn't it. The house right there. I was wrong. It's somewhere else. We're gonna go right now.
On the beach.
Yeah, she did.
Like
Quick.
San Diego, Los Angeles, and that area, it's 88, and that's unusual for them. They're usually in the 70s. So this is unusual for us to have this hot of weather at this time of year. I mean, we get warm.
Let's roll out, guys.
We get into the hundreds.
Move, you go car behind you.
Used
Watch
to it,
yourself.
but not this early.
Yeah.
Usually it's around the end of April, beginning of May
nice.
when it starts.
I am now ADA. They don't have accommodations for me.
Bill
I can
ate
park
all
on the
his
road,
dinner.
and
Oh,
they can
nice.
kiss my ass.
Good job, Billy Boob. Good
Sorry.
job.
Your life. I'm so sorry.
Yep. Car ride. Here we go. Buckle up, Buttercup. We're going for a ride. Little buffer. We'll be right back in just a second. We're just in one little area where everybody buffers. So just hang in there. We'll get there. There we go. We're back.
I'm dropping $100 at the end just for giggles. Okay, so here's Miramar. And we're going to Miramar and see.
I like hole in the wall restaurant.
Well, let me know if you need gas. We can go fill up.
No, I don't need gas. I need a mechanic.
Oh, mechanic, go to that one place. Man, that place is,
I thought about that.
Dang, that place is like, yeah.
I need to do, now that it's gotten hot, my AC don't work anymore.
It just probably has to get
this morning I
refilled.
seen that.
It just probably needs to get refilled.
Put it on my exit
Yeah,
panel.
it probably needs to get refilled as well.
But yeah, I've seen that. Almost 5 o'clock. I'm gonna have to get off here pretty soon. Go for the race. Well, we're having sandwiches. He already ate half of it though when he got home.
Did you ever show him the camera on the phone?
So he can eat the other half, and
Is
then
it here?
we'll probably want something later. Yeah, he was 80. I think
Oh, here it is, huh?
86.
But where's the wall? Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Oh, shit. That scared me. Wait, go back. Yeah, go back.
You tell me, I'll move when you want me to move.
Go back. I don't want to be here too long. Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay. Damn, that's not far. There's that wall. Yeah, that wall. And then here's the driveway. Ah.
There's a white car.
Yeah, we'll keep going.
Oh, that's silver.
And it goes all the way over there and it comes out.
But what is it? Just
Oh, yeah, there's the wall right there.
See, there's that little blue kind of top thing that they have. See that there?
Yeah, the wall right there.
I don't even know whose house is that. Oh,
Yeah.
the camera that was on the back of that house.
Yeah.
And instead of turning there to go to
Via Entrada, they go this way. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I'm going to shut down because I've been on 11 and a half hours today.
Oh.
And I'm
Damn, that far?
sure that the JLR is going to go on about 5:30 my time in the morning. So I will be ready. I will set it up.
Oh, that one. Yeah. So this is the one that caught a truck
I will talk
that the FBI was
to you all
looking
later.
for at the beginning of the case.
Love you too, Florida Mama Bear and Billy Bob. You guys have a wonderful
Oh,
night.
wow.
He caught it from there.
He caught it from
JLR, we'll
there
talk to you soon, hun.
to the corner
Hang
over
in
here.
there.
He actually changes his mind.
Bye,
about
everybody.
where that pool is.
Yeah.
So he doesn't make it all the way over here.
Uh,